It's time for the SMITE World Championship. The journey that these teams took here was one for the ages.
It's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this. Teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best SMITE team in the world.
Are you guys excited in the house?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship!
Hello and welcome to Sydney, Australia for the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships. Today, fans from across Australia and New Zealand are filling up the studios here. They want to watch the best competitors in both Paladins and SMITE as we want to find our representatives for Hi-Rez Expo 2017. Today, we are going to kick off with the SMITE Oceania Pro League, a $60,000 split 3 prize pool. We have 4 teams continuing the competition, and we're going to have both our semi-finals live today. Semi-final number 1, it's going to be our number 1 seed Avant up against the up-and-comers Alpha Sydney. Semi-final number 2, that's going to be our 2015 winners Pandemonium up against Legacy Esports, who are trying to prove themselves after Split 2. Guys and girls, we are going to continue our journey to find Oceania's representative for the SMITE World Championship starting off in January 2017. Let's get into game number 1. Your casters are Husey and Adonis.
Thank you very much, Sandman. Welcome, everyone, to the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships. Adonis, first of all, welcome back to Australia.
Oh, it's awesome being here now in Sydney, not in Melbourne anymore.
Some would say the better city.
No, I prefer the one where you weren't from.
Of course. So our first matchup of the day is Avant taking on Alpha Sydney.
Yep.
Later in the day, we will have Team Pandemonium taking on Legacy, and it's almost a bit of deja vu from 2015. Kevin,
a little bit.
With Avant being the number 1 seed coming into it. Of course, it is a different Avant roster.
It's 5 new players, obviously, but they've done a really good job. I mean, even going to the last split, just kind of their run coming in as a lower seeded team and, making it all the way, winning. This team has become incredibly strong, and they're, on the opposite side of the bracket of Pandemonium, who are kind of like that super team formed from the regional finalists of last year, Direwolves and Avant. Obviously, they kind of merged together, picked up Maxon as well, looking really strong on the other side.
So both of our games today, both of our semi-finals are going to be best of 5, and same with our grand finals as well. We're going to take a look at the brackets here so you guys can see who is facing up against who. On your screen, Avant versus Alpha Sydney, our first matchup of the day, Adonis. And last split, Avant, as you were just saying, was the 4th seed going into the LAN finals. And a bit of a story behind that to do with Alpha Sydney as well is that they played each other in the final week of last split before LAN, and Avant ended up taking it over Alpha Sydney to earn themselves a spot at LAN. The interesting part comes from Alpha Sydney's mid laner was banned for that week, and Alpha Sydney feel like that should have been us there, but for one of our players' actions, it was taken away. So now they're here, and they feel like they can be the Cinderella story of this split. They can be the 4th seed taking it all the way.
It's possible. I mean, coming into this, a lot of the talk has been Avant versus Pandemonium. Pandemonium on the other side, again, kind of just all these players that have been playing at the highest levels for quite some time. Ochita and Rose specifically also competing at Hi-Rez Expo last year, and they were able to, I think, learn a lot from that international competition and bring it to their team. Pandemonium is a squad that has a lot of experience, and that pays off, especially at a LAN like this. It's one thing to go to a LAN, in the normal part of the split and compete, right? But when everything's on the line, when this is your chance, this is your shot to go to the SMITE World Championship, having that experience on the international stage, I think is going to be one of the most critical parts of this tournament.
And in terms of experience, looking at their opponents for today, Legacy Esports, there's a relative lack of it in terms of, live events. They went to the last split, and for lack of a better term, they choked. They were the number 1 seed going in, and they didn't win a single game. I've heard whisperings, though, that things have changed and they're starting to come around, and they're very confident going up against Team Pandemonium. I'm really looking forward to that matchup, but Alpha Sydney versus Avant is our first one, and I think this is going to be a little bit of fireworks, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this one, researching the teams, obviously, I wasn't part of the OPL like you were going through it, but, Avant was the clear favorites coming in. But the more I've talked to players, a lot of people have been talking up the other side of this, Alpha Sydney, but these guys on your screen right now, iDivine, he's the man to honestly watch, I think, in this match.
Avant like to kind of draft around him and play around his skills. So you'll see him on things like Scylla and Ra, and his team will set up for him. But the man that this roster, the rock of this roster, is El Chuckles in the solo lane.
Yes.
Split 2 MVP at the finals. Just went off. Last year, he was at PAX and he was jungling for Diables, and he didn't perform. And he was kicked subsequently from that squad, moved to the solo lane for this Avant roster, and has just been an animal since then. You know, very high in all the statistical charts, and just a really recognized name in Australia now.
What's also crazy to me is Just Laney, right? Just Laney was not a part of this team for so long. It was Rob Diggity in the Hunter role, and they switched it right before LAN, and that could be obviously good if the Hunter wasn't performing to the level you want, but it also is going to take a lot of time to kind of gain that synergy. You know, Laney has played, you know, at the highest level for quite some time, but right now he doesn't have a lot of practice with his team.
And that's one of Avant's strongest points, is their teamwork and their synergy. As you can see on your screen right now, they've got excellent target selection. They're very much a team-based for lack of a better word.
Team-based team.
A team-based team.
Is that what
Rather
we're going
than
for?
a group of individuals, they are a team. And it's like that old saying, you can have a team of all-stars, but it's better to have an all-star team.
And they really do like running these drafts with heavy CC, especially Liquid Renegade, right? He's kind of the guy who enables his team, who enables iDivine to make the big plays in the mid. Plays a lot of Bologna, which is interesting. You know, this was a god that was heavily in the meta for Season 2, not only in solo, but in jungle where he plays as well. And it was just that character that set up, did a lot of base damage, and was kind of there for team fighting scenarios. And I do like the style that he brings into the jungle for
It's very much,
Avant.
with his Bologna, it's very much like, I'm going to stick to you. You're not going to get away. I'm going to slow you down until the rest of my team can get here and kill you. With this split, though, he's kind of evolved a little bit beyond that. We've seen him on the statistical charts be one of the highest kills in the entire league. He's transitioned more into not necessarily a carry, because the rest of his team can carry, but someone that contributes more than just setup for his team, which is really important for Avantgarde to have.
And I mean, this team is interesting, right? You do have El Chuckles, the rock on the team, like you mentioned, MVP last split, as well as he did compete on the Oceanic Regional Championship stage last year. And then Divine, really good as well. Gruff, a really solid support, likes the kind of big AoEs, the Geb Sylvanas. I think this team is going to be centered around Liquid Renegade, and I do think Gruff as well are going to be kind of those big AoE, kind of deal with the teams, control the flow, the pace of it, and then have El Chuckles deal with the back line, really kind of shut down Swifty. I think that's going to be his main goal in this match.
Speaking of Swifty and Alpha City, they're kind of similar in playstyle to Avantgarde. They like to work around Swifty in the mid lane. On your screen now, we see the roster. Now, interesting point about this roster, that's not actually Rana Barana there in the Hunter role, that's Limits. And this is an interesting story, Kevin.
This is crazy.
This is... Okay, so Limits is new to this roster, but he's also new to the OPL, and he's new to competitive Smite. This is going to be his first competitive Smite game here at the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships.
That is absolutely crazy to me, that you're putting your trust in a player who their first competition with you is not even online, it's on LAN, and it's to go to Worlds. Like, that's a lot of trust in Limits.
Like you've scrimmed and stuff, but there's nothing
It's
like
not the
a
same
competitive
thing.
game. A competitive game is a totally different animal, and LAN as well from that is just so different as well.
I mean, it is, right? There's, you do have a mentality where you have to stay strong. This Alpha Sydney lineup, though, Swifty's kind of this guy on Kronos. He plays a little bit of Susanoo as well, and that Izanami, just kind of individual mechanics, incredibly strong.
You can hear the crowd as well. Swifty's a bit of a fan favorite here in Oceania. A bit of an outspoken personality, but here in Australia, we really like that. And what he is for Alpha Sydney is he's consistent in what he does. He'll hit his skill shots. He'll do the damage in his lane. He'll farm up nicely, but it's on the rest of the team on where this kind of game is gonna be decided.
Swifty. That's Slicey, right?
No, that was Tori.
That was Tori. Oh, no, I talked to Tori earlier.
Yeah.
He's going to get mad at me because he's like,
Come
you
on,
already
Kevin.
forgot me, Adonis. No, not like that. I think he's yelling at me already. Man, Alpha Sydney, coming into this one, obviously, last split they were kind of just barely left out, unfortunately. And new teams always seem to surprise, I think. This team doesn't really have a lot of experience at LAN.
They've also brought into the solo lane KO, who replaced their old solo laner Shuix, who's now stepped into like a sub-coach role. And KO was on Corvidae, one of the lower ranked teams, moved on to Alpha Sydney, and that's really kind of shored up the side lanes for Alpha Sydney, and they're ensuring that, you know, maybe they don't win their lanes, but at least they'll go even and can contribute later, which is where they fell down a lot last split. Alpha Sydney, though, still, they haven't beaten any of these high-ranked teams. They've taken games with them, they've split with them, but they've never 2-0'd anyone. And you know, that's the question we asked them throughout the split is, what's it going to take for you to finally beat them?
So who do you think is going to go off on this team?
Well, first of all, the big question mark in this game, or the turning point, is going to be in the jungle. And so the jungle matchup is going to be the biggest one in this game. Liquid Renegade versus Slicey. Now, you know, we talked a little bit about their individual play styles. You can see Liquid 103 kills this split. I think that was third most in the OPL, something insane like that. And so, as I said, he transitioned a little bit more from a setup style jungler to
the playmaker.
To the guy. And Slicey, he wants to be the guy. And that's going to be what decides this game. Is Slicey going to try and be the guy, or is he going to be the team player that Alpha City need him to be?
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, most of the games he's played, at least in this past split, have been a wheelish, along with Susano and Naja. Although Naja is an interesting character. Naja obviously can be that individual carry god, but at the same time, it is there for setup. That ultimate going to be really important, I think, for setting up Swifty and making sure he's going to have opportunities to find some big plays.
Liquid Renegade on your screen there as well. He's very much a big communicator for Avant. He's letting you know what camps are up, what cooldowns are there, who's used what relic and stuff like that. So that's one of his strongest points as well, and that's one of Avant's strongest points overall, is that they're tremendous communicators, and that's what's really enabled them to be so dominant this split, is that they've communicated like no other team has.
I mean, that's kind of the evolution of the SMITE competitive scene. Obviously, in Season 1, a lot of it was just, well, the team with the better players is the team that wins, and it's really evolved into a team game. You don't really see the big disparities in skill that you used to see, where, the number 1 soul laner, in a region versus the, number 6 or number 8, depending on what region you are. There's really not that big of a difference, and a lot of it does come down to communications, rotations, and working as a team, working as a unit. Drafting going to be super important as well.
And both of these teams, like I mentioned previously, draft around their mid laners, and that's going to be our next key matchup of this game, is iDivine up against Swifty, both of whom kind of similar god pools in terms of what they like to play. They love to play Scylla, Ra. Swifty's got a little bit more of hunters in his god pool as well. iDivine's got a couple of janky picks like Chang'e. You can see iDivine a tremendous split for himself as well. Both of these guys are really the centerpieces of their team.
Yeah, I mean, mid-jungle is super important, right? I mean, Slicey versus Liquid Renegade going to be dictating at least the flow, and it's going to be up to iDivine and Swifty to follow up off their junglers. You really do need to have great synergy in your mid-jungle. We see a lot of teams falter in that when, you'll see one person go in, and so you have to trust your mid laners as well. Like, if you're Liquid Renegade and Slicey, you need to know that iDivine and Swifty are going to follow you up on every single play you make, on every single initiation you go for.
iDivine is a very long tenured player here in Oceania. He's played a diverse number of roles. He played mid lane back in kind of Season 1, early Season 2, went to the solo lane for a couple of different teams, but now, since he's come back to the mid lane, he was a tremendous solo laner. Mid seems to be his home, though.
It's just big AoE stuff.
Yeah.
It's nice. It feels good. That's why I played support, right? You can't miss any skill shots. Now, it's a little bit harder on mages. You do have some stuff you got to aim, but I mean, mages are the core damage. They typically do the most damage on a team, and you need to rely on a confident player to be able to run that for you.
And Swifty's normally very confident, but one thing that we haven't really talked about here with Alpha Sydney is the lack of LAN experience. Every other team, every single player on those teams has been to LAN before. On Alpha Sydney, it's
Slicey?
only the jungler, Slicey, that has been to LAN before. Everyone else here is a LAN rookie.
See, that's not always a bad thing, though. Yeah. You do see some players come to LAN and choke. There are, a lot of nerfs, specifically in Game 1. I actually expect Alpha Sydney to have a little bit of a timid first game. That's typically what we see, and also because it's a massive group of rookies. But after they get comfortable, it's usually the first 5 minutes that are the rough parts, something they're going to have to be, I think, very careful of, and maybe something Avant can look to take advantage of. But then you have the guys that just come to LAN and they just kind of feel the passion, the cheer, the roar of the crowd, and they actually start performing better. There's a number of players, in the SPL that do that. I think Divios one of them. I think most of Eager actually are kind of those players that really do feed off that LAN environment.
And that's Avant's roster. They feed off that energy, particularly El Chuckles and Laney. They love the LAN environment. They love yelling. They love yelling out and letting the other team know, hey, we're beating you. We're into picks and bans right now, folks. Avant taking on Alpha Sydney. First bans coming through for Avant. Ra and Athena taken away, 2 comfort picks for Alpha Sydney. Erlang Shen taken away by Alpha Sydney, denying a god that Chuckles can carry on.
Yeah, I do like the banning of the Ra and the Athena. We've seen Ra really sneak into the meta the past couple months, kind of this unseen factor that people started running. It's because it's useful in 2 folds. It's not even just that, you know, quick initiation, burst someone with the ultimate, but it's also the sustain. Sustain meta has kind of taken over Smite as of late, and so taking that option off the board and leaving yourself open with potentially a Terra pick here could be good, but actually going for the Sylvanas.
The Sylvanas, I think, speaks to Gruff's playstyle a little bit more. He likes
his second most played god.
Yeah, he likes to initiate with the big AoE ult. Sylvanas, Geb are his 2 main ones. You can dive in there, and the added benefits of Sylvanas now as well is he's got those healed. You know, the Ra's taken away. Sylvanas sustain is equally as potent.
And obviously, Ra is, excuse me, not Ra, but Guan's still up. I do like Alpha Sydney drafting into the Zeus. We saw Eager specifically at Super Regionals abuse the Zeus-Sylvanas combination. Obviously, when you try and dive onto a Zeus, Sylvanas has some of the best counter initiation in the game. Obviously, he can ult in place, have that knock-up, and the protections and the dots from that as well. It's very hard to actually kill a Zeus that's well protected and kind of sat on by a Sylvanas.
The Barkus pick I really like as well, one of Tori's most played gods. A little bit of anti-heal in his kit as well, but just a very aggressive support pick for Tori to play. Ratatoska and Raven locked in now for Avant. Ratatoska, perfect god for Liquid Renegade. So I like Avant's draft. They seem to be going for a lot of early game pressure right now. The Sylvanas really struggles if it's more of a slow-paced game. It can get picked off, but if he's being the aggressor, if he's the one, you know, going and invading, he has a lot of high base damage early on for a Guardian. Pair that with a Ratatoska with a semi-global and Robin, who basically wins any matchup in the solo lane. Pick coming through for Alpha Sydney. Jingwei being taken here, a very safe pick for limits to play. You know, as we mentioned, first competitive game, put him something he's comfortable with, something
safe. I think safe is the word.
Yeah.
You know, first competitive game, you're at LAN, give you something, give limits something that they're not going to die on.
And with Sylvanas being the support for Avant-Garde as well, he's going to get pushed out. He's going to get pushed under his tower more than likely since he's paired with a Barkus. So give him something that he can back and just get back to lane with and can get around the map when he needs to.
I like the ban coming out. Avant taking out Odin here. Just obviously the Zeus is on the board. The Sylvanas has no way to get out of that Odin cage. Even if Alpha Sydney didn't want to run it, you never even want that option open.
Scylla and Soul taken away by Alpha Sydney as well. I like the Scylla ban taking away from iDivine. You know, a Scylla-Sylvanas combo is really, really potent. The Soul, that's a kind of a flex pick between iDivine and Just Lanny. Either of them can play it, so just taking away, you know, as many picks as they can from Avant.
I'd like to see them ban a Soul laner here. Obviously, the Erlong's ban on the other side, but it's just going to be a Wheelix, so just really targeting out Slicey there. They don't want him to be comfortable on any single god.
Right, pick coming through for Alpha Sydney. They have their jungler and solo laner left to pick, barring any kind of spiciness with a Barkus solo or jungle. Yeah, this is Oceania, but I don't think we're going to see it on this stage.
Probably not. They definitely need something to protect the Zeus with. Bacchus really wants to be an aggressor, really wants to go in, doesn't really... Obviously, it can work for Peel, but you need someone to protect the Zeus. I'm actually really surprised Serket came out in this position, simply because Serket's not really a god that sets up entirely well for Zeus. Normally you see, you know, Thors, Ratatoskers, gods with heavy CC that can really control big team fights and allow Zeus to get those chain lightnings off.
I love this Isis pick here. You know, Zeus puts down his ultimate, Isis just puts down her ultimate. The circle protections, you know, reduce damage and then a big heal at the end of it. Big damage if anyone gets caught into it. For Marn, the last pick here for Alpha Sydney, I'm already looking at Alpha Sydney's draft and I'm just thinking, you know, where's the synergy?
That's the main
What's
issue.
The plan?
It really seems like Alpha Sydney drafted for themselves. I like Avant's lineup. It's clear going for that very early game aggression. You have the Isis in mid, should be able to out pressure the Zeus, specifically because the Ratatosker is going to be paired with it. Serket kind of a very slow to get started. Once she hits level 5, she could start making an impact into the game, but you know, 1 through 4, you're not really going to be able to contest anything as a Serket.
I think the 3v3 between Avant-Garde and Alpha Sydney as well is very, very strong. In terms for Avant-Garde, they have the Ratatoska, they have a Sylvanas, and they have an Isis. How is Alpha Sydney supposed to contest those mid camps?
I mean, there's actually a lot of kill potential. Well, the Zeus is incredibly powerful for mid camp contention, just because you have the chain lightning, which you really like to proc off of those mid harpies. You see that a lot with Naja as well, kind of that double bounce combo, and the Bacchus initiation. And while Serket really doesn't have the best fight potential early, I mean, if you can triple tap a Deathbane, you're going to shred someone. There actually is a lot of damage in that core from Alpha Sydney, and while I do give the slight edge over to Avant if you go into more of a slow poke form and just try and out-pressure that Zeus, if a big fight happens, they do need to be careful.
The big thing for me for Avance is that Isis and that Spirit Ball. If you're going to get anywhere near those mid camps, you know Idivine is going to be sending one of those big balls your way, and he's going to hit it.
Oh, he likes throwing big balls people's way?
He loves throwing his big balls around.
That's the best. Into game one here, Avant-Garde going to be taking on Alpha Sydney. Both teams grouping up as 5, and we actually might see the meet here. Half of Alpha Sydney's backing, and Avant are going to spot them out here.
Yeah, so Alpha Sydney rotating through, just basically clearing out any wards. Avant-Garde love to invade. They love to take away your buffs at the start of the game. Any lead that you can get El Chuckles at the start of the game, he's going to capitalize on.
And you can see the Wrath actually picked up by Liquid Renegade. A little bit risky. A lot of times you would see the Soul Laner go in this position. I think El Chuckles probably should have looked for it, but he's actually going to go a Curse. So there's a ton of kill potential right now for Alpha Sydney between El Chuckles and Liquid Renegade. I would love to see them invade this.
I'm really surprised. I mean, the Weakening Curse, you don't often see that first relic for a solo laner.
That's surprising.
Yeah, usually you see the TP come out. Chuckles sometimes likes to hold his relic and decide after the first wave what he's going to get, but I've never seen him go this Weakening Curse.
Here's the invade. Interesting enough, Alpha Sydney actually just starting their blue buff. I think they had expected this to come out here, and Liquid Renegade is wasting a whole lot of time, doesn't even stop the buff.
Yeah, and so that's a lot of
This is disastrous start for Avant-Garde. They've wasted so much time, got 0 experience, and haven't even utilized their Wrath yet.
I think they're looking for a kill maybe, because they haven't even really gone towards the speed buff. They might be holding off until they feel, look, Idivine and Gruff are coming along now, so they're waiting to get that 4 men there to take that speed buff safely.
And that's just going to be free. Alpha Sydney have to give it up for now, and they're just going to be farming in the mid lane. But I mean, we're 40 seconds in, and not a single wave has been taken outside of a 3-way split in mid for Avant, so they are going to be slightly behind in experience for this.
Exactly right. They take the speed buff, but at what cost? Looking towards the solo lane now, Chuckles is going to get the rear end of that wave there, but going to lose a whole lot of gold here. The thing with El Chuckles, though, is he's not really afraid of KO, so he's happy playing at a bit of a deficit here early in the game because he knows he can make it up later.
He's also a Robin, but he does need to be careful. He doesn't have teleport, and while KO doesn't have it either, the Robin's going to suffer a lot more simply because he wasn't able to get an early pressure out. And KO doing a really good job right now of poking out El Chuckles, making sure he's as uncomfortable as possible.
It looks like Slicey was gesturing a little bit towards Avant's speed buff there, but 3 men on that speed buff is going to secure it for Avant. I thought Alpha Sydney could potentially look for the invade there, but KO's already used his Wrath. There was no real steal potential. I thought maybe they were looking for an early kill.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really think so. Avant do want to keep up this pressure, though. I mean, their draft is really centered around trying to invade as much as possible. We saw that, obviously, with the speed, but they need to be careful because if Alpha Sydney can kind of just hold them off and let them get into a position where late game they've been able to hold on, like they have a ton of damage, and most of Avant is going to not be as powerful heading into the late game. The Isis, sure, she's going to be great defensively, but she's not going to be able to output the damage that Zeus does. El Chuckles not going to be a factor. We know how good Vamana is in the late game, obviously really high scaling abilities, where El Chuckles, all he's really going to be able to do is kind of jump on Swifty and annoy him.
Even the duo lane matchup, it's a Neath versus a Jingwei. Neath is going to outpush early, but Jingwei late can carry a game. Those huge AoE crits. The Wing Gust knockup as well is something that I think is really underrated.
I want to see Avant go for an early Gold Fury here. They have the Isis ult as well as the Wrath. They can't let Alpha Sydney do what's happening right now, just farming up. They do need to get control and contest every single mid-camp possible. You can see net worth right now. El Chuckles really far behind, and so yeah, that awkward start on the speed invade has hurt him significantly.
Yeah, about 200, 300 gold behind at the moment, which is rare for Chuckles. You know, he's usually the one ahead in lane, but he's a very confident player. I don't think he minds too much being 300 gold behind. With a Robin, he's going to be able to get that lead back fairly quickly, given his immense push potential.
It seems like Alpha Sydney going to want to contest this blue buff. You can see the full rotation from Avant on the right-hand side. Sylvanas level 5. And Alpha Sydney are only level 4 here. Avant should be fighting this right now. They should not let this go away for free.
Yeah, Liquid Renegade doesn't have his ultimate here. Gruff goes in with the Wrath of Terror. Swifty being the target here. Here comes Chuckles over the wall. World Weaver comes through. Laney picks up first blood across the map. KO in a lot of trouble here. There's the Circle of Protection. Liquid Renegade picks up the second kill. He's up into the sky now. Slicey's under his tower. Are Avant going to dive this?
They're looking for it. I mean, it's a 4-man rotation over to the right-hand side, but they're just going to back off and play it safe. Very early aggression coming out, and that was a beautiful invade from Avant. I don't know if it was intentional, but they kind of let Alpha Sydney start it up, and Swifty and Slicey only at level 4. No way they can contest that at all. I'm actually really surprised that KO stayed in that blue buff for as long as he did. No way he was going to get out. 2 kills, and this is a really bad spot for Alpha Sydney because Avant have the composition that wants to invade, that wants to fight early, and Alpha Sydney kind of just let it happen.
We saw the worth of Chuckles' weakening curse there as well. Really slowed down Alpha Sydney, made them unable to really escape. Slicey's hanging around this mid lane now. He has hit level 5. Taurus guys has pulled in. Spirit Ball comes through. There's the Zeus ultimate. Liquid Renegade. Slicey's chasing him down, but he managed to get away under tower.
Really good job from Swifty there, zoning out all of Avant. They got a really nice pick onto the Bacchus. Also, you notice very low mana. Probably would have been able to get off too many more belly flops. And now, Alpha Sydney actually going to be invading Avant here. Ultimate is down from both Divine Gruff and Liquid Renegade, so this is going to be free. No chance to stop it.
Slicey might get caught out here. Great pull
nice
through the wall onto Swifty. Here comes Chuckles. Swifty getting caught out
Swifty's
again.
Gone.
Zeus and nowhere to run. Divine picks up the kill. Laney. World Weaver, he's chasing a target. They're looking for KO, but he managed to get away around the wall.
And I mean, it doesn't even matter that Laney was here. He does happen to be there, help set up for the team as well. But this is just Alpha Sydney taking really awkward pathing. It was a great invade, but then the team kind of split up. And Gruff, I mean, that's the second pull we've seen from him onto this Bacchus, really on point on land right now.
He's really feeling himself. We talked a little bit how Avant love to play on land. They all seem to step it up. They're all loud guys. They like to be here and to make the big plays in front of the crowd.
Chuckles recovered most of the early game deficit as well. And Alpha Sydney really need to slow down the pace of this game. You could see Cirquette just getting boots 5. It's possible for the Cirquette to actually try rotating to the left-hand side, looking for a gank underneath. You could see no wards right now up for Avant. Gruff has picked up some, but he hasn't had the chance to place them just yet.
You mentioned as well during the picks and bans that Alpha Sydney really needed something that could protect the Zeus. That hasn't happened yet, and everyone on Avantgarde has some form of CC that is detrimental to that Zeus, and it's very hard for him to get away.
And the worst part is, it's not even the fact that they have 0 peel for him, they actually are baiting out Tori's jump beforehand. They find the pluck, Gruff finds the pluck over the wall, roots him in place, then the Bacchus has to leap away, and then there's no stopping that full dive and commit potential from the Ratatosker and from the Neath ultimate and just killing the Zeus and picking him off.
There's the Bacchus jump again. Gruff looking aggressively here. Could look for Tori, roots him in place. No follow-up damage as Avantgarde just going to back away here. Slicey jumps in. There's the ultimate. Slicey cops the Spirit Ball. 3-man ultimate. World Weaver comes through onto Tori Skies. There's the circle of protection. Gruff misses the pull here, gets healed up, and now Alpha Sydney look like they might try something.
They're just going to jump forward. Gruff going to get caught again, and actually Slicey going aggressive into the mid lane and going to be forced away. Ratatosker coming down, just looking for setup, but Slicey just sitting in the back, able to free cast pretty easily right now. Zeus ult going to split up the fight, and no kills happening right now.
That looked a lot like a big miscommunication between Alpha Sydney there. They didn't really have a clear target called. Slicey went on one target, the rest of the team went on another one, and that really prevented them from getting anything out of that initiation.
The main issue is that they full committed on the Sylvanas, who has tank boots right now, so he's got that passive fully stacked up, as well as the Wisp, giving him protection and a little bit of healing. So, I mean, if Alpha Sydney want to kill a Sylvanas, they got to go. Now they've got Gold Fury pulled, good zoning coming out.
They have a Wrath as well. Avant steal it, but Limits gets himself a kill on to Gruff, but
fine.
Gold Fury is fine.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, right now, losing a support Sylvanas, who's actually already pretty far ahead for getting the Gold Fury. Avant in a great spot right now with the 2k lead.
And Gruff's motto is, I'm the one who dies for the team. Gruff knows that he dies, that's his job. So he's going to be absolutely fine.
That's brutal,
with
man.
taking a dive.
Just go and die.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what happens with Jeff Hindley too.
Yeah.
They're just, Barracuda's just laughing about it. Yeah, Jeff just dies all the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's his job. That's what he does for his team. And with Avantgarde, everyone on the team's got a job, and that's what Gruff says.
And I mean, they're just playing so well as a team. team right now, and Alpha Sydney just seem to be on different pages. Again, Slicey just not really following up with the rest of his team. He seems to just be kind of going off and doing his own thing every single fight, and that's going to be really bad because since the Cirquette has fallen so far behind, she's not in a position where she can get kills or make plays by herself. Sure, in another 15 minutes, once the Deathbringer, once the Jotun's Wrath, once she gets some penetration online, she could probably isolate out a carry and pick them off, but that just can't happen right now. You really need the Cirquette to be playing around the Zeus.
And this is what we're talking about before. Slicey wants to be the guy. He wants to be the carry for his team, and he needs to play as a team player rather than as his own player.
Buff not invaded just yet right now. Slicey, he did manage to get a speed buff, always feels nice, and Alpha Sydney, they're not in the worst spot right now. I mean, they're down 2,000, but Avant is going to keep trying to pressure this lead, so the team needs to try and read what Avant's going to do beforehand. I'd really like to see Slicey just focus entirely on farming right now, kind of sit around the mid and then just rotate to each individual side when his buffs start spawning to try and protect them from the invades.
It looks like Avant-Garde are making a rotation to the early camps. I thought they might look for the solo lane here. Weakening Curse is up for El Chocos. Here comes the World Weaver ultimate. There's the Weakening Curse while preventing a lot of the healing. It comes through. Liquid Renegade dives down, shreds the protections. Can iDivine find the kill here? Liquid claims the life of Alpha Sydney's solo laner. And that's going to be another kill going the way of the boys in blue.
Just super intelligent play, abusing that Neath ultimate along with the anti-heal coming out of, the curse. El Chuckles actually jumping over. Oh, and they silenced out of the dash. Purification going to be forced. Slicey trying to ult to get away. One hit, and that's going to be a quick kill from Divine. Just completely turned that one around.
That was an outplay right there if I've ever seen it. And iDivine is one of those players that will outplay you if you give him any kind of a chance. Swifty there using the ultimate onto Chuckles and gets him with the last tick of the ultimate. Divine. No response there, so excellent rotation out of the mid laner for Alpha Sydney.
This is dangerous for Alpha Sydney. Oh no, a jump forward. Divine's in a little bit of trouble. Double stacked right now, trying to get it off. There's the detonate, but Liquid Renegade answers back.
I don't know if they're going to be able to find Tori here. He's got his tank boots. There is a wave pushing up, but there's just not enough damage coming out of Liquid Renegade and Gruff at this time. They might invade the blue buff here. There is a Wrath online for Liquid Renegade, but KO's got a Wrath of his own, and it looks like he stole it. Or he's secured it.
No ultimate from him, though. He's got to back off right now, and Laney also has made the rotation. Nothing going to come from it. And blue buff, was that stolen away? I think it was.
No. Yeah, it was stolen away by Avant-Garde, so Liquid Renegade getting his Wrath off just a little bit before KO there. It's actually very interesting to me.
No, Liquid Renegade didn't even Wrath. I think KO just Wrath. Oh, no, he's going to pick it up. No. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, so Avant, I guess Avant, he Wrathed it too early, and then Avant just finished it off.
That's brutal.
One thing that's really interesting to me so far is that Laney has out-rotated Limits, and Limits is playing Jingwei.
Well, and he's also made impacts with his ultimate too. I mean, he's firing the ultimate after farming the left-hand side. You can see 1, 0, and 3 right now has been a part of half of the kills that Avant's been able to line up. And just what a crazy series of events on the right-hand side. I mean, it all began with just iDivine making a perfect play, silencing out the Deathbane, so Cirquette couldn't get away. Slicey has to go aggressive. Ends up just the Isis managed to outplay. Then, unfortunately, Divine tries to bait himself for the team, but just too much damage coming out of that Zeus. And then just a full rotation. I mean, all 5 members of Avant have been in this solo side at least twice in 11 minutes.
All right, 7-3 reads the kill count. About a 3k gold lead for Avant-Garde as we're heading towards the middle stages of the game. And, it's not too bad for Alpha Sydney at this point, but it's starting to get to a point where you've got to be a little bit nervous.
It's a 2,800 gold lead right now. This is not the best spot to be in, obviously, this early in the game, but it's manageable. And a lot of this is going to come down to this next Gold Fury. You can already see the pings from Avant right now, just preparing for it. And I like what they're doing. They're actually looking to pick off the Jing on the left-hand side, but I don't think they're aware of Alpha Sydney coming in behind them.
All right, Slicey goes over the wall. Liquid Renegade up into the sky as well. Laney's forced to backflip away, and Avant-Garde going to get away there. So Alpha Sydney just bait out the Ratatoskra ultimate for relatively little.
And that's fine. I mean, Limits obviously has the passive on Jingwei, so he's going to be able to get to this fight first. And it's actually Alpha Sydney trying to put pressure onto Avant right now. If Alpha Sydney can get a pick, you notice how Avant's actually very spread out. The main issue is they don't really have the ward coverage around the Gold Fury. That's entirely dominated by Avant.
Both of these teams actually have pretty good objectives secure. You've got the Zeus on the side of Alpha City, and you have a Wrath with KO as well. And on Vanguard, you've got the Circle of Protection and a Wrath with Liquid Renegade. So it's really going to come down to who's in the better position. Torres guy's caught out here. Not enough protections online at the moment. Jumps over the wall. Just barely manages to get away. Swifty uses his ultimate as well. Slicey taken low. There's the beads. Knock up from Gruff. Trying to find the solo kill on the Slicey. Dots coming through from the Sylvanas. And now Avant-Garde got to start up the Gold Fury.
Wrath's still online for both teams. Eyes on Kale right now. This Sylvana, the only one that's really going to be able to stop this Gold Fury. Ice Assault is down, and Gold Fury's reset, so the damage doesn't go through, and here comes Kale, but Avant-Garde already securing the Gold Fury, and Alpha Sydney just have to back away.
This next Gold Fury going the way of Avant-Garde. They've built their lead up now to about 4,500 over Alpha Sydney. The experience difference is starting to come through as well, particularly in the jungle. Liquid Renegade 2 levels above Slicey.
And you could see actually Liquid Renegade finding limits on the left-hand side as well. Abusing that global and just lack of ward vision from Alpha on the left-hand side. And actually invading on the right as well. I mean, Alpha Sydney are just getting everything stripped from them. Not only do they lose the Gold Fury, but their Hunter gets picked off, and then they lose their blue buff on the right-hand side.
No, KO picked it up.
Oh, did he steal it?
Yeah. They got it.
Never mind then.
Yeah. We should just.
I've given up. Yeah. I've given up trying
just
to predict
wait to see who
acts. I mean, he wrathed it, and then he didn't get it. And then this time,
he
just kind of...
He didn't even wrath it this time.
I don't know, man.
We'll just wait till they pick it up, and then we can seem smart.
I'm always smart. You just try and seem smart.
Yeah, sure. I've seen Reddit. All right, right-hand side mid-camp's going to fall the way of Avant. Slicey should secure the left-hand side mid-camp for himself. But still, the experience difference very heavily favored towards Avant-Garde. I mean, Liquid Renegade, 4-0-4 at this point. Part of every single kill except for that iDivine outplay on the right-hand side. So, really, the communication from him and deciding what the play is going to be is what's enabled him to be such a high kill participant.
I mean, Avant-Garde have played everything exactly how they needed to. Actually, left-hand side, is there going to be a gank going on? Slicey is set up there, but I think he's just going to be backing alongside Lane. He's going to be backing as well. But I mean, Avant's just done what they've needed to do with this draft. This is clearly a go for the early game pressure, look for invades, look for early Gold Furies with that Ice Assault and Wrath. And Alpha Sydney just didn't respond well enough in the early game. They did expect the invade coming out, but they weren't able to recover heavily enough. They just seem to be going in different directions. Again, a lot of it, Slicey and Swifty, they really need to be working together as a unit, but we're just seeing them typically on different targets every fight.
3 of Alpha City grouped up here in the mid lane. Liquid Renegade hanging around just behind the left-hand side mid camps. Could be looking for something once the rest of his team gets here. This 3v3 fight of Avant-Garde is just... the players and also the gods is tremendous. Like, these guys, Liquid Renegade and Gruff, have been together forever. They've played so much together. They even live near each other. iDivine has been a part of that group as well. So this is a group of guys that know each other, that have, gone to each other's houses. They're a very close-knit group.
And, I mean, just having that synergy, very important. And there's the blink forward. Gruff gonna find 2. Purification forced onto Swifty, and Gruff very deep underneath his own tower.
Taurus guy's taken low. Gruff falls down there to the tower shots and the ultimate from Zeus. El Chuckles picks up Swifty. Limits gets the kill onto Laney here. Limits looking to fight 1v3. Chaos here with the Weakening Curse. He picks up Divine. That's a double kill for Limits. This is his first game of competitive Smite ever, and he's going up. He's looking for Liquid Renegade, but Chuckles gets the root to save the life of his jungle. Liquid Renegade picks up Slicey. Liquid Renegade low. Chaos going for the kill.
He's still going
under
for
the
it.
Tower. Goes to the tier 2 tower, but can't find the kill. Chuckles is chasing down this Vamana now, but they push away Alpha Sydney. But there we go. Alpha Sydney, a little bit of response, a little bit of life left in this team.
Just diving way too deep was the issue for Avant there. Gruff, obviously great blink forward, manages to get one player knocked up, does get the Purification and the Sanctuary out of Zeus as well, but then Swifty's kind of just able to sit in the back line, just kind of be that bait, and Avant just dive way too far. Limit's rotation was beautiful. He was actually able to isolate out 2 players before he was even looked at.
The important part there was Swifty pre-beads the Sylvana Soul, so he didn't get knocked up at all there, and that's what Avant was counting on, that the Zeus would get knocked up, then the Spirit Ball would have landed, and he would have been CC chained and damaged enough to die. With that Zeus still alive, though, there was enough damage coming out from Alpha City that Avant were punished for it.
And again, just not, I think, respecting the Jingwei. And the Jingwei hasn't really been a factor all game. Limit's just been farming up in lane, hasn't really rotated too much. 3 1-1. Really only involved in 1 kill of his team, outside of that mid-fight just a second ago.
All right, the gold lead still around 4,000 here in favor of Avant-Garde. Experience difference is about the same as it was a couple minutes ago. Limits is actually ahead of Laney in terms of experience, which is, I mean, he's been in lane a bit more, he's farmed up a bit more than Laney has, whereas Laney's been a bit more rotation, a bit more contribute to the team.
I mean, it's also Jingwei passive. You don't really miss out on any farm at any point in the game, and so you are kind of expected to be ahead. Also got that double kill in the last fight, and the fact that he's actually, you know, a level ahead despite the first 2 Gold Furies going to Avant. Alpha Sydney are actually in a great spot right now. It's 18 minutes in. There's only 4,000 separating the team. And I think after Avant were unable to successfully dive that and make it, you know, a play in their favor, they're probably going to be a little bit more hesitant. This ice is going to start to fall off, and Swifty has managed to stay relatively even with Divine.
Divine as well has gone for a Warlock Sash, which that really delays his power spike a lot. Really got to get a lot of those stacks online before that item becomes worth it. I do like the Helm start he's gone here to prevent a lot of damage coming out from Slicey. Spirit Ball off the mark there. Spirit Arrow as well, but Chuckles managed to get the root onto KO, who's actually very tanky here. Great Chain Lightning there from Swifty over the wall, lands Slicey. They're looking for Gruff. Liquid Renegade diving the Zeus in the backline. Circle Protection comes out. Spirit Ball lands onto Limits. Gruff is healing his team up. Chuckles picks up the kill onto Swifty, but Liquid managed to get up into the cosmos. Laney, the multiple root. Liquid goes back in. Limits goes with the airstrike, and Avant-Garde get themselves 2 kills, and now they're looking for their 3rd Gold Fury of the game.
Again, I mean, it just comes down to no one was peeling for the Zeus. Swifty was left alone against the Ratatosker for at least 10 seconds straight. Not a single member of Alpha Sydney went to peel for him. The rest of Avant just stayed grouped up around Gruff. Obviously, he did get focused on, but he's a very tanky Sylvanas at this time, has the Ice Assaults, as well as the Shell picked up, able to reduce a lot of damage, and kind of just distracted Alpha Sydney, while Liquid Renegade just killed Swifty untouched in the back. I mean, that's most of the damage coming out of their team.
And now Avant-Garde's built more of a significant lead. They've basically doubled their gold lead. It's nearly 8,000 now. And a minute ago, it was only 4,000. Now they're in the stage of the game where they really want to be at. They've got the sustain coming through from the Sylvanas. They've got a lot of objective damage with the Ratatosker and the Neat. So they're going to look to siege a couple towers and just build this gold and experience lead.
They're in a great spot. I would actually like to see Slicey take this mid-tier 1, and the rest of Alpha Sydney just kind of let this tier 1 on the right-hand side fall. Just look for split push this time. They're not really in a position that they're able to fight this successfully, and I'm really surprised that they were even that pushed up into the right-hand side right there, and it's just going to be a tower trade, and this is fine. Alpha Sydney want to just take any even trade possible right now.
And it's very important that Slice is the one getting the experience in the mid lane, because he's the one on his team that's probably the most behind at this point in the most detrimental situation.
Really good job by Alpha Sydney right now, just stopping the backs from Avant. This is allowing Slice to get this tier 2 in the mid. The Isis will be able to jump over into the mid quickly and kind of delay it, but the back harp is going to be stolen. Slicey doing a good job of trying to farm up, get back into this game, and just delay Avant as much as possible.
A World Weaver ultimate comes through, does 25% of his HP. There's the Purification pop as well.
Fine.
Liquid Renegade knows that's down. If he can get an ultimate or a stun onto him, but Limits is rotated through now. But, you know, Liquid Renegade, you know, similar to what Alpha Sydney was doing, he was just preventing Slicey from backing.
Just doing a great job there, but they're not really, you know, able to take anything off of that. I really do think they were trying to look for a kill with the Neath ult fully invested. And nothing up on the map right now for Avant to really take. I don't think they have the vision on the speed or the blue. And right now, they should be looking really to start sieging tier 2s or baiting Fire Giant at this point in the game. They're not in the most powerful state because they've been rotating so much. Liquid Renegade hasn't actually been able to farm that effectively. Despite being 6-0 and 7, he is one of the lowest members on his team.
He's going to back now. I do like the Spirit Row pickup for him. You're looking at the CC coming through from Alpha City with Slicey, Tori, and Limits, especially those knockups. He's going to get the damage reduction from that, as well as the cooldown for the Ratatosker is great.
I mean, we're seeing what Liquid Renegade has been looking for all game. His entire job has been jump onto Swifty and just try and chase him down. And the only peel they really have for that is either the knockup from Jingwei or the knockup from Bacchus. I mean, KO's not really, it's not really going to be his job to protect his Zeus. If he has to do that, the team fight's probably already lost. And so just getting that extra damage reduction, especially against a Zeus who, you know, even if he's only level 15, just so much damage output on that god at a base level, you just want to make sure you can stay alive.
It can't be understated, though, how well Liquid Renegade has played this game. Part of every single kill bar one. And the team, you know, we said before that they like to run it through Divine. It really seems they've changed to run it through Liquid
one's
Renegade. There's the circle of protection. There's a Wrath online as well. Avant take the Fire Giant. Excellent knock up there from Gruff. Zeus ult comes down as well. Swifty being chased by El Chuckles. He's taken very low by the Neath ultimate. KO's peeling for the Zeus. Liquid Renegade up in the sky. He could look for Tori or for Swifty. He's looking for Swifty, but Swifty gets around the tower. Excellent knock up from Tori. Chuckles picks off the Zeus. Chuckles picks off Tori. Double kill there for the solo laner of Avant-Garde. And down falls the tier 2 tower, but Limits in the duo lane. He's taken 2 towers, and now he's looking for a Phoenix.
He's split pushing right now. The Robin's going to be backing, but the rest of Avant able to push forward. Obviously, it's going to be hard for Alpha Sydney to stop this Slicey and KO, the only 2 alive. Liquid Renegade actually a little bit low. They really need this Fire Giant regen to go through. They are going to take out the Phoenix on the right-hand side, and they do manage to hold on the left. Really good win. Actually, going aggressive. Slicey just jumping in 1v3, just getting picked off there.
Mid tier 2 tower going to fall. Avant could look to back here and then siege the rest of Phoenixes, or they could look to keep pushing the middle Phoenix, but with the respawn timers on Alpha Sydney all coming through, the Zeus is about to come back. Smarter is to probably take this left-hand side tier 2 back and then siege a Phoenix.
I'm so surprised that Limits was split pushing in that situation. I guess wasn't in a spot, or the call wasn't made fast enough that Avant were going to start doing Fire Giant, so instead just wanted to, get some guaranteed towers, but he's really most of the damage coming out of Alpha Sydney right now. I mean, he's level 20. He's been farming the most efficient. He's got Wind Demon online, but if he's not a part of a fight, there's really no hope for them to win.
And when he's been part of fights as well, they've done very well for themselves. He got himself a double kill in the mid lane, got a kill around the Gold Fury as well, so he needs to be there for his team.
Gold Fury going to be respawning soon. Avant just going to be backing after taking out all those tier 2s. This is not a spot Alpha Sydney wanted to be in. Obviously, in the early game, I think they managed to hold on relatively well, only a couple thousand behind, despite just Avant having this very aggro team composition that were invading and putting pressure across the map and on Gold Furies and objectives as much as possible. But now it's 24 minutes in, and they're 12,000 down, and so just so far behind. And unless Limits can just find a couple members of Avant isolated, I don't see how they're coming back from this one, Hughes.
I don't think that's too bad for them, though. Like, this is their first game on LAN. This is Limited's first game ever. So I don't think it's too bad for them if they drop this first game. But one thing that I've liked about Alpha City is they haven't seemed to be playing scared. If anything, they've been playing too overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, Slicey has been going very aggressive into the fights. Limits has mostly just been farming up the lane, not really been a part of team fights. KO and Swifty, I think, have been doing a pretty good job overall, but just that teamwork has not been there for Alpha Sydney, and Avant going to start sieging their second Phoenix.
Swifty, though, has got pretty decent clear this stage in the game, so it's really going to have to rely on more of an initiation from Avant-Garde than necessarily a minion wave push. Perhaps they should look to pressure up one of these side lanes at the same time as well and split the forces of Alpha Sydney.
It's possible, and that's what they're doing. Liquid Renegade on the left-hand side, but the issue is that he doesn't have a wave with them, and so he's not going to put any pressure on this Phoenix at all. I mean, Alpha Sydney aren't even going to bother looking over here. You could see the wave deep into the left-hand side, and so they're not going to be drawn. Shell pop very early, and in goes Gruff.
Yeah, knocks up one there, doesn't get the pull on. The rest of his team's just trying for this Phoenix. Circle Protector pop as well to give them some healing. There's the Zeus ultimate onto 3 members of Avant-Garde. Poison not going to spread here, but Alpha Sydney now chasing down Avant. Spirit Ball is excellent from Divine. He stops Tori's guys in his tracks. KO doing what damage he can, but it's not enough. Liquid Renegade diving in there. He's looking for the backline. There's the Barkus ultimate as well. Limits manages to get away. Liquid in a bit of a spot here. Perfect Sanctuary, though, stops the detonate damage from Swifty. Laney picks up Tori's guys in the back. KO taken low here. KO might fall down. This could be Avant pushing for the win.
There's only 3 members left alive for Alpha Sydney trying to stop this. They do have a Zeus. It's actually a ton of damage, but fire minions are raining in, and Alpha Sydney taking a long time to make their decision and make their last stand.
But it's going to be too little too late. Avant-Garde take a game number 1 of our first semi-final here at the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships, and a pretty comfortable victory at that.
So, I mean, it just comes down to really great job from Avant-Garde, right? I think they got the draft they wanted. They got the Robin in the solo lane, and while Chuckles really wasn't in the best spot because they had to 4-man invade and they were kind of delayed, you still had that early pressure and the ability specifically to chase down the Zeus. The Isis, the Sylvanas, so much sustain. Objective control coming out of Liquid Renegade as well, obviously, going for that Wrath early on. It just wasn't a good response from Alpha Sydney. They just kind of let most of it happen, and then Slicey on that Circuit just going in by himself in a lot of situations. I think Swifty played a great game on Zeus. I really liked his positioning in most of the fights, and it was almost impossible for him to not die in that game. I mean, you're up against a Ratatosker with the semi-global, you're up against a Robin who picked up Curse first relic, and he really didn't get any peeling. He actually peeled more for his team than I think anyone else peeled for him. Really great Zeus ultimates to help get Tori Skies out of some bad spots, to help get Slicey out of some bad spots, but he just wasn't able to put everything on his back.
I think the Ratatosker needs to be taken away from the Renegade. Part of every single kill bar one of that game, and he had a hefty chunk of them for himself as well. I think just the semi-global presence that you mentioned that he has on that pick, it's just too strong for him. It allows him to influence too much of the map. It needs to be taken away from him. Put him on something like a Thor. Yes, he's played Thor a lot before, but he's had mixed results.
It's possible, but I really think Alpha Sydney just needs to draft a little bit better. There was no cohesion, and I think the main issue was the Circuit. I mean, even if Slicey plays everything perfectly, the Circuit really doesn't have that much synergy with Zeus. They both kind of fill those same roles of, all right, I'm just going to do a lot of damage, but Circuit can't stay in fights and either protect the Zeus or set up for him. Normally, when a Circuit goes in, she's going to be getting off more of the damage than anyone else.
The duo lane for Alpha Sydney, Laney there looking very happy with himself after that game. The duo lane from Alpha Sydney as well, particularly with Limits. I think he survived his first competitive game with, he did pretty decently well.
He did okay. I mean, it just comes down to most of the game wasn't able to be influenced by Limits at all. I mean, he didn't really have a chance to influence the game. Most of the game was won on that solo lane side of the map, and it would have been hard for him to rotate. I mean, somehow Laney ended up appearing on the invades sometimes, but it worked out in the end. Limits was able to split push a couple towers during that Fire Giant fight. It's debatable whether that was the correct decision or not, but it didn't work out in the end.
All right, let's take a look at a couple key moments from this game. Should have some replays coming on your screen very shortly. We can see how Avant took this one away from Alpha Sydney. So here we see the first blood here.
This was great. I mean, you saw Alpha Sydney rotate in to contest their blue, immediately utilizing that Neathal, and then that Curse as well. I mean, this is a dive composition from Avant-Garde designed to shut down a Zeus, and they just played it exactly how they needed to.
And this one is the counter aggression. Alpha Sydney go in, invade the speed buff, but then they pay for it. Nothing available there for Swifty. Tori's belly flop was down. Tori dies, Swifty dies. Nothing Alpha Sydney can do there to prevent Swifty from dying.
And this play here, unfortunately, iDivine doesn't make it out, but the team's able to rotate in, put pressure onto Swifty as well, and at that point, you don't really care whether the Isis dies as long as you can keep putting deaths onto Swifty and make sure the Zeus never goes off.
And then this is where Alpha Sydney start to fight back a little bit. Gruff goes in, great initiation, but the pre-beads from Swifty was key there. Gruff falls down, there's no sustain left. Limits comes in, and he gets himself a nice double kill here, just doing what he needs to do as a Jingwei, and that's holding left click, throwing out those autos. iDivine falls down there, and Limits manages to live here with peel from his team, and that's really what they should have been doing for Swifty more.
And like you said with that last fight, a lot of that, kind of what Alpha Sydney were able to do and pick up some kills on this fight really come down to the Zeus, where he pre-beads, he managed to get away, buy a lot of time, force Avant to overcommit more than they wanted to, and able to pick up Limits, able to rotate in and pick up those 2 kills.
Yeah, with this one, Gold Fury dance here, and look at Renegade, he's just diving onto Swifty. There's no one there. Neath ultimate comes through. It's like once you've beezed as a Zeus, it's like, what do? You can't do anything.
I mean, it's just team composition coming out from Alpha Sydney. In the end, they need to have a more well-rounded comp. You have Zeus, who works really well in AoE situations with a lot of control, and you have one really good control ability, and that's a Bacchus belly flop.
And here, Gruff gets a great double knock-up after the Fire Giant call. And, Alpha City just overcommitted to this, and they came in piecemeal, and then they got ground up by Avant-Garde, lost a fair few of their members, and Avant was just able to siege so much. And it was at that point, really, that Alpha City just had no chance of coming back.
And, I mean, they do everything they can. Okay, I love Swifty. I think Swifty had a phenomenal game. I think for everything that happened, for the composition he was facing against, he was probably one of the better players amongst all 10, and I think if Alpha Sydney start playing through him a little bit more, obviously there's a potential of 5 games in this set, so you have a long time to make adjustments.
We can see there Avant, great siege of the Phoenix, and that's really a highlight there of Avant's teamwork and communication. They each have their own job. Gruff knows his job is to dive the backline and get them away from the Phoenix. Make sure, he might die, but that's okay because the team will do better. Gruff's one of those players, I believe he said to me once, he doesn't care what his statistics are as long as he gets the W.
That's all that matters. When it comes down to it, all you really need is the win. Now, you do want to make some adjustments if you're not necessarily playing it the best way, but he doesn't really care if he dies, and just overall, really strong Game 1 performance from Avant.
Yeah, the Titan falls down there. Game number 1, pretty comprehensive victory from Avant. We talked about pre-broadcast, Kevin, that both of these teams that like to play through their mid laners, and you said before, Alpha City didn't really do that. There needs to be that adjustment for this second game. It was a good pick for Swifty, the Zeus, but the rest of the picks around it just weren't there. I understand why they got the picks. Like, I understand the Saket anti-heal for the Sylvanas. And the Verman was one of KO's comfort picks. He just wants to play something he can clear wave with and then come in and contribute a bit later in the game. But the Barkus pick, it's a comfort pick for Tori. Doesn't do enough, though, for this team composition. It doesn't suit it.
I think the Bacchus would have worked. It just comes down to the Vamana and the Surcat. I think those were the two factors for Alpha Sydney's draft that didn't really fit into anything at all. Vamana can be great at zoning, but when you have a Zeus on your team and then you pick a Surcat, you just don't have a lot of options to play around different styles. It's basically you have to bet on Avant messing up. And you saw they really didn't mess up that much. There was a couple times where Liquid Renegade might have went in a little bit too deep, but just really good use of his relics to get out of those spots.
And the awkward start that Avant had as well, that was probably their biggest slip-up, if you can even call it that. Like, they still got the speed buff that they wanted, but it put Chuckles a little bit behind at the start of the game. But, like we saw, Chuckles is able to make up that deficit fairly quickly, come in and contribute to his team, which is, everyone on this team has a role. Chuckles is the guy that's going to farm up his solo lane, come in and just body someone. Liquid Renegade's the guy. He's the communicator.
Just body someone.
He's just going to body someone. He's just going to throw himself at someone, and he's going to be like, you're dead.
That's what he did to Swifty that game.
Yeah.
Poor Swifty, man. It was brutal.
Liquid Renegade's just the guy that's, he's the brain. He's going to be the one telling everyone where to go. Divine's there doing the damage. Langley's there doing damage. And Gruff's the sacrificial lamb. He's the one who's like, I'm going to initiate, guys. I'm probably going to die, but we'll win the fight.
Hey, Gruff had some really nice pulls in the early game, especially against Tori Skies. And again, kind of that situation where he was able, even though he wasn't able to pull the Zeus into his team and kind of serve him up there, just pulling that Bacchus. And then you notice the Zeus kind of press forward, trying to help out his support. The Bacchus has to jump away. There goes his escape. And then, okay, it's going to be very easy dive onto that Zeus, onto Swifty, and just constantly shutting him down.
In terms of Avant's draft, I think it was a pretty perfect draft. I would run that back if I had the opportunity to for Avant.
I mean, it depends, how deep Avant's strat book is. I mean, obviously they have an early game pressure centered out objectives and invades, but they don't necessarily need to run that. They could have some global compositions. They could have their own. They actually were the ones who banned away the role. I'll be interested to see if they're a team who also kind of wants to run that sustained style as well, where it's just frontline tankiness and then instant burst ultimates.
I mean, they ran kind of the sustained comp that game with the Sylvanas.
Yeah, a little bit. It never really came to that though. It was just kind of them just winning every single fight.
Exactly right. Picks and bans for game number 2 going to be started up here shortly. Both teams are very focused after that game. We didn't really see too much celebration out of Avant, and we didn't see too much despair out of Alpha Sydney. So that gives me hope for them that they're going to be able to come back in this one.
I mean, it makes sense, obviously, to not be cheering too early for Avant, but the fact that kind of 4-land rookies just, okay, we messed up. Let's reset ourselves. You can't get into a bad mindset.
All right, first picks and bans coming through here. Alpha Sydney choose the second pick for the counter. Avant-Garde taking away Athena and Erlang Shen. The Ra taken away by Alpha Sydney this time rather than Avant, who took it away last game. If they let Scylla through here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Avant take it away first. Actually, sorry,
first pick though?
That's Alpha Sydney on the left-hand side. The team names are just messed up. So Avant again take away the Ra.
Just don't want to let it through. And they're actually banning away Limits Jingwei as well. I mean, Limits, again, really only had one solid play, which was in the mid lane when he happened to be in position. The rest, I mean, the Jingwei really kind of this non-factor. But it's also a god that is incredibly safe, and I think taking him off of that and making him a little bit more vulnerable to ganks is a good idea.
But the Scylla is open here for Avant-Garde. Sylvanas was taken away by Alpha Sydney, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Scylla picked up here fairly early. Like, as I mentioned, Avant likes to play through iDivine.
It's possible, but I mean, Scylla very early is kind of dangerous to pick up. I mean, I guess it comes down to, you know, how deep their players' god pools are. Scylla, you really need setup for it, and that's actually typically what you see drafted first in those style of lineups is, you know, get someone who's going to be able to set up. And actually, there's the first potential setups, and immediately it's locked in.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Alpha Sydney go a Wilix here. You've already got the knockup from Sylvanas. Scylla's dash as well can get caught by that ultimate, and it's something that Slicey can play fairly aggressively on. Freya and Zeus locked in, so a lot of magical damage coming through from Alpha Sydney. I do like the Sylvanas-Zeus combination, and it's a little bit more setup and protection for that Zeus.
This is really interesting coming out from Limits if this Freya, you know, you have to expect it to go into the dual lane. But you go from one of basically the safest god in the dual lane you can run, Jingwei, to the most dangerous in Freya. Not only is it the most dangerous, but you're up against a Ratatosker. Limits needs to just be completely on game. Like, needs to have wards, needs to pay attention, because if I'm Liquid Renegade, all I'm doing is camping the Freya. There's nothing he's going to be able to do to stop me once I rotate to that lane.
Thor taken away by Avant-Garde. Alpha City taking away the Neath pick from Laney. So I'd be interested to see what Laney picks up now. He could take a Solo or Ram. Arnher is one of his other favorite picks to play in this dual lane as well. If he gets the Arnher, I think I'd quite like that pick because it gives him a lot of lane pressure, and it also, he likes to play aggressive and take the 1v1.
So honestly, all three of those are really good options. I think the Ram is a little bit better in that spot because you have Ratatosker who's able to dive in. You could force out that ultimate and then use the Ram ult to actually secure the kill afterwards. That would be a really easy gank, especially with the Terra as well. If you run that style, I don't understand how the Freya does not get out of those early game fights.
Alrighty, next pick coming through from Avant-Garde. Probably going to be the ADC pick and then allow Chuckles to counter pick with the solo lane. Alpha City still have yet to choose their jungle and solo for themselves. The last couple of bans coming through with Thor for Avant-Garde and Amaterasu for Alpha Sydney. So Amaterasu, one of Chuckles' favorite picks, taken away from the Raven is open though.
And he's going to pick it. Early game pressure once again. I mean, this isn't a super early game composition. This is a very strong mid game composition. You have a lot of damage coming out of the Scylla. Also a ton of setup for the Scylla, which is very important. It's not just the Ratatosker, but Terra, that ranged crushing earth, one of the easiest setups for I'm a Monster in the game. You do not even have to put yourself in a bad position to do it.
And it's especially potent with the Scylla on the team, even if she's not using that ultimate, because you go and you root all those people in place, or you stun them with crushing earth, and they're just going to beads anyway because they're so scared of the Scylla, even if she doesn't use her ultimate, so you can bait out those beads super early.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same as Athena. You have a purification burner that's just able to rip through relics as much as possible, and then obviously the sustain from Terra as well. This is a lineup from Avant that can honestly full commit to fights, also double, triple globals now for them.
Apollo being hovered over here by Avant-Garde. I haven't seen Laney play it too much. It's been a very hot and cold god for him. If he's done well, he's done super well. If he's done bad, he's done super bad. It's just, there's no in between. There's no consistency there. Whereas Arnher, now that is, Laney has something like, you know, like how Marvels has got like a million worshippers on Ram. That's Laney with Arnher.
Just his most comfortable god. Yeah. And again, actually a really good matchup against Freya. You drop the pillar down and it's very hard for Freya to kind of fight into it. Doesn't have a jump or a leap that can get out of it as well, so going to be slowed the entire time and shifting sands. And I am really scared for this Freya. I mean, with this Naja locked in, again, a god that's not going to be able to match the global rotation of Ratatosker. Limits needs to be so careful this game. And if I'm Avant, all I'm doing is camping that Freya. All game, non-stop, invade the red, never make them comfortable. I think Alpha Sydney has again kind of drafted themselves into a position where it's going to be hard to make plays and fight early unless they're able to play through Swifty.
And he's picked up the Zeus again, and I like that he's still confident enough to go back to that Zeus pick. You know, as you said, it wasn't the problem last game, it was just kind of everything around him. The Sylvanas being picked up and the Naja for Alpha Sydney as well, I think will really help him in terms of setting up for his ultimate and setting up just for damage in general.
This is a much more synergistic team coming out from Alpha Sydney this time, but it is going to be kind of a worrying situation early. Again, just kind of not a ton of peel for their main carries, so Swifty gonna have to be very careful. Limits needs to be very careful. Even the Naja can get himself into some bad spots this game.
Yeah, and Slicey likes to play very aggressively, like we saw last game. You know, can sash in and then rest of the team's not there. That's You can't do anything from there. You're dead.
Yeah, and again, it's just Alpha City. They seem very close. They seem very close to being an amazing team, but there just seems to be one thing missing in their synergy. They're not working together, and they're not really playing as a unit like you mentioned last game.
Alpha City is actually coached by Xing, former SPL player, but he was unfortunately unable to make it here due to some flight issues. But they've had a lot of coaching and communication with him on how to improve their playstyle, and it's actually a markedly improved Alpha Sydney since he's been kind of taking over that role for them. Again, though, the other teams, though, have been so far ahead, and they've been improving as well. It's just how much of an impact is that going to have?
And early wards, actually, for Alpha Sydney. Very deep on the right-hand side, obviously, after getting invaded last game. They don't want the same thing to happen to them again. And Liquid Renegade continues to go this Wrath. It's risky, but, I mean, it's worked out for him. Surprising to see Slicey back off of that. I mean, both players were grouped up. You have a Bologna as well. Bludgeon really strong in the early game, probably going to force out the dash. This is something that Alpha Sydney should fight when they're still grouped up.
And KO's gone a Wrath again this game as well. So he's looking to secure his own objectives, or he's looking to potentially invade here.
Actually, yeah, you could see the supports both starting to rotate over. Alpha Sydney dealing with the mid camps on the left-hand side, while Terra goes immediately to the mid lane. And again, this just very awkward start, and there's the damage potential coming out from Alpha Sydney. Avant doing a really good job of spacing themselves away for most of that early game, but then all it took was them to group up once. Ring Bounce does so much damage. And again, Liquid Renegade going to take a ton of poke.
So much bludgeon damage here early. KO actually takes a lot of damage here from the minions, but he's going to be okay.
This is fine.
Yeah, he's fine with this. Now they're looking to invade, but Sylvanas is rotated in. Liquid Renegade dashes away. There's a big grouping here. Gruff taking a lot of damage from the Zeus. Crush comes through. Gruff hiding between the speed buff. He does have the charges on him. No detonate, though. Up for Swifty. Alpha Sydney going to take this speed buff away. It looked like Liquid Renegade stole it. Gruff's going to fall down. Tori Skies gets first blood for Alpha Sydney. Swifty, though. Oh, excellent pull from Tori. Chuckles is level 1 still. He's not going to be able to get away. Alpha Sydney take down Liquid Renegade. Listen to the roar of the crowd. They love these guys.
And Avant just overcommitted to that overall. Alpha Sydney played that so well. Just waiting it out in the early game, just trying to get the poke damage off when they could. Again, that bludgeon and the ring bounce, some of the hardest hitting abilities in their early game. If you do have people grouped up again, just to remind you at home, for every god you hit on the charge up for bludgeon, it does bonus damage. And so we saw multiple times just KO try and line it up to where he was able to hit Chuckles and Liquid at the same time. Just got off a ton of poke in that early rotation from Sylvanas, able to catch out one player, and it's such a great pull.
I actually saw in the early game, the supports left both of their ADCs to do their duo lane boards by themselves and rotated to mid. And so they were already in mid lane when that invade started, so both of them were able to get there, but the Sylvanas just contributing more, and an excellent pull from Tori there really secured the total victory for Alpha Sydney.
And now Alpha Sydney actually with a really big lead early in the game. It's at about 1,300. You could see the experience in their favor as well. Still only level 2 on the Ratatosker. I think Scylla just hitting 4. So pretty far behind. And Alpha Sydney really should be looking to abuse that lead. Most important, I know I mentioned it a lot, how Limits was going to be in a bad spot, but because Liquid Renegade has fallen so far behind, he's not going to have an opportunity, and this is going to give Limits so much room to breathe in against a composition that he really shouldn't have had that chance to.
He's already level 5. Liquid Renegade's still level 2. It's going to be a while before that Ratatosk comes to your lane.
And when he does now, I mean,
exactly.
He's going to be so far ahead. This is fantastic for Alpha Sydney. They've kind of reduced that potential kill on the left-hand side. Liquid Renegade going to be really far behind. I'd like to see them invade on this next spawn of buffs as well. You can see that red coming up on the left-hand side. They should have that timer.
At the same time, though, Alpha Sydney need to recognize that, yes, we have a lead, but it's not that much of a lead. We can't go ham. We need to keep Slicey reined in, not let him go too ham.
Well, no, but yeah, I agree with that. But this is the opportunity too, right? You have 2 players level 5 in your support and your mid. Slicey going to be hitting 5 very soon. Liquid Renegade so far behind, he cannot fight you in this situation. And they're kind of just letting him farm up right now. They're not going to invade the red, doing a good job of controlling the mid Harpies. And those fire elementals, though.
They went to the red there.
Yeah, just a little bit late. They didn't have the timer.
Have the timer on it.
That's unfortunate.
They're going to take the left-hand side mid camps. They should take their own red. The speed buff is coming up, and they have the timer on that and the enemy blue as well. But they're just not in position really to head to that objective right now.
And again, I think a little bit of inexperience showing from this team. I mean, when you play at this level, right? When there's such an awkward start and you just come out of it so far ahead in the experience, you really need to press that. You need to try and abuse just the other team not being able to fight you for about 2 to 3 minutes straight, and Alpha Sydney not able to do that. But Tori, oh,
that was very close.
That Tori back, or there was just a quick backstep, I think, from Swifty, but actually his dash is down now, and the invade coming out.
All right, Taurus guys trapped in there with 3 root and spot, knocks up Liquid Renegade, who doesn't have his ultimate.
Where's his team?
And looks like Slicey's going to take Liquid Renegade up into the sky. There's a below ultimate from Chaos. Slicey picks up Liquid. Bludgeon comes through. Swifty picks up Gruff. Idivine, I'm a monster. There's Laney, though. He picks up 1. Idivine lands the I'm a monster, but there's no damage coming through. Chuckles in an awkward spot. Crush comes through. Ultimate doesn't land onto KO. The sustain from the Sylvanas is good here. Chuckles is in a bad spot.
Low.
Chuckles immune to the damage, but it's not enough. KO picks up another kill. Great whoop there from Limits on Delaney to prevent the Arnho damage coming through.
Swifty's still alive.
Divine's baiting himself here. There's the Valkyrie's discretion. Limits picks up a kill. Liquid Renegade is a stun. Freya's going to fall down. Laney jumps in. He's looking for the kill. Laney's got a kill. He's got a double kill. Laney's got this team on his back. 3-0-1 all in that last fight.
Alpha Sydney just overstaying their welcome. It was perfect. They come in. They're not able to secure the speed, but they get 2 quick kills, and then Laney rotates over, and Alpha Sydney, the issue is they just kept trying to protect one another. I mean, Swifty stayed on less than 20 HP for about 15 seconds. He's got to get out of there. Tori Skies has to get out of there. Instead, though, Alpha Sydney tries so hard to keep everyone alive that they end up losing 3 members because of it. They lose the Gold Fury as well, and Avant already evening this game back up. They've actually taken the gold lead.
Experience as well is not that far in favor of Alpha Sydney. You know, they've got the lead in the solo lane and the mid, but I mean, that's just been equalized now, and Laney's got the experience advantage over Limits. So, you know, realistically, there's not, you know, Alpha Sydney's lost that early advantage.
I mean, Liquid Renegade was level 4 at the he had just hit 4 at the start of that fight, and I'm pretty sure we saw Slicey still level 7, so he's been able to recover so much off that one fight. You can see he's got his Acorn online, so has the movement speed, and actually a gank on a KO here. KO's ultimate is up, but he needs to be careful.
Oh, over the wall. Eagles rally down for Liquid Renegade. KO feeling himself here. You can hear the shouts from the stage. This is very positive for Alpha Sydney. We've seen a lot of teams come to land. Oh, Slicey picks up Chuckles as well in a gank on the right-hand side. We've seen a lot of teams come to land and be quiet, but these guys are going off. They love this.
And actually, Tori Sky is trying to find a pluck as well. You can see is going to find Divine, roots him in place for now. Tori gets stunned out just off the mark to find Gruff, who manages to avoid the pool.
I love what Divine did there, though. Like, he did the damage he needed to Tori and then just left. He's like, I'm not going to stay around here. Tori, he might have an ultimate up. Zeus might have an ultimate up. I need to just get out.
I mean, he had Purification, so he's probably going to be fine no matter what, but you really don't want that baited out.
Exactly.
Speed buff spawning, and actually Terra ultimate coming out. It looks like Avant want to fight, and they're
Tori's
trying to focus on Tori Skies.
Tori's at their speed buff. There's not much support around here for him. Here comes Slicey. Crushing Earth locks Tori Skies in place for now. Divine's got to be careful here. He's 50% HP, and a Naja ultimate could do a serious amount of damage and potentially even kill him here. We're seeing sustain come through from Alpha City, and they want to take the speed buff away. Liquid's not here to use his rat, and it's secured there by Alpha Sydney, and they steal it away yet again from Avant-Garde.
And just continuing to put this pressure on. They're up 8-4 in kills, but it has been an awkward spot. Limits in the mid actually getting dove right now. Quickly up into his ultimate, and Liquid Renegade just taking so much damage. I mean, Laney's got to jump it as well. Gruff actually by himself needs to be careful. Tori trying to look for the pull right now. There's the stun, but Divine gets up into his ult just in time.
I'm a Monster lands, Divine resets. Laney there doing a lot of damage. I'm a Monster hits a second time, but not enough damage to take down Tori. Slicey jumps in with a sash, takes one up into the sky. Here's Swifty as well. Slicey picks up Laney here. Chuckles under 50% HP. Gruff falls down as well. Chuckles is low. Alpha City, they're going to get another one. Limits picks up a kill. 3 kills for 1 there in favor of Alpha Sydney.
Just beautiful aggression coming out from Alpha Sydney once again. Recognizing that Avant, they had actually wasted the Terra ultimate. They still have just such this huge lead. After getting 2 kills on the right-hand side, their whole team just rotates in. And they're just playing as a unit this game. Last game, we saw them all on different targets. This time, they're focusing together. Good job by Slicey, taking one to the sky, immediately finishing him off, while Swifty is just able to free cast on the Zeus. And just that, I think all this comes down to that early game kind of awkward start once again in the 2v2 where Avant kind of stayed and tried to fight against the Naja ring bounce and the bludgeon. Those are 2 abilities you just cannot fight in the early game, and it's just been catch up for them this whole time, and they haven't been able. They came close once, but still so far behind in experience.
it's all on Laney thus far this game. He's the factor that has kept them in it thus far. 3, 1, and 2, highest level in his team, highest amount of gold, staying even with limits. That's weird to hear that an Anho is trying to keep pace with a Freya.
Yeah, I mean, again, Limits really hasn't done too much. I mean, just on this Freya, you're really just looking for the late game anyway. Actually, the lowest damage on his team right now. Sylvan is doing a lot more. Just been sticking to the lane. That's Limits game style, it seems. Just kind of farm out, wait for that late game, and then start rotating.
Eagles Rally forced there from KO. The Terror's blessing was used as well by Gruff to try and force that one out. Now Avant going to invade the blue buff. Actually, no, that's their own blue buff. They're going to take
They're going to invade their own blue buff.
At this point, it's accurate because Alpha Sydney's taken all the rest of them.
It's possible. Oh, Laney. Quick juke. Actually, most of Avant have been really fast on making sure Tori can't find any of these pools, and actually, they're trying to set up another pick right now. You can see Tori just looking for rotations. And there's Scylla's dash. Divine does use it. Oh, and they're going to look for him after that.
Yes, Swift.
There's the stun.
Goes in. There is the Armor Monster as well. Slicey looking for someone.
Slicey's still going in.
Ring toss. Armor Monster just off the mark there from Divine. But the sustain comes through from Tori that's going to allow Slicey to just go in and heal up.
Again, they just noticed. They saw the Sentinel start to be used. Tori just sit. He didn't actually press forward into the ward that Avant had laid down. And the second the Scylla goes to the Sentinel, immediately they initiate. They got her ult and purification. They probably should look for another fight on the Scylla in the next minute or so before this Gold Fury. And you can see already Tori trying to put the pressure on.
Slicey's looking to make a rotation here. His ultimate is up. He didn't use it. Laney here in a little bit of trouble. He jumps over the sash. Good work there by Laney, recognizing the danger he was in. Around the Gold Fury, though, Alpha Sydney have got the vision here. They've got excellent secure. KO's TPing in. You've got the Zeus here as well. Avant Guard want to make a fight of this. There's the Zeus. Also, they reset it briefly, but Alpha Sydney sneaking on it. Crush comes through. The secure, where is it? Avant steal the Gold Fury. The Tori Skies knocks up 2 Liquid Renegades low as Tori picks up the kill. Eagles rally on the spot. Laney's in, but he's pulled away by Tori and he jumps away from the fight. But Limits is here and he's dealing out the damage. Limits picks up the kill into Laney. Slicey picks up Corrupt. Chuckles is whooped up, nowhere to run, and he's going to fall down here in just a second. Limits with the double kill. Avant get the Gold Fury, but at the cost of 4 of their lives.
Not worth in the end. All for Alpha City right now. There's only 1 player left alive. They should start to pressure these towers, and I love this. They're actually splitting up. They're putting Swifty and Slicey in the left-hand side, and actually, I don't think Divine knows this. Going aggressive. The Sash is going to miss, and Crush actually does find 1 kill. Early ultimate. Swifty could be in danger. Oh, look at this. Divine really wanted to turn around and look for that.
Alrighty, 11 minutes approaching 12 in the game. Gold lead is still in favor of Alpha Sydney, about 1,500 at this point. Chuckles with the most player damage, but the experience difference is starting to build a little bit here now for Alpha Sydney. You know, the solo lane is up, the jungler is up, the support is up, your ADC is up. It's just, it's nothing too much for Avant Guard at this point, but you're looking at Alpha Sydney, they've got that ticking time bomb in the Freya.
They do, and Freya now has 4 kills. She really wasn't a factor of too much. Remember, lowest damage on his team before that last fight now has shot up to second, only 80 damage right now behind the Naja. So in a really good spot. I mean, Limits has Boots Online working on a Fatalis finished up and a Demonic Grip as well. This is going to be dangerous. I mean, Freya's going to be doing a lot more damage very soon. And you mentioned the experience difference. I mean, Avant don't really have anyone that can kind of deal with the Freya. You could see Chuckles has fallen so far behind. He's actually 2 levels below the Freya and only has that physical protection in the breastplate.
Avant secure their own blue. They're looking to make sure Alpha City don't get too much vision around this speed buff. Liquid Renegade forced to dash away behind. Blink in there from Tori Skies. He's looking for, actually that was from Slicey. Takes up Gruff into the sky. Gruff still relatively low at this point. There's a lot dropped into the support there. But Alpha Sydney pick up another kill. And now they're looking to pressure a mid-tier 2.
I mean, they got the kill overall, but they invested 4 ults. Really not needed. That seemed like 3 players trying to kill steal. And this is going to be something Avant might be able to fight if they recognize that. KO to the backline right now does force out Divine, and Liquid Renegade takes to the sky for now. Tier 2 still being sieged up. Ratatosker down. I'm a Monster connects onto KO, who manages to get out, and Slicey takes out 1.
Chuckles here, too low. Not enough magical protection. There you go. There's the Freya just shredding through the Raven. Laney split pushing. He's doing what Limits did last game, but he's taking towers on the left-hand side. All the middle towers are falling for Avant Guard. Alpha Sydney claim another 2 towers, and that is a lot of golden experience experience in their pockets.
I mean, at this point, I was like, they could probably siege this Phoenix, but then it's actually only 13 minutes into this game, believe it or not. I mean, there's 24 kills on the board. It's about 2 kills a minute at this moment. No one can go for the Fire Giant. Laney took a tier 1, but not able to secure that tier 2. He needs to be careful. Look at Limits. Looping around from Gold Fury right now, looking for that whoop.
There's the bludgeon. Laney jumps away. KO, he does have Eagles Rally online in a few seconds here, but they're not going to go for it. Excellent pillar there from Laney. Alpha Sydney take away the speed buff again on the other side. Well, it's their second speed buff now. They secure their second speed buff on Avant's side of the map. And that's really important that Alpha Sydney is doing that. They're stripping the farm away from Avant, just not giving them any path back into this game. You know, this game would be a lot more in Alpha Sydney's favor if they managed to secure those gold furies.
This game was actually pretty manageable for Avant-Garde until that last tier 2 push. It was, you know, a 3K difference at 12 minutes, but then after that, we saw Laney just split push, was not a part of the defense. Actually, the same thing we saw from Limits last game, where his team is on the losing end of a team fight, and yeah, he gets a tower, but he's not able to really utilize that to get anything else, and the team just falls behind. Laney is pulled, and it was just a bait trying to get that purification out.
That was a great discipline there from Laney, and look at this rotation coming through from the rest of Alpha Sydney now. Here's Limits, Slicey, and Swifty. KO's still on his solo lane side of things, but Alpha Sydney, a little bit of indecision now. They look like they wanted to push it, but they just weren't in the right position to. They didn't know where everyone on Avant is.
Alpha Sydney has okay poke in this situation. A lot of it's really centered around the Zeus and this Naja ring bounce. They probably just want to look to siege this up. Look for Limits to get whoops on anyone who's pushing forward. Use the double bounce composition they have with the Scylla, with the Zeus. Just get off so much poke damage and then have Tory Skies heal them up. They don't really need to full commit and dive onto this tower.
Pillar comes through from Laney. Torres guys goes for the pull. Chuckle's taking a lot of damage here from the heavily matched.
Look at the back line.
Slicey's going in. KO with the Eagles rally onto Idivine, who's very low. Knockup from Tory. Laney's under 25% HP as well. The charge is on him. There's the Desert Fury coming through. Slicey chases him down. Swifty picks up the kill. In it comes Limits. Down goes Gruff. Liquor Renegade forced to dash away. Tier 1 tower still there. Alpha City, you got to take that one first.
Just beautiful play coming out. You saw Slicey hang around the side, actually blink forward. I think he grabbed Gruff in that fight while the rest of the team was just poking away at Laney. The team just doing a great job as fighting as a unit, utilizing their ults together and just successfully siege. And this is just a fight where Avant is so far behind in experience and gold. I mean, Terra's not even level 12 right now, doesn't even have a second relic, and it's going to be 2 more towers on the left-hand side. We're only 16 minutes into this one, but only 1 tower remaining for Avant-Garde, down 20-6 in kills.
All right, Gold Fury here. If Alpha Sydney can take this, it'll be huge for them. The last 2 have been stolen away or taken by Avant-Garde. Alpha Sydney, though, looking like they are kind of indecisive again. There seems to be like, can we do this? Oh, I don't know, maybe we can, rather than just saying yes or no. Avant now going to start it up, and Alpha Sydney should look to contest this.
They're not really in the best position, though, and this could be a spot where Alpha Sydney overcommit.
Damage. Chuckle was just chunked there by the Freya and Tory Skies. The sustain coming through from the Sylvanas as well is allowing them to stick around here. KO just face tanking the rest of Avant-Garde.
And the team just going to be stealing with the red. They're actually just kind of forcing Avant out. Laney wants to get split pushing in mid, but the rest of his team actually looks like they want to contest this. I mean, Laney has to pull off this tower. He's not working well with this team right now. He is going to get it successfully, but this Gold Fury might already fall down.
There's the crush coming through. Gruff taken down by Swifty. It's a big part of Avant-Garde's lineup down. Liquor Renegade forced that into his ultimate form as well. So Alpha Sydney, they're in a very good situation now to take this Gold Fury. Laney's still split pushing, just looking for a tier 2 tower. No contestation from Alpha Sydney. Gold Fury, 50% HP. Chuckles roots 1 in place. There's the I'm a Monster, and Idivine
finds one, reset.
Limits. Tory Skies is so low. Liquid Renegade picks up the kill. Swifty drops his ultimate down and pulls the Gold Fury back towards him. Slicey so low, needs to ult to stay alive here. He's not going to pick up the kill onto Liquid. Liquid Renegade gets a double. Swifty's going to fall down, but he takes Chuckles with him. And now Avant are going to try and take the Gold Fury, and there's no one here to stop them.
4 kills, and KO can't stop this at all. Laney actually ends up, I mean, the play actually ends up working out because Alpha Sydney just don't make a decision. They don't know whether they want to fight. They don't know whether they want to defend the mid tower. They don't know whether they want to take Gold Fury. We saw them just waffle back and forth. They started the Gold Fury, got it low, reset, got it low, reset, and then again, Idivine from the side, just finding that 2-man route, and I'm a Monster. This is a point in the game where Scylla is starting to do a lot more damage. Double penetration from the Dynasty Plate Helm and Boots. And again, I mean, Alpha Sydney just have not been farming efficiently. I mean, you look at how far ahead they are in gold. Look at how far ahead they are in the kill marker. But you look at the level difference, and it's really not that much of a difference. iDivine actually ahead of Swifty somehow.
Alrighty, 18 minutes, heading on 19 in the game, 22-10 reads the score. You can see iDivine top of the player damage charts as well. Limits
right after that fight for sure.
Yeah, Limits just, he's been doing steady damage this game. Avant-Garde, this is their avenue back into the game now, is this Scylla. And, 3 Gold Furies have fallen to them this game. And none for Alpha Sydney.
By himself. Oh, quick ult from Liquid Renegade. Actually going to negate Slicey's. I don't think he's going to go aggressive, though. Actually does find KO in the mid, as Laney's around here as well.
KO managed to get out. He uses that Eagles Rally to jump over the wall. So that's a big ultimate down for Alpha Sydney. And I don't think he didn't use any relics there. He could have potentially used the Wrath to stun out a couple people, but chooses to hold on to that one wisely. Avant-Garde, cool heads is what I'm seeing from them at the moment. They're down. They're not freaking out. They're not tilting. They're just kind of, this is how we're going to come back in this game. We have a Scylla. We're going to be able to come back into this one. We just need to survive.
Alpha Sydney still trying to put pressure, but I mean, KO at this point doesn't have a lot of magical protection. Half his life gone instantly. There's Terra's ult as well, so, I mean, movement speed and clear casting. Oh, and a 2-man root and crush. Could be trouble. Tori taking a little bit of damage, but it's still Alpha Sydney pushing forward. There's a quick stun. Liquid Renegade getting a little bit low, and Chuckles finds Slicey.
There's an Iron Monster from iDivine looking for a target. He finds KO, but he doesn't have enough for a kill. There's the Zeus ult as well. Chuckles is chasing down his opposite number from the Soul, and Liquid Renegade chasing as well. Gets the kill, but Liquid might have overextended himself. iDivine picks up Limits. This team from Alpha Sydney is not working well together at the moment. They're all split up, and that's allowing Avant-Garde to get these kills. Liquid Renegade.
He's in the sky. Shell popped very early. He's going to come down defensively low. Doesn't want to overcommit. Avant-Garde have fought back into this game. I mean, they were down, what was it, 7,000 at one point? One fight at the Gold Fury. They get 4 kills. Now Swifty has rotated back in. Same with Tori Skies. Nice pull. But now Swifty a little bit overextended as Avant's chasing him down. 2-man stun.
Swifty pops the Sanctuary. iDivine looking for the kill, but he's knocked back there by Laney. Chuckles just basically bodying Tori Skies, and it's like I said before, he's going to pick a target and say, you're dead, and Tori Skies is the target he chose this time.
And now, I mean, Avant-Garde also have sustain of their own in this Terra, so they're going to be able to hang around for now. Their camps have started to respawn. Red buff's up. Speed buff going to be spawning in under a minute right now. And they've done such a phenomenal job of fighting back into this. I mean, Chuckles was 0-6, I think. Now 2-6 has closed the gap. Was, again, down 4 levels. Now it's only a 2-level difference. Picked up the Runic Shield and the Wingblade. Runic Shield going to be really good against this triple magical damage coming out from Alpha Sydney. Gruff somehow still not level 12. There it is. Took him 21 minutes.
It's because he's died 7 times.
I know, it's brutal. He dies for the team.
He dies for the team. He's died. He's had to die a lot this game.
And believe it or not, that's really important. Normally, your support kind of dictates the flow of a fight in the middle of it, simply because they normally have double relics. I mean, Shell, one of the most powerful relics in the game, gives so many protections and that 15% just flat damage reduction to anyone who fights. And Avant-Garde have been fighting this crazy back and forth just slugfest without a Shell.
22 minutes in the game, 22 kills for Alpha Sydney. Been on that for a while now and really lost control of the flow of this game. And they've allowed Avant-Garde to come in and dictate the pace of the game as we've headed past the mid-game area of the match. And iDivine is starting to look pretty scary for Avant-Garde. He's starting to chunk with that Crush, with that Sikkim, and especially with that Armor Monster.
Yeah, iDivine's been the main problem for them, and they haven't really had anyone dive onto him at all. That needs to be KO's job. I mean, KO has really been the frontline aggressor, actually looking to start fights, but at the same time, that's just allowed iDivine to have so much room to breathe. Not a single person has been targeting him out. It's either got to be Slicey or KO. One of those two needs to just deal with the Scylla, because Scylla has been doing everything for this team, doubling everyone's damage but the Robin. And the Robin at this point, I mean, Chuckles hasn't really been a big impact. Most of that damage has been poke damage earlier on.
All right, so Alpha Sydney looking to siege on this tier 2 tower on the right-hand side. Liquid Renegade standing in his blue buff, just waiting for an opportunity to go up into the sky and knock some people up, ready for iDivine to kill him with Armor Monster. And they're just waiting for Alpha Sydney to show their hand, to play their play. And it looks like Tori Skies are trying to make it. Laney, excellent reaction on the beads there. Prevents the pull in from Tori Skies, but that's a big relic down for Avant.
I mean, this is all that Alpha Sydney needs to do. I mean, one of the main reasons they have allowed Avant to come back into this game is because they've been full committing onto fights instead of just getting into a poke war and abusing their experience and gold lead and their Sylvanas heals, and honestly the self-sustain coming out of a couple of their gods as well. And if they could just keep looking for those purification, just keep trying to bait out, they don't really need to commit onto this. Don't allow Liquid Renegade to have this big kind of combo fight, but they are pushing in on the right-hand side, and Liquid Renegade taken up.
KO was the one that initiated there. Gruff already 50% HP. Oh my god, I'm a monster comes through from Divine and picks up KO. Excellent knock up there from Tory Skies. Divine looking for another one. He's looking for Slicey, but he just off the mark there. Liquid Renegade and Laney going in ham. Divine's got himself a double kill. Swifty picks up one. Chuckles jumps over the wall, but he jumps at a Freya. Luckily, he manages to get himself away there. So
Gruff
it's a 2-for-1
is
trade here thus far. Pulled in as Idivine. There's the Zeus damage. Excellent Sanctuary though from Idivine will keep him alive, and now Detonate comes through, but he's still able to stick around.
Still 3 members left here on the right-hand side. Fight actually going the favor of Avant-Garde, and it looks like they want to re-engage, but there's the Chain Lightning, double stacked on a couple players, and there's Limits finding Divine. Gruff very low as well, but Chuckles trying to chase down Limits. The sustain from Sylvanas making it very hard for Avant to get anything off of this.
The Chuckles TP'd behind them there, but there was Divine was pushed up a little bit too far there to, and it was just enabled Alpha City to pick him off. Tory goes for another pluck. He's not going to get it. Alpha City sieging down this tier 2 tower. Limits takes some poke. KO's back though, so he's going to be able to frontline for his team a bit better. The Liquid Renegade goes in now, but there's no real follow-up to that, just disrupting what Alpha City are trying to do, and they successfully defend their tier 2 tower.
He did get a Sanctuary out of the Freya, though. You can see still has Purification online. Almost every single relic coming out from both members there. And again, it just comes down to that sustain. I mean, Gruff right now isn't able to sustain as effectively, I think, as Sylvanas, which obviously gives protections as well. It's just this kind of, it's a hot heal. You don't have to stand in a circle. You get protections, and it just allows Alpha City to keep kind of sieging. They don't really need to full commit to these fights. I mean, the combo damage is Avant's game, right? The Ratatosker knocks players up, and then it's I'm a Monster over the top. We saw it there in that last fight, doing a good job. But then the issue was Liquid Renegade and Laney just try and be heroes. They actually dive into 3 members of Alpha City by themselves. One gets picked up. Laney gets incredibly lucky that a couple abilities were missed. He should have got picked up there as well. And it probably would have been a tier 2 on the right.
Fortunately, though, for Avant-Garde, they managed to do all right. Liquid Renegade taken up into the sky here in the mid lane. Slicey doing the big damage to the Ratatosker, but Idivine's here as well. Liquid Renegade, Terra's blessing on him. He tries to go up the ultimate, but KO lands on him with the Eagles rally, and down falls the jungler for Avant-Garde. And importantly, that is their Wrath as well. So this Fire Giant has suddenly become a lot more viable for Alpha Sydney to take a look at.
Everything's viable. Alpha Sydney have 3 different options. Take that tower on the right-hand side, go for gold or fire instead. Trying to get a quick pick there, a second one onto El Chuckles, who manages to get away, and instead they're going to play it safe. Just go for this tower. Avant-Garde not going to be in position to stop it. They are looping around, but Limits doing a good job of zoning them off. You saw both Divine and Laney try and rotate over there, but Limits was just waiting for them, and there comes the sprint. Alpha Sydney won a fight, pulled just off the mark, though.
They managed to bait out the Raven ultimate from Chuckles, though, so that's going to be down for him for a little while, and now they're kind of looking towards this Fire Giant here. They have a Zeus ultimate as well that's going to be, it's not online at the moment, but if they wait around long enough, if they force Avant-Garde into a bad situation here, it could be very, very bad for the boys in blue.
Looks like they're trying to bait. They are baiting completely. Tory Skies finds one. Swifty around the corner as well. Gruff getting very low. Knocked up. Detonate doing a lot of damage. Somehow manages to get out, and KO's ultimate wasted as well. Great spacing, and here comes that combo!
Oh, he managed to only land onto KO, though. Desert Fury coming through. Slicey takes one up into the sky. Alpha City just looking for a re-engage option here. Liquid Renegade taken low, but he still wants to go in. Gruff pulled in to the Zeus ultimate.
Stunned
taken
as
low.
well.
Swifty picks up the kill there onto Gruff, and now the Fire Giant being started by Alpha Sydney. The Wrath is not online for KO, however, so it's a very risky option here if Liquid Renegade can come in, but Liquid Renegade's forced to back.
No, he's not teleporting in. That's actually Chuckles. He does manage to come in, and that actually resets the Fire Giant. Alpha Sydney don't want to commit to it right now. Tory a little bit low. Oh, taking so much damage, and look at that. Chuckles actually going to be stunned out. He's trying to find Tory Skies, but Tory is juking in between his team, and the team's got to get out.
The Sick'em from Divine enough to pick up Tory Skies. Chuckles low. Slicey picks up Divine and Retribution though, and that's allowed Liquid Renegade though for Avant to get back here and show his face and tell Alpha Sydney this Fire Giant is not safe.
And everyone actually backing there. Limits has to hang around. He's going to be backing on a ward. That could have been an opportunity for Avant-Garde, but Limits hangs around just long enough. He's going to back complete his Rod of Tahuti as well. This Freya just got a whole lot more dangerous. You can see Rod of Tahuti being worked on for Zeus, still pretty far away. I actually like the build style that Swifty's gone into. We haven't talked about it too much, but last game he got 0 peel for himself. This game he hasn't had as much peel. The Sylvanas doing a good job, but a lot of it has just been this Spirit's Robe and Winged Blade, and it's been really hard for Avant-Garde to pick him off. Only 2 deaths this entire match.
Avant-Garde have easily been able to take these Gold Furies. That's 4 of them now falling the way of the #1 seed. Engagement over by the speed buff on the right-hand side. Alpha Sydney just pressuring away Avant-Garde, just trying to establish vision control around this Fire Giant pit.
I mean, everything right now for Avant-Garde is Divine. Most damage in the game, obviously. He's working, his Rod of Tahuti's completed, going to be working on, I think, a Polynomicon here as well. And they really need to play through him. Alpha Sydney hasn't been able to isolate him and kind of keep the Scylla away from the fight. And so if Avant are going to fight back into that, that's the opportunity they need. Liquid Renegade's been doing a really good job of setting up, but they haven't had those I'm a Monster reset kills that they've really been looking for.
All right, Avant and Alpha Sydney doing the Fire Giant dance around this objective. Liquid Renegade hanging around the back wall here. He is going to be spotted out by a wall.
Oh,
There's
sprint.
a sprint from Alpha Sydney. A shell popped as well very
Really
early in
early.
this fight. Tori's guy's just
Still
running
going.
at El Chuckles. Chuckles manages to use
Tori is
his
still
frames.
going.
He just wants to find someone. Liquid Renegade's hanging around the side. Laney's on the side as well. Terra's Blessing used to get them away. Liquid Renegade forced into the ultimate here. I don't know if he's got a target. They're
Tori's
looking for
by
Tori.
himself.
Tori's overextended. 3-man knock-up. Slicey looking for Divine. Forces out the Purification and the Shell. KO frontline for his team. I'm a Monster. Who's he looking for? Oh, Tori was impaled out of the way. Desert Fury used by Laney. He jumps back in towards Slicey. Slicey takes him up into the sky. So that's the Arnherd damage down for Avant-Garde. Oh my goodness, Laney got chunked there. The Sanctuary is forced.
Still alive.
Detonate from Swifty is enough to kill him. And now Alpha Sydney are pressuring down this middle Phoenix. There's nothing Avant can really do here except for Divine picks him up with a crush.
Tori Scott, my man is absolutely crazy. He's just pressing W, doesn't let go, and even in that situation, all he had to do was back off. He's the person with the healing on the team, and then he just walks into the crush damage. Got rooted in place as well. That was Alpha Sydney trying way too hard to end the game, and they don't get anything off of that. This actually just slows down the pace once again, and this is allowing Avant-Garde to close the gap. You could see that Divine almost full builds. El Chuckles as well has caught up, and Laney working on his last item as well. It's going to be double crit coming out from him. Now this on her just got so much scarier, and Alpha City just way too anxious to try and finish this one off.
Look at the Ritual Dagger coming out from Gruff here. He's got a Shell and a Weakening Curse, and both of those items going to be used for extended duration with the passive coming from that Ritual Dagger. And so that's just going to, allow them to survive through the Zeus ultimate a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, you see this composition coming out from Alpha Sydney, and it's a whole lot of sustain. They've got the same thing, not the Ritual Dagger itself, but the protections from Sylvanas. They have the Zeus ult to kind of zone, and so no one's really been able to full commit onto a fight. The Zeus is also built incredibly tanky, so it's been hard to pick him off. Fire Giant started up once again, though, by Alpha Sydney off of their respawns. Avant don't want to let this go for free, but taking a lot of damage from the Zeus. Laney actually forced out, took a third of his health.
Chuckles whooped up there, taken to 25% HP, forced to ult away, but Limits finds him with the Valkyrie's discretion. Slicey takes one up into the sky. There's the I'm a Monster from Divine. He picks up Limits, one-shots the Freya 80 carry, misses his second target though. Tori's guys and KO pressing W, running at Avant, triple root there from Divine, but he's slashed by Slicey. He's taken low, the detonate might be enough. But no, Divine going to be able to get away. And Gruff, as you mentioned, just healing for his mid laner so well. Now he's just got forced to run away. Alpha City should be able to pick up the kill here. And they might look for the Fire Giant here once that support is down. But again, look at the kind of indecisiveness.
I think their calling just hasn't been on point. They haven't really been a unit right now. Still 4 members strong. They have a Sylvanas heal. They're going to try and siege this, but again, it's been Divine who's been doing all the damage. Has just picked up Polynomicon as well, so these frontliners not going to be as tanky as I think they they are. Look at that, just Gruff, or excuse me, KO taking so much damage and taking the Phoenix right now, but it is going to fall. First big objective for Alpha Sydney. Took them 33 minutes. But the Fire Minion's now going to start putting pressure in the mid lane.
Limits is respawning in just a second now. So I feel like Alpha City should back, reset, buy up some items, and then go for this Fire Giant. Or force a fight at this Fire Giant that they know they have the advantage in.
Just going to pick up their speed buff right now. And at this point, it's anyone's game. I mean, the gold difference is 2,000. Everyone on Avant-Garde is basically full build. Laney really needs to finish off his last crit item, whether it's going to be Deathbringer or Malice before this Fire Giant fight breaks off, and it is Deathbringer. Oh, Gruff by himself. Oh, this is bad. If Alpha Sydney body block him, he's just going to die.
There's the ultimate use from Tori's guys as well. Limits as well, uses Valkyrie's discretion, but the sprint allows Gruff to get away here. I believe that was Chuckles that used that for him. Yes, it was. But that's a big relic forced out of Avant-Garde.
And you could see Slicey as well, just a couple seconds off his blink. If that was up, that would have been a pick off on Gruff. Needs to be a lot more careful this late into the game. One pick can kind of decide the pace of it. I mean, if someone's out of position and then your team just gets forced into a 4v5, it's going to be really hard for you to fight into it. And you could see Liquid Renegade still not level 20, only level 18 right now. Just not a lot of farming, honestly, from both teams. It's just been this massive deathmatch and brawl.
Gruff's still only level 14 as well, and when you're trying to fight against a level 20 Zeus and Freya and Naja, it's just not going to work out well for you in the end.
And I mean, he's got Pestilence online, working on a Bulwark of Hope right now. Laney doing Gold Fury, just trying to help his team out. But the issue is, his team's getting picked off on the right-hand side. Chuckles does eat the ultimate from Naja, but no follow-up, and that's going to be a wasted one.
That's a big ultimate down for Alpha City as well, and Slicey actually used his Purification there.
Oh, did he? Yeah. His Blink's still online, so I'm assuming he actually got caught out by Chuckles and just tried to turn it around. Something like that happened.
Yeah.
Red buff actually up for both teams. I think both of them were a little bit scared to rotate over to that side of the map, though. Fire Giant is starting. You can see the pings coming from Avant-Garde. They know what's happening.
Divine and Liquid Renegades are the one that can steal this away, or at least make Alpha City nervous enough that they have to drop back off it. The division battle is so important
Alpha Sydney is very obvious in what they're trying to do, but they're actually separated. Liquid Renegade going aggressive on the left-hand side. Divine's actually taking out Swifty.
And now Avant pressing their advantage here. They're looking to find some more kills. Gruff just running at Alpha City, trying to find someone. There's a Weakening Curse Limits, forced to the Valkyrie situation. I'm a monster over the wall, only finds Tori, but Tori's about 50% HP. Eagles rally from KO, Gruff's gonna get bursted, but not before Divine claims one. Laney's got himself two. It's only Limits left alive now, and Avant-Garde's completely turned this game around. Limits falls down, Deicide for Avant-Garde. They can't take this tower because the tier 1's still up. That's how far behind they've been.
They could win this game, they just have to go mid. Take the mid tower, take the mid Phoenix, but they're just gonna play it safe. They don't want to risk anything at this point in the game. Somehow all 5 members stay alive. You saw that grouping from Alpha Sydney around the Fire Giant. They were trying to do the same thing they did last time. Utilize that sprint, chase down, and try and get some kills. Fire Giant just going to be picked up. I'm actually really surprised that Avant isn't just clearing out towers and Phoenixes at this point. It's 10 seconds before Swifty spawns, and you're so late into this game, Alpha Sydney can still defend on their Phoenixes.
I guess they just wanted to deny any potential for Alpha Sydney to even look at that Fire Giant if a fight goes badly against them. And, you know, no objective this game has been taken by Alpha Sydney. Avant-Garde have taken all of them, and by that I mean Gold Furies and Fire Giants, and that's really a problem for Alpha Sydney. And now they're behind in gold.
Yeah, that's really surprising. Gold at this point doesn't really matter too much. You could see all the big boy items have come out. Actually, 3 Spirits Robes or, no, Mantle of Discords actually being worked on for Alpha Sydney haven't been a factor in the game. And that's really interesting because Avant-Garde have been fighting into a team, well, yeah, they're tanky. They haven't really had to deal with Mantle of Discords just yet. And then this next potential fight, they could have that stun factor. We actually saw it take a big happenstance there in Super Regionals. A game actually decided on a stun from Mantle of Discord lined up a Yon Assault. I mean, AoE stuns in a team fight can be absolutely brutal for squishy players.
Limits is pushing up on the left-hand side here. He's got no ward coverage, but he is a Freya who is going to deal a lot of damage and he's very safe. Divine actually goes in aggressive with the Sentinel. Tori's guys knocks him up. The crush damage takes Tori to about 50% HP, but Divine there wisely doesn't use any of his relics.
And Tori Skies as well. I mean, burns his ultimate. Not going to have that for this next fight. I mean, that's a big ultimate. That knockup going to be very important, and it's going to be a siege on the left-hand side. Only 1 tower remaining for Alpha Sydney on the right-hand side. And with this Fire Giant in hand, Avant, I mean, they've been behind all game, but they're on the verge of winning game 2 right now. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
He roots the minions in place. Chuckles roots KO in place. KO disarms Laney. That's really important to stop him doing damage to the Phoenix, but iDivine's doing a lot. The left-hand side Phoenix falls down. KO under 50% HP. In the mid lane, Slicey and Liquid Renegade are having a little back and forth. Taurus guy's taken low as well. Liquid Renegade up in the sky. I'm a monster off the mark from iDivine. Limits up in the sky with Valkyrie's discretion. Laney chunked down here. Forced the Sanctuary. Bludgeon nearly picks up the AD carry, but the middle Phoenix is formed. Chuckles pulls back in. Chuckles down in the ground, and now Alpha Sydney are chasing Avant-Garde.
They managed to hold for now. There's the blink forward from Slicey. Finds Laney.
Oh
Big
my
crit.
goodness.
KO wants to keep this chase up as well. No sprint though. Gruff should be able to get out. Look at iDivine actually backtracks around now by himself. 1v4 surrounded. He gets picked up by Swifty as well.
That's huge for Alpha Sydney. The middle Phoenix is vulnerable. iDivine's got 60 seconds on his respawn time. Elaine's got 50. Chuckles has got 40. They could potentially look for a very risky end here, but looking at Avant-Garde, what damage do they have up left to stop them?
I mean, Liquid Renegade and Gruff is just here to really delay as much as possible. He doesn't have any relics. Liquid Renegade does have his Sanctuary in place, but there's so many full HP members, and he's going to be pulled in. Hash to dash away, trying to stay alive. Middle Phoenix is going to fall, and I think Alpha Sydney are looking for the win.
They're going for the win here. One Phoenix down. Zeus ultimate is popped. Gruff, 50% HP, but now he's dead. Titan, under 25% HP. Alpha Sydney take game number 2 away from number 1 seed Avant-Garde.
It was a little bit sloppy, but they got it done in the end, doing such a great job. Just that early game. Again, last time we saw it, level 1 in game 1, they didn't really know how to respond. They kind of just waffled a little bit. You know, we're splitting their camps too heavily. This game, though, doing a really great job, recognizing that they could take the fight with the Naja, with the Bellona. They got 2 quick kills, and then they just kept putting that pressure on. They invaded and invaded and invaded. And, well, Avant did a great job of playing through iDivine to come back into it. That late in the game, it just came down to who played the late game team fights better, and that was Alpha Sydney.
Avant-Garde, they took the left-hand side Phoenix, and then they went for the middle Phoenix. They threw the dice, and they lost.
I think Avant could have won. Avant should have had that one. They definitely dropped the ball. I mean, when they got that full wipe, they didn't even get it at the Fire Giant. They'd actually got it at the speed buff of Alpha Sydney. I mean, they had all 5 members alive. They had a Terror to sustain. All they had to do was knock down that tier 2 in mid, knock down the Phoenix, and it was 50 seconds on everyone's respawn. This should have been a 2-0. Avant-Garde definitely misplayed in the end, but it was Alpha Sydney who kind of controlled the pace of the game from the beginning. They were definitely the team that deserved to win in the end.
And this is not a new situation. Alpha Sydney's taken games off of Avant before. They've taken games off every team here.
They have split.
It's the finish, though, is the important part for Alpha Sydney. They need to close out a series now. Now, you know, that's looking very far forward into the future, but, you know, we've known they've had this potential to match up against these teams.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, you know, you really needed to have that consistency. And again, kind of there was that factor of, you know, most of these players haven't been in the LAN environment before. It's really only Slicey. But all of them just playing without nerves. I mean, I think that's very important. They really came, you didn't really see any shakiness outside of, I think, game 1. Players were a little bit hesitant, but just very confident in their own plays in game 2.
Let's take a look at what Alpha Sydney did that game to earn themselves the victory here up against Avant-Garde. And really, you know, a lot of it turned on what you said in last game is they provided a lot more peel for Swifty. You know, here in the early game, another kind of invade start, and Alpha Sydney just played the early game so much better than Avant did.
And again, it's the double bounce comp coming out from Alpha Sydney. I mean, Avant-Garde just grouped up against Chain Lightning, Ring Bounce, and took so much AoE damage.
And
on top of that,
Bludgeon.
Yeah, I mean, there's this composition from Alpha Sydney just wins early game. All of their abilities do AoE damage and are actually some of the strongest you can take into level 1 situations. And Avant-Garde just chose to fight instead of just giving up their buffs.
What I really liked from Alpha Sydney as well is the target calling that game. They knew, like, okay, 3 of us are going to be able to kill this person. The other 2, you can focus on this other target. And it was really key communication between the team, which is something that they've had to develop over time. For Avant, really what kept them in this game were Laney and iDivine, but...
Laney.
Laney?
Laney. Yeah, no, I agree too. I mean, Laney, at least in the early game, iDivine was able to be that factor in the late game that went toe-to-toe with what Alpha Sydney was bringing, but it was Laney's early rotations. We actually saw him just 2 or 3 times over in these speed buff fights, just making a huge impact. Even right here, rotating in, catching KO overextended.
Taurus guy is there, getting caught out a little bit, taking a lot of damage, and you know he had a fair few good ultimates that game, but really the man on Alpha Sydney for me that game was Slicey. Was just where he needed to be, he was on a guard that he could go that little bit more ham on with the Naja because, you know, he has that ultimate that could set up for the rest of the team, whereas Serket, he kind of got caught out a little bit more.
Yeah, and Serket also, especially when you're behind, Serket has to commit, right? She jumps forward, she's going to taunt you, then do Deathbane. I mean, that's like two or 3 seconds where you're just in one spot, and it's very easy to deal with you. With Naja, it's a lot of in and out fights where we saw him just blink to the backline. I mean, doing a really good job of looking for the targets he needed to deal with, whether it was, okay, I need to take out Gruff, right? I don't want him to control this fight at all, or whether I need to take out Liquid Renegade because he's been doing a lot.
That was beautiful from Divine over the wall. Gets the kill on a 2-man route there. But this is where Alpha Sydney's weakness was this game, and this is what they need to work on if they want to take more games, is their objective control. They're going for these Gold Furies and just unable to get them falling down. They're same with the Fire Giant as well. And, you know, if they can tighten that up from the next game. I mean, this game should have been over a lot earlier. Alpha City had such a lead early, but their objective control just let them down time and time again.
And I mean, they definitely have proven that they can go into late game team fights as well. The mid game is really their issue. Like you said, the objective control is not that strong. I think here, again, you can see Tori Sky is really low. All he has to do is back up in this situation, but he's so anxious to end the game. He just walks into the route. You see him just push up, gets hit by the crush as well. This probably would have been the spot where we saw Alpha Sydney end the game had he not got picked up in that situation.
And now, you know, they managed to team fight fairly well. They managed to, you know, take non-map objectives fairly well in terms of towers and Phoenixes.
I actually want to re-see this because I think this is where Avant-Garde could have won the game. They get a pick off very early on in the fight, and that was on to Swifty, who's not going to be able to do a lot by himself. And I think they line up most of these kills at the same time, just doing a really good job. Again, Divine not really being touched. They pick up 3 in under a couple seconds. And yeah, I mean, look at this positioning. Limits dies.
Look at the respawn time.
It is 40 seconds on everyone. All Avant have to do is take that middle tower, take the middle Phoenix. They would have had at least 30 seconds before anyone respawned. That should have been game. Avant dropped that one clean.
And Alpha Sydney, though, don't make the same mistake. They don't, you know, waste any time. They go for the weakened Phoenix here in the middle. They've got the damage. There's only 2 people left on Avant, and they full commit to this Titan and manage to take out game number 2.
And this is going to give Alpha Sydney so much confidence. I mean, most of the fans coming into this one, it was a pretty expected, you know, Avant are going to dominate. Could likely be a 3-0, maybe a 3-1, but they're able to pick up a game very early on. Again, it was a little bit sloppy, but I think if they work on their objective controls, and it's not even objective controls, I feel like it just comes down to calls where we see Alpha Sydney players just kind of are doing different things at the same time. They go, oh, we don't like this gold. Oh, we reset. You know, do we take the fight at Gold Fury? Do we stop laning from split pushing? All that needs to happen is whoever is that shot caller needs to make a call, and the whole team needs to follow.
In their comms, they all talk a lot. They're all saying, let's do this, let's do this. That can cause clutter, though.
Yes.
There needs to be that controlling presence that says, you know, let's do this, and then the rest of the team can give reasons yes or no.
And I mean, it's fine to have a lot of people giving information, but like you mentioned, it needs to be when their shot caller, whoever is dedicated as that, makes a call, everyone follows. No one is trying to do anything else. They're just following up on the one call. It's better that they all go for a bad call than all do different calls.
Alrighty, picks and bans coming up for game number 3 very shortly, and a 1-1 split in the series thus far, something that not a lot of people would have expected. Alpha Sydney, we mentioned their record, they were finished up, 3-5-2, 3 wins, 5 ties, 2 losses, and, you know, one of those ties was against Avant-Garde. They've managed to take games with these teams, they've managed to compete with them. It's just getting to that next level.
Yeah. They have trouble closing out, and even in that game, I mean, it's the same thing where it's like, they can fight. They're very good at fighting. That's clear. They, you know, make good decisions as well. Their mechanics are all on point, but it's just those objectives and, you know, realizing at a high level meta game what to do in those scenarios.
Picks and bans coming up now. We can see the standard Ra ban coming out from Avant, and they're taking away the Zeus this time as well. Sylvanas and Erlang Shen taken away by Alpha Sydney. Athena allowed through for Avant. Ratatoska and Isis they've picked up thus far as well. Freya, Scylla, and Naja for Alpha Sydney. So this is a very, again, heavily magical damage draft.
Yeah, and Alpha Sydney, I do like it. They've got a lot of damage. Also, the clear synergy of Scylla Naja, I mean, that's one of the oldest combos in the book. The big mage ultimate just connecting down off of Naja. Probably going to see another blink come out from Slicey as well. And the other side, Avant going, I think, for that early game pressure once again. They've got the Isis in the mid. They've got the Ratatosker. I expect Liquid Renegade to go for the Wrath. I mean, he's picked it up the last 2 games. But this time, they also have the Athena picked up, so that global presence in the dual lane. Last time they ran this in game 1, it was the Neath, but this Athena is going to be doing much of the same.
Now look at this draft strategy from Alpha City. Just ban out Chycles. Just don't give him anything at all that he can be comfortable on. Erlang Shen, Amaterasu, Raven, his 3 top picks all taken away.
And so he's going to have to go pretty deep into his God pool. I mean, most solo laners are pretty comfortable with every warrior in the game. I'll actually be interested to see if he goes for any Guardian here, just because the team already has a fair amount of damage, and Guardians are going to provide a lot more setup and peel potential than warriors typically will. I'd like to see us, well, Sobek was banned away here. A Ymir might be possible. That one's a little bit riskier, kind of depends on the player.
I wouldn't mind to see a Guan Yu for a bit of sustain. You know, Sylvanas and Ra are taken away. If you pick up the Guan Yu here, you've got a really nice amount of sustain. Alpha City could look for a Terror, but the Guan just provides such a higher level of healing.
Yeah, I mean, the main issue with Guan here is he, gets destroyed by the first 3 picks picked up from Avant. The taunt going to cancel the Talu Assault. Same with the stun from Ratatosker. Isis has 2 options to deal with it as well. So in the early game, he probably could have get pressured, and Guan really doesn't do well in too many laning matchups, so probably wants to go for a god that's going to have a little bit better chance at, I think, fighting early, and the Vimana does provide that.
And he's picked up a Bellona now for himself, and I love this going up against a Freya with the disarm. You know, he can disarm the Freya, and that's like her kit down. Like, she's going to be forced to use her ultimate there if she wants to do any damage for the next couple of seconds.
Final pick here coming in from Alpha Sydney. They still need a support. I don't think we're going to see any of the gods picked up already for support. And Avant doing a really good job because they picked up the Athena early on in the draft and then banned away the Sobek and the Bacchus. So Alpha Sydney have to go a little bit deeper into their god pool, and it's going to be an Ares.
So Tori has played Ares before, and similar to what I said about Laney's Apollo, Tori's Ares is very hot and cold. He either does really well on it, or he does really poorly. Thus far this LAN, he seemed very on point, very focused, hit a lot of shots I wouldn't have expected him to hit, a lot of pulls and things like that. So
I think his mechanics have been great. Again, I think he was a little bit too anxious to win that last game. Interesting enough seeing an Ares here, considering Avant-Garde have 4 ultimates that are all CC immune. It's really only the Isis that's going to have to waste Purification or Sanctuary to deal with him.
All right, we're going to head into game in just a second. In terms of Alpha Sydney's draft as well, the Naja pick, I really like this for Slicey. I really think this is a tremendous pick for him. It allows him to do what he wants to do, but also contribute to the team at the same time, and provides early game pressure.
Yeah, I definitely liked his Naja last game, especially compared to the Circuit in game 1. But again, I think this draft is very similar to game 1 in that there's really not a lot of cohesion in it. They have the Scylla and they have the Naja. That's clearly the combo they're going to be looking for. The Ares as well, but the issue is they've picked it into, again, 4 gods with CC immune ultimates, and so we're probably not going to see any big pulls coming out from them.
But he can burn Purification though, and then that'll allow the Naja to pick a target, or to allow the Scylla route to get someone. So I feel like that's going to be Tori's function this game. I feel like we're going to see him play a little bit like Gruff has and be kind of a bit of a sacrificial lamb, go in and force a lot of stuff for the enemy team, and then allow the rest of his team to clean up afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, but again, the main issue is they don't have any other real consistent hard CC. You have the Ares, that's great, but you need to pair it, again, with some other god that's going to have a useful CC to set up. Scylla's great, but you're not going to see the 3-man roots come out in the early game. It's going to be much later. Naja, actually pretty hard to purify against to begin with. So I'm really worried about Tori here. I think it's going to be a dangerous situation for him, especially against an Isis, who's going to be able to return a ton of damage back to him.
Yeah, the early game here is going to be very rough for Alpha Sydney as well, with a Freya and a Scylla. It's going to be very much, they have to play very safe. Whereas on the side of Avant-Garde, it's, a lot of early game. You've got your Isis, you've got a Jingwei, you've got a Ratatosker. I
mean, Alpha Sydney can definitely fight, right? Ares change, the ring bounce, Scylla as well, just kind of big AoE damage, but they're going to have to, those abilities are a lot harder to hit is the main issue. It is hard to get the triple chain off in the early game. Right-hand side, though, Avant starting off with the invade again.
Yeah, and look at all the wards coming out from both these teams. Alpha Sydney have got a ward down on Avant speed buffs to catch the timer of that one and look for an invade.
I think they're both just going to go for the wave. I think after 2 games of this mess, they're both done. You can see the supports rotating once again.
Leaving the ADCs to do the boards by themselves.
Should be fine, though. And I mean, it's just going to be the standoff. Alpha Sydney actually get the mid camps on the left-hand side, whereas Avant instead press the middle lane and just get the camps on the right-hand side.
And then they're going to be able to go for the early camps as well and potentially come towards the solo lane. Bludgeon damage, doing a fair bit to Slicey. Left-hand side mid camps being done by Avant. We can see Divine as well already looking to come towards this solo lane here. He has hit level 2, so he'll have his Spirit Ball online, but Tori is chasing. Same with Swifty, looking to secure their speed buff. Chain comes through from Tori, hits the second one as well onto Gruff. Spirit Ball lands 3 chains from Tori. Gruff's taking some damage, needs to be careful. Good 2-man taunt here. Another early fight around the blue buff. 3-man wrath there from KO. Shell is popped. KO taken low. He's going to fall down in a second. Liquid Renegade picks up the first blood onto KO.
And it's going to be a chase on the right-hand side. Chain does connect, and Tori's able to get away, but first blood over to Avant Garde. And KO there, I mean, he just didn't have a dash. I like what he did. He goes for the Wrath, trying to save his teammate, but at this point, it's probably better to have the Ares die instead. It's going to be the blue buff stolen away. Speed buff is lined up as well. Alpha Sydney not going to be able to stop this. And the team just kind of split up in that situation. We saw Avant invade. They pressed through that small corridor in between Speed and Blue, but then half of Alpha Sydney is on the Speed buff, the other half is on the Blue buff.
And the biggest part for me there was Avant pushed the wave and then went for the right-hand side mid-camp, so they were in a much better position to come towards that fight. Alpha Sydney, they left the mid-wave, went for the left-hand side camps. There was a mid-wave there that they couldn't ignore. There was in between their team. Avant was in between them and their teammates. There was no route for Swifty and Slicer to come in and contribute.
Again,
sorry, Swifty and Tori.
Yeah, again, I mean, neither of these teams wants to give up a single buff. And in that situation, sometimes you just have to at this point. And because of how weird these games have been going, at least in the first couple minutes, the Hunters have actually been the ones to get so far ahead of the rest of the team. You can see Jingwei hitting 5 at 2 minutes. You don't ever really see that. Just the entire left-hand side has been soloed, and his boars.
I don't think I've seen the supports in duo lane this whole series.
No, they haven't. I don't think they've ever. I did see Tori last game when he's on. I think it was like level 16.
Yeah.
When he showed up at
it's like, oh, I've been here before.
I forgot what this looked like.
There's a beach here?
Yeah, I think it was probably his vacation. Just going out, trying to check out the sunset.
Yeah. All right, early camps again falling to Avant Garde. Divine is hit level 5. Chuckles has hit level 5 as well, so you could look for them to force a fight. Slicey only level 3 here, so they managed to find a pick on towards this Naja, that putting him even further behind. We saw how he played in game number 1 when he was behind. Still took far too many risks for where he was at in terms of build and experience, and that really detrimented his team.
The game has been kind of reversed from game 2. Oh, Chuckles finds KO, and it's a 3-man rotation. That was pretty brutal.
And, you know, that's how Avant are going to play. They want to put Chuckles ahead. KO's level 3 is 2 levels behind, and just, you know, force him out.
And the big thing here is he doesn't have teleport. He's actually invested into the Wrath. You could see Avant Garde. Their Wrath has been on Liquid Renegade every single time, and for some reason he actually hasn't been punished for not having Purification. Alpha Sydney haven't really done a good job of chain CCing him, but now that KO has died, he's going to lose so much experience having to walk back to this tower. You can see KO hitting level 6, already a 2.5, almost a 3 level lead.
Level 5 for Swifty, though. If they can find some good setup for the Scylla, it's going to be able to do some damage. Not quite at the stage we'd love the Scylla to be right now. The current stage of the game is definitely favoring Avant Garde, but Swifty can do a significant amount of damage if the setup is right.
But not at this point. I mean, he's got to back and finish off, you know, his boots or his Dynasty Plate helm, and he hasn't really had the chance. And you can actually see the buff spawning on the right-hand side. He really needed to back soon, and he hasn't been able to do that. Instead, though, I like what Avant are doing, because you have to expect Alpha Sydney to be so protective of the right-hand side, and you could see as well, all it took was Bologna and Athena hanging around there. You saw all of Alpha Sydney rotate to the right-hand side, trying to defend their buffs, and instead, Avant Garde just go for the Gold Fury, and it's free.
Well, Chuckles is at the blue buff now fighting. Gruff just used the Defender of Olympus there. Slicey very low, he's level 5. Shell pop from Avant. Gruff gonna dash forward and find the kill with the reach. KO forced to dash away. The blue buff is still up. And Avant Garde, they're rotating in now. They're gonna take the early camps, and then I expect they might take a look at the blue. Instead, there's a 3-man rotation from Alpha Sydney, securing the speed buff, and then they're going to secure the blue.
And that's the worst part. I mean, Alpha Sydney are already so far behind. The fact that when they do get buffs, they have to 3-way split it. That just hurts their experience in gold as well. Usually you see rotations and more shared waves just like this. I mean, at this point, Tori Skies really can't rotate to the mid lane. Instead, he's got to split this with KO, who's already 2 levels behind. This is going to put him even further behind. No blue buff as well. You could see he's out of mana, doesn't have teleport, doesn't even have boots finished. This is a bad spot for Alpha Sydney.
And look at this rotation from Divine. Spirit Ball, there's a circle of protection as well. No one even gets pulled in. It didn't even finish there. He was just bursted down so quickly, and now the blue buff is going to fall.
I mean, Ares is incredibly weak. One of the hardest counters to Ares is Isis, which is why I was so surprised we saw it last picked into this composition. Because you have reduced movement speed in that ultimate, it's very easy to line up that circle protection with you inside it and also stack damage on the Ares for it to pop and actually kill him before he can even get it off. You can see even that rotation there, you heard the ping, Slicey looking for maybe an opportunity in the left, but it's already recognized by Avant. This is the most intelligent game we've seen from them yet.
Look at the gold as well. Everyone on Avant is ahead of everyone else on Alpha Sydney.
That's incredible. This is going to be really hard for Alpha Sydney to come back into this one. And Avant, at least in game one, they showed that they're not a team that really likes to relinquish the lead. They like to pressure and keep pushing and looking for opportunities. They've done a great job so far. They've set up basically every single lane to shine outside of Jingwei, and Jingwei can do that on her own.
4 kills to none for Avant. A lot of early pressure. This is really kind of what we expected from this game, though. With the Isis and the Ratatoska going up against the Scylla, you expect Avant to pressure as much as possible, but the reaction from Alpha Sydney hasn't been there. They haven't responded to this pressure from Avant in the way that they needed to.
Again, I think it's a little bit just the lack of the experience from the team. They're very good in situations where they're actually being the initiators, where they're being the aggressors, where they decide what fight to take. But when other teams, at least in this series, when Avant has been the aggressors, they just don't seem to know how to respond. People are rotating late. People are splitting up. People aren't synergizing their ults at all. And Alpha Sydney really need to be grouping up, I think, as a team to defend Avant as they try and pressure into their buffs more and more.
Swifty forced into the I'm a Monster there. Taurus Guys pops his ultimate as well. Doesn't pull anyone in. Swifty wastes his ult. Defender of Olympus used as well. They're looking for Tori, who's chaining everyone, but they're just coming towards his Spirit Ball. Dunked from downtown. Divine picks up the kill onto Tori Skies.
Swifty forced out as well. Now it's just going to be an invade into the jungle. And actually all of Avant-Garde on this left-hand side, you see 3 members a little bit low, just trying to help peel themselves out. Nothing to steal away, though. The red buff was down. The gold fury was down. I think Laney actually had already stolen the boars, but just a really nice pick again. Tori Skies trying to go aggressive there. Swifty has to get away, and then Tori Skies just, all he does is push forward a little bit more after his Scylla had exited, and then just the quick stun coming out from the Isis. Doesn't expect the rotation from El Chuckles. There's no wards on the map for Alpha Sydney right now for any indication. I think one just placed by KO.
The speed buff could potentially be invaded here by Liquid and El Chuckles over on the right-hand side. Not much, response from Alpha Sydney on that side of the map, but Chuckles is going to back. Doesn't have his TP up. Liquid Renegade looks like he's going for it himself, though. And no one from Alpha Sydney's in the area. He's got a Wrath.
He just sneaked by the entire team. Alpha Sydney were rotating around, and he just walked straight by Slicey.
He didn't even use his Wrath.
Comes forward, doesn't even need the Wrath. And Liquid Renegade is still pushed up by himself. No one punishes him. No one even contests him. And I think Alpha Sydney are just lost in this game. They don't really seem to have any idea of where people are on the map. You can see now starting to ward a little bit more heavily on the left-hand side, but the issue is it's the right-hand side that's getting pressured right now.
9 minutes into the game, Taurus Guys get some chains off, but again, he's getting caught out. His Ares has no escape here. Liquid Renegade picks himself up another kill. El Chuckles zoning out the rest of Alpha Sydney.
No escape, I got it.
Yeah, thank you.
That was great.
Thank you.
That was your one you got.
Yeah.
No more puns, please.
Okay. All right, Liquid Renegade diving the tier 2 tower onto KO. KO forced away here, and now there's a free wave. This might be a free tower for Avant.
This is. I mean, KO can't stop it. Look at him. He's level 9 right now. He has boots and a tier 2 of breastplate. No way this is going to be stopped. KO's just watching it happen. He knows. He knows. This is not a game that I'm going to think Alpha Sydney can come back into it. It's pretty early on right now. 9 minutes, a 6,000 gold lead. The experience lead, probably massive as well.
Oh, that was a very sad Vamana, just sitting under his tier 2 tower, just like, how did this happen to
Alpha
me?
Sydney. You can see Jingwei actually rotating in, though, trying to stop.
Oh,
resets it. Ratatosker down as well. Slicey has to get out. Gruff going to be ulting into the engagement. I think Fire Giant was actually picked up by Avant-Garde, still going aggressive. Limit's going to get taunted back, forced to Purify, still on half-life, and here comes Chuckles as well. The Freya takes to the sky, but just getting chased down. Laney rotates in. A couple shots. Chuckles does secure the kill. Liquid Renegade still going aggressive, though, onto Tori.
No escape used there by Tori. Liquid pulled in there. There's the Spirit Ball. Tori's looking for the kill with the chains. The tick damage not enough. Divine picks up a kill. Alpha Sydney are looking to rotate in and potentially find a straggler here, but everyone on Avant is so healthy. There's just been no damage coming out from Alpha Sydney. The ring toss is used, but it's just not enough here. And you know what the difference is this game? Avant's playing angry. They're mad. They dropped that last game, and they're not going to let it happen again.
Laney, two-man knockup as well. Not going to self-banish himself. Gold Fury is still up. Avant, they have their Wrath around the corner. You can see Ratatosker rotating to this Gold Fury right now and just overall doing a really good job. I mean, Laney just able to kind of force players out. This is going to be another Gold Fury the way of Avant-Garde. It was already a pretty massive lead at 6,000, now been extended to over 7K.
I get that Alpha Sydney have a late game composition, but you have to make it to late game for it to work. And thus far, I don't think they're going to make it.
I mean, again, it just, the beginning fights, just kind of weird. Alpha Sydney, Avant kind of stare at each other. Then the rotations come in, and I think all three of these games have been decided at level 1 at this point. These invades have just set teams up to shine so incredibly well because they just get so far ahead off of the early game pressure.
Good pick there on the left-hand side. I'm looking at the levels of everyone here. Gruff is level 11. That's the same as the highest level on Alpha Sydney. He's 4 levels above Tori Skies.
This is not the best right now. Tori Skies is 4 levels behind everyone at 11 minutes.
Not a
this
good
area.
look.
This area is not really going to be able to have any impact now, and you can see he's only gone for the Watcher's Gift, so his gold's incredibly low as well. Didn't go for any Traveler shoes. He's got the tank boots online still, and I think he's working on an Urchin, but I don't know when or how he will get stacks on that, and so that's going to be really ineffective even after build.
Blue buff getting invaded again by Avant-Garde. KO looking to try and contest. He does have a Wrath for himself, but he needs to be careful he doesn't get picked off instead. He's under 50% HP. Gruff dashes in. They force out the Colossal Fury there from the Vamana. KO defending his blue buff here, unwilling to give it up. He's already given up a tower, but he needs to be careful. He doesn't have vision on the rest of Avant-Garde, and they could come in. He's trying to steal it there with the Umbrella Rang, but he's not going to get it. Shuckles takes away KO's blue buff.
Just short, and Alpha Sydney kind of just gave that one up. They actually rotate 4 members to the left-hand side to 4-way split a red buff. They're playing so scared at this point and just not responding to anything Avant's doing. They're just letting it happen, and by the time they show up, their buffs have been stolen. One player is typically dead, and then they kind of just fall as well on whoever rotates. Dash in aggressively. Tori Skies does have 3 getting pulled in. It's only the Isis that gets pulled, and Tori gonna get picked off by Gruff's ultimate.
Shell popped as well from Avant while Laney's just here focusing the tower. Avant turning their attention to the tier 1 tower in the middle lane. Limits here trying to do some damage. Actually forces the Sanctuary out of Divine. Good taunt from Gruff. Does a lot of damage. Laney picks up Slicey. Gruff taken low, taken down by Slicey. The Spirit Ball comes through.
Oh, I'm a monster. Just off the mark there. Quick reaction from Liquid Renegade. Laney around the corner as well. Kale very low on mana and health. Has to retreat to the tier 2. The rest of Avant-Garde is sieging away. Swifty doing his best to juke, but if he got hit by one more crit, he probably would have died. Spirit Ball not going to connect as well. It is a successful back from Tori, but Alpha City, like, what are they going to do at this point?
I don't know what they can do. Like, they're getting an initiation, right? Tori's doing what he needs to do, but no one's getting pulled in. You know, as you mentioned, so much CC immune ult on the side of Avant-Garde. Divine as well, even though he doesn't have a CC immune ult, he's got a circle protection, which is a pretty hefty counter to that Ares ultimate.
And now Avant-Garde probably in a position 14 minutes in where they want to start sieging up. They've been kind of just invading, putting pressure everywhere across the map, but with an 8K lead, it's time to, I think, just start closing out this game. Probably going to be best to look at this left-hand side. They've already taken out the tier 1s in the mid and the right-hand side, and it's going to be really hard for Alpha Sydney to fight into them. They really don't need to slow this pace down at all.
Gruff taking some poke damage here from Limits, but he's going to be fine. Limits thus far has done an alright job, but the rest of his team is just lost out so hard on the rest of the map. He hasn't even been able to just sit in his lane and farm. Gruff taunts in Limits there. Here comes Laney as well, getting those big AoE damage down. Knocks up Limits with 50% HP. I was wondering if Laney was going to go in aggressively there, but it is an Ares he's facing against. Even though he's 5 levels down, he does have a lot of base damage.
I'm actually really surprised Laney didn't go in on that. No one on the map, though, so didn't want to risk it. Gruff going to be ulting to a team fight in mid. You can see Liquid Renegade going aggressive in the sky right now, but he's just going to play it safe, rotate to the left-hand side, and here comes this siege on the left tier 1.
That is 2 big ultimates down, though, for Avant-Garde, and Alpha City need to recognize this and try and take advantage if they can. Divine just walking through 2 members. He's willing to take the fights here. There's the no escape from Tory Skies. He pulls in 2 before he does. I'm a monster off the mark, and Tory Skies somehow lives there. Laney dashing in aggressively. Airstrike comes through. He's looking for Tory. He's chasing this kill so hard. He's not going to find it. Whoop from Limits. There's the beads, though, forced out of Laney. And they get the tier 1 tower. No siege on the tier 2. KO Colossal Fury just forcing away Gruff.
And Laney a little bit too over anxious, so tier 2 is not going to be able to be sieged up. Liquid Renegade has to get out. You can see Laney out of mana as well. All of Avant-Garde just going to be backing off. This does buy time for Alpha Sydney a little bit, but I mean, look at the map. I mean, there's nothing for them to take. They have a single red buff up. Their back Harpies. Gold Fury hasn't respawned, so they're not able to get anything off of that. The only shining thing for them is that the experience isn't the biggest difference. It's still relatively large. You could see Freya only 2 levels behind Athena. I mean, that's the big one, though, is Tory Sky's level 10 right now, 0, 5, and 0 on this Ares. He's not really able to survive in any situation, even when he ulted there. I mean, the only reason he pulled people in is because Avant-Garde, I think, actually thought he was dead before that ult completed.
Avant going to take their second Gold Fury of the game here. Minimal, in fact, no contestation from Alpha Sydney whatsoever. iDivine didn't even need to rotate for that one. The experience gap is lessening for Alpha City, so that is one positive that they can hold on to at the moment, but the gold lead is just expanding too much. Limits going to fall down here to Liquid Renegade. You know, back on this Ratatoskr again, he's just been all over the map, and with the right team composition, he's been able to influence every corner.
3-0 and 7. I mean, it's been a part of 10 of the 12 kills so far. His kill participation, I think, the highest out of every member of the game for all 3 at this point, just doing a really good job of rotating across the map and just applying pressure. And somehow he's actually been able to get away with this Wrath Ratatoskr. Normally teams really abuse a jungler who doesn't go for purification early game. It's so easy to pick them off. And Avant here going aggressive once again. Sprint going to be trying to chase out the Scylla in the mid. And I mean, it's just Tory Sky's isolated. He can't get away.
And they force out the I'm a Monster as well from Swifty, so they knew even if they got pulled in from Tory, there wasn't a whole lot of follow-up damage. They're using the Circle Protection just to pull it in. There's a great taunt into an Eagles Rally. Exploded. KO falls down. The right-hand side tier 2 going to fall as well. Slice is in the mid lane, however, going to push down the middle tower for Avant-Garde, but there's a lot of towers down for Alpha Sydney. Only the left-hand side tier 2 remaining.
And Slicey going to keep trying to push, but you can see it was a back from Liquid Renegade, so Slicey has to get away from this. Just going to be trying to invade. Fire Giant is a possibility at this point. I mean, Avant are up so much, they just want to continue putting this pressure on. Look for the Fire Giant, probably look to bait it.
Well, Avant, you mentioned it before, they don't like to relinquish their lead, and they know how to abuse it. They actually have the record for the fastest competitive game in OC, and they took it this split, and then they broke it again later on in this split again.
What was the time, do you recall?
14 minutes.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen here, but it's been looking pretty one-sided, and I mean, Avant just know how to abuse their leads. That's the thing, is that you could see the biggest difference between these comes down to shot calling and experience. Alpha Sydney really don't know how to react. I think their drafts have been a little bit weak as well. They're not able to fight in level 1 scenarios or early game or deal with any pressure that's put onto their buffs. And then most of the time, players are a little bit hesitant, I think, to follow up. Fire Giant is being looked at by Avant once again. You can see Alpha Sydney trying to find Liquid Renegade. He's just able to dash away, and here comes the rest of the team.
Eagles Rally over the wall into Tory. Wingust comes through as well. Shell Pop for Avant. Excellent whoop there from Limits. Spirit Ball, oh, the blink from Tory saved him, but Liquid Renegade's going in. Liquid, it picks up the kill. There's the I'm a Monster from Swifty. Even if he lands it, it's not going to do enough damage to really impact how this fight's going. Alpha Sydney are spread all over the place now. Avant-Garde looking for a target, looking for an objective to take.
I mean, look at this. Slicey's underneath the Fire Giant. Limits was on the left-hand side. The rest of the team was in the right lane just trying to run away.
Is this an FG call?
This is going to be an FG call. I mean, no one's in position to stop it at all. It's only Slicey who's rotating in. Wrath is available for the Ratatoskr, so Liquid Renegade should have this pretty clean Ice Assault as well. Even if Slicey walks into this, I mean, this is only a throw at this point. And then Knockup actually forces Slicey to miss his ult.
Limits trying to do some damage to Gruff, but it's not enough. Whips him away. Fire Giant on every member of Avant-Garde. Gruff just laughing there at what Alpha City's trying to do.
Even luck is against Alpha City at this point. Fire Giant knocks up iDivine, and Slicey just ults right underneath them. Just everything that could go wrong for Alpha Sydney this game has gone wrong.
12k gold lead for Avant-Garde. Experience is on their side as well. Luck even, as Avdanis was just saying, is favoring Avant in this one. And, you know, Alpha Sydney, this is kind of one of those games you just got to like, all right, we're just got to hold this loss.
This is like, you can't think about this game moving forward. You've got to get out of your mind. And I thought they would have a lot of confidence heading into this game, maybe too much, you know, taking that level 1 fight, kind of getting out of position, losing that first kill, and it's really just been the pressure from Liquid Renegade onto the right-hand side of the map, doing a really good job of ganking KO over and over again, 2 times, just getting him 2 levels behind. And I mean, Tori Sky has just walked in, and he's walking back.
He's out again. He's taking the quickest way back to the fountain. And now the rest of Avant coming in, looking for this tower. Slices in the back. He's forced to back towards the base as well. He can't even come in towards the tower. All towers down now for Alpha Sydney. Gruff looking for a taunt onto Swifty. Taunts and forces purification. There's a sprint. KO dashing through, knocks up multiple members. But El Chuckles is frontlining against Limits. He actually disarms him there. Limits fall down, but he's forced into the Valkyrie's discretion. Chuckles tanking the Phoenix and all of the damage of Alpha Sydney, but it doesn't matter. He's so far ahead. He can do it, and he can do it all day. Fire Giant buff, giving the regen for Avantgarde that they need. There's a circle of protection from Idivine, just keeping his team alive, keeping them healthy. Good taunt. KO taken low here, under 50% HP. He is almost dead. Chuckles finds him with the Eagles rally. He's looking for Swifty as well. Swifty falls down to Liquid Renegade. Chuckles picks up Tori Skies. The Titan is going to fall down. Avantgarde look like, and they are going to take game number 3.
Dominant performance from Avant. They're going to go up 2-1 in this series, 1 game away from qualifying into the grand finals, where they'll face either Pandemonium or Legacy. And Avant, I mean, yeah, there was 1 game picked up from Alpha Sydney, but overall, Avant are just the cleaner team. I mean, just as individuals, I think everything's been pretty on point for both squads, but the synergy and just the teamwork from Avant has been the biggest factor for them.
And the drafting this game as well, really, it was poor from Alpha Sydney and excellent from Avantgarde. They came in this draft, they had a game plan, they're like, this is what we're going to do. Alpha Sydney seemed a little bit disjointed, like they had the semblance of a plan, but it just wasn't well put together.
And their drafts as well, a little bit awkward. I mean, these gods make sense, I think, in their vacuums, right, when they're looking at the lane matchups, but there's typically just hasn't been any cohesive composition for them. I mean, they had the Scylla Naja there, but then you have a Freya Ares. You have 0 pressure in that. The Ares also not really going to be able to get anything off again, because you have 4 ultimates with CC immunity. You have the Isis ult as well, which is very good against Ares. When he's slowed, you're able to stack up the damage, kill him before he can get his ult off. We saw that so many times that match. And then it just came down to just the players getting, you know, picked off one at a time, and then just great objective pressure from Liquid Renegade.
Let's take a look at some of the key moments from that game, and I suspect they're all going to be Avant highlights. There's nothing really much there for Alpha Sydney.
There was 1 kill. They got a kill.
It was a kill. I don't know if it got caught on camera, though. You can see here, Avantgarde 7 minutes in, already diving between towers. Tori Skies, this was a positive play. Like, Tori Skies manages to get out alive here, but didn't lead to much. Laney goes so aggressive here.
Yeah,
like
Laney goes a little bit too hard trying to get the kill.
He's feeling himself right there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
He's just like,
I mean, he's been actually relatively safe. You know, we noticed it a couple times where he pops the gust, but he doesn't actually knock himself up and chase with agility. He's been playing relatively safe, but there has been a couple moments where he's really dove for the kills. And just this Isis, it was so hard for Alpha Sydney to fight into an Isis who's ahead, who picked up a Warlock Sash as well, got those stacks very early in the game. You can see, I mean, didn't even get it stacked up in the end, though. Game didn't go long enough.
Barely half stacked. And, you know, just everyone on Alpha City going to fall down here. Avant, you know, pretty clean victory overall. There's not really much in that game they really could improve on.
Yeah, I mean, everything was just kind of handled perfectly. Team composition was great. Calls were great. And they just kind of close this one out. And Alpha Sydney, I mean, what do they have to do to come back into this series?
Well, we're going to have a bit of a break now, so they're going to have a good chance to kind of sit down, talk to each other, go through picks and bans, go through game strategy and everything like that, and just say, all right, what worked in that second game and what has not worked in game 1 and game 3?
I want to see them draft a little bit more early game pressure, I think. I think game 2, when they had the Sylvanas who rotated early, made an impact, looked really good. The level 1 fights as well, they need to figure out that scenario, because sure, they won in the second game, but overall it just hasn't. And even in the second game, when they did win the early game fight, we saw what Avant did with their lead, right? That is what should have happened with Alpha Sydney in game 2, when they had their, 5, 6, 7K lead before 10 minutes. So really struggling, I think, in those objectives. So many things for them to work on. Overall, though, I think individually, some really solid performances from the team. I think they do have a lot of hope still.
All right, well, they're going to have a chance to sit down and talk about it. We're going to go to a short break here, guys. Stick around.
Welcome, hero, to the 2017 SMITE Odyssey. A mysterious evil threatens the battleground of the gods. To defeat it, the gods must embark on a new odyssey, where we'll encounter new, exciting challenges and unearth a myriad of treasures on our way to the 2017 SMITE World Championship. This odyssey will journey through each Pantheon's realm, revealing new quests for you to overcome. By completing the quests or by purchasing items in the odyssey, you'll earn odyssey points and gain levels in the event. Unlock odyssey chest rolls and limited bonus items, and upon reaching odyssey level 21, the ultimate odyssey reward will be yours. The Tier 5 skin, Demon Anubis. Now, Demon Anubis will join the hallowed ranks of Archon Thanatos and Ragnarok Force X Thor. And like those limited skins, Demon Anubis will never be available again once this odyssey ends. Will you answer the call? Will you undertake this perilous journey? Rise, hero. The Odyssey begins.
Alrighty, guys and girls, I hope you are enjoying yourselves here. The Hi-Rez Oceania Championship presented by AOC. Now, across the weekend, we have a ton of giveaways that everyone can have a shot at. In addition to an AOC monitor, which is, I think, probably our best prize, our grand prize here, which we're going to be giving out tomorrow. We've also got a bunch of Razors stuff, a bunch of SMITE-related bits and pieces as well. I think we're going to be giving out some of those Fireply mouse pads a little bit later. You can check those out in the free play zone. But for now, we have Tiny God's Bundle from Hit Points. So what I'm looking for is 4 people who want a shot at picking this one up. So, yeah, I'll take Switch Bay.
It's time for the SMITE World Championship. The journey that these teams took here was one for the ages.
It's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this. Teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best SMITE team in the world.
Are you guys excited in the house?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship!
Welcome back, guys, and as you saw in the video, that is what is on the line here at the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships, is the chance to represent OCE at the SMITE World Championships held at Hi-Rez Expo in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, about a month and a half away, and honestly, Avant looking really good at the start of this set so far. Obviously, they did drop a game, but it was very close. They actually probably could have won it themselves. It was kind of brutal. They didn't recognize the win condition was there, but it is going to be a game for at the very least, and we've seen some bright spots come out from this Alpha Sydney lineup. You know, coming into this, it was kind of expected to be a 3-0 or a 3-1, and now we're kind of on the verge of that 3-1. Alpha Sydney, I think they can make some adjustments here. I think they could at least find one more.
Avant-Garde looking very confident there. Alpha Sydney, though, pretty high spirits despite that pretty one-sided loss.
And that's always good. I mean, you always want to have once you start getting down on yourself, that's basically the end of it. Once you get into your own head, you start playing a little bit differently, and you're just going to be playing worse and worse, and it spirals out of control. So it's good to see that they're still in high spirits. They still have smiles on their faces. This tells me that mentally they're still checked into the set.
Getting ready for picks and bans here, and that was somewhere that Alpha Sydney really fell down last game.
Yeah. I think, honestly, most of this set they have. Game 2 is a lot better. I really did think they had a pretty coordinated group of 5. Game 1, we really didn't see that at all, and Game 3 was even worse. Just they had an Ares that didn't fight well into the team. They also had gods that were kind of just doing their own thing. Not a lot of synergy in there. I'd like to see them kind of come up with a more well-rounded draft into this one. A lot of that, though, onto Avant. Avant, I think, pick and ban pretty intelligently, and especially their bans in that second phase. They forced that Ares to happen. I mean, if that's a Bacchus or Sobek, that 3v3 core from Alpha Sydney, the dynamic is so much better.
I feel like as well that what Avant do is they go into the draft and they have a plan, and they're like, this is what we want to do. And they get like a pick, and then depending on what Alpha Sydney ban, they're like, okay, we have option A, B, or C. Whereas Alpha Sydney, it seems more like, all right, we have this one pick, and then it's like, what else is open? What else can we get here?
What else has been banned or taken away?
Yeah. So if Alpha City can have a bit more of a clear idea of what they're doing heading into this pick and ban phase, I feel like that'll aid them a lot more than kind of the current style they've been doing.
How much hope you got in Alpha Sydney, Hughes? How much you feeling here?
Look, you look at the smiles on their faces, and it's just hard not to want this to go to a Game 5. And so, everyone loves a story, and especially in Australia, we love a good underdog story. So I'm going to believe in the underdogs here. I think Alpha City is going to take game number 4.
All right. Pretty bold prediction there, Hughes. Honestly, though, Swifty has been great. I think Swifty might be the best player in this set. I think his Zeus play has been that good. Divine, to be fair, also has matched up very well. I'd say these mid players have really been the highlight stars for me. They've really been the ones standing out across all games played so far.
Even in this last game as well, he didn't die a whole lot. His positioning was good, and he still dealt a fair amount of damage. First stage of the draft already done here, and a couple of standard bans.
Super important here, Alpha Sydney finally ban away the Ratatosker. Liquid Renegade has run that 3 games in a row and actually gone Wrath every single time. One of the main reasons that Alpha Sydney have been struggling in this set so much is their early game. They haven't really been able to manage Liquid Renegade and his Invade Ratatosker. And they haven't really been able to abuse it. I mean, that's obviously a character that has that, semi-global ultimate, should have been able to lock down, but instead this time Alpha Sydney just said, all right, we're not dealing with it anymore, took it off the table immediately.
And they picked the Sylvanas first pick, and this is really kind of, it seems to be the pick that's dictating the series. They say that over best of 5s, a whole meta develops within that, and this seems to be the Sylvanas meta. Importantly, this game, however, Alpha City did not ban away Erlang Shattered, so that's been picked up, first pick for Avant-Garde, and that can go on Chuckles, Liquid Renegade, or Gruff.
And the Uelix actually picked up as well here. You mentioned it last time that you wanted to see the Uelix be picked up by Slicey. This is one of his best gods. I think the god he played the most during this last split, so he's incredibly comfortable. They also picked up a Soul here. Possibility for a flex as well, but I think that's going to limits.
Yeah, it's something that he's, we don't have any kind of competitive history for him, but just something with, knowing the guy that I know he likes to play Soul, something that he can be safe in the Joy lane with, something he can still impact in team fights. It's kind of the perfect god for him.
Well, I mean, Avant-Garde are clearly not changing their style. I mean, the past 3 games has all been early pressure, just fighting as much as possible. A lot of that has actually been, run through this Isis, now paired with the Thor as well. There's so much ranged poke and control on Avant-Garde right now. The Spirit Ball, the Thor Hammer, Erlangshen's Pin, relatively decent cooldown where you're able to spam that out, and all of their CC surrounding it. Alpha Sydney, they have struggled so much in the early game. This is the game that they need to stop Avant-Garde, space themselves a little bit better, and I don't know who's shot calling for this team, but the rest of the team need to follow whatever they're saying.
Vermont, the next band from Avant-Garde. Alpha Sydney with the option at the moment. With Avant as well, they've picked up the Thor here, and it does a lot of the same things as what the Ratatoskr does. And so he's going to be able to play very similarly to what he has in the last couple games.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, except Thor has, you know, a little bit better time at dealing ranged poke. His ultimate is a little bit harder to hit, but again, that double tap going to be very important here. Alpha Sydney's draft also isn't really bad early. Obviously, Soul probably not going to be a factor if she is in the dual lane, but a Wheelix, really high base damage on the feather stuff, something that Avant needs to be careful against. Also very powerful against Thor. Feather stepping that Thor hammer does cripple him out, so he's not able to teleport away if he overcommits in a fight.
So Alpha Sydney there, with those two bans, they banned away Geb and they banned away Sobek.
Yes.
Gruff's just going to pick up Kumbhakarna. That's his bay. He's always pushing his teams like, can I play Kumba here? And they're like, no, there's so many better things available. But when he's given the opportunity to, man, does he love himself.
Well,
Kumba.
now they banned all the better things away, right?
Yeah.
Sobek, Athena, Geb gone, Sylvanas off the table as well. Probably could have gone into a Bacchus.
Yeah.
I think Bacchus probably would have been a little bit better option here, but the Kumbhakarna is going to be very good for slowing teams and splitting them up. Able to just get into that backline, mez players, and just wait for the Thor. Can even just set up for the Thor to guarantee his ultimate.
Look at the sustain now coming out of Alpha City. Guan Yu and
Double
Sylvanas.
heals.
And actually a fairly decent amount of setup for the Kukulkan. The Feather Step, cripples someone in place. You've got knockups from the Sylvanas and from the Soul. Guan Yu's got a stun on his ultimate. It's just, this is looking like they're playing around Swifty, which is what they need to do.
And Avant-Garde looks like they're going to be last picking Apollo. Does get locked in this time. Double globals and early pressure from Avant-Garde. It's the front line and sustain composition coming out from Alpha Sydney. We've actually seen Sustain really take over the meta, and we see them win more likely than not. But, I mean, if Alpha Sydney can kind of hold out in the first 10 minutes and make this game even, I like their composition heading into late game.
Yeah, the Kukulkans, it's a lot of objective secure, it's a lot of area damage, and it's very easy to lay down. And it's actually very safe because you can just lay down that 3, farm up until the late game, and you can just exist under your tower.
Also, Avant-Garde, I mean, you look at their composition, the damage falls off significantly after mid-game. When you head into late game, the Thor, typically transitions into more of a tankier god. Every once in a while, you'll still see players go full damage, but against Sustain, Avant-Garde aren't going to have the burst to really deal with Alpha's lineup.
Alrighty, getting ready to go into game here. Game number 4. The crowd's excited for this one, Adonis. It's actually been apart from that third game, the third game actually, we're heading into the fourth game. Apart from that third game, it's been relatively close, both of these matches.
I mean, game 1 definitely went to Avant-Garde, but it wasn't just that full rollover stomp we saw game 3. Obviously, game 2, Alpha Sydney looked so much better. They struggled to close out, still need to work on their objectives, but they proved, that they can fight in the 3v3 and the 5v5 scenarios.
And in this game as well, initially their 3v3 and 5v5 isn't going to match up quite as well to Avant. But when you get to the later stages of the game, when that Kukulkan, when that Whirlwind just starts to do so much damage and the tick damage, you just don't even realize. You walk into it, you're like, oh, I didn't stay in it too long, but then suddenly you're like 25% HP.
And it's double sustain as well. Obviously, Guan Yu, Sylvanas. Pair that with actually really strong ranged poke and zone control. The Whirlwind from Kukulkan going to be really strong, make it hard for Thor to fight and dive into the backline. Soul as well. I mean, this is a team comp that actually wants to fight, I think, in tighter jungle corridors. Stellar Burst Supernova, super impactful in smaller areas where they can kind of paint the whole thing. And then obviously, Whirlwind, you never want to walk through it. After the Kukulkan gets that maxed out, it is so dangerous to walk through a Whirlwind. It's about half your life.
We've seen in both of these games the supports rotate early. I imagine in this game we might see Tori stay around a little bit just to get limits super pushed up against Laney, because an Apollo against the Soul is not going to have a great time, and if you pair that with the Sylvanas, it's just even worse for the Apollo in the early game.
I mean, the Soul's going to be fine. I mean, this is fine from Laney, though. The thing is, we haven't really seen Limits try and take any fights. He's actually been playing really safe. Even when he has a massive lead, he just lets Laney farm. And so Laney could probably take any matchup into that. A playstyle very similar to Ataraxia, where it's just focused on team fighting and individual farm.
Interestingly, this game, KO hasn't gone the Wrath.
Right-hand
picked
side
up by
invade.
Slicey.
Yeah, right-hand side invade as well, coming out from Avant-Garde, working on the speed buff. And I think they didn't pick it up. They didn't steal it away. It's just going to be the blue.
They chose not to pull the trigger on that one. Again, we see the supports rotate into the mid lane and leave the ADCs to do the boars, but Laney's actually just forgone his boars and just taking the wave.
Right-hand side, I mean, there's going to be a 4-man fight, it looks like. They're just going to be backing up, though, and nothing's going to come of it in the end. Blue buff was stolen away, though, by Avant once again, and I like this from Alpha Sydney. They didn't do it the past couple games. They've been just kind of headstrong on we have to defend our buffs. This time recognizing that they really shouldn't be taking early game fights in this scenario. Just give it up and they're fine.
They even recognized in the fact that they didn't start their own speed buff, so when Avant rotated in to try and force a fight there, Alpha Sydney were just on their backcamps to recognize, hey, it's a Thor and an Erlang Shen. We're probably going to get invaded here. Let's just do our backcamps and be safe.
And like you mentioned also, instead of the solo and getting Wrath this time, it's both junglers who have it, Liquid Renegade and Slicey, and then this time we do have KO on a teleport, which he hasn't been on recently, and we've noticed Avant-Garde doing a really good job of abusing that fact. They like to camp him early, get at least a kill or two, allow El Chuckles to really get a lead. It's snowball crazy because he doesn't have the teleport. He misses so much farm, but this time KO's going to be fine.
Well, as fine as a Guan you can be without a blue buff.
I mean, he can at least teleport back to his tower. Yeah. I mean, if he doesn't have his blue buff and he has no teleport, I mean, this lane matchup doesn't go in his favor. And actually an early rotation from the Awelish as well. Going to be jumping into the lane, but it's just the Erlang backing off. Doesn't want to fight too much this early on in the game. And actually, this is going to hurt the Awelix a little bit. You could see actually no farm on the right-hand side of the map for him to take.
He's sticking around here a little bit longer than he probably would like to, and it means there's a good 3v3 grouping in the mid lane for Avant. Get the wall down, but not able to actually secure any damage onto Alpha Sydney.
And Awelix now just going to be rotating out. That does hurt their Guan a little bit, but Guan Yu's kind of expected to lose this matchup. Erlang Shen matches well with most warriors. Robin Osiris really the only other two warriors that do very well in that early game and can kind of match his pressure and invade potential. I'd like to see Alpha Sydney really committed to defending the right-hand side of their map. Don't allow this Thor to set up a gank. And you can actually already see Liquid Renegade rotating over to this right-hand side, I think very close to level 5 right now, and it's a full 4-on-4 grouping.
These early camps could be the point. Slicey actually jumps in here, but not punished for it. Early camps being started, taken away by Avant-Garde. Look at Renegade, not level 5 yet, but they're looking for the Sylvanas.
And they do have him pinned out for now. He takes a little bit of poke, but again, that space and zone control coming out of the Whirlwind, very important for Alpha Sydney. And they are playing this their early game, this game has been so much better than their past 3 games combined.
They've played it a lot smarter. They know that we're not going to win early. And I guess because last game they drafted a really late game team comp, but they played it like it was an early game comp.
It didn't work out, though.
No.
Left-hand side, mid-Harpies. Looks like they're going to be contested. But instead, Alpha Sydney are just going to give them up here. And they should just be playing this defensively, right? Just sitting in the back line. You have the Soul, you have the Kukulkan, very good at ranged poke. Heal up with Tori Skies. And I imagine Tori's just going to be sitting in this mid lane. It seems to be the meta that's developed amongst all teams ever since Super Regionals, where it's just these supports and their early rotations to counter these Wraths has been the deciding factor of sometimes 1,000 to 2,000 gold swings in the early game.
With Avant, they've picked up this Apollo. Is the plan just to split push with him in case something goes wrong, or what can he add to the fight?
Oh, actually, Tori in a bad spot is going to ult 2 up into the sky. No ult coming out of the Kukulkan just yet. There it is. Going to be off the mark though, and now it's going to be trouble for Tori.
Oh, excellent 2-man knock up there from Slicey. Tori Skies actually able to get away. Liquid Renegade gets the kill on KO. Laney diving the tower here for Tori Skies. Doesn't find the kill. 2 tower shots for his troubles. And Limits is rotated in as well.
Avant-Garde actually able to get that first blood, but this early on in the game, they're not really going to be able to siege. The speed buff was secured as well, so the invade not successful. Nothing else the team's going to be able to do. And Alpha Sydney, they're okay with this. I mean, they lose a single player. They're still down 1,000 gold, but this is definitely a manageable lead for now. Working on the Fire Elementals. I think they secured those 2.
Liquid might have taken 1, which is something, it's very hard to tell with those because usually they're pretty free to take. But with the Thor double tap, possibly could have stolen 1. I don't think it's significant either way.
I mean, going back to that Apollo point that you're bringing up, though, we actually have seen Laney really focused on split pushing for the most part. Anytime he can get an opportunity to take a tower, he's been focusing on that, and that's what God's like on her. Now he's on this Apollo. I think they're just going to play this in kind of a global rotation style where it's going to be the Thor committing onto fights. If the fight is going well and it could be won without the Apollo just sits there and split pushes, even if the Soul rotates. If it's a fight where a couple players gets away, that's when it's the job of Laney to try and clean up. I think going to be playing this very similar to a ROM style, right? Saving that ultimate for players that manage to sneak away from a fight on low HP and not allowing allowing him to finish them off.
The kill with the ultimate. A 3-man grouping from Alpha Sydney here in the mid lane, just going to push this one towards the tower, and they actually have a decent amount of wave pressure with the Kukulkan and a Sylvanas combination.
And they're just going to sit in this tower. Gold Fury, ooh, KO! Actually does find a kill on the right-hand side.
Good
rotation
game
from the Awilix, but Avant immediately start up the Gold Fury off of that. Liquid Renegade taking half his life from it, though. Probably shouldn't have began tanking that one.
The Taurus guy is locked in there. Knock up there. Swifty. Hell of an ultimate there. Takes down Divine. Laney up into the sky. Liquid Renegade comes crashing down. Taurus guy's low, but Limits is taking the life of Liquid Renegade. Laney's pulled to the whirlwind. KO gets a kill. Laney gets one. Dashes through, but Alpha Sydney's chasing him down. And 3 kills there.
It's slowed. Oh, he got slowed. Knocked up as well. Slicey finds the third. It's going to be 4 kills coming out for Alpha Sydney. Gold Fury served up to them as well. El Chuckles, the only one in position to stop this, and he is rotating in here from these mid camps. Gold Fury at half.
This is the first Gold Fury Alpha City's gotten in 2 games.
And I mean, it was really well played as well. Just the ultimate timing from Kukulkan, so perfect. Swifty actually waited until the Isis was locked in a spot where she didn't have any options. Also, important to note that Boots 3 were not online for her at that point. That's when the ultimate from Kukulkan is at its strongest. Before Boots are online, when players actually can't even get out of its range.
Avant invading the speed buff in return for that Gold Fury now. Should be able to take it away here. Gruff mesmerizes out Tory Skies. 4-man split of the speed buff, but importantly, taking that away from Slicey. And they're going to look to take away the blue buff here as well. Only Slicey left to defend it, and wisely he chooses to just watch and not go in.
You can see Alpha Sydney had just kind of backed in unison there after the Gold Fury, so they're not really able to defend those in any way, shape, or form. The Gohan Yu has recovered nicely ever since getting first blooded, though. 2-1-2 right now. He's been a part of most of the kills. I think, only 1 kill he wasn't a part of there in that mid-fight.
Looking at Kukulkan, he's gone into the penetration boots. There's an argument to be made, though, for the cooldown boots with the extra mana that it gives you that works into the Kukulkan passive. And however, though, I think just the penetration coming out of these boots is too much to pass up with a Kukulkan, especially with his Whirlwind.
Right now, Limit's just going to be farming up in this early game. I mean, he's level 11 right now, too. Actually, he has been rotating significantly. We didn't really see that before. His rotation, probably the key point to seeing Alpha Sydney win that fight. And that's just the positions that Alpha Sydney wants to fight in these mid-camp corridors, because they have Stellar Burst and Whirlwind, which covers so much space. We've seen multiple times, actually, the Thor have trouble walking in and getting to a fight just because he's completely zoned out.
All right, Tory Skies and KO, the double sustain coming through from Alpha Sydney. We haven't really seen it play too much of an impact thus far, but the later and later this game goes, the more significant it's going to be. You know, Guan Yu on his own is difficult to handle in terms of sustain, but paired with the Sylvanas as well, I need to see some anti-heal coming out very soon from Avant-Garde. They've got a weakening curse from Gruff, but some second items. Liquid Renegade's going into the Hi-Rez Lament here. After that, rather than a Jotuns, I'd love to see a Brawler's Beat Stick, just for that extra little bit of anti-heal to counter Alpha City's composition. All right, right-hand side, grouping 4-man from Alpha Sydney. Just going to back away, though. Thought they might have been looking to initiate onto Gruff.
And you can see Avant-Garde has actually just been looking for opportunities to pick people off, but Alpha Sydney have done a really good job of staying grouped together, very close to their tower as well. Their ward coverage has been really good, recognizing kind of the rotations across the map as people rotate into fights. And Limits is actually very pushed up by himself on the left-hand side. He does need to be careful. We haven't seen Liquid Renegade able to do anything on this Thor.
And which is surprising. It's one of his more comfortable picks. I feel like it's just the way that Alpha Sydney have played this game. They haven't put themselves in a position to really be abused by that Thor. Even still, though, Liquid Renegade Thor, one of his better gods.
Not able to get anything going right now. He does have Hi-Rez Lament online. Hi-Rez actually being worked on still from the Awilix, kind of risen into the meta, giving you a little bit more regen for the mana, something that junglers always do kind of struggle with. And Avant-Garde are probably going to need to keep trying to pick people off, because the later this game goes, the better the composition from Alpha Sydney get. And they've proven that they can actually, fight in 5v5 scenarios. They do know how to team fight. It's just kind of everything else that they've been struggling with. Invade coming out from Avant, though, onto the speed buff for the 3rd time in a row.
I think they're just trying to put pressure on Alpha Sydney here rather than try and actually invade it. The speed up is taken. Taurus Guy's in a little bit of trouble here. Very low pin in place by Chuckles. There's a nice knock-up. There's the ultimate from Kukulkan, and it hits Liquid Renegade. Taurus Guy's still alive. Weakening Curse comes out, and he's going to fall down in just a second. Liquid Renegade dunks from the sky, and a Spirit Ball comes through from Divine. Ultimate from Gruff as well. Laney's here. Laney gets the kill. Divine falls down to Limits with that Supernova. But Avant-Garde managed to get the upper hand in that fight. They're taking away the blue buff now, and they secured themselves 2 kills.
And the main issue is actually Alpha Sydney very scared to commit. I mean, we saw the Sylvanas push up by himself, but then no one else really wanted to follow up. Off of that, KO was hanging around trying to get the healing off, but Limits and Swifty kind of just playing really far back. It was hard for Slicey to get into the fight as well. Now could be trouble for Limits. Does force us to separate, so he's going to be fine, but a tier 1 on right-hand side, going to be sieged up successfully.
Yeah, Avant-Garde going to take down the tower there pretty cleanly after a successful fight, and they seem to be playing more of a map-oriented. That's the map is the focus for them. The farm on the map, taking the objectives, whereas Alpha Sydney seem to be playing a more trying to beat the opponent, trying to win the fights rather than necessarily the objectives.
Alpha Sydney are just trying to not have Avant have a lead at all, right? They're not looking to get a lead at all. They're just looking to make sure that Avant can't run away with this game and snowball with the Isis Thor early pressure and the double globals from the Thor Apollo. Laney doing a really good job so far of actually diving into the back line. Strong rotations out from him. Gold Fury is started up. The Falcon ult going to do a lot of damage to it, and it is picked up successfully by Alpha Sydney.
Gruff there, stunned out, knocked up by Tory Skies. Feather steps there, Kumba passive. No chance for him to walk up after that one. Limits, picks himself up a kill.
Now Alpha Sydney up gold 1,000. And this is actually a point where their composition is going to start to come online a little bit more. Breastplate of Valor finished for the Guan Yu. Healing going to be coming out more often. Hydra's Limit is finished by a Wheelix, so she's going to be doing significantly more damage. Puka Thoth still being started up by Swifty, And actually a dunk on the left-hand side by Thor. We did see that in the sky. Limits still holding his ground, has a 5-level lead over Liquid Renegade in an unsuccessful gank.
Limits, as I said, Soul, one of his more comfortable guards, something that he's able to play very well.
And the Celestial Legion Helm is really what came into factor there. Just so much physical protection on that item. Obviously, the passive, the crit passive, not really going to come into effect at all until later into the game if Laney decides to go down to that route. But for now, just almost impossible for Renegade and Laney to get a successful gank on one of the safer gods in the game, who also has now over 80 physical protections.
And Apollo as well just doesn't do enough physical damage by himself. The Thor can come in, but once he's dunked down into Limits and used his Berserker's Barrage, it's like, what's Laney going to follow up with? It just basically a couple of auto attacks, and that's not nearly enough to take down. Even if the Soul didn't have the Celestial Legion Hell to disapparate for him, and the speed at which he can get into that, and the relative lack of speed at which Laney and Liquid Renegade can potentially burst down a target, it's just all in favor of Limits.
And you can even see the momentum of this game start to shift. We noticed Avant-Garde trying to, walk in and looking for that speed buff, but Alpha Sydney just grouped up, able to get it successfully, and now it's going to be hard. Avant-Garde really, their composition is already starting to fall off, and you don't want to see that at only 13 minutes. They still should be in a pretty good spot. The Isis has gone for Divine Ruin, though, which is going to significantly hurt her damage. Obviously, only 65 magical power on that item, as opposed to the typical, double penetration we see, which is much cheaper coming in from that Dynasty Plate helm.
Looking towards Liquid Renegade as well. He's gone. Looking towards Slicey. Mm-hmm. What I really like is that Alpha City haven't really set up this team fight around let's knock someone up and then a Wheelix pull them in.
Right.
It's been let's knock someone up and then into Swifty's damage, into either a Whirlwind or into a Spirit of the Nine Winds.
And they also have other abilities that are going to be able to lock people down. Feather Step actually will hold players in place long enough if the Kukulkan is point blank to them. Also, Guan Yu can do a quick stun as well. And look at this, though. Avant-Garde rotating their entire team to the left-hand side at 14 minutes. They do not have a lead at all. And it's just a teleport coming in from KO to make sure they can't siege this tower, while the rest of the team actually looking to cut them off on the right-hand side.
Avant realizing here, Liquid Renegade nearly pulled in there. Slowed down by Swifty, forced to teleport away now. so he'll be okay. But, you know, looking at Avant, it's just kind of like, what can we do? Who's our target here? Swifty's playing so safe, and there's so much protection for him with KO and Tory Skies. It's very risky to try and make the play onto him.
All of Alpha Sydney are playing incredibly safe, and now they're actually, for the first time, trying to put some pressure on the speed buff, but it's already picked up, and KO's just going to back out. Level 14 now, has done a pretty good job of recovering.
Mid lane, Swifty's just going to farm up with the Whirlwind, get some stacks onto that Book of Toth. The more mana he has, the more power he has. That's the Kukulkan passive at work there, and it's just such a beautiful synergy of God and item.
Almost as beautiful as you, Hughes.
Thanks, man.
Had to get a little bit of love in here.
Yeah.
And honestly, Swifty again positioning against Mika. This seems like a different Alpha. This seems like a different Alpha Sydney team. I didn't see this team play the first 3 games. This team has come out and played so much more intelligently, just recognizing the composition that Avant had drafted was, again, focusing on invades. This time, just give up our buffs. We don't need to stop this. They can take a buff. That's fine. We'll get our back harpies. We're behind, you know, a 10th of a level. Not that big of a deal. Then not overextending at all. They all played very safe. You notice that 3-man core of Slicey, Swifty, and Tory Skies just sitting at the edge of their tier 1, and they were very mobile. Anytime they notice Avant-Garde either rotating to the right-hand side of the jungle or the left-hand side of the jungle, they matched that. They didn't go too deep. They just played together as a team. They utilized their spacing from the Kukulkan and from the Soul and the double healing. And this is just a composition that's so hard for Avant to fight into. They, again, kind of have this dive composition with Liquid Renegade and Laney like they had a couple of games ago, but Alpha Sydney doing a much better job of protecting their mid laner than they did in the past.
We mentioned as well, Alpha City's problem has been drafting. In Game 2, they had a good draft, but they didn't really play around it that well until kind of the later stages of the game. Now they seem to have combined it. They've had a good draft, and they're playing it the way that they need to. Slicey there was mesmerized out and stunned by Liquid Renegade, taking a fair bit of damage here, but, you know, the sustain coming through from Tory Skies on the Sylvanas is just going to enable Slicey to hang around, and this is really key, is that Alpha City's able to stay on the map and take a lot of the farm when normally they'd be forced to back.
They also have meditation as well, and they're going to be starting this Gold Fury up. Wrath is online for both Thor and for a Wheelix. Tory just off the mark on that pluck. Still, though, KO, nice little dash there. Going to take a little bit of poke, but healed up immediately. Spacing coming out from the Whirlwind of Kukulkan.
And look at Laney, just sitting in the duo lane, split pushing. He has his ultimate online, knows he can be in the team fight when he needs to be. Needs to make sure he doesn't get caught out here by Limits and Slicey.
Alpha Sydney, again, one of their weaknesses, they hesitate a lot, and hesitating here, the team is actually split up completely, and look at this, a full commit from Avant onto the right-hand side, trying to dive the Kukulkan, and Laney has him isolated.
It looks like Alpha Sydney's trying to counter with their own isolate here onto Idivine, who's knocked up, taken very low. There's the Sanctuary. Liquid Renegade stuns out too. Ultimate comes through from Gruff. Idivine alive for now. Circle protection pop, but he's going to fall down to the Whirlwind. Swifty gets the kill. Swifty gets himself a double kill, and Gruff is in a bad spot along with Laney. Tory falls down to Gruff, but Limits is there, boxing Laney. Laney's got nowhere to go. He's trapped in the
Chuckles,
pit.
Just 1v3 right now. Found one. Still looking for Slicey's top side. Gruff does get picked up by Limits, and it's still Chuckles fighting on the bottom side. 1v2 right now, and he does find a double kill. Now it's just KO left by himself. Limits rotating in, though, and Chuckles has to get out.
Chuckles did everything right there, but everyone in this team was just caught in between a rock and a hard place. Like in the case of Lady, he was trapped in the left-hand side mid camp, or he could try and walk through a Kukulkan.
I mean, again, those are the fights that Alpha Sydney want to take. Small areas, they have big AoE abilities, doing a great job overall. The issue is they probably should have won that fight a little bit cleanly. Came down to a little bit of miscommunication again. We saw the team kind of split up. You could see them breaking a little bit. They did such a good job in the early game, but still, they do come out on top of that fight. The main issue, though, is that this Erlong Shen picked up 2 kills, and now you're starting to see a level difference against the gods he wants to fight. He's got 2-level, actually a 2-level lead over Swifty, and then a 4-level lead, now 5-level lead over Slicey.
Important though for Alpha City, and this has been consistent throughout all their games, is Limits has been farming and getting experience really well. Top level in the game. He's got the top player damage as well. He's got a lot of good items online. He's got his Telkines running and going into an Obsidian Shard next as well. So he, Chuckles even there just tried to dive him and fight a 1v1, and Limits is like, I'll take this 1v1.
And his build too, I mean, we talked about it, the Celestial Legion help giving him him, you know, so much physical protection, and it's very hard to kill him, and he does a whole lot of damage. Nice pick off though from Avant. They've got the Ice Assault waiting, and Divine does find Slicey. Now the team chasing down Laney in the sky.
He's looking for Swifty here. Chuckles roots him in place. There's a Supernova. Oh, the timing there nearly caught Laney. Divine gets himself a double kill. Here comes Limits. There's a Supernova. Divine still alive somehow. Liquid Renegade picks up Tory Skies. 3 members of Alpha Sydney fall down there, which is just a little bit out of position, and it costs them a whole lot.
And Alpha Sydney finally broke. They did such a good job all game, and then just one player picked off a little bit out of position. Gold Fury going to be started up. You can see Limits on top of a ward right there. He's not going to be able to rotate in and stop this. And the game, it was in favor of Alpha Sydney, but it's finally swung into Avant's lead by about 2,000.
Vanguard, they don't have the later game composition that still definitely goes in favor of Alpha Sydney, but it seems to kind of have been like Alpha Sydney did really well in the early game, and now the later it's going, Avant's doing better.
It's the switch up. I mean, they just completely reversed everything they were doing from the early game here. KO going to be in a little bit of trouble, walled off completely, forced into his ult, unfortunately. He doesn't have a tier 1 tower, and so it's going to be hard for Alpha Sydney to really go aggressive without that cavalry charge.
So Liquid Renegade has picked up the Brawler's Beat Stick like I like to have seen him done after the Hydra's Lament. And there's a good amount of anti-heal coming out from Avant-Garde. The problem is you still have 2 healers on the side of Alpha Sydney, and it's still a lot of healing to try and fight through.
This is an okay spot, though. I mean, Brawlers and Divide picked up on gods that do a lot of AoE damage that are probably going to tag most of the members on the other side. I'd like to see a Pestilence picked up. I am surprised that Chuckles went into the Bulwark of Hope there. Considering he's probably the last target to be focused to begin with, was relatively tanky anyway, so I'd like to see someone on that team pick it up soon.
Oh, Gruff's got it.
Oh, excuse me.
He has a Pestilence, but the issue with Gruff having it, he's level 13. He is a support, but he tends to die a lot. We talked about that. Gruff is the one on Avant-Garde that he goes in and he dies. And if that Kumbhakarna is taken out early, that Pestilence is gone, as well as a Weakening Curse.
I almost want to say that this team has overcommitted to anti-heal. Oh, actually, Blinket from Gruff there does find the knock-up, but it doesn't really result in anything in a rotation on the left-hand side.
Laney forced to dash away here. Gruff taken very low. Gruff taken down. Liquid Renegade super low as well. Spirit of the 9 wins. Doesn't connect. Circle Protection is on iDivine. KO frontlining a lot here, but he might have overcommitted himself to the fight. Liquid Renegade raw double tap there. Picks up the Guan Yu, and now Laney's across the skies. He's looking for Limits, and Taurus guys, he's crashing down. He's trying to find Limits, but the damage from Swifty is a lot. Did he get caught by the whirlwind? He's Sanctuaries there to save his own life.
I think he was fine either way, but he had to burn that just in case. Swifty and Tori actually still rotating up, but Avant has already backed off. They got their tower, they got the pick they needed as well, only losing 1 in response. Overall, still a win for Avant-Garde.
Double tap there from Liquid Renegade. Slicey forced to purify and walk away. What's really funny about Avant this game is that, you know, in games past we've seen Chuckles or Liquid Renegade be the one that's kind of zoned away the rest of the team while the rest of Avant does an objective. This game it's been Laney. He's just ulted in between towers or onto the backline.
I don't know if this is zoning or if it's him just diving by himself and not realizing, you know, Alpha Sydney's able to turn on him relatively easily.
It's acting like a zone though, and then the rest of his team is taking the tower. It's such an odd switch up from what we normally see. I mean, he hasn't been punished for it yet.
Yeah, he almost got punished there.
Almost.
He does need to be a little bit careful, but I mean, he's got Chins online now, working on, you know, I think a Brawler's Beat Stick, actually. They want to add a little bit more anti-healing. They actually have 2 curses as well, which is what I was mentioning before that fight broke out. Maybe too much anti-healing, because the later these games go, you don't have a shell, you don't have a sprint, you don't have a meditation to match the healing coming out of Alpha Sydney in any way, and you're basically relying on a full committed fight where you pop your curses, you have the anti-healing from Brawlers and Divine and a Pestilence as well, and then you just try and kill, whether it be Guan Yu or Sylvanas, burst them down in an instant, and that's the entire style of your team fights.
Where's the burst damage going to come from
that's
on Avant's composition, though?
That's one of the issues. I mean, you're basically reducing that healing to virtually 0 and just trying to have everyone dive in. It's not going to come from any one player. It's going to have to be kind of a really strong target selection from all of Avant.
All right, 24 minutes of the game. Kills relatively even, 12-11. Gold as well, relatively even as well. Avant have a slight edge, about 2,500 in that department. experience as well actually seems to be favoring Avant across the board at the moment.
They did turn this game, back in their favor, and Alpha Sydney have had a lot of trouble, I think, farming efficiently. They get into this brawler mode, this team deathmatch against Avant, but Avant managed to find some waves here and there, grab their back harpy as well. We're not seeing that same efficiency coming out of Alpha Sydney. I mean, right now they have the back harpies up on the right-hand side, no wave in mid for 10 seconds, and then they all just kind of wait around for that. And so they're getting a little bit behind on that, but it's more about Avant just able to keep up with them because of it.
And Laney's picked up a Brawler's Beat Stick as well, so I think every member of Avant-Garde has some form of anti-heal.
Yep.
But you were talking about over-committing to the anti-heal. I don't think this Brawlers is actually too overcommitting because it's still useful if Laney tries to split push.
I mean, this is still fine for Laney because he's going to have that flat penetration, and we know Laney has actually been focusing very heavily on split pushing throughout this entire set. Brawlers actually is still really good on Hunter, surprisingly enough.
Chuckles diving the mid lane. War comes out from Liquid Renegade. Swifty, though, gets a good Sanctuary there. Circle Protection comes out. Spirit of the Nine Winds. Oh, Slicey pulled him in away from the ultimate. There's the knocker from Tory Skies, and Liquid Renegade has claimed one Alpha Sydney life there, and it is going to be the Kukulkan Swifty. KO forced to cavalry charges. Stuns out Gruff between the towers here. Gruff pulled into tower. Wiggity Curse is down. Forced to dash away. In Avant-Garde, they've got a kill, but they're not getting anything off the back of it. And now Alpha Sydney are looking to turn it around.
Still chasing on the left-hand side. KO now just trying to peel. L Chuckles not going to have any of it. Pin connects, but only for the damage, not for the root and cripple. And Avant are going to back off for now. They only got one kill, now regrouping in this mid lane, but they do not have any healing to match the sustain, and a pull in. Gruff does manage to get out, but now the rest of Avant pushing forward. Double tap connects, and now the team looking for Tory Skies. He's going to be knocked up. Trouble for him as Laney dashes into the back line.
Tory Skies falls down to the auto attack of Laney. Shredded, though, by KO here. In return, Spirit Ball connects, but still too much health online for KO at this point to fall down. 13 to 13. The kills are now level, and Avant-Garde have taken the mid-tier 1 tower.
Surprisingly enough, and that was an extended engagement and goes the way of Avant. Those are the fights that Alpha Sydney wants to take, but all of Avant, again, it's that target selection. They didn't actually look for a healer that time. Instead, they looked at Swifty and everyone dove onto him. Laney dives straight into the tower. The Thor ults in, or excuse me, hammers in as well. Gruff goes aggressive, and Chuckles, I think, was the one to finish it off there, but the entire team just commits to one player, and that's how you deal with anti-healing, or that's how you deal with healing. You just need to focus on one person and kill them in just a couple seconds before that healing could be extended, where it's that just sustained out of combat.
So one thing I'm questioning here with Chuckles is he's gone for the Witchblade and for the Runic Shield, two attack speed reduction items, but the Witchblade kind of seems redundant given that the majority of the auto attack damage coming out from Alpha Sydney is going to be from limits.
I think he went for the Witchblade early, and he was just, I think he realized his mistake at the end of it. More focused on that Guan Yu and a Wheelix, so he did have to worry about a little in the early game.
Rough. Roots 2 in place here. Not too much follow-up damage, just a quick tap from Liquid Renegade, but Sylvanas heal is going to make him A-okay with that. Limits 5, 0, and 6, we haven't really talked about it too much. We talked about it at the start. It was his first competitive game, his first competitive series, and he looks entirely comfortable.
We haven't really seen too many issues out of him. I mean, the only thing that maybe you could say negatively about him this entire set was game 1. He wasn't really rotating well on Jingwei, but that hasn't been the case ever since then. Blink forward, though, from Gruff. Finds a 2-man Mez, locking Alpha in place a little bit. They're going to back off as Avant start to push forward. And just playing this very defensively right now. Gold Fury is started up by Avant in the meantime.
Oh, that just created some space, but it didn't burn too many relics for Alpha Sydney. Spirit Ball connects to KO. He's going to cavalry charge in here. Gold Fury very low. Avant-Garde managed to cure it with a rat. Spirit of the Nine Winds connects to Divine and to Laney. Chuckles pulled in here. He's in a bad spot. 9 turns Blessing keeps him alive. Limits gets a kill. Divine is knocked up. There's Chuckles knocked up. He's being chased down by Slicey and KO. Gruff in a bad spot as well. The Whirlwind connects. Gruff, I don't think you're going to get out of this one. Mesmerize connects, but Alpha Sydney are chasing him. The shred from KO, and he's down in his passive, and he is gone. Alpha Sydney, they lose the Gold Fury, but they get the kills.
Interesting enough, though, I mean, Laney just ulted into mid, and you can see the pings. I think he has one wave right now to deal with Alpha Sydney. They lose the Gold Fury, but this is actually a positive play for them. If they can take out these towers, you can see Avant right now split up. Laney trying to split push or steal buffs, but I mean, there's nothing for him to take right now. It's going to be a tier 1 in the mid, tier 2 as well. Possible for them to look for that left or right-hand side after this. Alpha Sydney need more than just these 2 towers, I think.
Well, the left-hand side tier 1 is up, and they could probably take that one relatively free, but it looks like they want to go and stop Laney from split pushing.
And He's just going to back anyway. Actually, probably could have got that tower. This does give an opportunity for Alpha Sydney to work on that Fire Giant, but they were really focused. Thought Laney was still there, and they're going to find out quickly he's not.
Alright, so Alpha Sydney, as we head towards the 30-minute mark, have got the kill lead. Gold is still in favor of Avant. Experience is relatively even across the board. If anything, Avant has a slight advantage, with iDivine being a level up over Swifty. But to talk about Swifty, though, Spirit of the Nine Winds have been on point. A two-man ultimate at the Gold Fury.
And a lot of that is accredited to Tori. I mean, his ultimates have been on point, and the synergy between the mid and the support, super important. Just as important as, I think, the jungle mid synergy. You don't see it as often. Normally, it's the support's there with the core and the rest of the team, but really saving those ultimates. Oh, Limits by himself, knocked up as well. Does manage to get into the Disapparate, but there's no one else around. This is going to be a free kill. Soul Ultimate could be used just to delay.
And try and deal some damage out to Laney and Liquid Renegade. Taurus Guys is here. Laney's going to try and fight him. Mesmerizes him. Was rooting to play. Slices come through. Pull onto Liquid Renegade. He's knocked up as well. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's feather stepped under tower, and Swifty picks up the kill. And now Laney, excellent turnaround there, but he's still feather stepped anyway. Sanctuary comes through, but with his reactions was able to avoid being knocked up.
In the meantime, though, split pushing going on the right-hand side. KO does teleport in to deal with the Isis and Kumbhakarna. Not really easy for them to split push this anyway. They have magical in hand, so they're not doing a lot of damage to the tower. Silenced out of the Talu Assaults. KO just going to be juking the damage and easily going to be able to defend that tower on the right-hand side. Such a great play coming out from Avant-Garde, finding that pick onto Limits on the left-hand side. He was left by himself, didn't recognize the rotation, but then just staying a little bit too long and not respecting Alpha Sydney to rotate to defend their own tier 2.
So Laney's almost full build here. I expect him to steal this tick file. If he doesn't go for a Crusher, what other item do you reckon he could go in that spot?
I mean, he's clearly not going for crit. He could look for an Executioner, though, if he just wants a little bit more attack speed. He's not capped out just yet. Synergizes very well with Chin size.
And as well, he's obviously avoiding the crit due to the Celestial Legion Helm on Limits, which obviously gives you some protections against crits as well. So he's really kind of recognizing the situation he's in, and as well, it just helps him split push.
Tori, right-hand side. The rest of Alpha Sydney is around, though. And just a little bit of poke. But this is a good spot to be in for Avant right now. I mean, despite having the lead, you could see Limits has to deal with Laney, split push on the left-hand side, and Limits has no way to get to a fight against that Across the Skies Global. Avant probably should be looking to bait a fight here and then rotate Laney over.
Taurus Guys takes some poke, gonna heal himself back up. Swifty forced to run away. Slicey rooted in place. The Spirit Ball doesn't connect as he jumps away. Avant now looking for the tier 2 tower on the right-hand side, and then Laney's just been left on the left-hand side by Limits to split push, but Laney can still probably get here earlier if he needs to. Magi's Blessing popped on Liquid Renegade as he gets a two-man wall.
Avant just need to back out. Look, Limits has rotated. Laney's gonna be able to split push, but they are gonna find Divine. Divine so pushed up by himself. The attention turned to Chuckle. Spirit of the Nine Winds just off the mark, but down comes Renegade.
Gruff is here as well, but a two-man knocker from Tori will save Alpha Sydney for now. Liquid Renegade solo from the feather step, but he managed to get out. Swifty with the hit, and the Whirlwind's gonna get him at the end. Swifty chases him down and gets the kill along with Slicey. Look at Laney, he's split pushing the Phoenix.
They left him alone, and honestly, Avant-Garde, sure, they lost one member, but they've bought so much time. It's up to Slicey to defend this, and Laney actually just going to back out. That probably could have been a 1v1, but instead going to be rotating to this fight on the right-hand side.
Divine pulled in here, but no follow-up damage for Tori Skies as El Chuckles and Gruff are zoning away the rest of Alpha Sydney. Wingus comes through. Divine deleted by Limits. KO cavalry charge.
Oh, the stun and the whirlwind.
Two people there. Laney taken low. He's forced to dash away. Two-man knock up there. Alpha Sydney chasing down Avant. Gruff very, very low here. The tick damage from the whirlwind is coming through. Pull off the mark for Gruff. Just trying to buy time. There's the combat passive, and down falls the big fat man. Alpha Sydney looking for this tier 2 tower.
And it's going to be free right now. Still 3 members dead of Avant-Garde. I love what they did. They actually completely gave up on that left-hand side. The towers, they just let Laney split push all he wanted. They rotated Limits over. They took the 4v5. They found the pick. And then once Laney came over, that's when Slicey was there. Now sieging the right-hand side, just absolutely deleted.
This Alpha Sydney looking for the right-hand side Phoenix. Liquid Renegade is up in the sky. He's trying to pick his target. He looks for Tori. Spin to win. It's going to find the Sylvanas, but Liquid Renegade barely dodges away from the Spirit of the Nine Winds, and he's on like 1 HP from that whirlwind, but still, right-hand side Phoenix falls down. That's worth the life of your support.
34 minutes in. And it's a dead even game. I mean, both teams sitting on 75,000 gold. I mean, what is it? 800 separating them right now. Limits is 8, 1, and 9. He's almost full build. Still doesn't have a Polynomicon on Soul either. And he's actually going to find El Chuckles, who teleports in underneath the team, expecting them, I think, to be on Fire Giant.
Look at his damage as well. 33,000, nearly 34,000. Just he's going off here, and we talked about it a little bit before. This is his first. It's not his first game anymore. It's his first series, and it's on LAN. And he's never played competitive Smite before.
If you would have told me that, like, after this set, I would have not believed you. I really would not have believed you. Limits has been playing so good. I mean, clearly the switch up was something beneficial for Alpha Sydney. He's done a really good job, and it hasn't even been like he's been this guy that we've been talking about significantly. He's not making these big plays. He's just making almost no mistakes. Positioning has been great. I think the only time we've seen him die was getting picked off on the left-hand side, which was kind of a spot where you weren't expecting to see Avant-Garde pressuring at the time.
Gold Fury started up by Alpha Sydney here. This has actually been significant this game. Avant-Garde, it's been even this game in terms of who's gotten the Gold Furies. Alpha Sydney haven't really dropped these objectives like they did the previous ones.
They actually pull off of it. I think someone called that Avant were on Fire Giant, but they don't actually walk up and check it in time, and so they're just going to peel off. And actually, this is where Alpha Sydney's composition is at its strongest, I think. Just the range poke from Limits and Swifty right now. The team doesn't really need to full commit. They can actually just play as a unit and utilize and abuse their healing.
Chuckles pulled in there, Feather Stab knocked up again as well. Whirlwind doing a lot of damage, but 9 turns Blessing as well as a Circle Protection heal him up. Liquid Renegade up in the sky looking for a target. 4-man grouping, he only hits one though. Spin to win, Spirit of the Night wins off the might. Laney crashes down from the sky onto Limits, dashes in, tries to get the mez, but an excellent wall from Liquid Renegade will lock KO in spot, and he's going to fall down when Gruff knocks him up into the sky.
He comes landing down. KO is going to be picked up. Now Alpha Sydney, or excuse me, Avant still pushing forward. Laney finds 2 in that fight. Really good job of using the globals. Not only Laney coming in to finish off Swifty, but also then Liquid Renegade. Just that perfect wall, completely cutting off 2 players.
It's 50 seconds, it's 40 seconds until Limit spawns. Only 2 members of Alpha Sydney left alive here. This is very similar to the situation where Alpha Sydney won. It was only the support and jungler left up. They take down this middle Phoenix. They're going to go for the left one. I get the feeling they're just going to try and take down these Phoenixes, and rather than end, back by and then contest Fire Giant.
They could still end in this situation. The left-hand side Phoenix going to be falling eventually, but El Chuckles very low in this spot and no teleport, so the team going to be playing it safe. All 5 members of Avant-Garde are going to be backing. They've got fire waves in the left and the mid now. They're going to start to really put the pressure onto Alpha Sydney.
Look what Slicey is doing though. He's just preventing them from backing, wasting as much time as possible so that his team members can get back up and get just like little bits of extra farm in before they have to fight Avant.
Gold Fury not going to be looked at by either team right now. Slicey still can't stop Chuckles from backing. You can see he was trying to. And we're 37 minutes into this one. It's been just back and forth, but somehow Avant have just been able to select a target every single fight and kill them through the healing. The one issue that the healers from Alpha Sydney have is that their healing isn't instant. Yeah, Guan Yu, he gets off a lot of sustained healing, but it's low cooldown. It's not like a big burst heal coming out of the conviction. Same thing with the Sylvanas. It's dot healing and protections, but it's not this, okay, you're going to instantly be healed up. It's not like a hell heal in any way, and so Avant-Garde are actually finding opportunities and moments with their globals from Renegade and Laney to pick off one player every single time. It's actually been Swifty most of these situations.
And you know, with a Kukulkan not the safest god, of course, so it's only natural that he's probably going to get picked off, but Alpha Sydney, you know, they started this game very well protecting Swifty, and they did so in the second game as well, but they've really kind of gotten away from it as they've established this lead. Now they're looking to be more aggressive and leaving Swifty defend for himself, assuming that they'll be able to put out enough damage to finish off the fight.
And Swifty's even picked up a Breastplate of Valor to deal with this. I'm not sure if this was a recent pickup or if he's had it for a while. He doesn't have the Polynom completed right now. It's almost 40 minutes into the game. And Avant-Garde starting up Fire Giant actually have it to about half right now.
A sprint pop there by Torres, guys, just looking to try and get into position to use his ultimate. KO stuns out Divine, who forced to use his Purification, but in the backline, Chuckle is just focusing limits, weakening Curse Pop. Laney crushing it from the sky, nearly gets picked off by the Spirit of the Nine Winds. He's pulled in by Slicey, however, limits still very low here. Liquid Renegade from the sky. Laney picks up the kill for Avant-Garde, and now the boys in blue, they're chasing down Alpha Sydney. Torres Sky is under 50% HP, knocked up by Chuckles, rooted in place by Gruff, and now he's forced away from the tower as Laney shreds it down, and they're looking for the right as Phoenix. Divine with a Spirit Ball through the wall to pick off the support.
Again, Liquid Renegade just doing so much in these fights. He's been finding at least 3 members stunned every single time. It's making it very hard for the team to peel, and now it's been Limits who's actually the focus. They recognized, I think, that the Soul was doing most of the damage, and now you're seeing Avant really try and focus and pick him off. And Alpha Sydney just not working well as a team. They seem to, again, once Avant go aggressive, they just seem to split up and go multiple directions instead of fighting as one unit.
Guan Yu ultimate there, gonna stun out Gruff here in a second, actually gets him down into his passive. KO's gonna try and secure the kill, but Gruff is gonna be able to get back up in just a second. El Chuckles picks up Slicey. Laney very low here, needs to watch out for Swifty. Oh, that was a pixel away from death.
And now all 3 Phoenixes down, only 2 members left alive for Alpha Sydney, but interesting enough, Avant, they don't want to end it just yet. I think they're just trying to play this as safe as humanly possible. They don't have the fire minions. The respawns are coming through as well. And Alpha Sydney, they do manage to hold, but now with 3 Phoenixes down, that's basically a death sentence in competitive Smite. They're going to have fire minions pouring in this whole time. They're not really going to be able to contest or defend any fire giant.
Especially the middle Phoenix is about to respawn, as well as the left-hand side one as well. A lot of teams will place overly much importance on keeping those Phoenixes alive from subsequent fire waves, and so it's going to be very difficult for them to get into this fire giant pit. If they do contest the fire giant as well, they could just lose to fire minions.
And you can see KO's really the only one hanging around here. He doesn't have Wrath at all. I mean, he's just going to back up. The rest of Alpha Sydney dealing with the wave on the left-hand side. They're going to push that one up. And now, ooh, almost got that pick.
That was very close, but KO held his nerve there. Liquid Renegade, along with the rest of Avant, going to push down at this middle Phoenix. And Alpha City really need to play this engagement pixel perfect.
It's got to come down to Kukulkan. Actually, Gruff going to start this one off. Blinking forward, knocks up one. It's Swifty, Spirit of the Nine Winds. Does connect onto Laney, but no one else nearby.
Swifty taken low, being forced out by Avant. Liquid Renegades up in the sky. He crashes down and picks up the Kukulkan in the back line of Alpha City, desperately defending their Titan here, but it's under 50% HP. It's going to go down. There's no hope now for Alpha City, but Limits, he's rewriting the script. He picks up a kill. No, it's not to be. The fairy tale is not happening today. Avant-Garde pick up their 3rd win and are moving on to the grand finals.
You know, honestly, you have to give shout-outs to Alpha Sydney, though. You know, coming into this, many expected a 3-0. It was almost a 2-2. I mean, they had a really good run. Limits, you can see there on the screen, just performing so well on that Soul in the final game. The team as a whole, I mean, they came a really long way, but at the end, though, I think the experience from Avant is what pulled through.
And, you know, the man on Avant to really point out is got to be, for me, especially in that last game, is Laney. Just doing his job perfectly, knowing what he needs to do, split push when he needed to, contributing to the team fights when he had to be there, just, you know, playing that Apollo exactly how he needed to play it.
And, you know, coming into this one, obviously, you know, Laney wasn't on the roster originally. He had played with, you know, some of these players before, but he's picked up there in the final couple weeks, and honestly, he's been performing really well. Very, you know, I think it was a little bit rough, the synergy with the team earlier on, but we saw him play so well with the team, especially, you mentioned, diving into the back line, looking for that Kukulkan when he was low, when he got, you know, kind of poked out from Liquid Renegade, and then securing that. And that's actually what opened up the fights for Avant-Garde. Once the Kukulkan or the Soul got picked up, that's when you saw all of Alpha Sydney kind of start to disperse, try and play passively and run away, and it was just that chase down. And they had so much lockdown potential as well. The Isis stuns, the stuns coming out from Thor as well, the pin from Chuckles, just really good at chasing these players away.
You know, we said at the start of the broadcast during the picks and bans that, you know, Avant-Garde's got a better early game composition, Alpha City's got the better late game composition. But, of course, when we said that, the opposite happened. Alpha City played really well in the early game, and then Avant just won the late game.
And then, I mean, a lot of the late game came down to, I was a little bit worried about the fact that they invested so much into the anti-healing, but it actually paid off for them, because when they did dive, they didn't have to worry about the Sylvanas and Guan Yu. You know, their heals aren't burst, they come out over time, and so that just bought enough opportunity. And you have to think about it, there actually wasn't a lot of hard CC to peel players off of the Kukulkan when it came down to it. I mean, once the root's down from Sylvanas, you have to invest in ult, and it's the same thing for Guan Yu.
Let's take a look at how Avant took out that game and booked themselves a trip to the grand final tomorrow. So, you know, early on in this game, it was all Alpha Sydney. We see Swifty picking up a kill here and just Alpha Sydney just win this fight.
And this is a great, look at the whirlwind placement. It's almost impossible for Avant to push past it. I mean, Lanny does a good job of jumping down and finding Tori, but then there's just 4 members there. He gets slowed, knocked up as well. And this is where Alpha Sydney looked the best. They were able to secure a Gold Fury off of that as well.
Gruff and Divine just trying to contest here, but Alpha Sydney's composition too strong. Spirit of the Nine wins as well. Just tremendous secure there from Alpha Sydney. And Avant, you know, they come in and try and contest, but they pay for it a lot. And, you know, it's really surprising. We said Alpha Sydney, they had terrible objective control prior to this game.
Yes.
Absolutely terrible. This game, they stepped it up a lot, and they looked so strong, but it just fell apart.
And even when they did find the objectives, their issue just seems to be farming. I mean, they're winning all these fights significantly in the early game, but the experience lead, they never seem to get a hold of it. The gold will be in their favor a little bit, but they're just not the most efficient. They're great at fighting, but like you said, objectives farming, a lot they needed to work on in those departments.
And now we kind of start to see that the turn back here from Avant. You know, the fight started going, instead of just in Alpha Sydney's favor, they start going a little bit more even. And you Chuckles for a little bit, he put the team on his back and just went ham with that Erlang Shen.
And the big thing here, too, is that there was just so much disruption on the side of Avant-Garde. This is where Alpha Sydney, I think they're able to siege this Tier 2 and grab the Phoenix after that. But this is where the issues, I think, started to arise.
Yeah, Chuckles manages to get away on significantly low health. Alpha Sydney kind of split up a bit here as well.
This is the fight.
And then Laney comes in, and you know, Alpha Sydney, they seem just disjointed in that fight. I think they were really high and excited on what they were accomplishing, that they just forgot their fundamentals.
And I mean, it was kind of the same thing that happened in Game 2 as well. They ended up coming out on top of that one, but this time doesn't work out for them. And Liquid Renegade, I mean, you were talking about Laney. I think Liquid Renegade was the MVP of this game. I mean, obviously, he didn't have the same numbers as the other people, but his control in team fights, every single time Thor ulted, it wasn't at the beginning because he knew his ult would have been essentially negated. He kind of waited until some relics were used, until the main peel was down from Sylvanas, the main peel was down from that Guan Yu ultimate, and then after that happened, that's when he was looking for Swifty, that's when he was looking for limits, and almost every single time he ulted one of those targets, they were able to get a kill.
And look at this as well. Even when Swifty managed to get away from the team, the Thor ultimate comes through in the backline. As you're saying, Liquid Renegade manages to hold it and uses it to secure a kill, similar to what Laney was doing earlier in the game. And Avant take out their 4th game, the 3rd win for themselves. And tomorrow they're going to be facing up either against Team Pandemonium or Legacy, which is our next set.
Who do you give that edge to? I mean, it's got to be Pandemonium, right?
In that next set?
Yeah.
Look, Pandemonium have the paper record. I've been hearing some whispers about Legacy,
here.
but they've got some spicy picks ready to go. But
Is it cheese?
I
We got
mean,
some cheese coming out? Is that what we're going to
dude,
see, Hughes?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Legacy, they've got a couple of players in that team that they love cheese strats.
Oh, man. They're going to invade level 1. Just 4 Wraths, I bet.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I believe we have an interview ready with Sandman up on the stage with the members of Avant-Garde. So let's take it, Sandman.
Thanks, Yuzi. Well, what an amazing first semi-final here. I'm with Alex from Avant-Garde. Firstly, mate, congratulations. You made it through to tomorrow's grand final. Feeling pretty good?
Yeah, it's a good feeling. We were actually pretty worried coming to today's games. Like everyone who's played Alpha Sydney recently has said that they've stepped it up and they're like really good. And we saw that today. They were, I mean, I think we were expecting to come in and do pretty okay and stomp them, I guess. But they were really hard. They were a good team.
Yeah, man, there was some seriously good smite going on there. Talk me through game number 2, because that was quite an interesting one, I think. They came through, they picked it up. You guys looked so close. What do you think got them over the line?
A little bit of greed, I think, honestly. We took the right Phoenix, and then I think the correct call would have been reset, go back, and then come back in 30 seconds, do it all again. But we went, right Phoenix, let's do mid Phoenix straight away. And, they punished us. They killed us all and won the game. And we were like, oh, all right. And they were ahead for most of it as well, I think. So it's throws on throws.
Yeah, it was a little bit like that. You guys, of course, started off behind. You came through and it was so close and it looked like you were going to clean it up. But in the end, they brought it back. But apart from one game, literally these games were so close. And considering you guys, you won last season, you came through as seed number 1 in split 3, and going up against seed number 4, they came so close on so many occasions. Have they just improved out of this world? What's the deal?
It's like a different team. Like from even the split, like during the split, I think we played them 4 times and there were 3 games under 25 minutes. And it was like, it was like playing a completely different team. It wasn't the Alpha Sydney from the split. It's, the Alpha Sydney that you want to see next year and in the future for SMITE, because it's good competition. It's hard competition. So, looking forward to them in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Considering where we were last year, right, when we looked at our finals last year, when the guys who were Avant-Garde, now Pandemonium, came through and qualified for SMITE World Championships, that competition, it was far less close than already we've seen just how close these top 4 teams are already getting. When we're heading into our next semi-final, it's going to be Pandemonium up against Legacy. Now, I had a chat to Biggie just a little bit before. He was throwing some shade down. He said that he felt this was the grand final and that you guys weren't necessarily going to give them grief if they qualified through to tomorrow. How do you feel about that one?
I think he's running his mouth. I think he's getting a bit ahead of himself. I'll be very surprised to see them tomorrow, actually. So, yeah.
Ooh. So that's your prediction that the guys from Legacy are going to come through and they're going to take out Pandemonium here?
Their boot camp's been pretty impressive. They've been really strong. So if Pandemonium think that today's the grand final, well, I'll be in the 3rd place match.
Oh, you've heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Well, congratulations. We will see you in tomorrow's grand final. Right now, we are going to take a break. But when we come back, guys and girls, it's going to be semi-final number 2. It's Pandemonium up against Legacy Esports. We'll be back right after this.
Swifty being the target here. Here comes Chocolate over the wall. World Weaver comes through. Laney picks up first blood across the map. KO in a lot of trouble here. There's a circle of protection. Liquid Renegade picks up the 2nd kill. He's up into this
Liquid Renegade, so this is going to be free. No chance to stop it.
There's Slicey might get caught out here. Great pull through the wall onto Swifty. Here comes Chuckles. Swifty getting caught out again.
Gone.
Zeus nowhere to run. Idivine picks up the kill. Laney. World Weaver, he's chasing a target. They're looking for KO, but he managed to get it one right. Liquid Renegade taken up into the sky here in the mid lane. Slicey doing the big damage to the Raditz Crosscut, but Idivine's here as well. Liquid Renegade, Terrace blessing on him. He tries to go up the ultimate, but KO lands on him when the Eagles rally and down falls.
Obviously what they're trying to do, but they're actually separated. Liquid Renegade going aggressive on the left-hand side. Divine's actually taking out Swifty.
And now Avant pressing their advantage here. They're looking to find some more kills. Gruff just running at Alpha City, trying to find someone. There's a weakening curse limits, forces the Valkyrie situation. I'm a monster over the wall, only finds Tori, but Tori's about 50% HP. Eagles rally from KO, Gruff's gonna get bursted, but not before Divine claims 1. Laney's got himself 2. It's only Limits left alive now, and Avant-Garde's completely turned this game around. Limits falls down, Deicide for Avant-Garde. They can't take this tower because the tier 1's still up. Wastes his old defender, but Olympus uses well. They're looking for Tori, who's chaining everyone, but they're just coming towards his Spirit Ball. Dunked from downtown, Divine picks up the kill for Avant-Garde that they need. There's a circle of protection from Idivine, just keeping his team alive, keeping them healthy. Good taunt. KO taken low here, under 50% HP. He is almost dead. Chuckles finds him with the Eagles rally. He's looking for Swifty as well. Swifty falls down to Liquid Renegade. Chuckles falls. Chuckles picks up Tori Skies. The Titan is going to fall down. Avant-Garde look like, and they are going to take game number 3.
Dominant performance from Avant. They're going to go up 2-1 in this series, 1 game away from qualifying into the grand finals where they'll face either Pandemonium. They've been doing a really good job so far of actually diving into the back line. Strong rotation up from him. Vulture is started up. The Falcon going to do a lot of damage to it, and it is picked up successfully by Alpha City.
Up there, stunned out, knocked up by Tori Skies. Then the set there from the passive. No chance. Slicey, however, Limits still very low here. Liquid Renegade from the sky. Laney picks up the kill for Avant-Garde, and now the boys in blue, they're chasing down Alpha Sydney. Tori Skies up under 50% HP. Knocked up by Chuckles. Rooted in place by Gruff. And now he's forced away from the tower as Laney shreds it down, and they're looking for the right hand side. But he's Divine with the Spirit Ball. Swifty taken low, being forced out by Avant. Liquid Renegade up in the sky. He crashes down and picks up the Falcon in the back line of the Alpha City. Desperately defending their Titan, but it's under 50% HP. It's going to go down. There's no hope now for Alpha City, but Limits, he's rewriting the script. He picks up a kill.
Welcome, hero, to the 2017 SMITE Odyssey. A mysterious evil threatens the battleground of the gods. To defeat it, the gods must embark on a new odyssey where we'll encounter new, exciting challenges and unearth a myriad of treasures on our way to the 2017 SMITE World Championship. This odyssey will journey through each Pantheon's realm, revealing new quests for you to overcome. By completing the quests or by purchasing items in the odyssey, you'll earn odyssey points and gain levels in the event. Unlock odyssey chest rolls and limited bonus items, and upon reaching odyssey level 21, the ultimate odyssey reward will be yours. The Tier 5 skin, Demon Anubis. Now Demon Anubis will join the hallowed ranks of Archon Thanatos and Ragnarok Force X Thor. And like those limited skins, Demon Anubis will never be available again once this odyssey ends. Will you answer the call? Will you undertake this perilous journey? Rise, hero. The odyssey begins.
Welcome to the SMITE Gauntlet. 10 teams enter and 2 escape to the Super Regionals. Let's recap.
They can't escape the bludgeon damage from Marauders. One more in-hand will do it. Pendy Beyond ready for the kill. There's a Gravity Surge as well. Onto Neramar. Neramar one hit from Death, and Panicat finally hits a SMITE.
Suntouch gets the grip. We'll see you later, Shaggy Shank.
Thor in the sky right now, but Mike's very low.
Huge
touch from Panicat. Stealth already picks up Chaos.
Fire Giant still being pushed down. Kiki gets a couple of kills. Fire Giant's gonna be leashed, picked up, and Envy's able to steal it away. Shaggy Shank just kills Fail.
No purification used by Karo, really aggressively not using that defensive relic, and now it's the mid laner for Elevate that's in trouble. I'm a Monster Pop giving them that extra movement speed, but not gonna be enough. Shaggy finds a shot.
Great ult! The damage off and get away, but Panicat has the Sanctuary up.
Oceans is gonna find him. MLC Stealth picks up Marauder in the back line.
Over the wall comes World Edit, and that'll confirm the kill. There's the 4th World Edit on an absolute tear.
The SMITE hits 3 targets. Mogao hits 3 targets. Mogao gonna keep giving chase to Vote MBK.
Confirms the kill onto Ice Ice Baby,
Sundered.
and Mogao is just sundered into oblivion.
Gods and goddesses, believe those who are seeking truth, doubt those who find it. My name's Anuki and this is SMITE, Top 5 Plays. Old Demon King down, red team gaining a power boost. Yogasia trying to be above her visible aggressive blink on and her finds Marcus and jumps against the pillar but then gets put to sleep. Sergey also blinking and delivers a cataclysm as Yogasia giant uppercuts Kespanify. It's now 3 against 2. The Desert Fury sprayed out, gets a few hits in. Explanate can heal a bit of that backup though. Sergey putting himself between allies and enemies is going to try and draw attention away from Fizzwell. He jumps behind a wall. Sergey for a buys bomb. Marcos isn't buying it, but perhaps he should have. Chasing Fizzwell gets him killed. Sidesteps Yogasia. Explanted 1 hit away. He's cornered himself. Epic Sanctuary reaction speed against the impaled Yogasia. Roots and gets in front for the body block, but Fizzwell is light on his feet. He sneaks one spear pass to the left, moves over to the right, making it a double kill. There's no way in hell Yogasia is going to be able to one-on-one Fizzwell. All the power cannot be controlled. His best hope is to escape. Instead, Yogasia is just going to sleep on the floor. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Keep bleeding low.
Behold my fury. That's a big cluster of red securing the Gold Fury. Blue team's divided, and Flash Edge is getting conquered by Shadow of Olympus. Returns a lot of damage on the exit with Rising Jaguar. Meanwhile, at the back, Knife Blades, Pop Sanctuary, and Panda is low, both getting disintegrated. It's looking advantageous for Blue Team. Shadow's not doing Flash Edge, though. His soul's gonna get mechanically ripped apart. His team's being shoved back, though. Dice Energy trying to block for username found, but the enemy team's rolling high damage numbers. Down Dice goes. Tarantid tries to bail. Sliced right down the middle, sneaking behind the wall. Shadow and Shadow Termination. Username found held out long enough to make divided by 0 easy. Mercy is now just a solo single support against a fully regenerated Thanatos. Shadow of Olympus on the quadra kill, and it takes some time, but this is all too simple of a pentakill. Even though it would be better to go take out a Phoenix, you know the rules. If you're on a quadra, you gotta go for the penta.
You cannot escape!
There was no other outcome.
Together we are strong! Fire Giants on the menu. Rignite approaching from behind. Julian smashes his face into the belly of Rignite. Bonlord blinking in. Stops Taco God as Rignite deals with Mag. They've taken the Fire Giant away from them with fantastic target prioritization. Taco lands and Rignite branches out to a triple kill.
All right, guys, we did it!
Crush and make mush. Pexino and Cibi prepared an ambush. Cibi wear the set through both targets, but it's Dark Rayo who's going to be pulled back. The damage is focused on him. He law breaks out, but Pexino and Suku saved up and pounces into the tower, trying to get one more poke and prod. They get it, but how do they plan to deal with Hestrix? These gals are fast, both with the movement speed buff on, but Pexino's got another enemy cutting them off. Doubles back. Cibi takes the Spider Punch. A fabulous Feather Step. This is dangerous. Spirit of the Nine Winds fired. Will it be this or the tower that takes them? It's not going to be the Lightning Dragon Breath. Pexino clears to safety. Praise the minions for taking the tower. Cibi leaps to a cloud. Regenerates a little. Jumps out, taking one tower shot. Mr. Stefan Zephyrs, but Cibi can't be slowed. That's teamwork to the extreme work.
Did I do that?
My power is overwhelming.
Let's get serious. Greek Poseidon. It's a confusing name, and he seems confused himself as he's surrounded and roped in. It's obeyed plenty of allies off screen, including the real Poseidon by Jiragu. He swallows up a whirlpool, cracking on Manny the Mage, completely countered by Undying Love. A big cataclysm from Baby Bomber, but it's Monk C, Monk Do, dropping the rains of fire, big splash damage. Greek Poseidon giving plenty of healing with conviction, and a double meditation assist from Juan Carlos, who's fallen behind. Greek Poseidon lends a horse. Loki, my dad, pouncing in on the enemy's board. Not an ideal target, but this target's way out of position, and they've locked them against the wall with kitties. So cute. Monk Flame pass away from the tidal surge. Zombie jumps over him, Maddie not phased by it. Minions wiped out by it. I'm seeing a double Cat Cafe takedown. Zombie just wanted in on the experience. Maddie the Mage completely drained of mana, but does make it back to the tower. Loki, my dad, leaves forward. The Rain of Fire warms their feet over the flame wave. The Razor Whip defeats Maddie, and Monk is bleeding out. It's a quadra kill in a beautiful play.
I must break.
For real?
Scorched for life.
Charge!
Perfection! Too easy.
Man, I couldn't decide which play should have been first this week, 1 or 2. Thanks for joining me. Don't forget about the Anuki TV Discord, the competitive live streams on Hi-Rez TV, or to submit your replays using the link in the video description. My name's Anuki, and I'll see you next time.
It's time for the SMITE World Championship. The journey that these teams took here was one for the ages.
It's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this. Teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best SMITE team in the world.
Are you guys excited in the house?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship!
Welcome back, guys. Set number one was pretty close there, Adonis. Alpha Sydney surprised us all with how close they came to taking that fourth game away from Avant and potentially forcing a game 5.
It was almost a game 5. It was definitely, I think, the set controlled by Avant overall. They did a really good job from game 1 to game 4. They were always in it. Alpha Sydney, obviously, on the back foot during 2 games pretty heavily. That final game, though, was very close, and that was the game that we had expected to be the most one-sided, I think, today, and so that gives a lot of hope for Pandemonium versus Legacy to be that much more exciting.
And a lot of people have been talking a lot about this Legacy lineup. We know that they have the skill to compete with these players. They're some of the most skilled players in their roles in the entire scene. And it's going to be another best of 5 here, but Pandemonium just got such good teamwork, and they've got such smart game sense. They're so experienced.
And it's not even just, experienced in that they've been playing a while. A couple members of this team have been on the world stage before, both Ro and Ocheetah. They were, I think, able to bring a lot of knowledge from, North America, Europe, China as well, who they faced off against, and kind of bring it into this scene as well and kind of teach the rest of their team, how to play at the highest levels against some of the best teams.
Yeah, so taking a look at this lineup here, Richard Castle and Kiki Amir are actually brothers, and they played on last year's Direwolf squad, which lost to Avant in the regional finals there. Ro and Ocheetah, the only 2 members of that Avant squad left in this current lineup, and Maxon brought in as well. He's actually transitioned into the hunter role. Used to be in the jungle. And one person that's not in this picture but really should be is the coach, Biggie, and he's just provided so much for this team, and he's a guy that studies this game. Like, he told me he has more fun learning how to outplay and outthink his opponent than actually playing the game.
Like I said, going to the world stage, one of the reasons I talked about that was I was talking to Biggie yesterday, actually, and he's like, I want whoever wins out of the Oceania regionals to go to Worlds and, learn how those North American teams play, learn how the European teams play, and come back and kind of teach whatever team he plays for, teach the region as well, the style of game that, the teams that have, been competing for 3 years instead of just the 1.5 that Oceania has, and teach them how to play kind of that very aggressive style. And I think he has brought this to this lineup.
Yeah, that's definitely a signature of Panda's lineup, and the skill is they look at that from Ro, a 5-man ultimate, and then the team just knows exactly what they need to do off the back of this. And a lot of these players are learning new roles. Kiki's learning solo, Maxon's learning ADC, but still, they just look like they've been playing these roles their whole life.
And it's just, look at the target selection as well. I mean, the 3 members that died in that fight, it was 5 players all focused on them every single time. The shot calling is not only good, but it's also a full commit from the entire team. No one's on the wrong target. Everyone is following the call, doing what they need to. A lot of what we talked about with Alpha Sydney was kind of the opposite of that. And, this shows a really experienced and tenured team in Pandemonium.
And as well as that, you have to talk about the superstars in this team, and that's Ro and Ocheetah. They're the ones that have been to the world stage before, and Ocheetah's always kind of existed in the shadow of Ro. Everyone talks about Ro, best player in the scene. He's such a great jungler, like Ro, and Ocheetah's just there, and he's just sitting there, just like I don't miss anything. I carry this team.
You know what that is? That is actually adapting in Yaman. Yeah. It's the exact same duo. We're adapting, kind of, gets a lot of the highlight, gets kind of, he's the star play, right? Yeah. He's in the jungle. He's the one getting all the kills, but Yaman just never misses, and that's the same kind of style that I think this duo of Ro and Ocheetah have. Ocheetah has always been that solid rock on the team. You never really see him make mistakes while also having an ability to just carry a game given the smallest of leads.
You got to add into that equation as well the addition of Richard Castle to this team. Now, Richard Castle, along with his brother Kiki Amir, used to play on Direwolves, and he actually joined this Pandemonium squad, I should say, a week before the Split 2 LAN. And what he brings to the table, which I don't think many other supports in OCE bring, is this really aggressive playstyle. Like, he wants to fight, he wants to invade, he wants to do anything he can to make you lose. He's super competitive. Like, I play some games with him, and it's just like, if we're not winning, he's yelling at me. He's like, why aren't you doing this? Where's the wards, man? Like,
come on,
what's
man.
your build?
Hughes is only silver. You don't gotta do that to him.
Exactly. Like, come on, man. I'm
Are
a
you still
pleb.
silver? I thought you were gold.
I don't even play ranked, man. I don't
Just
know.
give up on it?
Yeah.
Richard yelled at you too much. You're
I
like,
got too
never
tilted.
again.
I got too tilted, man. I was like, no, I'm out of here.
I mean, yeah, and that actually works out really well with Roe, because I think Roe is that same style of player. He likes to be very aggressive, and you know, when you have two differing styles between support, jungle, and mid, it never mixes well, because you have those instances where one person's going in, one person's trying to back off. But when Roe or when Richard goes in, both of them know that they can trust not only the other to go in and follow up, but also Ocheeta's always going to be there as well. Kind of that silent rock. You know, he doesn't get all the highlight plays. He's not, you know, the big name that people are talking about, but he's always doing his job. And he, I think, really trusts his core to do what they need to do.
And that's something that the other team in this match, Legacy, have struggled with a little bit. They've got a good core 3v3. Agony, Weave, and Ogre are all good players, but is that trust there? Is that communication there? And we know that Ogre and Agony are quieter kind of guys, and that's where they really suffered from in the last LAN, is they didn't have the communication necessary. Avant, we heard them before on the stage. They're a very loud team. Avant were popping off after every play, and that really put Legacy into a negative mindset.
And Legacy, I mean, they're coming in here as definitely the underdogs compared to Pandemonium. Oga, again, one of those players that did compete with Direwolves and Avant last year, now finds himself into the jungle role, and he's been pretty solid for the team, but I know comms-wise, he's not the most vocal person, which is not always the best thing for a jungler.
And as well, the other difficulty this team has had during the split is there's been, you know, additions to the rosters, and there's been role swaps every which way. Finally, though, they've settled back into their kind of what I feel are their natural roles, and the same roles they had at the end of all through last split and the start of this split, and it's just really where everyone feels. And Shred in the solo lane, I think, is a very important part of this team. He's a very vocal guy. He very much enjoys getting his team pumped up and ready, and he tried his hand in jungle, tried his hand in mid, just to contribute a bit more in terms of the communication. But, you know, overall, solo seems to be where he's at, and this team's been practicing that communication, so everyone's going to be that pump-up guy.
And you could just see some of their plays here. Just a really good job of controlling paces of the games. I know they like to get rolling early. You could see just a perfect bait from Oga the whole time, just allowing the Hunbats to chase him and then just turning around on him with the rest of his team.
Oh, HS, they're outplaying Royal Custard, and that's something we actually didn't talk about there, but it's very important to mention, is that all of these guys are mechanically amazing players. They came together as 5 individual players. It's just, can they become a team to compete? Because, you know, you can have 5 individual players. You can find 5 good players in ranked, but it's, can you morph them into a team?
And, you know, people have tried, and that's something that actually takes a long time to develop. You can't just take 5 players and immediately be a good team. Yeah, maybe you'll find, you know, some wins early on, but it's about kind of holding on through the times when you're not winning as a team. That is how you really form and become incredibly competitive. And, you know, Legacy has made it this far overall. Who do you give this edge to? I mean, it's got to be Pandemonium, but I've been hearing a lot of whisperings about Legacy. You mentioned it earlier, maybe bringing some interesting strategies that teams aren't used to here in the set.
The biggest key for me for Legacy is, this is LAN. Last time they played on LAN, they choked. They were the #1 seed. They went to LAN and didn't win a single game. Came out in the 4th seed. The biggest point for me is, how are they going to respond to the LAN environment the second time round? You know, are the nerds going to come back again, or are they going to step it up this time? Have they learned from their past mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, are they going to just have flashbacks of them choking last time and then just not perform this time as well? Alpha Sydney, actually, I think their players did a really good job performing at LAN for their first times, but like you mentioned, Legacy, it was the opposite for them, so they already have probably a negative expectation in their mind on how this is going to go.
So we're going to take a look at a couple of our key matchups here. Our first one is going to be our Hunter matchup. Maxon up against HS247. Now, both of these guys at various times have been considered top of their roles, but Maxon, he has had a tremendous split. He's got the highest amount of kills in the entire Pro League, relatively safe as well with only 33 deaths, and even though this is a statistic we don't have up there, he always outputs a ton of damage for his team.
And the 33 deaths is the big thing to me. Not dying is one of the keystones of a good carry player, specifically in the Hunter role, and especially, like you said, when he's also doing, you know, some of the top damage, you know, across the charts. 33 deaths over, I believe it was 18 games, very low, and that tells me that his positioning very good in games. I think it's going to be hard for HS to find any opportunities here to abuse him.
I think only his teammate Ochida has less deaths than him. And
Yeah, Ochida has
21 deaths.
That was it.
21 deaths over 18 games. So Max in there on your screen. His counterpart on the other side, Legacy HS. He, at the start of the split, he was a very safe player as well. With the roll swaps, he kind of had to change his play style a little bit, take a few more risks, and he earned a few more deaths in that regard. But still, a very strong player. You can see there, he's a native country's flag, South Korea there, up on his chair, rocking that out. But look, these guys both have very similar playstyles and very similar god pools.
And the crowd as well. They're getting actually pretty excited for HS. He seems to have some fans in here. I think Freya might be a pretty big factor in here. We only saw Freya, I believe, one game in the last set, but both Maxon and HS love to run this god.
And you can't talk about this matchup of Pandemonium versus Legacy without mentioning the junglers Ro and Ogre. Ro, one of the most celebrated players in OCE, one of the most well-known players across the international scene as well. When people think of OCE SMITE, they think of Ro, and look at his kills as well, 104. That's second to Maxon. So this team, their carries, they definitely carry. They get the good statistics, but the deaths is a thing for me. 59 deaths
on a jungle position.
He's a very aggressive player. He likes to go in and try and outplay the opponent and try and get the kills. He is the guy, though, that is willing to die for the team, sometimes unnecessarily.
Always, and I think that is a thing you mentioned earlier, Richard Castle kind of being this guy who is very aggressive, right? We have to win, and if we're not winning, what's going wrong? Who's messing up? Kind of that name, the finger pointing, the blame game, and Ro, might struggle with the same thing. He's a player who has a very strong desire to win, and I think they need to keep their heads cool as possible in this set.
His counterpart on the other side, Ogre, he has had a couple of different roles this split, jungle, solo, and support.
3, right?
Yeah, but now he's back into the jungle role where I think everyone recognizes this is his best role. This is where his gold pool most suits, and this is where, unlike the other teams which try and set up around their mid laners, like that's what Alpha City, Avant and Pandemonium do. Legacy a little bit try and set up around the jungle. They try and get Ogre on something he can carry with. It's not odd to see him on a Kali and just let him farm up to the late game, and then he will be the guy. And like we talked about with Alpha City, Slicey wanted to be the guy.
Yes.
Ogre can be the guy, but sometimes it's just not the right call.
And it's always risky, obviously, for your jungler to be the guy. They're typically one of the players in the front line, no matter what. Assassin's always the close melee range kind of dealers, unless you're going for something like a Camazotz or a Thor where you can get into poke battles, but you need to play everything so carefully. And the jungle style, actually, the meta of jungle has shifted significantly. It actually used to be where most junglers were those carry styles like Ogre, where it was kind of take the Kalis, take the Bastets, loop around team fights, let the team fight happen, and then try and isolate out a mage in the back line. Now, most of the time they transition into being these frontliners where after the first couple items they get the Void Shield, they'll build the Spirit's Robes, the Mantle of Discords, and they'll be just one of the players also just kind of in the front line, like you mentioned, setting up for your mid.
I think Hornbarts is going to be a very contested jungle pick this game between both these guys. It's both of these guys one of their favorite picks in throughout the Pro League. And it suits both their play styles as well. You can be the guy with the Hornbarts, but it also allows you to set up for your team as well. It gives you kind of the best of both worlds.
Hunbats is so well-rounded because, like you mentioned, you could have these really intricate outplays. Obviously, Hunbats does very well with anyone who has quick teleports or jumps over walls. You can have a lot of outplays with that monkey bounce teleporting to players, really good against Giannis. There's a lot of in-hand and ability weaving that you can do. And then, like you mentioned, kind of that big ult could be used defensively, where it's like, hey, this is not a fight we want to take. Fear no evil down, spread everything out. Or offensively, where it's like, all right, I'm going to push this person into a wall, set up for my Scylla. And I believe it was the most played god by Ro, and I think there's good reason for that.
Yeah. The member of Pandemonium we talked about a little bit that you're really going to watch in this matchup as well is Ochida. Ochida is this quiet guy, not really a big personality, but there's kind of starting this growing recognition of him of, wow, he's such a good player. Like, how do we not know that he's this good player? And he didn't have a lot of respect. This year, he's starting to really get the respect.
But to be fair, I think last year he wasn't at the level he is now. No. I mean, obviously, the overall level of the scene is going to raise the more you play. But he was kind of that guy who was, doing his thing, followed up, off a row, the rest of his team. But now he is, like you mentioned, like that Yaman, where it's like he does not make mistakes. He does not miss his abilities, and that's so important. It makes it so hard to play against. SMITE is a game where juking and weaving and dodging very important. Movement speed, super important. And if you have that guy who can reliably hit his abilities every single time, it's hard to play against. It's frustrating to play against.
Pandemonium, definitely you have to say the favorites going into this one, but Legacy, it's the potential there. Like everyone, you've been hearing from their scrim partners that Legacy have got these strats that they don't think Pandemonium's going to know how to deal with. And we've talked about that LAN is a little bit of a nerve-wracking situation for them, or it's like something where they typically struggle with, but they've been getting better. They've actually been having some help from various people in the community with that kind of stuff, like getting better with LAN, getting more confident in themselves, and they definitely have the mechanical skill there to take it from Pandemonium. It's just, do they have the chemistry and the communication?
Probably prep going to become a big factor, I think, for both of these teams. And you mentioned confidence. Listening to Pandemonium kind of talk around, they are incredibly confident, and I'm not just talking about them versus Legacy. They're already ready to go to Worlds, right? This team has told me they're here to compete at Worlds and represent Oceania on that stage.
At the same time, they're not looking too far forward. They recognize that they have to beat these teams, and that they have struggled at various times throughout this split. But with Biggie being their coach, their focus isn't being on the best Oceanic team. Their focus is on getting as good as those NA and EU teams. And that's a very ambitious goal, but that is what these guys have been working to all year round, and that's what they aim to achieve both here and at SWC if they make it.
What are your expectations for how Pandemonium plan to draft into this first game?
It's very much focused on the 3v3 fight, the mid, support, and jungle, and the priority, I think, is going to be on Richard Castle and Ocheetah. It's going to be on getting them something that they can do really well with. Richard Castle's got a pretty diverse god pool, but it's similar to what we saw with Avant and Alpha City. He loves himself some Sylvanas. He loves the Barcus as well to go in. Ocheetah will play pretty much whatever, but if you can get him a Scylla or a Ra, that's what he's going to play.
And Ra actually banned out the entirety of last set. A possibility to see it banned out in this set as well. Obviously, Ra crept back into the meta very heavily recently. Really dynamic god that can be used for offensive teams, right? Really good at invading. The Raw snipes can not only steal buffs, it could secure objectives as well. The sustain, very hard to fight against if you're going more for a tanky composition, trying to hold out for late game. So I do think Raw will be a little bit heavily contested in this set as well.
Well, both of these mid laners play it. Both Agony and Ocheetah have played it.
Yes.
Both of them have the skill to play it as well. And, we saw how heavily sustain, just in general, was weighted in the last set. And, whether that was Sylvanas or Guan Yu, and as you said, Ra perma-banned pretty much. And that's really what the meta has shifted towards, both in OC and we've seen it on the international stage as well at Super Regionals.
Oh, man. I mean, sustain is interesting because we're actually starting to see people counter around it pretty heavily too, right? Whether it be in the pick and ban phase or simply just matching sustain for sustain, or again, what we saw, I believe, Avant just do against Alpha Sydney, where it was double curse, it was a divine ruin, 2 brawlers, beat sticks, and at least 1 pestilence. I think they might have picking up 2 at the end, but just this full, all right, we're just going to not only counter your healing, but just kind of do this all-in burst style to kind of deal with it. And it might be important for either of these teams to focus on that, because if you're used to just having a sustained composition and it just working out for you and no one can break that line, and then all of a sudden the line is broken, it's not that easy to make adjustments on the fly.
And we could already see Ra banned out by Legacy first ban, taking away the Athena as well. Freya and Jingwei taken away by Pandemonium. That's 2 of HS's favorite gods to play. And Agony even plays the Jingwei in the mid lane. Erlang Shen, however, has been left open, and there's no hesitation there. It's a bit of a flex pick for Legacy, but, again, Pandemonium, they definitely have an idea of what they want to do. Sylvanas Zeus. Circles, man.
This is actually the meta that developed in North America at the end of Super Regionals. Sor versus Eager. We had barely seen Sylvanas all tournament, and it came down to both teams picking Sylvanas every single game, along with the Zeus paired with it. It's just, Sylvanas is one of those gods that has so many options, I think, to help Zeus out, not only the healing, but the protections as well, and then that ultimate. It's very hard to dive on top of the double circles.
Ymir and Isis picked up here as well. We saw iDivine on the side of Avantgarde pick this Isis up and actually used it to great effect to counter some of the healing that Alpha City was able to pull through, but as well as that, the control you can establish with the Isis. The circle protection is a good counter to a lot of AoE abilities. Odin, though, left open here, and I don't see anyone on Legacy that can get out of that cage right now.
I mean, not only that, but it's a super hard counter to both Isis and Erlang Shin, who are really going to rely on their ultimates to keep themselves sustained during any dive composition. And then you have Zeus as well. Ignoring the Zeus, it was already bad that Odin was locked up into this lineup. Now you have the Zeus ult on top of that with no one able to get out. This is a very rough start to the draft for Legacy.
Added on to the fact as well that this is likely going to be an Odin jungle for Ro. It just means that this Odin's going to rotate in more and have much more of an impact than he would see out of the solo lane. A Wheelik's taken away as well, a bit of a counter to Odin that we know only good at solo, or Ogre I should say, likes to play. And Ratatoska taken away by Legacy, so Legacy reckon this Odin's going into the solo lane.
I mean, it's at this point, I think it will go into the jungle, simply because you want to make it like you mentioned, you want to make it a factor early on. Solos don't always rotate into fights. Sometimes they're more focused on kind of farming as efficiently as possible, but if it comes out of the jungle, you know it's going to be useful from minute one, especially once he hits level 5. Bans on the other side, Ratatosker and Athena, so taking out some of the globals, obviously nothing Legacy do want to deal with.
Ram going to be
Thor.
Yeah, Ram going to be hovered over here by Pandas, and then if this is picked up, this is a really big cut into HS's God Pool with the Ram and the Freya and Jingwei all taken away from him. It looks like they're going to go for the Sobek here. Now, Kiki Amir as of late, played a lot of Guardians in the solo lane. He really likes Amir, but he plays a whole lot of Sobek as well.
I mean, just look at this front line, right? There's Sylvanas, Odin, and Sobek. Sylvanas, he's not even going to go aggressive here. This play for Merchant Castle is probably going to be entirely devoted to protecting Ochita. They have the front lines that can deal with everyone else, set up picks. Ro's going to be able to lock people in, and then as long as the Zeus isn't able to get dove onto, he should be safe, and you can actually see the Bastet picked up, I think, to deal with that Zeus.
I like the Ram pick as well for Pandemonium, because if someone survives in very low HP out of that Odin Cage and Zeus ultimate, Max can go up and pick him off with a snipe or two.
We've actually seen that, one of the reasons ROM has become a lot more meta is because of that. Teams really like mobility compositions, the Thors, the Ratatoskers, those globals, Giannis as well, and, ROM just does allow you to take those snipes out and finish players off.
Let's be real, though. Marvel's brought ROM back into the meta.
Marvel, it was Snoopy. I do love Marvels, though. Marvel's threatened to beat me up, apparently, after I mentioned on cast that Snoopy was the better ROM. Marvels can't beat anyone.
I haven't seen Marvels. Is he?
I
mean, he's ROM,
Marvels
isn't he?
Can't
I've only seen like the ROM face.
Marvels couldn't beat up a Twig.
But wait, Marvels v Captain Twig 1v1 at Worlds? Is that what I'm hearing?
The 1v1 Master versus the ROM Master?
Yeah.
That'd actually be interesting. I'm actually excited to see. Maybe we'll do that. But, I mean, this draft for Pandemonium is absolutely brilliant. I love what they did. They immediately targeted out, I think, one of the biggest problems they were going to have, which was HS. We know the individual skill from him has been a big factor throughout this last split. Put him on something he's not going to be as comfortable with. And then they let the Erlang go through. They get the Zeus Sylvanas, obviously, that kind of iconic duo that's come out in the past couple weeks. And then once that Isis Ymir locked in, very clear, just lock in the Odin. And that also limited, I think, the pick opportunities for Legacy in the second phase of the draft, since they had to draft into something that could leap, so they were forced into the Hou-Yi and forced into the Bastet.
The Bastet does allow them a bit of a split push option as well, in case, they recognize our 3v3 and our 5v5, it's just not working out. We need something where we can take objectives. We saw, speaking of super regional stuff, Eager in the group stages especially, and in super regionals as well. We're not winning this fight, let's just send DJ Pernicus off to split push somewhere.
And this actually could be some of the strategies that we heard about, stuff that's hard to deal with. And the question is, can Pandemonium adapt to that style quick enough, or can they just get a really heavy lead from that 3v3 core that's going to be incredibly efficient at shutting down Isis?
All right, we are into game now. Game number 1 between Legacy Esports and Team Pandemonium. So the Pandas, they come into this one heavy favorites. They actually come into these regionals, a lot of people's favorites to take out the whole tournament and represent Oceania at Worlds for a second time running. We can see a very odd start from Legacy. They've taken the right-hand side mid camps before they've taken any buffs at all, and Pandemonium took back camps before taking their speed.
Look at those wards, too, coming out from Legacy. It's actually 3 wards all around Pandemonium's speed buff. I think they were really worried about an invade. And interesting enough, we actually see Pandemonium start back harpies and go straight to the speed buff. They might have been worried about the invade themselves.
Yeah, Kiki hasn't gone for his blue buff yet, and Legacy haven't gone for their speed buff either. So both sides really janky starts. It's actually a Ymir solo and Erlang Shen support for Legacy as well. So a lot of kind of not vanilla stuff here.
No,
Adonis.
and actually this does open up a pretty easy blue buff invade if Legacy want to take it, but they're obviously a little bit worried with Pandemonium having those 3 players in the mid. And once again, it's just going to be the Hunters left alone by themselves just to farm up as much as possible in this game.
Legacy going for their speed buff now. Kikimi is still without his blue buff, but we can see Ro and Ochita heading over in that direction to help him secure that one. And mana is something that is really important for a Sobek in the solo lane.
I mean, once he hits level 5, obviously he has the mana regen on his ultimate, but he spreads through it really quickly simply because he has incredibly weak clear in the early game. You can see also going for that Vanguard, just trying to reduce any damage. After 2 abilities, the wave still remains, and so you do need to have that blue buff. You need to be able to sustain in that lane. Very important they secure that, and I actually think a missed opportunity from Legacy to at least try and apply pressure and force Pandemonium to rotate to that earlier on.
So this is the first time we've seen a support in the Joy lane this entire day, actually, as Richard Castle helps Maxon get a wave under the tower here. Solo lane matchup relatively even here, but Kiki Mio struggling a little bit. Good wall there, prevented a lot of the healing from Kiki.
And I mean, not even the healing there, it's just going to slow down this wave and make it harder. You could see another wave coming through, and that gives opportunities for Shreds to try and poke out Kiki Omio before the next wave hits. So you can actually see he did manage to do that a little bit, just trying to put the pressure onto the Sobek as much as possible.
Richard Castle, Ro, and Ochita here, the core 3 for Pandemonium. Richard Castle actually taking a lot of damage here from the Isis, but he's going to be fine, sustaining himself up just a little bit. Pandemonium, though, you know, not really looking to back off. You still want to fight or push this mid wave.
And this is a 3v3 that's really hard for Legacy to fight into. There's, you know, the chain lightning, there's detonate damage, there's obviously the AoE. There's just so much AoE damage on the Pandemonium that when Legacy go aggressive, they need to be 100% sure they can get a kill. They cannot bait themselves into jumping in, having their escapes gone, and then just taking all that AoE burst.
They need to be very safe in this next minute or so here, as everyone on Pandemonium starts to hit level 5 and start to get their ultimates online.
Oop, freeze off the mark there. Kiki gonna be fine here, and actually a rotation from Legacy. You can see Bastet here, good wall. Kiki gonna be on the wrong side of it, but I mean, the main issue here is that Oga is not level 5, so this gank not gonna go their way, and he's got to rotate back to the mid lane.
Shred just gonna use his ultimate there to clear out the wave and force, just be able to back and then get back into the solo lane in time. May as well burn that ultimate.
Just at this point, you're not really gonna have any kill potential on a Sobek, and you saw that too, right? Right as Legacy walked over there, like, this is not going to go so well, and you see this a lot from Guardians. They're not really focused at all on either dying or setting up kills, simply because it's so hard to gank them. It's so hard to lock them down. That's going to be a little bit different, I think, in this match because the Odin, but Rose just looking to farm out for mid-game fights instead.
As well as that, it's going to be really hard for this Bastet to try and gank the Sobek with a mark of the Vanguard online.
I mean, yeah, it's 5 flat damage, and because Bastet does so many dots, it's just going to reduce that significantly on every single tick. Speed buff picked up by Ro, though. He's going to take a trip back, get his boots online. He has gone not for a Wrath, gone for the Purification instead. We've actually seen a lot of the junglers in the earlier set go for that Wrath and look for the heavy invades. Both of these teams are actually respecting each other, though.
Yeah, and the Wraths are on the solo laners in this case. Both Guardians both need a little bit of help securing their buffs and other objectives more than necessarily a Warrior might, especially in the earlier game.
Ooh. Blue buff on an awkward timer, though, and so Kiki doesn't have his yet. Ultimate is online. But Rose just going to come and split that with them. Early rotation coming out from Shreds, just trying to get vision and control these fire elementals. I think he's done a better job overall right now. We've seen him over here along with this Bastet, just making sure to get that extra 90 gold on cooldown. It's not a big win, but it adds up quickly.
That's for a relatively quiet game out of these two. We haven't seen too many rotations for ganks, too many people trying to force stuff. It's just been kind of, we're just kind of going to get settled in and play our game.
This is like a normal early game of Smite.
Yeah.
Last time it was just arena team deathmatch, nonstop invading, and just teams staring at each other and neither of them willing to do the buffs. Maxon on this ROM, though, doing a good job. Both these gods actually pretty good at 1v1s. Rom surprisingly good early simply because his ultimate. A lot of ultimates from Hunters are wasted because they're easy to get out of or not as effective.
Left-hand side mid camps. Legacy rotating through there. Spotted out by Team Pandemonium. And Legacy need to be really careful. We were talking about during Avant and Alpha Sydney how Zeus has got just tremendous mid-camp control with his Chain Lightning.
And I'm actually surprised that we haven't seen Pandemonium try and force a fight earlier. They actually just place a ward down, but early Sentry coming out from Legacy, and Legacy cannot push up in the slightest. The one thing that's a little bit scary here for Pandemonium is that they don't really have a ton of engage outside of Ro's jump. He doesn't really have a blink in this situation. And in he goes, but the range isn't there. Not able to find anyone in that cage. You can tell Pandemonium now trying to synergize their ultimates and look for their first blood pickoff.
You're mentioning the initiation's not really there other than Ro, and neither he nor Richard Castle have a blink at this stage, so they can't get a really quick start to the fight. Richard Castle's picked up a sprint here, so that's partially to counter some of the slows coming out from Legacy. It is a little bit of an initiation tool as well.
4-man group up here. Oh, this wall's going to be big, and they do find Richard Castle, but he answers back with an ultimate.
Shred taken very low here. Ro jumping down in the ring. There's the circle of protection as well. Ro very low. He falls down. Agony picks up the first blood. Weave picks up a kill onto Kikiamiya on the backside as well. And Legacy pick up the first 2 kills in this game and the right-hand side mid-camps.
And that is the issue here with having the Odin. He's not that tanky right now. I'm actually surprised he bird bombed in aggressively instead of just trying to jump in cage and then save his shield just for defensive purposes. Really good job by Legacy there, just catching the Odin, overextending, finding the kill, and then actually taking up Kiki as well as he rotated in.
Both the Hunters, though, still in this duo lane, just like this isn't, you guys do whatever you want, we're just going to sit here and farm.
This is probably what we're going to see most of the game, and it's not that big of a disparity compared to the last set where we saw the Hunters just kind of getting solo farm for so long while the rest of the members were fighting. So I don't think they're going to have that big impact like we saw in the last set where they were, 5-6 levels ahead of the rest of the team.
And Maxon's gone for a very late game build here as well. He's going towards the Devourer's Gauntlet, so he's not looking to rotate and commit heavily to a fight anytime soon. You'll see him come over to maybe like the Goldview Pit or mid camps and then unleash his snipes for maximum distance.
He's also not looking to box at all. Really, if you get in a position where you want to try and take 1v1s against Hunters, you'll typically see the Ick Vial, usually the first item out, just super effective at stealing away power. And it might be something that we do see the Hou Yi go into. But based on the fact that he got attack speed boots, tells me it's the same boat for him, where he's just trying to farm for that late game.
Richard Castle here slow. There's a good knockup from him. Spirit Ball connects onto Ro, who's caught a little bit out of position. Taunt into Richard Castle. There's the Zeus ultimate. Richard walks out. Circle protection comes down. Weave 1 HP. He's still alive. Maxon with the snipe. I told you, maximum distance from the Gold Fury Pit.
And it worked absolutely perfectly. You saw the Isis ultimate there. It couldn't be popped yet. The Odin Cage reducing 100% of the healing coming out, and so it was a good recognition of Agony to hold it, but just Maxon coming in at the perfect time. Pandemonium, though, this time we saw kind of that same situation happen where Richard Castle gets spotted out. This time, though, he was a little bit tankier, had his boots completed, and tier 2 of Steel Mail.
Wards on the map, a lot of vision and control for Legacy at this point, especially around the Gold Fury Pit. They have got the Sentry Ward there as Pandemonium, though, go to clear it out, but vision control and communication is something Legacy has struggled with in the past. We've talked about it before, and it's good to see them kind of, we've heard them yelling out on the stage when they got those first 2 kills. I said they struggle with communication. It appears they've kind of fixed those issues.
I mean, they were yelling. There's that. That's not really the full-on communication when it comes to team fighting, but they're definitely hyped up and they have a lot of energy. And again, it was actually surprising to see them get the first 2 kills considering this draft. And it's going to, I think, have to be won by baiting Pandemonium into overcommitting a jump just to get some poke damage off on Zeus. And this is one of the good things about Bastet, is that she obviously has the leap in and the leap baps, so if she does get caged, she will have that secondary option to escape. Bastet also very good against Zeus, simply because you can get a lot of damage off before you can get 3 stacks, and then you can jump back, so Detonate doesn't really do that much return damage.
Ro here for me, he's going for a high to the Urchin here early, so it tells me he's going to try and fight a lot early. He cages in Agony. Richard Castle knocks him up. Ro dunks down back on top. Ocheetah picks up the kill into Agony. Ro uses his Purification to get out. Good wall from Shred. There's the Suns coming down from HS247. Ro's got nowhere to run, and HS picks up the kill. Shred walking at Pandemonium, freezes Richard Castle in place as Kikiamiya is lurking in the waters. Damage comes through, but no kills.
1 for 1 there. Ro doing a really good job of not only caging in the Isis, but also keeping most of Legacy on the opposite side of the cage, meaning Pandemonium could dump everything into Isis without worry. The only issue is that Ro kind of stayed around after he bird bombed, looking to get in-hands in instead of resetting back to his team. His team had the damage to find that kill. Instead, he stayed around a little bit too long, and he paid for it.
He's completed his High to the Urchin, though, so he's going to be able to start stacking that one up. A lot of health a lot of mana, and a lot of protections.
And also, he gets this on early. One of the most detrimental things we see is a team that's either behind pick up an Urchin or, you know, when it comes 20 minutes into the game, the item's actually not that effective unless you start getting the stacks on it. It's 35 all protections for a big chunk of gold. At this point, though, with the fact that Pandemonium has such a good composition for picking players off, I do expect that to be stacked up relatively easily.
How effective is this helm going to be on Isis at this stage in the game up against an Odin when he tried to bomb her?
I mean, the Odin's not even there to do most of the damage. A lot of the damage is coming from the Zeus and Sylvanas. This item is just very cheap and effective, though. Obviously, the boots and the Dynasty Blade helm adding for nearly 30 penetration early on. Isis excels at having that early game pressure. She has a lot of damage coming out of her Spirit Ball and her Wing Gust, so I do like this, even though I don't think the protections are going to help her out too much. I'm actually surprised that she went for Purification early, though, instead of going for a Sanctuary. The Purification, not really going to be useful in this game at all, outside of Richard, a root from Richard Castle or Kiki Omio, but Kiki hasn't really been, you know, a big part of these fights so far in the solo lane. He hasn't really been rotating too much, and I think a Sanctuary probably would have bought this Isis more time. I'd like to see Legacy try and hold out, at least for her to get that up.
All right, 12 minutes into the game. Gold pretty much even, experience pretty much even as well. A slight advantage in the duo lane to Legacy Esports, but otherwise fairly even. A big grouping from Team Pandemonium around the Gold Fury.
And, I mean, they have a really good comp for this, but they are going to need the Wrath from Kiki, and it's currently down. But Shred still on the opposite side of the map with no TP. Still just going to farm up.
He's got a sprint, though. He'll get over here.
I actually really like this sprint, simply because he's going to be able to catch up to players and freeze them. I'd like to see Shred go aggressive onto Ocheetah. Once that cage comes out, if he could put pressure onto the Zeus and not allow the Zeus to just free cast in the Odin ult, I mean, that's going to be really good for them. I would like to see a Phantom picked up as well because of that.
It's pretty scary as well, the Ymir with the sprint. It's almost like a Kabrakan when he presses his one and then just runs at a mid laner.
I mean, Ymir does so much damage, and Shred's been solo farming really well right now. Currently top 3. It's only the Hunters who obviously have been left alone in their lane. I think he's got about a 500 lead over Kiki right now. So this Ymir's in a really good spot. Has Breastplate of Valor completed.
I do like the Heartwood Amulet pick up here from Kiki Ymir. You know, it's going to reduce some of the damage from Shred, but it's also going to give his team protections against Shred and the Isis.
And, I mean, the Bastet right now not doing a ton of damage. Bastet scales really well into the late game. Obviously 100% scaling on a couple of her abilities, but she really needs that. Rogue going to be forced to jump there. Obviously, Shred has been looking primarily for Richard Castle with those walls.
And interesting to me, Roe bottom damage with this Odin. You know, he just really hasn't had the opportunities to fight. There's a sprint. Rose, his jump is down. Beads forced there, Circle Protection, and the Cats as well, but they're trapped in the cage. Circle Protection going to keep Legacy alive, even though it's not going to heal them. It will give some protections, but Ocheetah managed to pick up the kill into Agony. The side from Maxson! Only good as Solo falls down. Shred caught out on a beautiful wall. Will keep him alive for now. The knock-up and the damage from Ocheetah is too much here. Pandemonium claim a clean 2 kills.
Just an incredibly over-committed fight coming out from Legacy. I mean, they did the smart thing, right, where they knew Rose's jump was down, so they're going to wall him off. But the issue is the wall doesn't last that long, and Rose still had Cage, which they have no way to chase him into his tower with, along with the Zeus ult being right there on the top. That was just a very, I think, mistimed gank coming out from Legacy, where they really had no chance at getting a kill there unless Pandemonium unplugged their keyboards. I mean, I think that's what would have happened to make that fight successful for them.
Even the Bastet Cats, like I talked about a little bit in that fight, they can't get through the cage either, so you can't chase the Zeus when you're in a cage.
This game might just come down to picks and bans, where it doesn't matter how well Legacy play it, even if they play everything perfectly. If they can't deal with this Odin, or if they can't deal with this Zeus, there's not much of a chance for them to win. They do have this Bastet, though, which is always that kind of hidden wildcard factor. You could see the TP come out. Is level 12 right now, hasn't decided on a second relic just yet.
Kiki Ymir heading back towards the solo lane, only good at solo. Hanging out over the wall here, but as we mentioned, very hard to gank a Sobek. He's frozen in place. A good wall from Shred. Just going to poke him out here. They're not looking. Yeah, they're not looking for a kill. They're just looking to just get some pressure here.
And he does right now. Kiki going to be poked out. Obviously, does have self-sustain though, so once his cooldown's back up, should be relatively healthy for now. I would like to see Oga try and put some pressure on the left-hand side, because Ro is kind of been hip to hip with Richard Castle and with Ocheetah. You have to try and make openings somewhere else on the map. At the very least, force out Rom's ultimate. That'll buy him some time, and then, obviously Pandemonium will probably rotate to combine that, but that gives you an opportunity then in the next 90 seconds to look for a secondary gank.
That's something we haven't seen all day today. Is
the
jungle
Hunter's just been
ganking.
left alone.
Yeah, Liquid Renegade did it once or twice during the set, but really it was just if that was the only thing left to do, and that that really helped out Laney because Limits was going off for Alpha Sydney, and just getting Laney any kind of lead in that lane was necessary for them.
He was playing so amazingly. Pandemonium, though, hitting level 12, actually, they go double blink on both Richard Castle and Rose, so looking for heavy dive potential. On the other side, Erlong Shin has picked up Phantom. This is now the best opportunity, I think, for Legacy to fight. Now, obviously, Phantom, an incredibly long cooldown, as opposed to the Odin Cage, which is going to be up pretty often. But if they can find an opportunity to use that Phantom and actually win a fight, that's how they can come back into this game and kind of come over this deficit in picks and bans.
The core three for Pandemonium hanging out in the mid lane again. As you mentioned, Rose been almost attached at the hip to Ocheetah and Richard Castle. They're hanging around the wall. They both have blink up. They're just looking for the appropriate target, but the Legacy are positioning very well here. They put the Bastard at the front because they know that she's the one that can get out of the cage, and Isis and Erlang Shen just hanging around behind.
You could see Pandemonium just so anxious to try and blink in. They were trying so hard to bait Legacy to push forward, but they don't fall for it just yet. And Legacy have actually been playing, I think despite the one play in mid lane where, obviously they did get turned on, they've been playing everything so smart and intelligently, making sure not to overextend. Very similar to Alpha Sydney, I think, in their last game against Avant, where they know they really can't fight at the moment. And so all they're doing is trying to play safe and extend this game as long as possible. And they're only down under 500 gold at this point. This is great for 17 minutes. This is a dead even game.
That wall again from Shred, just stopping Kiki from clearing the archers out. Does have his tail whip, so it's only delaying it, not really stopping him, but it's a great play.
I think that's more of a mind game than anything. I mean, that's not going to affect anything in this game. Gank actually coming on here. Rotation, though, and Ocheetah has been left alone.
Yeah, there's a stun just off the mark there from HS. Nothing really coming out of it from Team Pandemonium. Kiki's rotated in, walled off by Shred here, but, not really going to do much to this Sobek, a very safe god, especially in the solo lane. But, that's kind of the first time we've seen Legacy. They got full comboed by Team Pandemonium and were able to survive.
And, well, that's the thing right now. The Isis finally picked up Sanctuary. She had the beads at first, which really wasn't going to help her in any situation. And important to note that the Phantom was actually not burned from Weave. So once Rose Ultimate comes back up, they still have the really hard counter to it.
They used the Sanctuary on the Isis and they used the Shell on the Erlang Shen. But that's fine because, the Shell still does work in that combination, reduces damage from the Zeus ultimate. So they've kind of got two responses to this combination from Pandemonium. They've got the Shell, and then for the next one, while the Shell's down, they've got the Phantom, or you can do it the other way around.
Left-hand side, actually, looking for Max and Oga just here to probably share a little bit of
Max
XP.
is 5 levels above him.
It's the same thing that happened the past couple games. I mean, these hunters have just been left alone, and the supports have just been roaming in this 3v3 core. I think we saw Richard Castle in there once.
Oh, Maxton's dash got caught, forced to use the Sanctuary. Probably going to have to use his ultimate here. Just barely manages to get up into the sky, but I don't think he's got much of an escape. After that, actually rolls away and successfully avoids the gank there from Ogre.
Just not enough damage on the earlier part of that fight. His Sanctuary buying him just a couple seconds, allowing him to get up into the sky, and it was really about buying time there for Maxton, and he did exactly what he needed to. Popped the Sanctuary, lived for a couple seconds, got up into the sky, burned the first couple shots, didn't commit all three, waited for Ro to come back in. After landing, just rolled away.
Gold Fury being looked at by Pandemonium, but Legacy have got the vision control there in terms of wardage at the moment, although it looks like Ro's going to take that away. Could be picked off here by Ogre. He's rotating around with 4 other members of Legacy. Legacy all grouped up on this side, Pandemonium as well. So if Pandemonium are feeling themselves, we could see a fight break out.
Ro still does have Blink. 0, 2, and 5 right now. He went for the Winged Blade after the Urchin. Obviously trying to play this a little bit more defensively. He's got a couple members grouped up here, but he's put in combat, so he can't blink forward. And now he's actually caught by himself. He's got to jump away.
Silenced out there. Ogre goes in for the poke damage. gets it down onto him. Richard Castle
Nice
caught by the wall. He's knocked up there. He knocks up 2 members. The Cats come down. There's the cage as well. Rowe trying to help his teammate, but he ends up paying for it with his life. Kikimio knocks up 4 with the tail whip, but Shred's zoning out the rest of Pandemonium. Max had taken low, and now he's out of the fight.
Shred doing everything there perfectly. Once the cage comes down, Rowe actually blinks forward again, like you mentioned, trying to protect and save his team, but he immediately gets turned on. The focus is on him, and you just see Shred at the top side of the mid-harpies, walling players off, freezing them, slowing them, and making it impossible for Pandemonium to go and support their jungle.
Charge went on to Shred there. He's taken very low. Kikimio lurking in the waters. He can't die here. He's the one with the red. Maxon with the snipe. He's looking for Shred. Kiki gets it, lurking in the waters, but Agony picks up the Sobek. It's going to force Legacy away here, and now Pandemonium are looking at the Gold Fury.
They're starting it up here. HS hasn't backed, neither has Weave, and you can see Pandemonium deciding to back off. Gold now dead even, though 300, no, less than 200 separating them. And actually, beautiful play there by Pandemonium, looking like they were going away and dropping the Gold Fury. The second they notice Legacy start to back off in response, they go and pick it up again. Weave manages to hang around, though, realize what's going on.
Interestingly enough, in that fight, both solo lanes, I should say, were the one with the Wraths there. So once they were both kind of taken out, there was very little opportunity for either team to take that Gold Fury safely.
And I mean, this Ymir has been so effective and really creeped back into the meta, just the amount of control it brings and how relatively safe it is in the solo lane. Very hard to obviously gank Guardians, especially when they're playing safe. And at level 17 right now, I mean, the Odin's not really going to be doing much damage to him. You can see Rowe going for that more defensive build as well. Hasn't built a damage on him just yet. Starting to work on, I think, a Brawler's Beat Stick, but that's not going to be online for quite some time. And this Odin, kind of in a bad spot right now. At level 14 and only 1 stack on an Urchin, he is not as tanky as he would appear.
All right, Pandemonium in a bit of a lull at the moment. Both teams really just kind of taking their jungle, taking their farm away at the moment, waiting for the next opportunity to start a fight. And Legacy have been played, rather than them starting a fight, they've just been countering whatever Pandemonium have been trying to do.
And that's what they need to do against this Odin. And they've done it just brilliantly. Again, they haven't really been wasting the Phantom. They used it once in that last fight, which allowed them to turn on Rowe, finish him off as long as Shred kind of zoned out the rest of the team. And this Ymir, like, I actually really love how Shred has been playing this Ymir because, yeah, Rowe's getting great initiations, but the issue is that Ocheetah can never follow up. Shred just goes, no, you're not allowed to come into this fight. I'm going to freeze you. I'm going to slow you. I'm going to pop the wall. And even if Shred dies, that's still a win for Legacy to not have a Zeus be a factor with an Odin cage.
Ward coverage around the Gold Fury is the current battle between these teams. Shred just walking towards Pandemonium, and they have to back away for the threat of that wall. He's been placing them and playing this Ymir just super well.
Oh,
Rowe.
Legacy starting this up, and you can see Rowe pops his shield, put in combat, 3-man freeze.
Ocheetah throws out the shield. Shred walls Ocheetah in. Ogre dives onto the Zeus. There's the Cats as well. Ocheetah got nowhere to run, but he pops down his ultimate as well. Ocheetah's still alive somehow, but Ogre picks up the kill. He can't even detonate the charge, can Ocheetah. Shred low as well. He walls himself off, but the Gold Fury's pulled. Rowe gets the kill. Maxon with the snipes. He's looking for Weave. Kikimio pulls back Agony into this fight, and now Maxon's looking for the Ices. Kikimio going to be the one to claim the kill.
Kikimio still looking for more kills right now. Just going to be zoning out as the rest of Pandemonium focus on the Gold Fury. HS coming in along with Weave. Oga nowhere close to try and stop this. The Wrath is available for Kiki, so this should be a pretty easy secure for Panda. And I'm really surprised that Legacy are still trying to stop this. They've got no way to deal with it. Maybe get a couple kills off, though.
Ogre jumps in, jumps back out. No real more damage to be found or any kills or anything there for Legacy. That's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Pandemonium, and they get themselves a Gold Fury. Now they're sitting at about 3,000 gold in front.
And just a really good job once again. We saw Weave find that wall onto Ocheetah, but Richard Castle bought Ocheetah so much time. Even though Ocheetah fell in the end, Legacy had to commit 2 ults to him as well as an entire round of abilities. Then they had to wait for their cooldowns again, and the main issue just comes down to when they kill Ocheetah, they need to kill him fast, and they just took too long to do it. And again, really great job by Richard Castle on that Sylvanas. His entire job this game is going to be to peel and protect his mid laner.
And look at his stat line as well, 0, 0, and 8, the perfect support line. You know, no kills to him, no deaths, and he's been a part of every single kill.
Richard Castle just playing this perfectly. Red buff going over to Ocheetah still. We have seen kind of a switch up in meta as of late where Hunters are actually getting the red buff in a lot of situations. You can actually see that is exactly what Legacy have done, putting that onto HS right now.
It suits Legacy's team comp more than I think it does Pandemonium. Like Zeus, he's the damage dealer for Pandemonium, and Max is just there kind of to clean up at the end and just throw out in hands.
And both teams actually playing very slow now. I think Pandemonium went into this game very confident in their composition. Obviously, we saw Rogue go for the blink, same with Richard Castle. We saw them grouping up, very anxious, trying to get these kills. But after the first couple fights where everything was getting turned on to them, I think they're giving a lot more respect to Legacy. They're not, trying to go too crazy right now. They're going to play everything safe and around objectives.
And vision control has been another really big point of contention between these two teams. Warding, counter-warding, making sure that they have the avenues into their lanes and into the major objectives covered.
Oga. Just going to watch those mid-camps go by. Really hard to contest at this point. And Legacy, I think, still going to have to play defensive here. Gold lead is in favor of Pandemonium right now, about 3,000, doing a good job of farming across the map, also securing those gold curies right now. And this is when they're going to abuse this Sylvanas. They have this sustain. Sylvanas actually picking up a Lotus Crown as well, so bonus protections when those Wisps are used, going to make it even harder for Legacy to go aggressive.
What I saw there from Ro as well is actually a really smart play. He popped the Raven Shield on Odin, and he wasn't looking to do it for wave clear. He was just looking that if Ogre's going to poke him, he has his health still there. Blinks in, looking for the K. Weave's the only one here that can't get out, but the Phantom is popped, and that's going to be worth it from Pandemonium.
That's fine. They also got the ultimate coming out of Hou-Yi as well. Ro won't have a blink for, a while. The Phantom will be up around the same time, about 60 seconds separating those two abilities, but Ro's ultimate going to be up.
He did the same thing there.
A lot sooner.
He pops the Raven Shield just to reduce the total health he's going to lose from that Bastet poke.
And actually, Kiki rotating in actually does find a pluck here. Ochita by himself, but everyone surrounding HS. Sylvanas ult is wasted. Backs into the sky though, raining in shots as Oga jumps to the backline, but he can't deal with the Zeus by himself.
HS taken out there by Kiki Amir, and it's Richard Castle. He said his job is to peel for Ochita. He's just standing there next to Ochita, keeping him alive from the cats. Only good at solo, very low here, jumps away. Spirit Ball lands onto Maxon. In goes Weave. He's plucked back by Kiki Amir, taking a lot of damage here. Ochita, the Chain Lightning. Richard Castle picks up the kill onto Agony. Good route there from Weave. Excellent wall from Shred, but Ro over the wall. There's a tier 2 tower here, Ro. He's going so hard.
Is he going to die to the tower? No! Actually, Kiki saving the life of Ro there. Putting damage in to Shred, making sure the tower was going to pay attention to him, and now just three quick picks in a row. This is going to open up a Fire Giant. Ro still very low, but he does have the shield. Going to be able to put in damage. Oga rotating in from the side right now. Wrath is down right now for Sobek, and Oga has a chance to steal this, but he just gives it up, goes straight into the mid.
Even if the Wrath is down for Kiki Amir, they still have a Zeus there for secure, so it's very difficult unless Shred can get in there and contest the Wrath. It's very difficult for Legacy to contest any objectives against Pandemonium unless they started up first.
And this is the experience of Pandemonium. They know how to team fight so well. Richard Castle just protecting the Zeus. We saw Oga, that's what Oga's trying to do in this game, is he's not really going to be that front line. He's not going to be the one in the fight at the first. He's going to loop around, look for the Zeus, exactly what he did, but it's going to be impossible for him to not only get through the Zeus who has Dynasty Plate Helm, but also who has a Sylvanas attached to his hip with Lotus Crown giving him bonus protections.
I'm looking for Oga to start split pushing now. He's about to get Titan's Bane online. He's got Jotuns. He's got his Brawler's Beatstick. He's got the penetration, everything but the Crusher, basically. And he needs to start the split push because kind of the team fighting really isn't working.
It's not, but I mean, to be fair, on the right-hand side, that was not really a good grouping. Left-hand side, though, a gank happening onto HS, Rom, and Kiki Omio around there on the side, and he is going to fall in the end. Maxon doesn't even need his ult invested into that one. This is going to give Panda a pretty clean opportunity to start sieging the left towers.
And then they've got the sustain with the Fire Giant and the sustain with the Sylvanas to do it as well, and the huge amount of frontline with the double Guardian and the Odin.
Legacy here, not going to mount to defense at their tier 2. They have 2 players right now, but no one in position to really group up as a team. And you can see Oga on the right-hand side of the map. He was actually going for that tier 1. It's only 1 hit, but instead elects to back.
He wanted to finish off Titan's Bane, I think, before he started split pushing anymore. And now Gold Fury just going to be started up by Pandemonium. No contest at all from Legacy. Nothing going to be invested into it from Pandemonium other than just abilities, and now they're building themselves a 10,000 gold lead.
And this is where I think Pandemonium's going to be the best at, right? When they have a lead, they know how to close out a game as well. You could see them working as a unit, that full rotation to the left-hand side after they picked off HS. From there, they knocked down the towers as a 5-man unit, went straight to the Gold Fury, backed in unison as well, got some big power spike items online. You can see Deathbringer, Wind Demon, now completed for Maxon. Breastplate of Valor, actually, for Richard Castle. He hasn't really been in a position where he's ever gotten low enough, so now I'm going to have extra CDR. Whiff's going to be up even more often.
The biggest one for me, though, is Ocheetah has finished Rod Tahuti. He was hitting hard before. Now he's got that item online. He's got penetration. He's got a fully stacked Book of Thoth. It's going to be so hard for Legacy to try and sustain through that damage, or just survive through that damage.
They can't sustain. They have to full commit to a fight, or bait Ro to overextend. The issue is that Ro now has picked up Mantle of Discord. They had some opportunities, I think, to pick him off earlier in the game, but it's not that he's not in a position where he's that weak anymore. You could see closer to level 20, only one level away, excuse me. Very tanky too, and no one really has the damage on Legacy to deal with them outside of maybe HS.
All right, Pandemonium looking to siege this tier 2 tower in the middle lane now. And Richard Castle blinks in, knocks up 2. Spirit Ball comes through, but Richard Castle's just looking to zone away the rest of Legacy. Kiki very low here, but he's going to sustain with Richard Castle, and they take that tower, and nothing Legacy can do.
And just a quick rotation over to the right-hand side. They're going to let Kiki heal up a little bit with his axe, and now right-hand side, the team's going to be able to siege again. You can see Kiki almost full health once again. And the ultimate, no ultimate's actually burned from Legacy there. Very important. You can see now HS on this Hoyi doing a lot.
Maxon frozen there, but he uses the Purification Shred. Tossed back into the team, going into his ultimate to deal some damage. He's still alive, but Ocheetah's ultimate going to pick him up at the end. Sun's coming down from Maxon. Ocheetah's so low, only got a solo diving in, going to get the kill, but Ogre probably going to pay for it with his life as Maxon picks up the kill. So that's 1 for 1. Maxon with the snipes. He's looking for a kill onto Agony, but the Sanctuary's going to save the life of the Isis. But there's nothing that can be done for this tier 2 tower.
32 minutes in, all towers off the board for Legacy. They've got nothing else holding Pandemonium back. They're now going to be looking for this Phoenix on the right-hand side. Still 4 members strong. They only lost Ocheetah, and they already got the value out of them. They picked off 2 players because of it. Spirit Ball is going to stun out Kiki right now, and Pandemonium just interested in the objectives. They're going to take the right side Phoenix, back off, and buy some more items.
Richard Castle has been a part of every kill but 1 in this game.
And it was the gank on the left-hand side there. Onto HS just a little bit ago. I mean, Richard Castle just has been doing such a good job as well. I was a little bit worried when I saw that blink that he was kind of going to be leaving Ocheetah by himself, but even in that last fight, he blinks forward, gets the initiation with that Wrath of Terra, finds a 2-man ultimate, and then just backs off to protect the Zeus.
But if you look at everyone on this team, they've got such high kill participation. The lowest kill participation on everyone else other than Richard Castle has been a part of 11 out of the 14 kills.
It's still just absurd to see this team work so well together. Just everything seems to be unified. Even their ultimates are all coming out at the same time, which is very important. Surprisingly enough, you don't see that as often, and a lot of that because Shred has been doing such a good job, or did such a good job in the early game of zoning off the Zeus and not allowing to get pressure on, but now Shred is actually getting shredded himself. He's not able to sustain in these fights. We saw him get plucked back by Kiki Omio and just instantly killed.
If you look at his build, he's got a lot of protections there, but not necessarily a lot of health.
But it's only Wingblade that he has health on, and so he really doesn't have the health pool to sustain. I'd like to see him go, maybe if he had a Mantle of Discord instead, which was going to stun people. Obviously, he is very close range here.
Ro using the cage to just take Legacy away from any kind of potential steal. Richard Castle, 3-man knockup. Down come the stuns from HS. Snipes from Maxon just to deal some damage before this fight begins. Ro jumps into 3 members. The circle protection is down. Ro doing the frontline work here. Great wall there from Shred, but down comes a lightning storm from Ocheetah. Agony very low. Ro with the basic attacks takes down the mid laner of Legacy.
This is trouble for Shred as well. He's going to get picked up. Oga actually jumping. Ro gets body blocked, but the Ymir solo picked off. It's only 2 players left alive. Oga and Weave going to have to defend against Pandemonium, and they're not even going to the Phoenixes. They're heading straight into the Titan room.
I don't think there's anything that Legacy can do here. Everyone's way too healthy on the side of Team Pandemonium. Maxon's doing way too much damage. We've already down Ogre, forced to use that Sanctuary to get away. And Team Pandemonium, after a little bit of a rough start and a little bit of a key early game from Legacy, take out game number 1.
And honestly, I mean, that was a really good game from Legacy. after that draft. That draft was just completely one-sided in Pandemonium's favor. They had 3 gods who were unable to deal with Odin. They had a Zeus that they were able to zone out early on with the Ymir, but that only lasts so much. Obviously, he's not going to be able to defend against 3 players if he's trying to zone them out significantly. And the fact that Legacy played that so well, in the early game, finding the pickoffs onto row, it gives you kind of a good feeling for them moving forward in this set.
We've seen with their composition, it's a little bit like Xbox meta, just big circles on top of each other, really hard to miss it, and just doing lots of damage.
I mean, that's all. Yeah, it's just a ton of AoE damage that is impossible to miss, right? You're gonna hit at least someone with a bird bomb. You're gonna hit at least someone with a wisp, with your ultimate coming out of Zeus or chain lightning. It's a lot of pretty easy to confirm damage, along with a composition that's hard to dive into, and you have no way to escape that Odin ring outside of the Phantom, which is 180-second cooldown.
Legacy, you can see on the screen now, making plans for their next game. They seem to have a game plan there at the start, what they wanted to do in the early game, contest. We saw such a weird start. They started the right-hand side mid-camps and didn't do any of their buffs, and then took them like piecemeal one at a time, and I guess that would take a lot of less experienced teams by surprise, but Pandemonium just saw what they were doing and just adjusted their own plans accordingly.
Yeah, it's one of the weaknesses we saw from Alpha Sydney, where level 1 they weren't able to adjust. Even top teams like Luminosity coming out of North America, they barely escaped out of Super Regionals and qualified for Worlds because their level 1 was that bad. It is very hard to make those adjustments on the fly, and invading has just been so prevalent in the meta recently. Wrath has made a resurgence back in. You can all thank Divios when you're getting invaded at level 1 now.
All right, let's take a look at what a team Pandemonium did that game to secure themselves a win over Legacy Esports. And, the level 1 we mentioned was a little bit janky, and Legacy were able to get some good early kills, but at the end of the day, Pandemonium just prevailed through it all.
Yeah, the first 2 kills obviously going their way, and this is another fight where actually Rogue gets picked off. And you can see Shred doing a lot of work here, I think, in this one. Oh, no, excuse me. This is one where Weave gets picked off thanks to Maxon. Yeah, that was brutal.
The Odin cage there was so crucial because it stopped any healing coming out of the circle of protection.
And you could see there that was the mistake that Legacy made, going very aggressive in the mid lane there against the Odin, who was able to drop his cage. Obviously, Ocheetah was able to follow up with the Chain Lightning. There weren't even any minions there, and so every single member of Legacy got tagged by the Chain Lightning.
And you can see it's just the huge circles from Team Pandemonium doing so much work. In this one, they managed to isolate the members of Pandemonium away from each other. And it's Shred here. This fight is entirely on Shred. That wall taking away 3 members. Maxon can't do anything. Ocheetah can't do anything.
And that was really the last fight we saw go well for them. This fight doesn't go their way either. You could see they were forced out in the early game. Gold Fury is picked up shortly after this. And this one, Legacy, they commit so much onto the Zeus.
HS jumps in.
They commit so much. HS jumps in along with Oga. It was a wall from Shred. And Oga and Shred take so much damage, they were basically free kills afterwards.
Shred, he played so well, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't, the support wasn't there around him to keep going. Their plan just fell apart.
And it really didn't seem like this Erlang Shin was a factor in the game at all. Outside of having the Phantom and Shell, they weren't able to really utilize Erlang Shin's aggressiveness in lane because it was that kind of, okay, the Hunters are just going to be doing their own thing every single time, and Weave was, rotating to the mid, but they had to play so passively. And when you have an Erlang Shin, what you want to play as aggressive as possible, right? You want to look for those pins. You want to look for the double-ranged poke, but against this composition and against Odin specifically, you're not able to utilize Erlang Shin's strengths.
You take away half of his ultimate. He can't heal through the Odin cage. All he's got is the taunt then, and then, 2 ultimates basically on the side of Legacy were neutralized by that Odin pick. The Isis and the Erlang Shin.
And, yeah, we didn't see them really used once right now, but Pandemonium were one of the expected favorites coming into this tournament. Legacy, really good showing overall. They're definitely going to see some adjustments in picks and bans for Game 2, though.
I don't think we'll see. I think we'll see either the Sylvanas, Zeus, or Odin taken away. One of those ones is going to be not allowed through for Team Pandemonium.
I would imagine the Zeus will be taken away. Yeah. I think they don't want to deal with it. Obviously, Odin can be effective in multiple compositions, but I think the key there really was the Zeus when it comes down to it.
Team Pandemonium, you can see their coach Biggie up on the stage behind him talking through that game, positives and negatives, and he's really been encouraging them to come together more as a team. And them and Legacy have had kind of similar issues. All 5 of them are very skilled players, but at the start of the split, they were a new team. They all came together from different parts. Kiki Amio joined, Maxon joined, and Ro moved back to jungle. Richard Castle had only played on the team for 2 weeks before the start of this split, and that was at the last LAN. So it's been encouraging to become more of a team and communicate with each other, to become comfortable around each other.
And
as well.
it is very important to just have that innate trust in your team, that you know that when Ro makes a call to go in, Ochita's there, Richard's there, there's no issues. Also, you've probably established beforehand how team fights are going to go. All right, Kiki, you're going to be looking for these pickoffs. Ro, you're going to sit around the side, wait for Legacy to push up, then you're going to blink in. And that's the mark of an experienced team, when you constantly see everyone do the same role each team fight, as long as it's successful. And then if the fights go the other way, what adjustments those teams make, right? Maybe it switches up to where Ro is now that hard initiator, Kiki looking for that peel instead.
That was actually a really positive sign for me for Pandemonium that game. Was Ro wasn't trying to be this hard carry. He was just playing for the team. He was playing that Odin for the team. Whereas we know he struggled with trying to be the guy.
I mean, first item was High to the Urchin, and I think a lot of that was because he had died. I'd be interested to see if he would have went a different build, had the first gank gone his way instead of him getting picked off for first blood. But after that death, immediately he started that cloak, went into the High to the Urchin. Very effective as well. We saw him survive a lot longer in the fights, obviously, with a ton of protections and that extra health.
Look at Biggy's hair, man. He's such a good-looking guy.
Good.
This team.
Are you okay, Hughes?
Dude, I mean, these are my...
Do you have a man crush?
Dude, I mean...
Hughes, we're casters. We're unbiased.
I mean, Biggy's not a player. He's a coach.
He's still a part of the team, Hughes. You can't be doing this.
I can have a favorite
But if
coach.
it was Pretty Prime, his hair... Pretty Prime and Biggie need to have like a hair off. We need to vote on who's better.
They're two different styles.
It is, but I mean, what style are you going to prefer, right?
I mean, well, I'm Australian, so I'm going to prefer Biggie's because it's the nice surfer dude one.
That's true. I actually think I think he lives on the beach.
He does. He lives near the Gold Coast.
No, like on the beach. Like actually, like he sleeps in the sand.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Game 1 though, pretty dominated by Pandemonium. I really do want to see a different draft, because I think when it comes down to it, Legacy actually played a really solid game given the situation they were in. And so when they're not in a situation where they're just completely outdrafted and they have this pick like Odin that they can do nothing against, how it works out for them.
See, I wouldn't be surprised if they banned the Odin and let the Zeus go through, because the Bastet was still a relatively good answer to the Zeus, and we saw him occasionally dive in and get the kills, but he committed so much and then was trapped in by that Odin.
I mean, it's one of those things where, do you have experience against the Sylvanas Zeus, or do you feel confident in, countering that in any way, shape, or form? Because it's clear that Pandemonium are actually looking for that style, that Zeus Sylvanas. They really seem comfortable with it. It was actually their first 2 pickups because of that. We actually could have seen the Odin picked up on Legacy's composition. Instead, they went for the Ymir Isis. Honestly, if you do that same thing and you get the Odin on your team, that actually is better, because Zeus and Sylvanas going to be locked in. Isis on your team. I think the Ymir might have been a mistake. If they had just picked Odin there, it would have been the reverse situation where now Ochita and Richard Castle can't deal with. You
got to ask the question though: is who on Legacy has experience playing Odin? It's one of the picks that we rarely, if ever, see them play. It doesn't suit Ogre's playstyle. He wants to play like the Bastet or the Kali, something hyper mobile, hyper carry almost. In terms of solo lane, not Shred style. In terms of support, not Weave style either.
I mean, yeah, it comes down to, do you want to take the risk and, play a god that you're uncomfortable with, or a little bit, unfamiliar with how the play style works, or you just ban it away? I mean, I think Legacy are going to have to figure it out some way. I mean, it's what direction are they going to go? Are they going to be like, I don't want to deal with the Odin, or are they just, we're going to try and play it ourselves?
Look, China Season 1 Worlds, they didn't know what Kabrakan was, and they played it mid.
And they almost first-blooded Boosh.
Yeah.
They really didn't know what Kabrakan was. They just played him in the practices beforehand.
I think no one knew what Kabrakan did at that stage, and then China played it and nearly first-blooded Boosh, and everyone's like, wow, this guy does damage, man.
And then Snoopy got first-blooded.
Yeah.
He walked into a Ares Hercules dueling. China did run that too.
China's everyone's nemesis, especially here. We get triggered by China here.
Oh, why do you get triggered? What happened, Hughes?
Because we lost to them at Worlds. I had a flag and everything.
You got a second year though. Don't worry.
I brought a flag and everything. Well, I took your flag actually that you brought from here, and I was getting ready to wave it when we beat China. And then didn't happen, man. It didn't happen.
It's okay. It's okay. Season 2, right? These teams, Avant looking great. Obviously, Pandemonium looking great at this this first game, I think it will be a little bit closer on the international stage.
Yeah, and that's the goal as well. And the key thing for Pandemonium as well is that they have international context, and the draft already pretty well done here. Sobek picked up Zeus, Ratatoska, and Ram already for Team Pandemonium. On the side of Legacy, they took the Sylvanas away, and now they've got a Thor and a Scylla. The Thor-Scylla-Sylvanas combination is huge for Legacy, but Ratatoska is one of those picks that Pandemonium have kind of been, like this is going to be one of our key picks for this.
And it's a lot of setup for the Zeus as well, right? You're able to knock players up, right? You get the chain lightning bounce, the detonate as well. I'd like to see something that's going to be able to protect the Zeus in the final pick, and that's actually what you have in the Cabrakan, surprisingly enough. That's going to be Cabrakan jungle. We were just talking about it, Hughes.
Yeah, look.
We knew it was coming.
Predicted. We're psychic.
Oh, man.
The Osiris pick is an interesting one for me. We don't see it all that often. We did see Divios play that against her. That incredible outplay.
And Osiris really is just a heavy early game pressure. You could see actually in the bans, both Robin and Erlong Shin were banned away. Those are the other two gods that you run if you're looking for early pressure and trying to invade. And I think that's what Legacy's going for here. They have Osiris matches going to be able to match up very well against the Sobek in the solo lane. And then the Thor, you have to expect to see rotations from Oga trying to set up ganks or even buff steals.
On the side of Pandemonium as well, they have a Zeus. Looking at what Legacy have that's going to be rotating towards them, you have a Sylvanas, you have a Scylla that's going to do damage, and you have a Thor. So much lockdown potential for that Zeus. He really needs to make good decisions about when he uses his actives.
And there's just, again, kind of this, we talked about like all the AoE confirmable damage for Pandemonium last time. It's kind of the same thing here on the side of Legacy's composition. The Osiris actually, I think, criminally undervalued. His tether is so important in fights, reducing damage significantly of players who are attached to it. And honestly, it's not going to be the easiest to see Pandemonium get away from that.
Kikimir on your screen right now, playing that Sobek in the solo lane yet again. And this is kind of his style a little bit. He's taken a while to kind of find out what kind of solo laner he is. It seems like he's one of those guys that really enjoys playing Guardians in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, Guardians provide so much control into team fights. Traditionally, Warriors doing a little bit more support, a little bit less CC, but Guardians flexing back into the meta, just a lot of it as a result of good teams, right? Good team communication and teams putting more emphasis on working as a unit instead of trying and making these individual plays by themselves.
I think that Ratatoska is a really big pick for Team Pandemonium. A lot of mobility. We saw Liquid Renegade play it so well. So much mobility, a lot of damage, stun on it as well. The knock-up as well, I think, is going to be huge. And it's just going to enable Ocheetah to confirm his damage even better.
And again, on the other side, I mean, double globals. We talked about the Thor going to be a big factor coming out from Oga, but you also combine that with an Apollo as well. Those global rotations sometimes decide games. We saw Laney earlier on today just doing a really good job of catching out players in the backline, finishing them off, and allowing his team to win fights off of that.
As well as this, Legacy in both games have drafted a god that can split push. And you have the Apollo this game, you had the Bastet last game, and while we didn't see too much out of the Bastet in the last game, it's definitely something that they can fall back on. And I know that all of the teams here have definitely been studying the international competition, the super regionals, and everyone's looking at Eager, and they're like, what did Eager do? We want to do that, because Eager's looks like the best team.
I mean, I think their drafts look the best. Obviously, it's hard to compare them versus their EU counterparts of, Energy. Obviously, Energy still, best in the world right now in Smite. But Eager's drafts are incredibly varied, right? You see so many different strategies and play styles from them, and there's just so much you can learn, and bringing that meta into different scenes. Even the rest of North America could honestly try and borrow some of those same strategies.
Max in last game, and on this game, going to be on the run. We saw a lot of key snipes out of him and key rotations. Early on, he didn't rotate fully into the fight and just commit. He was there, ready to contribute what he needed to do, and just kept himself safe.
Just doing his job, right? Never really overextended, never tried and, forced a fight, just played it really safe, rotated over, like you said, when he needed to. And you need that from a Hunter, too, because this team is run through Ocheetah, and you're only opening up your team to mistakes. If he tries to be the guy, right? If he's trying to force fights that aren't needed, it's only going to go bad for him if he, overextends or doesn't win the 1v1. We see that a lot from, going back to Eager that you were comparing kind of the teams to. We see that a lot from Zatman. Zatman doesn't really take any fights anymore. He plays a very safe game. Every once in a while, he'll maybe go in as he gets a rotation, but it's really centered around kind of the 3v3 core. And I feel that's the same way for Pandemonium.
No, yeah, that's what they study. The Pandemonium is definitely the team in OC
I see the similarities.
that studies international competition the most and tries to emulate that, which is what the problem with OCE last year was we were very insular. We had our own kind of play style. It was like what launch tournament play style was like. We hadn't developed any kind of meta. It was just fight wherever we can, and then oh, we killed someone, let's like take something. But it wasn't any kind of recognition of what's our final objective, what is our plan for this game.
And honestly, Pandemonium doing a really good job of efficiently farming, which is it's one of those things that you don't really think about, but taking your back harpies on cooldown, making sure to split stuff effectively without four-way splitting, and it all adds up. And sometimes it just comes down to you win a fight because you had a level difference. Your detonate was a level higher, you did that extra damage, and so having just that very clean efficiency and so practicing it, no one can really match that right now, and I think the rest of Oceania.
Oh, well, yeah, I was talking to Biggie a lot. He's one of my good friends in the scene, and he was telling me that...
Biased used.
I'm not biased.
Biased used.
Oh my goodness.
It's okay.
You know who one of my other really good friends is? Laney on Avant as well. And I've got a good friend, Swifty on Alpha City, and on Legacy, Ogre. He used to play on the team I managed.
So now you're just making up names. Now you're just making up friends. They're not actually their friends.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
They say they're my friends. Anyway, I was talking to Biggie, and he said so much of SMITE is actually a numbers game, just recognizing what the maths is. If you've got a level advantage here or there, if you've got this much gold over the enemy team, then you can, take certain risks, you can make certain plays. And he was pointing out as well that, sometimes you might have a gold advantage, but it doesn't count until you've backed and bought those items. If it's sitting in your pocket, and unless you're playing Fafnir, it doesn't count for anything.
Yeah, we see that a lot from teams where they'll win a Gold Fury and then keep trying to fight because they're like, oh, we got a 3K lead, but they haven't really spent that. And it comes down to power spike items as well, right? Okay, we don't want to fight here right now because we don't have boots online, or I'm really close to finishing off Deathbringer. Let's wait until that's done. They're not going to have a new item into this next fight.
All right, we're into the game now. No kind of crazy level 1 things coming out just yet like we saw in the last matchup between Avant and Alpha Sydney. Very standard kind of start, so a little bit less crazy.
Right now, very early wards once again. Just both teams just very aware of the potential for those invades. You can see the Wraths picked up by the solo laners. Shred and Kiki Omio have those online. I'd actually...
Oh, so that's a Kabrakan support.
Oh, yeah, no, there was a Ratatosker, that's right.
Yeah, so Kabrakan support from Richard. Now, this is something Biggie has been a big fan of for a long time. And, before, I believe, Orbit started running it in EU, Biggie played it a couple of times, and he was like, I actually really like this Kabrakan pick. Maybe it can work in support as well. And it just suits Richard Carl's playstyle so much. It's a lot of
damage.
It's a lot of damage.
That's the key.
But it's also a lot of CC.
I mean, it comes down to the lot of damage, right? You have the burst, and then, while the CC isn't the greatest, in comparison to like an Athena or a Bacchus, it's very good against immobile gods, specifically other supports, and that's why it matches up so good against Legacy's composition, mostly around the Sylvanas, right? When you pop that ultimate, there's absolutely no way Sylvanas is going to be able to get out of it. His auto attacks are actually very slow as well, so he's going to have trouble trying to knock down the walls to get through.
So no blue buff done at the start of the game by Team Pandemonium. Again, playing very safe and expecting an invade from Legacy. 4-man grouping here from Legacy as they push towards
and again,
that buff.
I mean, that was perfect. I mean, Legacy played everything they needed to right, except they don't actually steal away the blue at all. I mean, that was very free. You could see actually no wards around the blue buff, and we didn't really see Kiki even lean over to try and contest that. That could have been a free invade, but Legacy playing it a little safe.
And only good at solo, showing his face there in the solo lane along with Shred, just trying to get some damage onto Kiki. If they can force Kiki under
forward.
tower. Oh, Max and unable there to find anything onto HS, but if you look in the solo lane, Kikiomeo's Wrath is down. He just used it, and now it looks like Legacy are looking to take away this speed, this blue buff that should be relatively free for them. The Scylla Crush goes down. Only got a solo trying to get it. Did Ocheetah get it there? No, it looks like Legacy are able to get it. Shred going to go ahead and pick it up.
I actually really liked what that team did, too. You actually saw it was the Thor on the buff Oga working on stealing it, and it was the rest of Pandemonium pushed up because they knew if they all had grouped in there, they would have opened themselves up to get Chain Lightning. Instead, Oga's far enough away from the Sylvanas that the Chain Lightning does not bounce to him, and it's a guaranteed stolen blue buff.
Now, Kikimio is in for a rough laning phase here with a huge lack of mana available for him, especially considering he is a Sobek.
He doesn't have teleport either. Obviously, he has a couple potions left. You can even see him not actually using the tail whip to clear. He's just using his cleave real quick and just basic attacking. And because Shred had been rotating in the jungle, he doesn't need to burn too much mana early on. He's actually in an okay spot, especially considering that Oga stayed so long on the right-hand side. He actually didn't allow Shred to get into a XP advantage, just stealing and kind of sharing a lot of that.
All right, mid lane, no kind of aggression coming out from either team. Once we hit level 5, I expect we're going to see, whoever hits level 5 first is probably going to start the fight first. And at the start, it's going to favor the fight's going to favor Pandemonium with that Zeus, with the Ratatoskr and the Kabrakan. The Scylla, the later this game goes, though, the more it's going to start to favor Legacy.
I mean, honestly, I'd say they're actually closer to even than you would think, simply because Scylla, yeah, she won't have as much damage as Zeus in the very early game, but once her Crush gets max rank, that's when you really see her start to be able to get more reliable poke off than Zeus. Crush, a giant circle, very easy to confirm. Speed buff invaded as well, coming out from Legacy. Kiki rotating, but he's actually been poked out a little bit. Oga on zone duty as the rest of the team just going to wrath that speed buff, but they're in an awkward spot. Very early purification coming out from Oga, and that opens him up to get plucked back into the team.
There's the Ivan Monster, lands onto Richard Castle, who doesn't have his own ultimate. Shred sticking on the support from Pandemonium. Only got a solo, dunks down and gets the kill with a spin to win. Locks in Kikimia with a wall as well, forced to jump away. Shred gets another kill onto Ro. Ocheetah picks up Shred as HS comes crashing in across the skies. And that is going to be a 2-for-1 trade and a whole lot of invades from
Really
Legacy.
Good fight coming out from Legacy. Just a great job again of zoning off Pandemonium, securing the speed buff, and then making it hard for Legacy to come back in, or excuse me, Pandemonium to come back into the fight. An early purification actually, and because of that, Oga actually got plucked into Pandemonium. It looked bad for him, but is able to escape out of it overall. Just a good job of controlling the pace of that fight. Took to the sky, came down perfectly, and was able to pick off the key players he needed to.
Alright, so after that invade, we can see Legacy taking away the left-hand side mid camps. And a big key to me in that fight was Richard Castle wasn't level 5 yet. He was still level 4, wasn't able to use that ultimate to zone away members or lock anyone in a vulnerable position.
I believe Ro is level 4 too, right? Or very close to it. He had just hit 5 maybe on the back Harpies. But Legacy in a really good spot right now, about 1,000 gold lead, and they're still in a position to keep pressuring onto these buffs on the right-hand side. Actually, not able to get the blue buff though. You could see Pandemonium rotating their entire team over. Could have been an opportunity for them to go for gold. Again, that's one of the biggest strengths of invading early on, is that you get the other team so much on their toes and so focused on their own camps, they leave open the left-hand side of the map completely.
And now we can see Legacy on that side of the map. They have a couple of wards they could place around that area, or only good at solo, looking to get a tap off there onto someone on Team Pandemonium, but thus far, Gold Fury hasn't got too much vision control around it. Neither of these teams really looking too heavily towards that objective.
And, ooh, actually, the wall off there does catch Ocheetah. He's in a bad spot. I'm a monster. Not going to secure the kill, but Oga up in the sky.
He's going to get it. Agony credited with the kill there. Road dunks down to the sky. He's looking for Agony as well. Richard Castle trying to get in with the ultimate. Richard Castle going for the kill, but body blocks from only good at solo. Ro actually gets the kill. Oga very low. Shred diving in there with his ultimate, but nothing going to come of it. A 1-for-1, actually a 2-for-1 trade. No, it's just 1-for-1.
Just 1-for-1. And actually, here comes Kiki around the back by himself. Does need to be careful. gets rooted and dashes away, but he managed to get out. And Oga, I have absolutely no idea how he got out of that.
Yeah.
Instead of just hammering away, he actually hammered aggressively, trying to peel for Agony, and somehow Pandemonium was so focused on Agony, they just didn't turn around and hit him for his last HP point. That would have been a 2-for-1 in favor of Pandemonium.
That's why I thought it was 2-for-1. I thought
I
was dead.
I know, I saw him and I'm like, he's 1 health in the middle of minions and 2 people, and they're just so focused on the Scylla. And the BM taunt's coming out by Kiki.
I don't know what he's BMing for. He's a level down.
Hey man, he's a Sobek. He's supposed to be a level down against an Osiris.
Yeah.
He's
very
just farming
confident.
up.
That's Team Pandemonium overall. They're all very confident players, especially for this event, and they feel like that they're going to be the team that goes.
I mean, they're looking really solid right now, but Legacy's honestly nothing to scoff at all. Just really working well as a team. Oga as well, that, you know, some of these early game fights actually have been dictated from him. First on the right hand side, invading the speed buff, and then in the mid lane, again, just getting really great walls and isolating out members of Pandemonium to pick off.
We haven't really seen a fight initiated by Pandemonium this game, whereas last game, that was what it was, and then Legacy countering them. This game, Legacy have definitely tried to be the proactive team.
And this is what they need to do. I mean, they have an Osiris and they have a Thor. It's a really strong mid-solo combination that could set up for a lot of kills, especially against a Sobek who, you know, going to take him a while to clear waves or get his abilities online that's going to be able to do enough damage. And Osiris just has a really easy time of healing up any poke he receives from the Osiris with the Death Toll and kind of its AoE auto-attack basic chain. And then he just rotates in with the Thor, looking for the speed and blue as much as possible.
Mid lane, bit of pressure under the tower. Pandemonium have the vision control around the Gold Fury. It looks like they're going to attempt to start it up here. They've got a lot of damage for it as well. It's going down really fast
They're
here.
committing.
And they're committing the Zeus Salt to it as well. They should be able to get it. Pandemonium secure the Gold Fury, but only got it solo. Locks Richard Castle in place. Here comes the I'm a Monster, but Richard Castle's still alive. HS247 diving. A cheater in the backline. Mesmerizes maxing out, and Weave picks up the kill onto Richard Castle. So support for Gold Fury. You know,
it is worth right now, but
Yeah.
the issue is, can Legacy get anything else off of this? They're working on a tier 1 tower. If we can actually go to the graphs, we'll be able to see the swing. Doesn't look like Ro wants to give this up for free, though. Dashes aggressively into 4. Force to use his purification, takes to the sky as well. Is he really debating on going down on this? Okay, he's out.
I thought he was going to go to the solo lane and help out the fight there between Kikimio and Shred. Shred's in between the 2 towers at the moment. He was there proxying wave throughout that whole fight.
And it's going to be a tier 1 in mid. Also a stolen blue buff on the right-hand side. I think I give the edge there, despite the Gold Fury, to Legacy, but at the same time, Legacy's composition is trying to win as early as possible, and the fact that Gold Fury's picked up means they don't have a lot of opportunities to look for anything on the map outside of team fighting for the next 5 minutes.
The big key there for me, though, is the mid-tier 1 tower being taken by Legacy. That opens up a lot of the map for Legacy to look to invade. Like, they were already doing that. Now it's just that little bit easier without that safe haven in the mid lane.
I mean, it also opens up the opportunity for Ocheida to be ganked, right? He doesn't really have that safe tower to recede back into if he's a little bit pushed up. And honestly, it's getting to the spot where Pandemonium, or excuse me, Legacy, got to be pretty confident enough to tower dive, I think.
Alrighty, both the ADCs haven't talked about them too much this game. Very similar situation to the last one. Not very much in the action. We've seen HS come in aggressively with his Across the Skies, trying to contribute for his team, but mainly they've been just left to farm.
I think that's all of his damage as well. I mean, he's been rotating into the fights, you know, as they're ending. He's never in a position to really clean up anything. A lot of that just the fact that his build right now wasn't online, just finished Devourer's Gauntlet, starting to stack them up, and so the boot's really not able to have a big impact. Devo Gloves also finished for Maxin, so both hunters don't seem to be focused on the 1v1 at all, more for those mid and later game team fights.
Right-hand side mid-Harpy should fall fairly uncontested to Legacy. Not going to spawn it just yet, but everyone on Pandemonium backing. No one around to really contest these. The red buff is spawning for Pandemonium as well, so they need to make sure that Legacy don't invade that.
I mean, Legacy really haven't put too much pressure on the red buff. Most teams, when they invade, really like to focus on speed and blue, because there's obviously speed very important, right? If you can have your jungler on speed versus the opposing jungler who doesn't have that bonus movement speed, rotations become so hard and difficult for them. And just keeping them in check and knowing you're able to beat them to a fight sometimes dictates that fight. Oh, Oga hammered in. He's in trouble.
Yeah, he's forced the ultimate away. And so much damage there. Max could potentially look for a snipe here, given if he can see where only good at solo has landed.
That's his hammer again.
Teleport again.
Maxon doesn't know where he's at, though. Doesn't want to take the risk. Thinks Oga's probably a lot further back than he is. He's just going to be able to farm up this Harpies. But, yeah, Oga putting himself into a really dangerous position there. Actually hammers without having any vision on that left-hand side. Really lucky that he managed to escape.
I think he was surprised when the rest of Pandemonium
just
kind of showed
appeared.
up. He's like, oh, crap, I need to leave.
I didn't mean to do this. Shred might be feeling the same thing, but a big root. And there comes the Zeus ult over the top as Shred chasing down Row.
Kikyomiya very low as well. Weave picks him up with the wisp damage as well. And now Legacy looking for the tower on the left side. Hey, Chess across the sky, looking for Ochita. Mesmerizes him out. Dashes in, knocks up two.
Crush.
Richard Castle. Hey, Chess picks up Ochita. Richard very low here as well. Shred chasing down the Kabrakan.
Really good job coming out from the entire team. Now Maxon getting chased as well. In hands galore. Double tap. No, off the mark. Oga not going to be able to pick up the Dia side, but still 4 players dead. It's going to be a free tier 1 on the right-hand side. And just a great job by Shred actually fighting that 2v1 to start off.
It's clearly the Sylvanas pick. You know, Legacy picked it up and they're doing so much work with it. You know, maybe this is the pick that both of these teams need to prioritize or ban away.
Did Sylvanas win every game in the first set as well?
No, I believe Tori lost a game.
That's true. Tori did. He played it really well, though.
Yeah.
He played it really well. Big impact on the game. But, I mean, this Sylvanas isn't even really, you know, the thing that's happening. A lot of it's kind of just Shred and Oga. Also, we're seeing Agony always in the correct position. Anytime a fight breaks out, Agony is there at the start. He's always rotating quickly. He's always in position where he needs to be. And again, right, it's not as much damage as Zeus in the early game, but because the crush, it's so wide, it's very easy to confirm that extra damage, just enough to allow the rest of the team to clean up the kills.
Kikyomiya here just not really actively clearing the way because it's actually in a really good spot for him at the moment. He doesn't need to overextend himself to pick up the farm. He can just stand there and essentially leave the wave where it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things where if he clears that wave, he's going to have to push up even further. And against the Thor and the position he's in right now, he's not very tanky. He only has the Breastplate of Valor right now. He's a level down behind Shred, so he just wants to try and farm as safely as possible right now. Pandemonium probably going to be switching up their style to more of a defensive one. They still have a Zeus, which is very good against siege compositions, like the one that Legacy have drafted, focusing on kind of that ranged poke from Scylla, the ranged poke from Thor, and kind of the healing from Sylvanas.
I think an issue for them as well is that Richard Castle hasn't been very tanky thus far. He's had the tank boots, he's just finished Serenity, but you know he's tried to run at Legacy, but Legacy have just been like, okay, if you're going to run at us, we'll just burst you down. And then without that CC on the side of Pandemonium, there's really been nothing to protect Ochita.
And Gold Fury going to be started up by Legacy as well. You can see the Kabrakan rotating in, Row in the sky, and it's just a quick drop and reset from Legacy, easily baiting out that ultimate.
And that's huge. It's going to prevent Row from getting across the map. It's going to prevent him from ganking for a little while as well. And Legacy know for the next however many seconds it's going to be down.
I'm actually really surprised that Legacy didn't try and start that up. I mean, they got the big AoE global ultimate from Pandemonium at the start of the fight. Didn't lose anything for it. But they just want to play it a little bit safe. Still very confident in their lead. They've got 4,000 golds ahead of Pandemonium, along with 8-2 in kills.
Alrighty, 14 minutes in the game, 8-2 read the kills. About a 4,000 gold lead for Legacy in this game thus far. And, you know, like last game, the biggest player for me on Legacy has been Shred.
Yeah, again, like, Shred is incredibly talented. Game 1, it was more about the control from him. Using that Ymir, zoning off Ochita, making it really hard for Pandemonium to get their Zeus Odin combo. And this game, it's just him been pressuring out Kikyomiya, finding the poke he needs, rotating and invading along with Oga, and they've really set the pace of this game. And Pandemonium gonna have to switch up their style. This Kabrakan clearly not working out for them, and it comes down to a lot of the reason Kabrakan isn't run regularly is because he's a risk. You know, if he falls behind, if he gets into the position he is now, where he's 4 levels down, 5 levels down against a hunter at only 15 minutes, he dies before he can even get in position to use his abilities.
Ooh, Weave went for the pluck there onto Maxon, not going to find him, but the roll is down for Maxon, only got a solo, knows this, chucks out the wall, hits the double tap, just some poke there onto the ADC. Just back on the Kabrakan as well, the one thing about him as well that's different to a lot of supports is that there's no range CC on him. He has to get up into your face to do anything. Yeah.
And there's also so much mobility on the side of Legacy that they're just able to kite him effectively. Sentinel, it's really only the Sylvanas, but at this point, you know, I don't think Pandemonium have the damage that they can just invest everything into a Sylvanas and get the kill and hope they win a fight. Gold Fury is started up by Legacy, though, and Ro, once again, taken to the sky, and it's reset.
Kiki and Mia around the side, though. They bait out Ogre's ultimate as well. Richard's ultimate started as well. Pandemonium take the Gold Fury. They keep it. I'm a Monster comes through, but doesn't hit anyone. Ogre taken low, but a beautiful Sanctuary keeps him alive until Kiki finishes him off with an in-hand. HS very low on the backside as well. The chain lightning from Cheetah.
Gonna be able to confirm a kill. Ro finishes it off, and Maxon finds the snipe as well. On to Weave. It's 3 kills picked up for Pandemonium. Great job from them. There's the 4th. Ro comes up with a double kill, and just a sloppy fight coming out from Legacy. Once again, they get the ultimate from Ro, but they kind of split up at the start of that fight. Oga finds a great ultimate in the middle, but Legacy just weren't on the same page, all on different targets.
And as well there, around the Gold Fury, those kind of communications tend to get cluttered because you're calling out percentage of health, you're calling out who's pulling it, you're calling out if you're dropping off as well. It's for a team that struggles with communication, it's a very difficult situation.
And I'm pretty sure I'm a Monster was actually used by Legacy trying to confirm the Gold Fury since Pandemonium had kept it. You could see the Wrath was down actually for a while for Kiki, so Pandemonium just picked that up through Shred's Wrath.
Alrighty, so now the kills. 4 of them in favor of Team Pandemonium in that last fight. And the gold swung in their favor. 2,000 on the side of Team Pandemonium ahead of Legacy Esports.
Man, this Cabrakan, really important that he actually picked up 2 levels in that last fight.
Yeah.
Also has Spirits Rogue done now, so it's going to be a lot tankier. You mentioned it before. You were kind of talking about how, at this point with the Cabrakan so far behind in golden experience, it was going to be almost impossible for him to kind of close the gap without dying, but he's also picked up the Blink.
And that's a scary thing, is a Blink Cabrakan, Fat Loki, man. He's just suddenly
100 to
there.
0.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have the pin boot, so it's not that bad, but still going to be a lot of damage for, Agony or for Oga to take. They have to play a lot more carefully now around this Blink Cabrakan.
Yeah, especially for Agony. He needs to make sure that he's out of range of that Blink Cabrakan. So, even if he's, has to use his Purification, if he's there for just a second too long, he could be the target of a Chain Lightning or a Thunderstorm from Oshida.
I'm interested to see if Legacy try and keep putting the pressure on, or if they change their playstyle into being more passive. You can actually see the first rotation we've seen in a while to duo, but Oga gonna have to go back to mid, and he's only level 13 right now. He's been involved in so many fights, but hasn't really been able to farm effectively.
Exactly right, and that's a kind of, HS actually ulting over onto the right-hand side with the rest of his team. I think he's just trying to get there quickly, and then they're going to look to take a tower, but Max on the left-hand side, he's going to be able to split push.
Yeah, this is a really weird position right now for both teams. Maxon is going to get a free tier 1 on the left-hand side. Oga actually does find Ro and sees him dash, double tap connected, but doesn't teleport to the hammer. He doesn't have any ward vision in the jungle, so a little bit scared about full committing.
And Ro still had his 3 up there, would have been able to stun out Ogre in the middle of that Berserker's Barrage anyway. And Ogre knows that. Ogre, he plays the game a lot, and he knows the mechanics of lots of different characters. He's played lots of different roles as well, so he knows the limit of what he can and cannot do.
And on that left-hand side, Maxon actually able to get both towers. You could see he's in a little bit of trouble. Oga, again, not teleporting to his hammer. I think he was actually caught inside his own wall there. You could see him in-handing blindly. I think he was trying to TP and get the combo damage, but just couldn't find the right angle.
So now Pandemonium's gold lead has actually been built up to about 4,000. We haven't seen really any major fights, but it's basically all off that towers that Maxon took and just efficient farming.
I mean, it was a 4K lead for Legacy before the last Gold Fury. It took that one fight and the Gold Fury, and then just the couple towers on the left-hand side. It's been an 8K swing probably in just the last 3 minutes. You can see the Gold Fury still a little bit more than a minute before it respawns.
You can hear as well, the crowd has gone very quiet, very intently watching this game, and a lot of Legacy supporters in the crowd, and when they make a play, they go off, but these last few minutes, they haven't really had an opportunity to cheer for much.
They've done a good job. It just came down to the one fight.
Yeah.
I mean, they were winning so cleanly, and then they just weren't able to close out. Again, just kind of separating, and it just takes one mistake against the likes of Pandemonium, and that's the issue. I mean, this team of Pandemonium, very much like the energy of Europe, very much like the Eager or Soar of North America, where even when they get behind, they're so talented at fighting back into it, utilizing split pushing, utilizing correct communication, trying to trade out different camps instead of just letting teams run over all your stuff. And so Legacy, they're going to have to be on their toes this entire set.
Everyone is here on the right hand side except for HS, but he does have across the skies to get here when he needs to. Big grouping for Pandemonium, and it looks like they want to siege down this tier 1 tower. Very little health remaining on that tower in the solo lane.
Oga just sitting on the side right now, waiting for an opportunity to go in. And he does find a nice little bit of poke damage onto Richard Castle there. But again, a lot of that just going to be mitigated. You can see his blinks ready, and actually Shell popped.
Shred plucked in there, only got a solo up in the sky. Lord of the Afterlife used by Shred. Only got a solo looking for his target here, looking for a cheetah, but a cheetah picks up Agony, comes crashing down. Maxon picks up Shred. Weave about to fall down as well. Maxon with the double kill. Ogre flip back in. There's the Sanctuary pop, and Pandemonium taking this fight. Maxon with the triple kill. He's looking for HS, but all they need is the tower.
Just really clean fight. Again, Kikyo Mio starting that one off, getting the perfect pluck onto Shred. Immediately Shred has to ult in place, doesn't ult away, and he tries to actually set up for Oga. We were watching from Oga's perspective, but there was just no one to ever go on. And so that Thor not a factor in the fight at all. Opens up Fire Giant. Pandemonium in a great spot for game 2.
And for me as well, Maxon might have got the triple kill there, but it was all teamwork. It wasn't an individual triple kill. That was all because of his team. It could have very easily been Ochita getting a triple kill or Ro. It was just, he was just lucky enough to find the last couple of hits.
I think the best part of that was, after we saw the pluck onto Shred, Ro took the sky as well and just completely ignored the Osiris. He felt confident enough that his team would be able to peel for Ochita, and then dives directly into the tower onto Agni, making sure the Scylla was a non-factor. And it was just like that, just the flip of a switch, where Pandemonium, the second the fight was called, they all knew who their targets were. They immediately bursted Agony, and again, just trusting Ochita to be fine by himself.
Communication is the key for Pandemonium. Is what Biggie has been drilling them in, is talking to each other, knowing who has to do what.
And just look at the wards too. I mean, just their entire team just bought a full set of wards, Sentry and Normals. They're very unified in the decisions they're making, even when it comes to items.
Kikyo Mio is notorious in OCE for, if it's not a scrim or a competitive game, or if it's not a competitive game, he won't buy wards, even in scrims. He's like, I don't need wards. I can just outplay him if they try and gank me.
It's kind of dangerous on a Zeus, but hey, whatever he can get away with. He probably buys the wards and never places them. He's like, yeah, guys, I got wards the whole time.
Yeah.
They'll always check the scoreboard. They're like, oh, he's been warding.
No, he gets the wards in his inventory but doesn't place them.
Yeah,
They're
that's
like,
what
you
I'm
place
saying.
0 wards. It's like, no, I've got it in my inventory,
That's
man.
what I'm saying. Yeah. That's the young base strat. That's what he used to do. He would buy wards at the last minute of the game, whether he was winning or losing, place 4, and then have 2 more in his inventory.
Oh. All right, so now Team Pandemonium taking all the towers but the solo lane tier 2. They're looking for the Phoenix on the left-hand side here. They still have the Fire Giant available. Only got a solo behind Ro. I don't know if Ro knows that he is here. Only got a solo, locks him in place, spin to win. A lot of damage coming out from that Zeus, though. Detonate. Nearly picked a lot of snipes from Maxon. He just doesn't have the vision onto Ogre to see where he is at the moment. Middle Phoenix is now the target being called by Pandemonium.
And this is fine. Oga actually does have ultimate, and it's Shred who goes aggressive. Does force the relics very early, and also a 3-man ultimate. But I'm a Monster not doing enough damage to finish off Ochita. HS into the backline along with Oga, and they have got the first kill, but quickly returned back. Ro finds one, Maxon finds the other.
HS in a bad position now. Richard Castle and Maxon just focusing on the Phoenix, but HS managed to get away towards the right-hand side. Phoenix. Oh, Maxon crippled Ogre there, and he couldn't teleport to his hammer. He falls down. Middle Phoenix down as well. Left-hand side is where Pandemonium's looking next.
Getting sieged up right now. Only 2 members left alive to defend this. HS. He barely has crit online right now. It's going to be really hard for him to try and defend this. And it is 2 Phoenixes picked up. Thankfully for Legacy, they do have a tower on the right-hand side, so they'll at least have that 3rd Phoenix. They'll have a little bit of a chance for this one.
Again, look at the kill participation on every single member of Team Pandemonium. All of them are part of at least 10 of the 13 kills. And the lowest of that is Ro, who's picked up 4 kills of his own. Maxon, 6, 0, and 5. Richard Castle, part of 12 of the 13 kills.
And speaking about Richard Castle as well, we haven't really seen him be a big impact in this game, but he always has been in position every single time. He rotates, and it's really just about sticking with this mid laner and making sure to keep him alive in any sticky situation. And it's been so hard for Legacy to fight back into this one, simply because Oga, he got off to such a good start, but he wasn't actually able to farm very efficiently. Kind of a style similar to Weekend that's really focused on ganking and fighting, but once the ganking and fighting doesn't go your way, you realize that now you really can't do anything. You fall so far behind.
Pandemonium still have the Fire Giant for the next little bit, going to go through, clear up their own jungle. Only a tower and a Phoenix left standing for Legacy Esports. 5 minions pouring in on the left-hand and the middle sides of their map.
You can see Panda just kind of Pandemonium right now, just trying to finish up some of their big items. Spirit's Robe or Mantle of Discord about to be picked up by Kiki. Going to be really strong, especially against the melee gods of Sylvanas, Osiris, and Thor. Going to be really hard for them to deal with that. Alongside Rod of Tahuti, almost online for the Zeus. You mentioned it last game, just such a big power spike for him.
As soon as he got that online, basically, the Legacy couldn't do anything.
I mean, we saw Oga almost die earlier to it, just instantly.
And look, he's completed it
there
now.
There it is.
This is the plan for Legacy right now has to be all in Ocheetah. There's going to be some damage coming through from Richard. There's going to be some damage coming through from Rose. There's going to be some damage coming through from Maxon, but the majority of it, you can even see on the player damage chart, it's coming through from Ocheetah.
It's so risky though to dive onto a Zeus, and that's the issue that they're going to have. You can see Maxon rolling forward, trying to look for that cripple once again onto Oga. And Oga and HS both have to deal with these fire waves right now. Obviously, the Apollo does have Across the Skies, but Pandemonium just going to be starting up this Fire Giant. It's under half right now.
They're looking to bait out a fight here. There's the Zeus ultimate as well. Shred diving onto Maxon, but he just goes straight up into the sky with the snipes. I'm a Monster comes through. There's none targets there. 3-man stunned by Only Good at Solo. Weave taken very low. HS across the sky. Maxon gonna fall down, but he picks up a kill onto Weave here. And now Rogue gets a kill onto Agony, and everyone on Legacy is falling down. It's only HS left alive.
Just look at that. I mean, there was 2 players on almost full health there. The Chain Lightning basically finished them off. Zeus doing so much work. HS the last one, and it's going to be a deicide. It's going to be 2-0 Pandemonium.
I hope they don't go for the tower here. I hope they just walk through.
I think they're just going to walk through.
Yeah. Because if they had gone for the towers there, I would have got tilted. Because that would have been such a repeat of that Avant Game 2 against Alpha Sydney.
Where they just didn't end?
Yeah, they just didn't end.
Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Avant made it in the end, and Pandemonium, once again, I mean, it's one thing when you have the clear winning draft in game 1, ended up closing it out, but this game they were actually so far behind, 4,000 gold, but managed to turn it an 8K swing after a single fight. All it took was 3 minutes. They're just such a hard team to keep down because you give them one small chance to come back into a game and they will take it and run with it.
It's the discipline as well from the team. They know, we're at a disadvantage here. There's certain things we can and cannot do. And, when it's time for them to make a play, they don't hesitate to pull the trigger.
Man, this is a hard team, and Legacy have actually been playing really well. I think this team has definitely had a better showing than Alpha Sydney, maybe even than Avant Garde. But I got to give so much credit to Pandemonium. They look like such a cohesive unit, like such a strong team. Everyone's working together so well across the board, even adjusting their play styles mid-game when it doesn't start going their way. Obviously, game 1 it was all about that aggression, right? Let's cage people in, let's get Ocheetah set up. Game 2 is more like, all right, we're getting invaded on the right-hand side. Let's kind of let it happen. We'll be in position in case they overextend, make any mistakes, and that's exactly what actually happened at the Gold Fury. Legacy started up. They ended up dropping it at a bad spot. Quickly recognized as well, like you mentioned, coming out from Pandemonium. They pick up the Gold Fury. Then it was actually Legacy who invested a lot of abilities, including I'm a Monster, into trying to secure their own Gold Fury back, and they weren't able to use it in the fight.
They might be 2 up in the set, but it doesn't feel like a 2-0 at the moment.
It doesn't.
And, we're going to see now as we head into the replays, just how close this game was and what a lead Legacy had at the start. Like, the early game was all theirs.
And, yeah, I mean, it started off... is this actually the fight that Pandemonium were able to turn?
Yeah,
because it was Legacy.
Look, they're up 8-2. They're up 8-3. They have a 2K gold lead. It was a 4K gold lead, but it's just being taken down now by all these kills that Pandemonium's getting. They took the Gold Fury as well, and that was just the beginning of the end for Legacy. And the target selection in this fight as well was just absolutely brilliant.
Just look at the placement of the Zeus ult as well. After Shred was flung back into the team, it's directly dropped in between the tower and the rest of Legacy.
And you know what we saw there, looking from Only Good at Solo's perspective, was as soon as he went up into the sky, Ro and Maxon immediately went up in the sky and didn't give him a viable target to go on with his ultimate.
And then just right here as well, I think he does manage to get out just barely. Maxon can't find, but at the very least, Oga forced out, which means it's a 4v5 on the Phoenix. Pretty easy for Pandemonium to deal with. This actually was a really nice play by Oga. You can see I'm a Monster connects onto the side there, and then Ocheetah's left alone. Pandemonium don't do a good job of protecting him, but at this point, Pandemonium just have such a lead, they can trade that out for free with no issue.
There was at this stage in the game, it was Legacy just trying to defend, trying not to lose. Look at this cripple here from Max, and only good at solo, can't get through. That's such a good play.
And Oga didn't even realize that he had hammered after the cripple actually connected onto him. Obviously, it lasts a second there, and then the final stand there at the Fire Giant. I mean, Legacy do a good job. When you're this far behind, you have to try and take a fight and win. They did a really good job of finding Maxon at the start, but they had invested so much that Zeus was just able to get off all that AoE damage, and then finally HS picked up, and Pandemonium just walked right into the Titan room.
You're jumping up and down in joy there as they're up 2-0 in this best of 5 series. One more game will send them to the grand final.
This is going to be, I'm going to be disappointed if this is a 3-0 because Legacy are playing so well. It just came down to a single mistake in game 1, or excuse me, game 2. Game 1 came down to drafting issues. It's very unfortunate for them. But again, I mean, when they get these leads, they really need to shut down Pandemonium. They need to be playing everything perfectly.
It's not as if the plays haven't been there from Legacy. It's like, when they've made a play, they've executed it fairly well. It's just been kind of the macro play hasn't been there. The farming hasn't been there. The objective calling hasn't necessarily been there. It's just they've gotten a lead and then they haven't been able to do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, just think about that Gold Fury again. We saw that exact same play where they got Rose ultimate the first time. They actually were able to disengage successfully. They noticed Ro very early. The Gold Fury wasn't very low. They backed off, and they could have very easily then went straight onto the Gold Fury again and tried to force that fight. That's when they had that 4K lead. Instead, they just go back to just their lanes, kind of give time for Pandemonium to farm up and make a better decision to contest the next Gold Fury, and that's what happened. The next time we saw Ro go up into the sky, but the Gold Fury much lower, and also Legacy were very slow to disengage, and they actually disengaged into multiple different areas. I think half the team went down towards the red, the other half actually went towards the mid camps, and that gave Ro an opportunity. He noticed it, and that's when he did dive in. He did go aggressive. And again, just Pandemonium do a really good job of splitting up your team and all focusing on the main target, right? It doesn't matter who the main target is. Whoever is called, the team just immediately turns to them and blows them up 5v1.
What I like as well is that Pandemonium have responded to what Legacy's tried to do in the pick and ban phase, and they've always had a plan for whatever they've drafted. The first game, it was an obvious plan, Sylvanas, Odin, Zeus. This game was a little bit different. Yes, you still had the Zeus, but it relied more on Oceania kind of sitting further back, not being as risky as he was in the first game.
Yeah, he couldn't because he didn't really have a lot of protection. Obviously, Kiki on the Sobek. Yeah, Sobek can peel, but you really do want the Sobek to be that aggressor where he goes in aggressively for that charge prey, looks for a pluck, and then just tail whips the rest of the team, just trying to zone them out so his team can pick players up. And then a Kabrakin's kind of the same thing, where they just want to blink forward, stun someone with a ton of burst, allow Maxon or Ocheetah to finish them off. And so he didn't really have a lot of peel. And like I said, just the different play styles coming up from Pandemonium, they are adept at not just playing one way. It's not, I play Zeus this way. It's, I'm playing Zeus this way because I have these gods to protect me and I'm against these characters that can dive me or, aren't going to be able to dive me. And those adjustments are what make Pandemonium so good.
Maxon's been the quiet workhorse in these games. He's gotten the kills, but we haven't really hyped him up a whole bunch. But he's just been fantastic, farming in his lane and rotating when he needs to, contributing at the right times, not overextending himself. And even when he gets ganked, just knows exactly what he needs to do to respond.
Just playing it really safe. I mean, there's really no need if you're Maxon on this ROM to try and do anything fancy. Again, when we mentioned it earlier, I really am comparing this team very similar to Eager. I think, you mentioned they've done a lot of research on international teams, and everything I see from them, from drafting to playstyle, screams Eager to me. And Zatman's the same way right now. We know Zatman is a fantastic player. We know Maxon is a fantastic player, but he doesn't need to take any risk. He doesn't need to try and outplay HS, because what if it doesn't go his way? His core is winning. Let them do their thing. You just come in and clean up team fights.
The thing with Team Pandemonium is they feel like they don't need to prove anything to anybody. They already think that they're the best, and they in their minds they know that they're the best, and they're like, we don't need to show you that they're the best. We're just gonna win.
I mean, they have the name power, right? Name power doesn't always translate into actual game, but it clearly has been for Pandemonium in this set. Again, I think Legacy looking a little bit better than Avant when it comes down to it right now. Obviously, the games weren't as weird in the early level ones where we had those kind of awkward invades, but as a team, Legacy's still looking
And I think that's something that might throw Pandemonium off, is if Avant, pulls out a couple of those invades tomorrow, starts a little bit jankily at the start. I think as well, Avant's got a little bit better team play than what Legacy do, and they definitely have a different play style. And maybe it's something that Pandemonium just don't match up as well against, because during the regular split, Avant owns the series record. They went 3-1 against Pandemonium, and they 3-0'd them at the last land.
I mean, both of these teams have been going at it for quite some time here, but we are into Game 3. Pandemonium 1 game away from finding themselves in the grand finals against Avant.
So first couple bans, the Zeus finally banned away by Legacy Sylvanas as well. Freya, the permaban from Pandemonium thus far, keeping it out of the hands of HS, keeping him off something that they know he can hard carry
And
with.
I love this style. Again, HS, not a player they just want to deal with, right? Maxin, these are the two gods that HS is going to be able to kill Maxin on, take him out of his hands. They haven't had an issue in the drafting outside of that. I like what Legacy have done, though, just taking away that Zeus.
As well as that, listening to Pandemonium, they think that Freya and Jingwei are some of the hardest gods to kill in lane. Now, Freya, obviously, by herself, pretty easy to pick up at the start. But when you have, the support style that Weave plays, where he's very much looking after his plays, he might not necessarily be the initiator, he's more of a true support.
Yeah.
It's very hard to pick off that Freya, especially once she hits level 5. Once she hits level 5, the Valkyrie's discretion, it's super hard to pick her off. Jingwei is very much the same. You force out her beads, but then she has her ultimate, and then she has her dash as well, and her knock-up.
And then she has her passive, where she just gets back in the lane. So even though you didn't kill her, at least maybe she loses some farm. Instead, though, she doesn't miss anything. This Erlang Shin pick feels very forced from Pandemonium. Not that they're not going to use it themselves, but with the Raw first pick, we know that combo of Erlang Shin and Raw, just very clear setup, kind of meaning Pandemonium needs to pick this up because they know Legacy will run it. They saw Weave run it just earlier this set.
And Shred would run it as well, Ogre would run it as well. All of them very comfortable playing warriors in their respective roles. For me, I feel like the Sobek might actually go support for the first time. We might see the Erlang Shen in the solo lane and Kiki on something other than a Guardian. That being said, it could very easily yet again go into the jungle with Ro. All of these players fairly flexible in their god pools.
And that's what makes it so scary, because it's really hard for Legacy to identify, okay, this is the matchup I'm going to have, and Pandemonium really not giving a lot to dictate which style it's going to be. Legacy, though, do take the ROM away from Maxin, obviously very successful the last couple games on it, and they grab a Bacchus as well, so really strong initiation coming out from him. Also, Intoxicate, one of the most underrated abilities in the game. Sure, it does a lot of damage, but just that disorient, very hard to team fight with, and it's 6 seconds long.
The Scylla, for me, is very scary to be giving Ocheetah. He's a player that is very patient and is more than happy to farm for the mid to late game to start really doing a lot of damage. In these last couple of games, he's played Zeus, and so he's been able to do a lot of damage pretty early on. Now he's going to play a little bit more safe at the start. He's not going to do as much damage as what the Zeus can do, but the later this game goes, the scarier he's going to get.
And he also has that easy setup from Erlang Shen. I almost would like to see Ro on this, simply because they picked up a mid who's all about burst.
With the Ymir ban, that's Richard Castle's not going to play that. Kiki Ymir will play that. With that being banned out, that's telling me that the Sobek Erlang Shen is their solo support flex.
Instead of jungle?
Yeah.
No Ro.
I don't think Ro will play in the jungle.
I mean, there's still a lot of options. Obviously, the Ratatosker is up, Thor up as well. Even if Legacy bans one or the other, and they actually can't in this spot, I think this will come down to double globals. I think it'll be Thor and Ratatosker for one team. Pandemonium probably very comfortable with the Ratatosker here. They're actually just going to save it for their last pick, though, the jungle.
And that's as well why I think, if Ratatosker is left open, Pandemonium's going to pick it as well. Anher now picked up here for Maxin in the ADC role. Interesting thing, Wheelix is still left open for Legacy Esports, and that's something Ogre would like to play, something he can hard carry on. And you look, the Scylla dash away, the Anher jump, both synergize very well within a Wheelix.
And the Bacchus knockup as well.
Exactly.
I mean, you have the clear synergy coming out, but a Wheelix is a little bit risky. She is great early game, fights really well, but has trouble kind of recovering if she gets behind. It is going to be highlighted along with the Robin. Robin switched off to Vamana, though, and it seems like that's going to be the jungle pick.
Yeah, it's something that Ogre feels like he can carry on. Something he feels like he can get picks, he can influence the map. He's got a lot of mobility. Ares
You lied to me, Hughes. I knew it was going to be an Erlang jungle.
Look, I forgot about Richard Castle's Ares, which is what this is. Okay, you give Richard Castle, you say you can only play one god for the rest of your life.
And it's going to be
Ares. It used to be last season, it was perma-banned anytime anyone played against Richard Castle. All of PAX it was banned.
Yeah, I remember coming into PAX, he had saved it and hadn't played it during the split for weeks straight, so no one would ban it. Everyone still knew he was going to play it and took it away. And so we saw Ares earlier on not do the best, but I like it much better in this composition simply because there's so many purification burners on the side of Pandemonium. You know, Sobek, Erlong Shin, Scylla, and Anher all have options to waste your purification. Then Ares can follow up, get the guaranteed pull, or the reverse, right? Ares just baits out a couple, and that's going to allow an easier time for Scylla and Erlong Shin to set up kills.
Believe it or not, I think 3 times that Richard Castle has played Ares, he's been either top damage or like top 5 damage.
I believe it.
He will
top
carry,
5 is a pretty long range.
He will carry with this Ares.
What do you think? $5? I say he'll be bottom 5.
Are you encouraging gambling on the stream,
never.
Kevin?
Couldn't do that. Where's the casino at, by the way? I haven't found it yet. I feel like I'm being judged right now on this table.
There are children here, Kevin.
They're where?
In the crowd behind
There's
you.
one next to me too.
I'm 24 years old, man.
No, it's okay.
You're the one that looks like a child.
That's the most hyped I heard the crowd get at the end of that since the beginning of that last game.
They're all just jealous anyway.
Oga, bad spot for Shred to be in.
Oh my
Jump
goodness.
forward, but the Impale going to secure first blood. Maybe Shred actually trying to get away. HS actually secures first blood onto Maxon.
The pin is there for Ro, maybe, if he can find it. Hey, Shred juking beautifully. Crush comes through from Achita. Gonna secure the kill. Feather Step onto Kiki Mio, taken low. Belly flop onto Kiki. HS has got 2 kills already on this run.
How the hell did Shred live that long? He didn't have his dash, just jukes out long enough, hits the Wrath Stun as well. Also, just look at that shell picked up from Bacchus. Really good play by Weave there, immediately popping it. Got 2 huge knockups in that fight as well. Legacy off to a fantastic start.
The only positive for Pandemonium there is that they died so early that they're going to be able to get back to their buffs in time for them to spawn.
And also, the thing with kills in the early game is they're split 5 ways, so it's not like that first blood bounty is going to be on a single person. You could see across the board it'll be pretty spread out, so no one going to get some massive early advantage.
Standard start now from the teams after that little skirmish in the mid and solo lanes. No janky start from Legacy this time. No going for the mid camp straight away. Both teams just going to take their speed and then take their blue.
Boar is going to be done by the Hunters by themselves once again. No support really feeling like ever coming to duel.
I think we can reclassify mid lane as either the duo or trio lane now.
It's 1-2-2. I think that's the new meta at this point. 1-2-2. I mean the support, or maybe 1-3. 1-3-1 at this point.
I think it's 1-3-1, yeah.
At this point. But this meta that's developed is so interesting to see because a lot of it's really focused on invading. You know, teams really want to secure all that farm in the middle, from the mid Harpies to the Fire Elementals, and because a lot of solo laners and junglers are running Wrath right now, you have to rotate your support. If the other team is putting their support in mid, and they also have a Wrath, you either concede your buff or do the exact same.
Belly flop onto Achita. He hasn't got his Sentinel down yet, manages to just dash away. Feather Step from Ogre onto Ro, but he manages to get away with that Turtle from. Look at the sustain, though, coming through from Agony already.
And we don't, again, the sustain meta that's come out, there's nothing matching it on the side of Pandemonium. Probably going to have to be forced into a meditation from someone later on. Probably Sobek, I think, will be able to do that, but that's not going to be until level 12 right now. And again, just an awkward start, meaning it's been hard for Pandemonium to farm efficiently. They are hitting level 3, but it's a slight edge right now in favor of the Raw, and that gives that opportunity for them to hit level 5 early and actually set up a kill before Pandemonium can respond.
Solo lane, Kikimio willing to take kind of the losing matchup here yet again. He's played Sobek all 3 games, and, you know, while it might seem, you know, Pidgeotto can only play one god, I mean, just really for what the team's tried to do, it's just been kind of the best pick.
And again, I mean, Rose just played setup as well. Even on the Ratatosker, he wasn't really trying to be a star. He wasn't, you know, diving, looking for the 1v1 fights. He was just simply setting up for Ochita. The team is just playing around Ochita so well with the Zeus, the Scylla as well. And this game, I like their composition. I love the Ares into this team comp. Not only does it do a great job of, like we mentioned before, burning purification, allowing easier times for Ro and Ochita to get kills, but also very good at shutting down Oga, who relies pretty heavily on Suku to roam around the map.
Couple of chains there. Richard Castle, he doesn't very often miss his chains. It's going to be a bad time for Oga if he's caught in those. Richard Castle, only level 4 at this stage. Everyone on Pandemonium in this core 3. level 4. Weave goes for the belly flop, gets 2. No follow-up there. Just looking to perhaps bait out something. And what I really like there from Richard Castle is he popped his bolsters of defenses there before the belly flop landed.
Just knowing that the engage with potentially there gives his team a little bit of protections. We actually see a lot of Ares players start to max that out because it gives so many protections at max rank 50 to your team, which is essentially a second shell. And if you know how good shell is, you'll realize that 50 protections go a long way, especially in the early game. If you really do max that out after chains, you know, coming into level 12, level 13, it's hard for people to dive and kill you.
And Richard Castle will do that. It just depends on how he wants to play this Ares. If he's going to play his traditional style of, I'm going to max my chains, going to hit every one of them, and then I'm going to 100 to 0 you as Ares, or if he's willing to play this more team-oriented style.
Oh, Richard sees actually a large grouping from Legacy, 4 members. Surprisingly enough, Legacy didn't try and kill Ares there. He was only level 4. That probably would have been a pretty easy kill to confirm, but without wards, they're a little bit hesitant on trying to go that deep into the jungle.
They didn't know where Ro was, and they didn't know where a cheetah was, and they didn't want to overextend themselves, which is something they've done in the last couple of games, and be punished for it.
Right now, though, Ares does hit level 5. And Richard did pick up a blink at level 1, and so Pandemonium have an opportunity to kind of get those surprise initiations on. And Richard actually spending a little more time in dual lane this game. He's actually rotated over here twice now, and then he just kind of juked us out as he stays in the jungle.
Did you see what Ocheetah did there? He threw out his Sentinel and used the little-known function of it as a ward. And looked to see if there's anyone creeping down that left-hand side mid-camp.
You'll actually see that a lot, too, where Scyllas will throw Sentinels into mid-Harpies if they don't have vision, if the other team was able to secure them, just to reset the timer on it, because it becomes too dangerous if they don't have wards to peek around that corner. You know, especially against the team comp that Legacy have, right? If the Scylla peeks around the corner and a Bacchus belly flops, she could die this early in the game with that raw snipe.
Early camp's going to fall to Shred. Got himself a half a level advantage over Kiki Mio. Kiki just hitting level 8 after that last wave. Shred has been the man for Legacy these last 2 games. Has been exactly where he needs to be, doing exactly what he needs to do. But unfortunately, just the rest of his team's gotten too far behind. And it's hard. You know, we've seen a little bit of the solo carry meta come back, but the picks he's had haven't really been able to do that.
I mean, for this composition that Legacy has drafted, they really need to work together as a team. A lot of it is going to be centered around both the Awilix pulls and the raw snipes. And what needs to be the most talked about here is actually the fact that Bacchus is trying to set up for 2 different players, and that could cause a conflict. If Weave goes in and then we see Agony use his snipe, but Oga pulls them, they need to be on... They need to have great communication this game, because if that breaks down, they could actually hurt themselves trying to set up plays.
And of course, communication is probably Legacy's biggest issue, so... You know, they're telling us that, yeah, we've worked on it, we've sorted out our communication issues, we know what we need to do for these ones, but, you know, it is different on the big stage compared to in scrims.
I feel like we're going to see that. I feel like we're going to see, at least the first time it happens, the Bacchus jump in, immediately Oga pulls them, and Agony snipes at the same time, and they'll probably fix it after that, but they need to not have a bad start to the game. There's the first chain.
He got it through the wall. That was an excellent chain there from Richard Castle. Missed the second one. The second went out from Ocheetah, unable to find one. Weave belly flops in, but then excellent use of the flames there from Richard Castle to prevent himself to be knocked up.
Obviously, immune to knockups while channeling those flames. Also a really good reason. Richard did pick up this Ares. Pinned in place, though. Oga, a little bit of trouble, but with Bacchus around the corner, Pandemonium just back off right now, just trying to control these mid-Harpies. Oga doesn't want to let him go for free, though, and Weave actually in line to set up a belly flop. Doesn't commit to it just yet.
Richard Castle blinks in. There's the no escape. I'm a Monster comes out from Ocheetah. Weave too far in the front. Intoxicate, but Ocheetah picks up the first kill of that engagement. The snipes come through from HS, actually. I'm so used to Maxim playing the ROM, but HS comes through with the snipes, unable to find a kill.
Well, that was a really awkward fight coming out from Legacy. I'm pretty sure that ultimate from Agony did connect onto a couple players there, but Oga just let it happen in front of his face. I mean, there was 3 players low, and he just walked away from his team completely. Obviously, he popped his purification to not get pulled in by the Ares, but that communication that we were talking about that Legacy was lacking so much happened there. We've jumped in aggressively, and then just Oga just said, no, I'm not going in. Sorry, man.
And once Weave jumped in and then was pulled by the Ares, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't even walk away because Maxon put up an excellent pillar behind him.
I mean, the thing is, though, that the Raw Snipe confirmed kill, like, just did so much guaranteed damage because Weave jumped in, so they were knocked up. They had no way to deal with it at all. Oga didn't even burn his ult in that situation.
All right, kills a level now at 8 minutes in, and you know this has kind of been a very similar story to the last game where Legacy got themselves an early kill, got themselves an early gold lead, but then they just let Pandemonium get back into the game and allowed Pandas to really dictate the flow of what was occurring.
I mean, the start of the game, you know, gave them about a 500 gold lead, but you mentioned it as well, where it wasn't like, okay, now they're in this massive lead. It was a 5-way split. They died so early, they were able to get to their buffs, not being in position to really follow up, but they've done a really good job of farming both the buffs as well as the mid camps. You can see Shred, a big lead here. Oh, he missed the knock-up. Might have been a kill if he was able to confirm that.
And Kikimio just burning his ultimate to clear the wave. They've extended a little bit, but because he knew where Ogre was, that he had backed, and where the rest of Legacy were as well, wasn't afraid to kind of put himself vulnerable 1v1 against Shred.
Yeah, but I mean, Shred, if he found that knock-up, he would have got a guaranteed in-hand, and then he had Wrath as well, guaranteed stun. 2 more in-hands. That was a dead Sobek if he had found that knockup.
Weave looking for the belly flop here. Only finds one target, but it's not the one he wants. Torn in from Rowe. Got the 9-turns blessing. No escape from Richard Castle. There's the snipe. It lands on the Rowe. I'm a monster as well. Crush comes down. Feather Stepped is only good at solo. No kills come out of that engagement.
Really good job by Legacy there, just kind of splitting up. And you mentioned it that, you know, Ochita on this Scylla not going to be doing as much damage as he did on the Zeus previously. The Ama Monster doesn't really hit very hard early on. He only has boots completed, doesn't have a second item yet. And Agony going to be able to heal up his team with this raw sustain as they start up the Gold Fury.
This is a dangerous play, though, because Richard Castle is in the area.
This is a risky play.
A lot of chains. Maxon through the wall with the Desert Fury, but Legacy secure it. Ochita picks up only good at solo. Impale from Maxon. Shreds chasing him down with the big baby form, but they secure the Gold Fury. But Pandemonium get themselves a kill, and now they're going to look to invade.
And just the Wrath from Shred there paying dividends once again, just doing a really good job of being in a position and making sure to get these Gold Furies. That was a very intelligent play coming out from Legacy, recognizing that Pandemonium had burned all of their ultimates, and so they had nothing to really contest against the Wrath. It does so much damage, especially early on, and losing only Oga for that is absolutely fine. None of their buffs were up, and so Pandemonium weren't able to find anything off of that to recuperate their losses.
Kill lead in favor of Team Pandemonium, gold lead in favor of Legacy Esports. Only a fraction, though, of what it has been in previous contests. I really like the Genji's guard pickup here from Shred.
Just very useful, obviously, against the magical damage coming out of Richard Castle, Ochita, and Kiki. It's just a lot of guaranteed splash damage, and so that's going to reduce a lot of it. Also give him a little bit of cooldowns later into the game. Super useful for a Vimana who scales very heavily. I think Armored Umbrella, you know, 370 base, some absurd amount of scaling combined with that.
Pandemonium able to take their speed here. We see Rowe heading towards the blue buff, but there's a 3-man grouping from Legacy. Could be looking to potentially steal here. Kiki flings back Shred. He's knocked up as well. Pulled in by only good at solo. Down into local waters. Excellent taunt there from Rowe. Comes back up. Kiki Umio so low, but he's somehow alive. The bolster defenses saved him there. Brother saving brother.
Just an excellent bait from Shred. He walks straight up in. He wants the charge prey to go through. But here's also the benefit of Legacy's composition. The Raw rotating to the right-hand side. They're going to be able to heal everyone up. And so the gank doesn't go their way. But Shred does not have to back despite taking a ton of damage. And this is going to allow him to actually push this tier 1 on right. You can see everyone backing. Kiki does manage to get there in time, though, with the teleport. So he'll be fine.
HS rolls in aggressively, hits the cripple. Maxon misses the impale, jumps away after the cripple has worn off.
Oh no, look at Oga though. Around the corner here, looking to jump in. Maxon has no idea, lines up. There's the Feather Step, looking for it. Good Sanctuary, but too early. One more hit. Juking actually inside the minions, managing to stay alive, but HS finds it with the Astral Arrows.
And no one from Pandemonium is around. Ochita's looking through the wall. Can he find only good at solo and Weave? Ogre's going to back, but he finds Weave in spot, crushes him. Richard Castle off the mark with the chains there. Has the no escape. No mana from HS247. I'm a monster. Not enough damage. The Sanctuary was good from HS to keep him alive, but Rowe's in the area now. Sikkim doesn't land. Rowe looking for Weave here. He might be able to find the kill onto the Barkus.
The crush gonna slow him for half a second, but the damage doesn't confirm the kill.
The chains, though.
All 3 chains do connect. Ocheetah steals the kill with a single in hand. 4 for him right now, and we mentioned, you know,
all of the kills.
Not doing a lot of damage earlier on, but now he's level 12. He's gonna have that extra damage on his ultimate here with rank 3 very soon, along with the Dynasty Plate Helm, so the penetration really starting to work off and pay out for him, but Agony just split pushing in the mid lane with Oga.
Richard's not even going to be angry that Ocheetah stole that kill, because if there's anyone on your team ever that you want to get a ton of kills, it's got to be a Scylla.
It's Scylla. Just farms up so well right now. 13 minutes into this one. Legacy still with the gold lead at about 2K, but we could already see how impactful this Ares has been. All the kills for Pandemonium have been set up because of Richard Castle. Whether he pulls someone in or baits their relics right beforehand, it's kind of been run through him more so than Ocheetah this game.
Ro as well for me this game, and for this whole entire series, is really, it's a different playstyle to what we saw last year. Last year, it was Ro putting the team on his back and he was carrying them. This year, you know, the rest of the team isn't necessarily carrying him, but he's a role player. He's doing what he needs to do and not taking a lot of risks.
It's a team. It's a competitive team at the highest level, and that's, you know, that's the growing pains we actually saw from the North American and European SPL as well, where you get all these players who are very good individually, but you know they didn't synergize, and players are, I only want to play this style. You know, they don't work or play for the team, and that, I mean, Pandemonium looking really strong. I mean, this team, obviously the event's not over just yet, but definitely a team that could probably take some games on the world stage.
Okay, you see how Ro's got a ritual dagger?
I do see how Ro has a ritual dagger.
His next relic is going to be Thorns.
Are you serious?
Yep. He posted it on Twitter the other day.
I mean, Thorns against...
With a taunt as well?
This composition, yeah, the taunt's good, but it's not up as much as Athena, and I mean, the Thorns is really only going to be useful against HS. I mean, if that's his play in this game, that could work. If he's just looking to zone out the ROM, taunt him, pop his Thorns, and just have him return damage back onto himself. HS actually in a bad spot already over here.
Snipe actually landed onto Max in there. Weave goes in, gets him with the Intoxicate. HS still alive. No escape pop by Richard Castle. Iron Monster, he wasn't looking for HS there. Ocheetah's going to fall down now. The Sanctuary comes through. HS rolls in. Ro gets a kill, but HS gets one in return onto Ocheetah. Weave in some trouble from Ro.
Oh no! Ro has to back off. Here comes Kiki as well. Ro stays alive, but the jump over the pin. Ro still trying to fight. He does find the kill, but he gets returned on.
Shred was here, he took a kill, now he's looking for another one onto his opposite number. The Wrath comes through from Kiki, healing up as much as he can, but HS gets himself another kill.
HS just plays everything perfectly. 5-0-2. Gold Fury going to go the way of Legacy Esports after this. They already had a 2K, almost a 3,000 lead. This is going to extend this to nearly 5,000 at only 15 minutes. HS just perfectly times his role, coming out of his ultimate, buys enough time. Agony as well, finding the snipe, just making it a little bit risky for Pandemonium to keep diving into him.
That was the first instance of miscommunication I've seen from Pandemonium.
With Ocheetah.
Yeah, Ocheetah would have been much better served there, going for HS with the Iron Monster rather than trying to pick off Weave.
I mean, maybe they thought that he was... I don't know. I mean, maybe they thought they had the guaranteed kill elsewhere and that Richard Castle was going to be able to deal with ROM in the end, but that's just not how it happens. And yeah, I mean, that kill was served up absolutely perfectly for Ocheetah. Just doesn't even look that way.
What relic did Ro get?
He got Thorns.
He got Thorns.
This is the first time I think we've seen Thorns in competitive play in a while. It's not actually used in North American or European SPL. I mean, Thorns, it's not as good as it used to be, but I still think there's room for experimentation, and I'm interested to see how he uses this. It actually might not be a bad idea, especially with HS going off so far. He's 3 levels over this on her, and just dealing with him the whole time could be beneficial.
It even will do some work against the Wheelix if only good at solo looks to do some damage with him, because a lot of his kit is set up off his in-hands.
And Legacy still in a really good spot right now. They're grouping up on the right-hand side, and they have this Raw. This is the best spot they could be in, because they have both an experience in gold lead, and they also have a Raw with really good poke coming out from HS and from Agony.
Richard Castle, no escape. There's the snipe. It actually managed to hit Ocheetah. Iron Monster comes through, but it just doesn't do enough damage. There's the Ra heal coming out from Akin. HS is rotated in as well, looking to deal out that in-hand damage. Kikiomio lurking in the waters behind the pillar. Only got solos here. It's a 5v5 situation, and a lot of ultimates have been expended by Pandemonium.
Oh, just barely avoids the knockup, but he's plucked back in off of Weave's belly flop, and now Ro trying to fight, but he's dead as well.
Maxon forced to jump away. Pandemonium all forced to walk away. 2 deaths there for the Pandas. And now Legacy are going to take the tier 1 tower on the right-hand side.
Really surprising that Pandemonium elected to fight that. I mean, when they take fights against the Raw, against the sustained composition, you gotta all in. But Legacy just doing a good job of, once the fight started, just backing off as a team, healing up. And now they're going to be awarded with 2 towers off of that.
In goes HS, rolls forward. Scylla chucks out the crush and chunks down HS a little bit. Ocheetah forced to dash away with the Sentinel. This is going to be a tier 2 tower as well. And now the gold lead has left out to 7,000.
Fire Giant actually a possibility here. They're still grouped up. Most of Pandemonium still back in their fountain, but the team's just going to be backing, spending the gold they just earned, making sure to push their lead. Rod of Asclepius being worked on by Raw right now. Agony about to finish that off.
You see, Agony's happy to just be the quiet, supportive mid laner. He doesn't need to carry. He doesn't need to have the flashy numbers. If he's there and he's helping his team out, that's all he wants.
And he's doing everything he needs to right now. I mean, his damage right in the middle, I would imagine healing relatively high as well. And now he does have the Rod of Asclepius, so his heal's going to be doing more. And I like that they actually did go for a meditation with a Bacchus, just in case they can't really get in a position where they play around together inside the Raw heal and kind of go for a poke war. The meditation going to be instantly effective, and it's also going to be enhanced thanks to that Rod.
All right, as we head towards the 19-minute mark here, Legacy have taken control back of this game. We have seen this before. Last game, they did have a significant lead, but let Pandemonium get back into it. This game, they seem to be a little bit more in control, a little bit more sure of what they want to do.
Also, a big lead. Right? HS has really been the man to do everything for this team right now. Tier 1, going to be sieged up. Kiki actually teleporting in. This could be dangerous.
No escape. Popped by Richard Castle. Managed to pull and weave. Iron Monster comes down onto the Bacchus. Shredding the backline. Just chasing down Ocheetah. Weave very low. There's the Thorns. Agony with the snipe. Richard Castle's forced out. It's only Kikiomio defending. Nowhere for him to run as well. Great Sikkim there from Ocheetah. Only good at solo though. Gets himself another kill. The tier 1 tower is going to fall down. Ocheetah,
they're hanging around.
Very dangerous spot for
so
Ocheetah.
And he's going to get picked up. Shred finds him. 1 remaining. And it's only Richard Castle left alive. 4 kills to Legacy. And they're doing a great job of trying to close this out. They are not going to get swept in this series.
Tier 2 tower, left-hand side falls. Only the mid-tier 2 tower left. Only Richard Castle left to defend. Low respawn timers, though, from Pandemonium probably mean this isn't going to be a push to end the game. Just to take down this left-hand side Phoenix and then look in the next engagement for a Fire Giant.
Gold Fury going to be up soon. Tier 2 and mid also available. Legacy have so many options right now. A couple players going to be backing. I think HS just going to be heading for that Gold Fury spawning soon. They have enough members to deal with it for now, and it's an 11,000 lead. This game was actually really close until just 2 fights ago.
Gold Fury spawning right in our Legacy. They're going to take this one for the guaranteed gold, back by force the Fire Giant fight, and that's going to be the game right there. That's Pandemonium's final play. Can we take that? Can we hold them off this Fire Giant? Do we overcommit to it, or do we try to defend under our Phoenix?
And a lot of these fights recently for Pandemoniums as well has been so focused on to Weave. I mean, Richard Castle pulled him in, and you know I'm a Monster was wasted on Weave. Weave had Shell active. He took barely any damage. We saw Pandemonium try and dive him. Ro as well. This Thorns is going to come back to bite Ro. You cannot have this relic from behind. It's absolutely useless. Doesn't have a shell for the team or a meditation. And it's going to be really hard for him to deal with anyone. You know, very similar to what we were talking about earlier with the Wheelix. You know, if she gets behind, it's kind of the same thing with Erlang Shin, where he's got to be melee range for everything he does.
As well as this, he's not. I don't feel he's tanky enough to really make the Thorns
No.
work. Like, yes, people are going to come in and you're going to get some reduced damage from the Thorns, and you're going to reflect some of it back. But if you don't have the protections and the health to back up, how are you going to sustain through the damage?
Yeah, I'm really surprised he went for Thorns when he went for this damage-oriented build instead. A lot of times you see it normally paired with you know, defensive items. When we saw Thorns in the past in the Season 2 meta, it was always on solo laners where they were just so incredibly tanky that they were able to reflect damage back onto the hard carries that they were just jumping on and dealing with.
See Team Pandemonium on your screen. You know, looking pretty normal, not too nervous, not too, you know, worried about this game or this series overall. Legacy, you can see a little bit more excitement in them, a little bit more, you know, energy as they're looking towards getting towards the later stage of this game and maybe even closing it out.
Honestly, this is a best of 5, so if I'm Pandemonium right now, this game it's definitely possible to come back in, but you have 2 more games where you only need to win once, and so you just have so many opportunities to still secure. A lot of it's probably just figuring out, you know, what went wrong this game, what could you have done better, maybe even preparing for next game. At 11K down, it's still possible to win, but it's very unlikely, and they would have to play everything perfectly, probably relying on Legacy making mistakes. And Legacy haven't made very many mistakes this game.
They're pushing down the mid lane now. They're not even looking for the Fire Giant, just going to go for this tier 2 tower. And honestly, Pandemonium should probably just give this up.
At this point, no one's really in a strong position to defend it. You can see Kiki is coming out of base right now, and Weave just jumping forward on zone duty.
HS picks up a kill onto Ro in the back there. Ro completely out of position. Richard lands a couple of chains, but it's not enough to really do anything. Mid tier 2 tower falls. I didn't even see where Ro was.
Yeah, where did Ro appear from? Like he popped his thorns, and then that was kind of it. Kind of just died there. I mean, he's only level 15 now, but no way he was going to be able to survive this. And this is going to be a Fire Giant attempt right now on Half-Life.
Kiki needs to get in there. He's the only one with a rat. There's the looking in the waters. Legacy taken. Iron Monster comes through as well. No escape pop by Richard Castle. Kiki forced to get out. Desert Fury from Maxon as well. Kiki's going to fall down to shred. Maxon jumps over the wall, but he's pulled back in by Ogre.
And here comes the Raw Snipes as well. One shot, and it is going to be HS on his 7th kill of this game. 16-6. Fire Giant in hand for Legacy. And it's going to be an F6 Pandemonium having none of it.
They needed to get out of this game, reset their minds, and get ready for the next one.
That was tilt from Ro. We saw Weave jump forward. All of a sudden, Ro just dies in the backline by himself. None of his team around, and then they F6 right after that. Probably necessary at that point.
Yeah.
Ro definitely off his game in the end.
Yeah, I don't know if it was necessarily a tilt. I think it was trying to avoid tilt, trying to avoid, you know, losing more fights, just getting even more down on yourselves and the rest of your team. And, you know, you don't want to, you know, throw out the blame game or anything like that. You just want to get out of that game as quick as possible.
I'm really glad we didn't have a 3-0 because Legacy have been playing way too good for this to be a 3-0. Really good job overall. And I think, you know, I waffled in between, you know, talking about who really made the big impact. I think it was Weave in the end. I mean, just Weave played everything so perfectly with his belly flops, really played around his team, set up for them, protected them, just did everything right.
And that's really big for Weave to step it up like that because he was actually, during the regular split, kicked off this team and then brought back on just a couple of weeks before this land. So for him to be showing up with this and kind of proving that I deserve to be on this team is huge for him, and it's huge for his confidence.
I mean, turning point for me was that left-hand side fight when Ro's diving. Weave was on 1 health, and he just waits. His belly flop was up, but he actually just waited until the second he knew Ro's pin was going to be back up. Belly flops in place. Ro does get the kill, but he dies in return for it because he took so long to lock him down.
Let's take a look at some of the other plays Legacy made during that game, ensuring themselves at least 1 victory in this best-of-5 matchup. You can see here right at the start, the very first kind of minute of the game, this is the fighting level 1 that we saw from Alpha Sydney and Avant and just shred, just juking around beautifully, just surviving for so long, and in the end it took a huge AoE ability from the Crush to pick him up in the end. Kiki Amio as well going to fall down here, and early 2 kills for HS.
And Weave again, his first belly flop was actually what saved Shred. His second belly flop is what set up the guaranteed kill onto Kiki.
And you can see, look at this as well. Oceania with the Armor Monsters has just been onto Weave, who was just too tanky for him to take down.
And HS as well. I mean, I think he had 7 kills in the end, just doing a great job. Look at Weave. His belly flop is up right now. He's just waiting for the pin to go through, jumps it immediately. He does fall, but Shred's able to get Ro because of it.
And Kigimi is going to fall down here at the end as well. Nowhere for him to run to. At the end of the day, Legacy, their issue in their first game was picks and bans. The issue in the second game was not playing around their picks. This game, they got the picks and bans and they knew how to play them.
And they played really well around the Raw as well. You could see that was multiple times that we saw Ro going very aggressive despite his build being more damage oriented. And you could see just a lot of focus from Pandemonium into the Bacchus. I'm a monster used to try and kill him. He was so tanky at that point. Also had Shell not available actually, so he was just naturally tanky from that situation. And the Lotus Crown.
And this for me, Ocheada just hanging around way too long here. Gets picked up, and Maxon trying to defend his teammate as well falls down. And at this point, you really get the sense that, you know, despite Pandemonium having come back from behind before, this was Legacy's game.
After it was the 11K lead, it was basically done. You can see Kiki coming in here trying to steal the Fire Giant, but it just doesn't go his way. The pull from Richard Castle finds too, but at this point, the team's just so far behind.
This is huge. Maxon purifications,
late.
but it's late as he's already pulled over the wall.
Yeah, you can once you get into that wall, you just are dropped on the other side, and then quickly the F6 happens.
And with that, we're going to take a short break here, guys. Don't go anywhere. Only about 15 minutes between these games. We'll be back with game number 4 between Legacy Esports and Team Pandemonium.
Welcome, hero, to the 2017 SMITE Odyssey. A mysterious evil threatens the battleground of the gods. To defeat it, the gods must embark on a new odyssey where we'll encounter new, exciting challenges and unearth a myriad of treasures on our way to the 2017 SMITE World Championship. This odyssey will journey through each Pantheon's realm, revealing new quests for you to overcome. By completing the quests or by purchasing items in the odyssey, you'll earn odyssey points and gain levels in the event. Unlock odyssey chest rolls and limited bonus items, and upon reaching odyssey level 21, the ultimate odyssey reward will be yours. The Tier 5 skin, Demon Anubis. Now, Demon Anubis will join the hallowed ranks of Archon Thanatos and Ragnarok Force X Thor. And like those limited skins, Demon Anubis will never be available again once this odyssey ends. Will you answer the call? Will you undertake this perilous journey? Rise, hero. The Odyssey begins.
It's time for the SMITE World Championship. The journey that these teams took here was one for the ages.
It's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this. Teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best SMITE team in the world.
Are you guys excited in the house?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship!
And of course, SWC is the ultimate goal of all the teams here at the Hi-Rez Oceania Championships. Pandemonium were, a couple members on their teams are the ones to represent the region last year. Rowan and Cheetah, they want to make it 2 in a row, but Legacy, with that last game, let's put that in doubt.
And just playing so well across the series, obviously the first 2 games going to Pandemonium, if you, we're just tuning in, maybe it was, Pandemonium just kind of rolling through and stomping this. They are one of the expected favorites in this tournament, but Legacy have just done such a good job individually and as a team. Picks and bans for game 1 just went atrocious for them, right? They kind of got pigeonholed into an awkward composition against an Odin, couldn't really escape. Kind of got to wash that game off. Game 2, they were actually in control, winning. Ended up throwing it, though, after a 4K lead. And Game 3 was the same situation, in control with a couple thousand lead, this time managing to close it out.
I think in game number 3 as well, Pandemonium were overconfident with what they had, overplayed their hand, and that's the first time I've really seen some bad communication out of them, some bad target calls.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Ocheetah, obviously, the ult missing after Richard Castle's Ares had pulled a low HP ROM right to his feet, just not paying attention to it in any way, shape, or form. And then actually Ro as well, building kind of this very damage-oriented Erlong Shin, which didn't work because he started to get really far behind. Also going for the Thorns, just not a lot of synergy coming out from them. I think they almost got sloppy after just 2-0ing to begin with.
The Ra taken away by Pandemonium. They banned it the first 2 games, led it through the third one. Not going to make that same mistake twice. Zeus and Sylvanas banned away by Legacy. Freya taken away as well. Jingwei is up here for Pandemonium to take what they want, but they're going to take Ymir and Erlang Shen. That more than likely will be a Ymir solo lane for Kiki.
Just instantly locked in right there. And once again, going for more of this tanky lineup, I think they're going to switch back to the style of, all right, let's protect Ocheetah. Let's make sure he's going to be in a comfortable position. We saw him dominate with the Zeus, but the Scylla hasn't been the same thing. And now he's even going to have to go deeper into the God pool with Legacy, highlighting Scylla right now.
I mean, Agony has played that before. It's not something I consider one of his core picks, though. But it's something, though, that's... the basic Scylla kit is not that difficult. You have your Sikkim, you have your Sentinel, big Sentinels. I'm a monster. Even though it's a difficult ability to land in a lot of circumstances, it's still relatively simple in how it operates.
It's also not as good against tanky lineups that Pandemonium have started to draft into. We saw just last game, right, when the entire focus was on Weave on the Bacchus. He was just too tanky for the Scylla to ever get off even a lot of damage, let alone look for the potential of a reset. Jingwei going to be locked in for the first time in this set, though. Obviously, a lot of mobility here. Going to go the way of Maxim.
Yeah. I mean, it potentially could go Ocheetah. Ocheetah has played some hunters in the mid-roll, and, Jingwei has been one of them he's kind of favored, and I think, though, it's just going to be more Maxon. I think Maxon will do a lot more on this pick than Ocheetah could, and that's just what Pandemonium want to happen. Amaterasu taken away by the Pandas. Giannis taken away by Legacy.
Oh, they're going deep.
Yeah, they're just focusing out Ocheetah.
I like the style, too. I mean, obviously, Ocheetah probably wanting to get his God right there where they had locked in Jingwei, but now going to be unavailable. I do expect another ban of a mid lane. I'd like to see, I know Raijin, not as popular anymore, but that's a possibility, or Isis. One of those two, just take them off of the table.
Naja taken away by Pandemonium, so now Pandemonium are focusing away
There's
Ogre's
the
God
Isis.
pool. Isis taken away by Legacy straight away.
I love this, and now Ocheetah's going to have to go pretty deep. I just assume he's going to go Raijin. Obviously, it's still really good setup for his ultimate, but Raijin does absolutely no damage from behind anymore. He really does fall off in the later game scenarios, or the early game scenarios when he can't get rolling.
You could see an Agni or a Poseidon as well. That's something that Ocheetah has played before, something that he's willing to take into a competitive game. But instead, Pandemonium are going to take the Awelix and kind of a bit of a counter to Abacus, but just when he flops in, and also the Scylla when she tries to dash away.
But again, what is this Awelix? This Awelix is going to Ro, who's really been excelling on kind of the setup characters here. Still, this is his style of play, right? He is the guy who likes to be the carry. He likes to make all the plays. Camazot's being highlighted right now along with Vamana. This is a possibility. We have seen some players invest into running it.
Yeah, we saw Homie Efe at the Super Regionals
Fantastic.
run Camazots, and Ogre's been hinting that maybe he'll pull out the spicy Camazots pick.
I think he's still deciding.
Yeah, it's going to be the Susano instead. I think that's probably better. He's probably had more practice with the Susano than the Camazots.
It's also better for setting up the Scylla. Camazots is more the do-your-own-thing hard carry god, which is what Oga wants, but it's going to be a last-pick Kukulkan.
I forgot about the Kukulkan. Ochita loves Kukulkan.
And he has really good, again, really good setup for it here. Erlang Shin's pin. Also, Ymir Kiki going to be in that solo lane, now matched up against a Vamana, so expanding past the Sobek that we've only seen so far.
Even if you don't kill someone with your Spirit of the Nine Winds, it knocks someone up for Rose Ultimate. So there's a lot of synergy within Pandemonium's lineup. There's a lot of knockups for this Awilix as well. The Ymir solo pick is really going to dictate this game for me.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it too. Susano very fast and mobile around the map, utilizing his passive when abilities are on cooldown. It gets bonus movement speed. And so I do expect Oga to probably take a trip over to the right-hand side. I mean, when you think of Guardians in solo, usually they're fairly safe, but Ymir's actually one of the ones that can be abused. He doesn't really have any mobility, any form. The only thing he has defensively to use is the wall, but most notably the ultimate as well. He can just quickly charge that, tag a couple players, make sure they do that 10% reduced damage, and try and get away afterwards.
We saw Shred play it in game number 1, but more notably, we've seen Variety play it in the SPL on Obey. He's a fantastic Ymir solo, and Kiki's been studying him a little bit because he's got a very similar play style to Variety, and this is one of his comfort picks. Sobek and Ymir are really the two things he loves to run in that solo lane.
And it's really just about setting up for your team. It's not, you gain, it's not even about getting pressure. A lot of the times, just like, okay, making sure that your opponent, especially if they're on a warrior, can invade your buffs. Kiki been doing a really good job about that overall in the first 3 games, and it's going to have to be true here as well. Ymir does not do good if he falls behind, and I kind of expect to see Oga try and camp Kiki early.
We could see a big grouping from Legacy here at the start, perhaps looking to catch out Pandemonium like they did at the start of last game, but it's not to be. More importantly, though, it's securing each other for warding.
And Wrath is going to be picked up by both solo laners, so Kiki going to make sure to secure his own buffs. Awilix and Ymir versus Susano Vamana, you got to give that early game to Pandemonium. Really strong Feather Step as well as just the Glacial Strike doing a lot of damage. And based on this positioning, it actually tells me that Kiki might be interested in looking for an invade. The issue is that Ro just walked right over a ward.
Yeah, so Legacy are going to know that this is coming through. And
you can see the pings. They're just going to do mid camps right now.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play from Legacy. They're like, okay, well, we'll just take another objective that's got a lot of XP and mana associated with it. You can take our buffs, and then just later in the game, we'll probably come and invade yours.
And
they have the timers for it, or they have a ward knowing if they're there or not.
And the question is, will speed buff be taken? Obviously, this blue buff going to be free. Kiki could just save Wrath for this situation, and I think he is. That's going to be useful to obviously secure his own.
They might stay too long.
Good job from Pandemonium here to recognize this. I mean, Pandemonium win this 2v2. Awilix and Ymir just do way too much damage to deal with.
The thing is, well, I think the blue might even be more important than the speed in this situation for the Ymir. Like, he needs the blue more than what Awilix needs the speed. Takes the speed with the Rat there, just like you called it.
And their Shred actually doesn't have a dash. It's a 4-man rotation at only 30 seconds. First Blood going over to Richard Castle, and yeah, just a great intelligent play coming up from Pandemonium. Recognizing that Legacy had made adjustments for the invade, they were now at mid camps. Instead of their speed buff, they hold the Wrath. They don't need it to finish off the blue because it's not going to be contested. Then they just walk up knowing they have the superior 2v2 at level 1 and just force Legacy off it. Also managed to pick up Shred with a very surprising 4-man appearance.
I mean, that's what Legacy did last game and in previous games as well. That's what they did, and Pandemonium recognized it and like, okay, well, why don't we do this?
And it clearly has worked for them right now, and it's going to be really bad for Shred. He's level 1 right now at 1 minute and 17 seconds. Ymir level 3.
That's rough. 2 level advantage for the Ymir, and Ymir does a lot of damage, like a lot of base damage with his Frostbite passive.
It's a lot of damage is the understatement of the situation. Ymir does absurd damage, especially in the early game. And Frostbite also, the recent buffs too, where he takes reduced damage after he triggers Frostbite opponents, going to be very useful. I did want to see Oga try and gank this Ymir solo, but it's just not possible anymore.
Exactly. He's level 2. How are you supposed to gank that Ymir 2 levels behind.
And this is, so obviously the meta for this LAN, and honestly a lot of SMITE has shifted into these supports rotating to the mid awkwardly very early, because teams understand that if the other team has Wrath, you fall way too far behind if you don't have your support there to contest in any way, shape, or form. But if your team does poorly in the early game, now you have 3 players that are all sharing the same wave, the same back harpies, the same buffs, when it used to be only 2, and so you're hitting 5 even later in the match now.
All right, HS and Maxon have both hit level 5 over in the duo lane. Once again, that's become the new solo lane. Shred taking some poke here. Pretty significant. He's caught up a little bit in levels, but he is completely out of mana, and without a TP, that's going to really hurt him if he has to back.
He's going to have to back, too. Probably doesn't even have enough gold to finish boots. You can see him taking a trip back to base. Does hit level 5. You can see blue buff about to spawn on the right-hand side. Kiki going to back as well. And I'm interested to see if we do see an invade onto that blue buff. I think Pandemonium are just going to let Legacy get it. Obviously, Ymir wanted the back to get his penetration boots online, and Pandemonium probably instead just going to contest the speed buff, and with those pin boots online, it'll be really hard for Legacy to fight.
Cheetah's hit level 5 here. A pin comes out from Richard Castle. Only got a solo in a bad spot here. Knocked brutal. Up. Spirit of the 9 wins. Oh, Ogre just manages to barely get out of the way. Road jumps over the wall. Feather step to pick up his opposite number. Shreds there with the Colossal Fury. Good wall from Kiki Ymir. Separates the rest of Legacy out. Shards of Ice not going to do enough for a kill there, but a clean pick for Pandemonium.
And you're seeing the strength of Kukulkan in that situation. Just throws down the whirlwind after Oga is into the mid camps, and he has 2 options. Either walk through the whirlwind, take a ton of damage, or go aggressively towards Pandemonium, and he couldn't do really either of those. He does manage to buy a little bit of time, and Shred going in by himself.
Oh, excellent. I'm a monster there. Rose picked up by Ogre. Richard Castle very low as well. Kiki with the wall, but he's going to fall down as Ogre gets himself a double. Panda's hung around way too long. He's looking for Richard Castle. He's trying for the triple kill. Typhoon ultimate. Ogre gets himself 3 kills in about 5 seconds.
I started that saying Shred going aggressive by himself, but actually just baiting for his team. Weave and Agony playing that perfectly. As soon as Pandemonium grouped up trying to deal with that Vamana, just Weave again on this Bacchus. 3-man knockup. I'm a monster. Doesn't get a kill, doesn't reset, but at only level 5, these players don't have any defenses online. Absolutely shreds their health and allows Oga on the Susano to just clean up 3 very easy kills.
Shreds their health. Nice. Because he shred. I know you were doing it. Don't act like you
I wish I did that on purpose. I didn't.
Oh. Well, I tried.
Next time.
You should have acted like you did, Kevin.
Yeah,
I was setting up for you.
I'm a great pun master.
I was going to say...
I'm not aggro. Please don't.
I mean, not according to Reddit. You're the same person.
We are the... Yeah,
I mean, Twitch chat mainly says you're the same person.
Twitch chat is something special.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Maxon.
HS finding some shots with the Astral Strike. And HS on this ROM actually doing a really good job last game as well, taking the 1v1s against Maxon. We actually saw him get the better end of Maxon. Remember, Maxon just trying to play this very safe style, allow his 3v3 to do their thing, but that hasn't worked in the last 2 games. It's been Oga, Agony, and Weave who have been showing up, and Weave specifically for me on this Bacchus. Obviously this game has just started, but if this goes to a game 5, probably something Pandemonium might want to ban away.
Something important is the traveler shoes on the Bacchus. It's the passive on it, the increased movement speed when you're out of combat. It's going to allow him to actually get up and belly flop on people a little bit quicker and maybe catch people a little bit out.
Yeah, it comes down to 2 things. Obviously, a lot of Bacchuses love to go into the Shoes of the Magi because Bacchus just does so much base damage, and the Intoxicate, pair that with the belly flop, you can almost kill a carry early on by yourself. But they do fall off in the late game, and it's also going to give them bonus gold throughout the game. And with the Susano and Ascilla, it seems that Legacy have enough damage without needing the Bacchus to go to Shoes of the Magi, so they're fine with just having him get that extra farm and being more useful on the rotations.
All right, Kiki Ymir looking at the Legacy speed buff here. Richard Castle, Ochita, and Ro are going to secure the right-hand side mid camps. Kiki, though, hanging out inside Legacy's jungle.
Actually, just trying to zone away Shred from the wave. And you can see Pandemonium a little bit more hesitant to try and pressure their lead like they were looking for early. Bacchus looking to counter ward, but it doesn't seem like they want to give this up for free. You can see Richard Castle just actually winning the ward battle, and Bacchus did actually just burn his sentry, so nothing in the inventory outside of the Susano to try and get vision on the Gold Fury.
We haven't talked too much about mid-camp control this game and really the entire series, but that's something the Pandemonium have done really well, is make sure they've had a composition that could contest these mid-camps or at least secure them very nicely.
I mean, Susanoo ult on the right-hand side. You can see a full dive. Oga, very low. Same with Shred. Oga does get returned 1 for 1, and it should be a 2 for 1 in the end. Ocheetah just finding one last in-hand.
Yeah, Kikimio baited them in there. Just knew it's similar to when Shred went in very aggressively before. You know, he just baited, waited for his team to come there, held them in as long as possible, and you know, with the amount of CC and damage coming out from the Ymir, he basically made it very easy for his team to be able to accomplish.
Ocheetah doesn't really have a lot of mana, but they have bought time for Maxon actually to rotate here.
They solo with the Intoxicate.
Secures the speed buff. Ro just basic attacking at it.
The crowd loves it.
It's not going down, Ro. He's actually still hanging around over there.
What's he doing? Oh, I think he's trying to back. Ogre might catch him here. Ro's in a really bad spot. I think that's a dead Wheelix.
Oh, okay. This is. They're
gonna
let him. I think they're gonna let him back here.
Yeah, he seems
Hopefully
to be having
Legacy
an issue.
do let him back. That was clearly an issue. You could see Ro there with his headset off, talking to the admin. So a little bit of a disconnection problem here. We're gonna get Ro back in game very soon. But speed buff is stolen away, so...
Well, it's secured.
Or it's secured.
It's his own
It's
speed
stolen
buff.
away from the Steelers.
Yeah.
From the Thieves.
What do you even call that? Like, when you steal things
squared?
from a
Thieves squared? I don't know.
Thievesing
the anyways.
Whatever.
We're just going to go down a really bad path if we try and continue with
Let's
this.
stop. So Legacy on your screen, you can see pretty calm and collected. We've seen them get pretty excited during their last game, but at this point, they're not kind of overly investing into their lead. They're not putting too much stock. Yes, they're playing well. Yes, they're getting picks. Yes, they've got a little bit of an advantage, but at the same time, they're not overhyping themselves.
They're not being the aggressor. And honestly, that's also like this entire their entire play style this series has really been let Pandemonium mess up, right? It's just let Pandemonium be the aggressors. They've really been focused on trying to counter-initiate, counter-engage. Ro goes in very deep, and then they typically have at least one person try and deal with Ocheetah, make sure that the mage can't really get off any free damage.
This game, and really the last 2 games, as you've been talking about, we've had some tremendous belly flops with this Barcus. And it's really been something that Pandemonium have struggled to deal with. You can't, even if you have Purification, once you're knocked up, you can't Purification it away. You have to pre-beat that knockup.
Also not affected by any DR. Obviously, if there's a stun before that, you're still going to get knocked up for the full duration. Obviously, any hard CC after a knockup will be DR'd, but just a really great interaction to have that spread out. And honestly, it's just a really great job of Legacy following up off of Weave. Right? You mentioned that miscommunication was kind of their biggest weakness throughout the split, and honestly, it looked that way too in Game 1, but they have done a really good job of fixing that.
Pandemonium, conversely, that last game, communication seemed to be their issue at that point, and a target selection, especially this game, it's been a little bit better. They seem to have a bit more of an idea about what they want to accomplish with their team comp.
We'll have to see exactly how they're going to manage this one. I am a fan, though, overall of this draft from them. I think just pairing that Bacchus with the Scylla, they did a really good job of forcing Ocheetah, deeper into his God Pull onto the Kukulkan, who's going to be pretty easy to, I think, manage. Vamana's going to do, I mean, it's going to be really hard for Ocheetah the later this game goes. I mean, once you have the Vamana hit level 20, once he gets Frostbound online, you have to imagine all he's going to be doing is entirely focusing on the Kukulkan, and there's not anything you can do to peel away a Vamana in Big Baby. There's absolutely, you either kill him or you run as fast as possible.
And the Susanoo as well, played by Ogre, is going to be looking to do a very similar thing. He's going to be looking to try and get Ocheetah out of position, going to look to pull him in, going to look to knock him up, and you're going to just full combo him and take him down.
Man, this set, I mean, clearly it's been going Panda's way overall, but Legacy, I think they've gotten better every single game we've played.
Yeah.
Every single game they've played, they've looked better and better. Even this last game, right? They got behind early and actually managed to take a really solid fight at that speed. But one of the reasons that this game is so close right now, despite First Blood going the way of Pandemonium.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to have to take a break here while we sort out these technical difficulties. Don't go anywhere.
It's time for the SMITE World Championship. The journey that these teams took here was one for the ages.
It's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this. Teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best SMITE team in the world.
Are you guys excited in the house?
Welcome to the SMITE World Championship!
Thank you very much for your patience, guys. We are going to be getting back into the game very shortly. Pandemonium up against Legacy, 2-1 in the series in favor of Pandemonium. A very even game thus far.
And if you were a little bit worried about Ro, they are going to let him get away. Thankfully, Legacy recognized what was going on, did stop damaging him, and Ro's going to be able to reset back to his side. So just unfortunate instance there, but good sportsmanship.
Yeah, and that's what we like to see in these games is, you win, but you win the right way.
Yeah, no, just farming the DC'd players.
That might be okay in ranked, but it's not okay
Oh, in
here.
ranked, just take them out. No mercy. Elo is what's important. Who needs to go to Worlds? Elo.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
I wouldn't know. I'm too bad.
It's okay, Hughes.
All right,
It's
here we
okay,
go.
Hughes.
We can see Ro has successfully made his escape out from Legacy's jungle. 4-4 is the kill count as the gold. A slight lead in favor of Pandemonium, 1,300.
And a lot of that just kind of off the invade on the right-hand side. Legacy has done a great job of dealing with that invade, finding a couple kills of their own. Now all 4 right now on Oga, proving he's not actually Oga. How have we not done that yet? It took us 4 games to make that one, Hughes.
Because it's not good.
It is good. His name's only good at solo, and he's proving that he's not only good at solo.
I made that joke like 9 months ago, man. It's already done. You're
yeah,
too late.
But you know what? This is the regional championships. You got to bring back the good ones.
But it's not. It wasn't
I'm
a good one,
complimenting
though.
you. I'm just just take the compliment.
Look, you
Hughes.
didn't take my setup before, so
4-4 right now. 9 minutes in the game, and Pandemonium. I mean, still with the momentum. Again, Legacy. I mean, they're not really being aggressive in any sense of the manner. They're kind of just allowing Pandemonium to dictate the flow of the game and responding to it. They haven't really looked for any invades themselves. Look at this. Big rotation on left-hand side. Gold Fury started up under half. Spirit of the Nine wins just to force Legacy off the Gold Fury, and it's going to be a reset from both sides.
Now, Oceania is a mid laner that is very successful in using his ultimates to secure objectives. The Split 1 finals were won by him, Janus sniping across the map and stealing the fire.
That, I remember that. That was absolutely insane.
Ugh.
And it's going to actually be very hard for Legacy to try and secure these, even though they have Wrath, because Spear of the Nine Winds will do so much damage to it and also knock players away. And so Shred's going to have to be very careful not to get hit by it. Weave in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to be knocked up. It just exploded. Great combination with that Awelix.
Now, they put a lot into Weave there, but they didn't overcommit to him like they were doing last game. Ogre with the Typhoon. Ro feather steps. He purifications to get the kill, but the Armor Monster's here. Ro's in a lot of trouble.
He
needs to juke.
Finds
he
it.
gets it. Agony looking for another one.
Looking over the wall as well. The ultimate just going to be burned on to Richard Castle, who's going to disengage. Great response again from Legacy, just finding the players overextended. Ro, though, does manage to find 2 kills for his team overall, so still in favor of Pandemonium.
Mid lane. 4-man grouping from the Pandas here, just going to pressure that wave in. Shred looking like he wants to fight here. just trying to get in the head of Pandas.
I think so at this point. I mean, Shred's just been, he's had such an amazing series overall. And look at the focus on the solo lane. Both solo laners, 0 kills, 2 deaths. Obviously, 5 assists coming out for Kiki. He's been a part of more of these fights, especially those early ones on the right-hand side. And so just a lot of pressure onto the blue and speed. And it's been hard for Legacy to really deal with this.
HS picked up the red buff there, and we've seen that a lot from teams today and a lot more recently, is that the red buff going towards
the hunter
rather than mid lane. But the Scylla's starting to get to the stage where the Crush is dealing a lot of damage. I'm surprised they didn't give it to Agony.
Yeah, and again, Scylla, very important that she actually does do extra damage to confirm kills just because the I'm a Monster reset. You would never want it to be an instance where someone lives with 15 health and that red buff would have pushed you over the edge. And also hunters haven't really been fighting too much. HS is probably the only hunter that's really been trying to force all of these 1v1s. Very comfortable and confident on his ROM. Also gone for the Ickfile and Aussie, so a very cheap build that's effective in early fighting scenarios.
I mean, yeah, he's gone for it, but at the same time, Maxon's managed to get Devourer's Gauntlets up to 50 stacks and Ickfile as well, so he's gotten a lot of life still and a lot of power, and he's still going to be willing to take the 1v1 since he's got the Ickfile.
Ooh. Is this a rotate? Looked like Ro wanted to look for a gank on the left-hand side. We actually, it's a rare support player found in the duel lane.
Yeah.
You just don't see that anymore.
No, they've been extinct for a couple of sets now, or at least very endangered.
2 wards, sentries on the Gold Fury. This is actually going to be 100 gold in favor of Legacy. I'm surprised they didn't give that to a single person there. Just let him get closer to a big item. Probably the Scylla. Probably should have went too.
Get it closer to getting that Book of Thoth online.
Soul Reaver also a possibility. Obviously, early on, not a lot of players do like it. I think best, from Eager, the only one who likes to go for that early Soul Reaver. A lot of what he says is that fights are typically won in the first rotation of abilities, and that, extra true damage goes a long way in dealing with frontliners in the early game before you have that penetration.
And I think with a Ymir in the solo lane, a very tanky composition for Pandemonium overall, that Soul Reaver will be doing a lot of work in these fights.
I think it's going to be the better option overall, but obviously Soul Reaver, Book of Thoth is going to be doing more damage in those extended engagements. Mid Harpies are reset. You can see Richard Castle pushing forward. Maxon's made the rotation as well. Neither team wants to commit to these. I don't think Legacy will start them up at all. They're just going to wait for this to happen. And this is actually better because Pandemonium are staying so grouped, which gives Weave opportunities to find those multi-man belly flops.
But at the same time, Ocheetah can throw out a Whirlwind, and then Weave's forced to run through one of those to try and get the belly flop off. When he tries to belly flop, then Ro can just ultimate him, and he's already so low from taking damage from the Whirlwind and the Gravity Surge.
And it's just the zoning potential of Kukulkan. When we saw him earlier today, they liked taking fights in these smaller areas, and that's the same thing Pandemonium should really be looking to do. Ymir going to be able to zone off a lot of players, lock them into those tight corridors with his wall. On top of that, you have the Kukulkan going to be just this wide-range AoE. Airstrike does very well in these long corridors around mid-camps as well. Pandemonium probably should be looking to force fights around there.
Ocheetah also looking to be working on a Book of Thoth. I don't think the Soul Reaver is,
no,
is the option
he's
for
gonna
the
go Book of
Kukulkan.
Thoth.
I think Book of Thoth just synergizes way too well for Kukulkan.
Just having that extra mana, obviously. Yep. You convert a percentage of it into damage. Kukulkan, gets some of the highest magical power in the game off of that. That's why his abilities hit so hard. You can actually see when he's full build and has a red buff, can one-shot assassins that haven't built any health in their kits.
Right-hand side. Only got a solo along with Shred, possibly looking for Kiki as he's pushed up very far in this lane. Kiki, though, pretty tanky at this point, uses his ultimate and manages to walk away here. And there's just really nothing that Only Good at Solo can do at this point.
He's still, but this is the distraction. There's 2 members of Legacy on the right-hand side. And so Pandemonium just going to start up this Gold Fury weave. He's completely just outplayed there. Gets picked off after going incredibly aggressive, and Agony forced to ult as he tries to run away.
Oh, nearly hit Maxon there, but Maxon juked it nicely. Sanctuary forced out from HS. Ocheetah actually manages to pick up Agony. Ogre gonna be looking for someone here, but a zoning wind.
We didn't even talk about that. Not only just the Kukulkan Whirlwind, but also the Gust coming out. Ogre doesn't want this Gold Fury to go for free, though. It's going to be hard for him to get in. Typhoon comes out, but way too late.
Managed to teleport away as well. And with the Rats being on both the solo laners as well, it's going to be very hard for Legacy to secure an objective. You have the Scylla ultimate, but at the same time, that's such a huge part of your team. HS looking for the 1v1 here. Maxon airstrikes away. HS with the snipes. He's looking. There's the first shot, but Sanctuary from Maxon going to save him. The third shot. Oh!
Misses all 3. HS
he would have hit
dropping that
He
kill.
would have hit the last one, but Maxon dashed away. I've got to give that to him.
That's the thing, though. Maxon completely outplayed him, made him miss 2 shots beforehand without even using his dash, and the first shot just misses from HS. That's the easiest shot to hit. He doesn't line up properly. Really good job from Maxon just kind of waiting it out there.
And maybe that's perhaps some of the nerves coming back to bite Legacy. And, playing from behind is one thing, but playing after taking a game and you're just still so hyped up on all that adrenaline and excitement, it can make you, overthink things and get into your own head.
And we're seeing actually Oga did do what I had expected him to do, try and camp Kiki early on, but Pandemonium just played that Gold Fury so perfectly. Immediately start pulling it because Legacy do not have the Susano or the Vamana to worry about. And then the second Weave goes to jump in, they all just back off a couple steps and just explode on him, just dump all their damage. They confirm the kill and they're able to get the Gold Fury off of it.
So we saw net worth up there just before, and Ocheeta's actually a little bit ahead of Agony, but Agony's managed to go into this Booker Top before him, and that's because Ocheeta has finished up that helm to give him extra physical protection and penetration.
And obviously very important. I mean, Kukulkan can't really peel for himself, and this composition doesn't scream heavy peel to me. Kiki in a weird spot right now, but Shred doesn't want to risk going for the kill. He is going to loop around.
He could be in trouble, though, as the grouping from Pandemonium looking towards the right-hand side, but they spot the rotation coming out from the rest of Legacy.
No. Look at Maxon right now. He's actually looping around mid. He actually waits for the wave to go by. Speed buff is going to be secured by Legacy, and they're going to find Ro deep in their own jungle.
He knocks up Weave there, pulls him back in. There's the feather step. Typhoon comes through. Ro taken very low. I'm a monster, just barely off the mark. Ogre looking for Ro. He manages to get the kill onto the Willix, but Ogre's in a spot now. Maxon takes a lot of damage. Spirit of the Nine wins off the mark, and now Maxon's in trouble.
Pull back in. There's 3 players, 1 to the sky. Weave finds the kill. HS burns his ult, probably didn't need it, but just wanted to make sure to get that one. And Legacy continue just abuse Pandemonium's mistakes. A heavy investment onto Weave once again, but it's held out, and Oga just making so many plays this match. 5-3-2, a part of every single kill.
Listen to the crowd going bananas there. Big fans of Legacy in this crowd, and you know, Pandemonium, they're kind of the villains of this scene. And
it seems so.
Yeah, and now Legacy looking like they might be the heroes.
I mean, obviously there's still a lot of Smite to play. This game very even right now. Legacy are still down 2,000 gold. We've seen them win from ahead. We've seen them win from even. We haven't seen them able to come back from just an early deficit. Obviously, Kiki here on the Shamir going to be a big factor, has 2 levels over most of the members of Legacy, but HS off to a really good start. He did drop that kill earlier, but his ROM play has been so good overall.
What I saw there was a similar mistake to last game. They knocked up Weave, and then they invested a lot into him. Ro pulled him with the gravity surge. He stuck around, just tried to burst him down. With that Spirit's Robe, though, as soon as he was knocked up and then stunned by the gravity surge, the passive proc that he took reduced damage, and he was able to live through it.
I mean, you also have to think here, too. Ro kind of just ate a ton of damage at the beginning of that fight. He got exploded, had to get out. And Ro was just pushed forward by himself once again. It seemed like he was trying to make this play, trying to invade. He had a good combo, but he isn't a Wheelix, and so trying to be that front line by yourself can be dangerous.
Richard Castle taking a lot of poke there from HS as he floats by in his Mink form. Maxon walking back to his lane. HS with the red buff is going to be doing a lot of damage this game. You can see he's actually 3rd most after the solo laners.
He also has chin size on. I mean, this build just screams 1v1 early. He's got double penetration, or excuse me, penetration coming out of the Aussie, as well as just that Ichvile, which is going to give you that physical power swing against the Jingwei. And just zoning coming out from Panda again, really utilizing this Kukulkan to gain control of these mid-harpies. A lot of where their lead is in the mid-harpies. Just we haven't really seen Legacy be able to take those fights at all.
And that's really big. Pandemonium keeping that lead for themselves. Legacy winning a few of the fights, but Panda keeping themselves just ahead of Legacy means that Legacy, yes, they'll get some good picks, they'll invade here or there, but Pandemonium will keep themselves in the game and prevent Legacy from really dictating the terms of the fight.
Gold Fury going to be spawning here very shortly, and most of Pandemonium grouped up in an pin. Almost found HS there, but he was able to dodge away quickly. Teleport coming in from Kiki as well. It seems like Pandemonium want to force this Gold Fury.
Agony there, walled in, forced to use his Sentinel away. Kiki does have the Wrath for Pandemonium. Only got a solo, knocked up there on the right-hand side. Sanctuary, though, prevents damage for the Spirit of the Nine wins. Typhoon comes through, knocks up 2, but there's nothing left to be said here for Legacy.
Oh, and we've pulled back into the Tornado now, trying to stay alive. In the meantime, Kiki and Richard Castle just zoning away Shred and HS. Weave still alive for now. I'm a Monster does connect, but it's not enough to get a kill.
Oh, I thought he was frozen in the whirlwind there. That would have been disastrous, but he's locked in the wall. Manages to Sentinel away, though. Maxon taking a lot of damage from HS. Shred trying to find Ro. The snipes don't land onto Ro. He's slowed there by Shred. Knocked up. He's looking for Ro. HS finds Maxon. Better step from Ro. He's trying to get away from Shred, but I don't know if he can. The Colossal Fury's here. Good wall from Kiki. He's going to save his jungler's life.
And now Shred's got to get out. He's the only one still alive. Everyone else had either backed or been finished off. dashing through the jungle right now, and it seems like Pandemonium just going to give him up completely. Overall, Pandemonium winning that fight. Just barely, though. Ro escaping. Same with Ochida. And Ochida's just had so much room to breathe for Kukulkan. That's what's most surprising to me. Shred finally started looking at him at the end of the fight, but by then he had got off his Tornado a couple times, got off the Squall, also managed to get off the, Zephyr, and also managed to get off the Spirit of the Nine Winds without a single person even focusing on him.
Oh, look at this call from Legacy, though, going for the Gold Fury here. I don't know if Richard Castle's going to be able to catch this.
Early Wrath!
That could have been disastrous there, but no one around for Pandemonium to really contest that. Ogre going very aggressive here in the mid lane, being chased by Kiki and Richard Castle.
Very low, but obviously Susano with a ton of mobility, and HS is going to be able to get that red buff once again. Second most damage in the game right now, 2,000 over his counterpart. Maxin, top damage belonging to Vimana. Again, though, a lot of that from that poke early on in the solo lane.
The gold lead has been reduced to 200 for Pandemonium. That's not even a lead.
This is dead even. I mean, this is a dead even game after that Gold Fury. You can see the experience very similar as well. The only main difference is coming out of the mid lane, where Scylla was only level 15 but just hit 16, and so only one level separating them at this point. Both on a very similar build as well. You can see Celestial Legion Helm coming out from Agony, so going to have a lot more physical protection than a Dynasty might, picked up by Ochida.
It's 90 physical protection and 60 magical power as well. It's a very stat-efficient item.
And also just the anti-crit, reducing that or having that proc against a Jingwei who has that built-in 25% crit on Explosive Bolt's going to be very useful for Agony. Does he have? I think he has the red buff on now. No, excuse me, he doesn't. They're still giving it to HS. They're really confident in his ROM play.
Either they're just waiting for the Scylla to get to the stage where she can one or two shot someone with a Sick'em Crush combo.
Gonna take a while for that though, and neither team really wanting to do anything right now. I mean, once the Gold Furies are down, and you see both of them go back to farming. I think this does benefit Legacy overall. The later this game goes, Susano's going to have a lot more control, I think, of fights. He's going to have a much better time diving Ochida because, again, Ochida has been untouched, which is most surprising to me. I mean, it's pretty easy to dive him. He doesn't have a lot of peel. Both Oga and Shred can do it relatively easy. One of them just needs to kind of deal with them.
Ochida here looking to get some damage down on the HS, but just going to throw down the Whirlwind and clear this mid-wave pretty much for free here. 3-man grouping from Legacy in the mid-wave. Maxon's rotated in as well for Pandemonium. 5 members of Legacy here now. Weave blinks in. Intoxicate combo. Richard Castle's knocked up. TPing to tower is Kikimio. 2-man taunt from Richard Castle. 9 turns blessing comes through. War from Kiki trying to keep away the rest of Legacy.
And a 2-man knockup once again. I'm a Monster connects. Not enough to finish off anyone. Spirit of the Nine Winds knocks up HS and he's pulled back into the tower. Sanctuary buys him times and he stays alive for now. Airstrike just off the mark.
Let Shred though gonna fall down to Richard Castle. HS very low as well, and now this is Pandemonium's fight to win. This is their pressure to make on this mid tier 1 tower. They've got the people to do it. Maxon's here in the mid lane. They just need a minion wave to take down this tower.
And Legacy looked like they were gonna hold there, but then just the knock-up, the Spirit of the Nine Winds barely clips HS, pulled back into the tower. He manages to stay alive, but it was so risky for him, and his team had to retreat after that. Tier 1 going to fall because of it. Pandemonium back in control. And again, that's the first time we saw Legacy be the initiators.
They need to be careful here at the speed buff. They can't be overconfident here. Ogre's back, full HP. Weave's here as well. If they can take this safely, they should, but if there's any risk, they should back off. They do manage to seal it away. 2-man stun, knock up onto 2 people as well, but luckily there's no one here to take advantage of it, and the zoning whirlwind comes through.
And no way Ogre's going to be able to chase them through that. Instead, just securing the mid-Harpies. Pandemonium do extend themselves a slight lead, but 2,000, 25 minutes in, not that big of a deal. I mean, it's a tier 1 on just a couple players, and it's back again. Weave jumps forward, but immediately pulled by a Wheelix and exploded very low right now, and he is going to get picked up by Shards of Ice.
Ogre goes in there with the Typhoon ultimate, gets multiple people yet again, but unable for anyone to follow off the back of that. Agony was not in a position to really do much, and he didn't even have I'm a Monster.
I don't think Weave expected that ultimate from a Wheelix to be up again. I mean, the gravity surge from Ro must have just happened. Obviously has CDR with both the Spirit's Robe and with the Hydra's Lament, and it just pays off. Just perfect timing. Because Weave, I mean, he just jumps in, and it looks like a great engage, but exploded. that was actually the weakness of Pandemonium, last game, where they were focusing so much onto the Bacchus, but weren't able to come up with the kills. This time, doing a much better job of it.
I think the team comp suits are a lot better this time. You got a lot more damage coming out of the jungle from Ro with that Awilix, and he's the one that's going to be pulling Weave in. Last game, it was Richard Castle trying to pull him in, and then you're trying to get the huge burst damage off from the Scylla rather than distributing it everywhere else. Now this game, Ro's pulling him in, and he's going to put that damage there, and Ocheeta's free to apply his big AoE damage elsewhere.
And the big thing too is Whirlwind is actually normally down when Weave jumps in, and then we immediately see Ro go for the Feather Step, roots and cripples him, and before Weave can even respond by either following up with an Intoxicate or disengaging, half his life is shredded away. The Kukulkan doing so much right now.
Gold Fury has respawned now. Vision control battle going the way of Legacy. Weave just barely dodging out of the way of the pin there.
Still a Sentry in the hands of Maxon, but 2 still available for Legacy. They're going to spend one of them to control the mid-Harpy's bottom side. And neither team really looking at gold right now.
Maxon's starting to get to a really dangerous stage of the game. He's got his Wind Demon online, looking for a Deathbringer next. Fully stacked Devoure's Gauntlets as well. He's going to be hitting like an absolute truck, especially with those explosive bolts, being able to deal AoE crits. Got to be very scary for Legacy. Oh, look at that wall from Kiki to stop the Legacy team from being able to take the water. Now Shred's taking about half his HP in damage. Crush doesn't land onto anyone, and Team Pandemonium managed to get that ward. Typhoon ultimate forced out as well.
Huge win for Pandemonium there. Not only do they force Shred to back, he's gonna... And he doesn't even have a TP to come back in, and they don't know that Shred had back, but they're going to realize it soon. They also got the Typhoon ultimate from Oga, and so the team really looking to engage. Weave blinks forward, finds the Intoxicate.
I'm a Monster comes through, lands on the Gold Fury, but Pandemonium has already taken it. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes through. Awilix pulls one in. Agony very low here. He's going to fall down in just a second. Kiki Omiyu secures the kill onto the mid laner for Legacy, and now Pandemonium grouping for this mid tower.
Shred still in mid lane, but he's not going to be able to stop this by himself. Oga is in the left-hand side, just trying to split push for now, and it just comes down to Pandemonium. I mean, off of a single wall, they were able to get Oga's ultimate and force Shred out of the fight. Now Shred back in, frozen in place, going to be knocked up as well. He is going to be out, but he forced to ultimate into Big Baby just to regen some of his health.
And a lot of that health regen was stopped as well by the Whirlwind. It took down a lot of his Kiki lazy back here, but walls away Legacy before they could do too much damage. HS with the snipes. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3rd hit coming through just off the mark, but it forces Kiki to stay in place, and HS says, I might have missed the last shot, but I'm not going to miss the next one.
What was that teleport from Kiki? I mean, we've talked about lazy backs before, but I don't think I've ever seen a lazy teleport. His team had won the fight, yet he just remains there by himself, trying to TP to defend the side lanes, ends up getting picked off, and again, all of Pandemonium probably focused on that. That allowed Ogi to get that tier 1 on the left, and it's going to be a stolen red buff as well.
Overconfidence is what it was from Team Pandemonium there. They still have a 4K lead. It's not going to be too much of a detriment, but it could have been cleaner.
It always can be cleaner, Hughes. Always can be cleaner. You can't be backing in the mid lane by yourself there.
Even I know not to do that.
Oga just going to be working on this red. See if it goes over to HS or if it goes over to Agony this time. And it seems like they're starting to make the transition. Double stacking actually finished from Agony. Interesting.
Very late Warlock Sash.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. This is fine if you go Warlocks first, because with Book of Thoth,
the stacks don't matter as much.
Yeah, you get like 20 power from the stacks. It's really just in the base and the passive that converts it into damage. But Warlock Sash, this is just team fighting right now. He's not going to have an easy time stacking this up, and those stacks are very important.
At the same time, while Agony's just completed a Warlock Sash, Ocheeta's just completed Rada Tahuti.
I mean, safety for Scylla though, but it's going to be so long before this Scylla comes online and does as much damage as the Kukulkan.
Oga took about half his HP there before he was able to TP away due to the good pin and knock-up from Maxon and Richard Castle, respectively. Blue secure right now. And now it's going to be the Fire Giant that both teams are looking at. They've been battling at this Gold Fury for the past 30 minutes, but now everyone's starting to hit level 20. You can see Oga and Ro still only level 19. Ocheeta has hit level 20 and the Rod Tahuti at the same time, so Spirit of the Nine Winds going to be hitting at a very high amount right now. Probably enough to one-shot one of the squishier targets. Oh, Kiki, they're just barely missing with that wall, trying to lock Ogre in place. Shred frozen there. Going to take some poke damage here. Kiki taking a lot of damage. Crush comes through onto Maxon. Good pull in there. Actually, Weaver looked like a purification. That airstrike from Maxon managed to get him out of the fight. Snipes coming through. Not going to find a target though as Ocheada forced to use his Sanctuary.
Pandemonium having to play this defensively though. You could see 4 ultimates actually used by Legacy. It was only Gravity Surge and Airstrike used by Pandemonium. They're going to win this overall. Oh, and a huge wall, but immediately Shred goes aggressive, gets frozen in place. Spirit of the Nine Winds knocks him up, and he falls to Ocheada's Whirlwind.
Only good at solo, chasing down Row. Richard Castle, though, in the backline, taunts in the carries. HS backflips away from the gust. Maxon going in, though, with that Fatalis effect from his dash, but he's rooted in place by Agony.
And you can see it's going to be hard for Pandemonium. They don't really have a ton of chase potential unless they can get a really good wall coming out from Kiki here. Fire Giant started up. Agony, no ultimate. Oga, no ultimate. Weave and HS, no ultimates. Not going to be able to stop this at all. And Pandemonium secure the Fire Giant. Gold still relatively close, 5,000 at 32 minutes, but with Fire Giant in hand, Pandemonium going to start to siege these towers after their next back.
Great discipline from the Pandas in that last fight. Legacy chucked a ton of damage and ultimates into them, but they held their nerve, knew exactly what they needed to do.
Yeah, this is why Pandemonium has been so good. We talked about it, just making the adjustments mid-game, depending on how things are going, depending on how far ahead they are, depending on how far behind they are. The beginning of this game was Pandemonium playing incredibly aggressive, right? And it was just Legacy letting it happen and then capitalizing off of their mistakes. It's been a switch up since then, where now Pandemonium are actually allowing Legacy to be the aggressors. They're actually playing defensive most of the time and waiting for Weave specifically to jump in. The second he does, they either Gravity Surge them or they just back up, they just make a quick backstep, let his belly flop miss, drop the Whirlwind, and just all focus and kind of blow him up as fast as possible.
I can't believe Ocheada hasn't died yet. How is he not died yet? He's
Especially
a Kukulkan.
Against a Susano and a Vamana. Neither of them are putting pressure on this god. We need to see that adjustment come out from Legacy if they want to come back into this game. He can't just be free casting without anyone even looking at him anymore.
Legacy trying to defend this tier 2 tower, not a good idea. Shred knocked up, 50% of his HP gone. Blink in, Intoxicate from Weave. But Pandemonium are fighting the Spirit of the Nine Winds onto Shred. Ocheada's still alive here. We might see his first death. Yes, only good at solo. Claims him, but Shred's taken down by Maxon. I'm a Monster goes down. HS gets the kill onto Maxon. Ogre very low here, but I don't think Panda have the damage to take him down.
They don't have the movement speed. So close. Pin still on cooldown, waiting for it. Agony very low as well. There's the taunt. It's going to buy him time. A double knockup from Weave once again. Oga manages to get out the wall, though. Going to keep Legacy from chasing down the last 2 targets. 3 players dead on the side of Pandemonium. Ocheada finally looked at, but he walks into the Typhoon at the last moment.
What that was Ocheada was spotted out. Usually he's been pretty fine to just kind of come in from the side like that, but that time his team was too far back from the entrance to the duo lane.
And look at this, his Sanctuary is up as well. He would have lived through that Typhoon. Instead, though, just didn't see it coming. I think it was so focused on the players behind him. HS finds the snipes as well, and just Oga on the Susano. That's one of the biggest strengths of Susano, is just his ability to come in and out of fights so effectively no matter how much health he has. And we saw that right there, just juking out Richard Castle and Kiki for so long. And Weave, again, just the perfect belly flops, keeping his team alive.
15-12 reads the score now, almost 35 minutes into the game. Gold lead staying pretty stable here at 4,000 apiece.
And at this point, really doesn't matter that much. The biggest difference is probably just the Tahuti coming out right now for Ocheada and one not on Agony. You could see very close to finishing his or working on his last item. He still has his starter, so he's got about 500 gold in hand just to sell that. Oh, Oga. Oh, Oga knocked up a lot of trouble. No ward vision, just walks around the corner.
And this is going to be a free gold Fury for Team Pandemonium here. You can see Legacy as well. They're not even looking at it. They know we just need to back away from here. They're not even thinking about the gold Fury there. They're backing away because they know that Pandemonium are going to finish it so quickly. We need to get away before they come kill the rest of us.
I mean, just look at the builds right now. Vamana working on a
Mantle of Discord.
Mantle of Discord. I cannot find that item in my mind today. That's been the 3rd time. It's okay, though. Mantle of Discord. So, I mean, he's really close to being full build right now. Oga is full build. Scylla's still, again, just needing that Ratatouille. At this point, you really don't need to contest Gold Fury. The entire focus should be on team fights.
You were talking about that, the Voman, he should be looking to stick on this Kukulkan. He hasn't got a Frostbound, however, so it's very difficult for him to keep up with this Kukulkan.
Surprisingly enough, he's gone for the Witchblade, which is going to be really effective against the Awilix and the Jingwei when they're trying to in-hand in, an anti-attack speed. But I mean, at this point, he could probably sell the Spirits Robe. I mean, he's pretty tanky. The only time he's getting shredded is when Pandemonium just CC chain him when they hit him with a freeze, and then immediately the Jingwei knockup and the whirlwind coming out from Kukulkan.
All right, Fire Giant spawning in just about 1 minute. Team Pandemonium getting ready to set up for that objective. That is going to be the next critical key moment in this game. Legacy only have 1 tower remaining. Pandas have at least got 3 tier 2s to fall back on.
And that's going to give them a lot of room to breathe, because even if Legacy win a fight, they're not going to be able to win the game. At this point, though, if Pandemonium win a game, they're just going to have, win a fight, have a clear path straight into the Phoenixes, straight into the Titan room, and don't have as many objectives to deal with. Again, kind of a result of that early game aggression, and them just doing a really good job of dictating the pace of the game, making sure to be aggressive early once the tide started turning, once they started losing.
Ocheeta needs to be very, very careful. Manages to walk back towards that speed buff, but Ocheeta's positioning here, he's very much like on the edge of a cliff. Like, he will push his
if he's not paying attention for 1 second,
yeah,
and just Bacchus is able to close the gap. And you mentioned it earlier too, gone for those Traveler shoes, which means he just has bonus movement speed when not in combat, and that's something that Ocheeta might not be thinking of.
Weave blinks in, Intoxicate onto Max and a couple of others from Pandemonium. He's knocked up there. There's the crush coming through from Scylla, but it doesn't do enough damage. I'm a monster up in the air. He's looking for a target, but he's not going to find one. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes through. Shred taken very low here, and that's the ultimate from HS taken down as well. Richard Castle very low. Needs to get out of here. Shred slows him down. But Shred's very low as well. Shred knocks up Maxon and just barely gets out alive. Maxon knocks himself up, jumps forward, looking for Shred and finds the kill onto the solo laner. Ocheeta finds Weave.
Only 3 players left alive for Legacy. 2 of them very low. It's going to be another Fire Giant in favor of Pandemonium, and that fight...
This could be game.
Just, again, just that fight, a really good job for Pandemonium. They're letting Weave be the engager, and this is the exact same way the last 3 fights have been going, where Weave blinks in, gets his ultimate, and then Pandemonium just back up, they disengage. They don't want to fight with that Intoxicate affecting all of them. And Shred pushes forward, going for Ocheeta, but the rest of Legacy can't follow him.
You know what's been happening in these fights is Weave is blinked in, and Richard Castle's recognizing Weave's blink and has reacted in the second that he blinks in, popped the shell, so the Intoxicate is not doing nearly as much damage as Weave would hope it would be doing.
I mean, the Intoxicate, I'd rather have the shell burned on the Intoxicate rather than a crush or an I'm a Monster ultimate anyway. HS in a little bit of trouble. Oh, a lot of trouble.
Goodness. And he's gone. Middle Phoenix is gone as well. Rose working on split pushing the tier 2 tower on the right.
They're not waiting.
No, he's leaving it now. Team Pandemonium looking to book themselves a ticket to the grand final here. Legacy Esports defending desperately. There comes the Whirlwind. Typhoon through as well. Knocks up 2. Spirit of the Nine Winds. This is the Titan falling down. Kikyomiya, Shards of Ice trying to get it. Ocheeta picks up Ogre. There's nothing left that Legacy can do. Pandemonium defending desperately, but not enough. Agony at the end, trying for the desperation play, but Pandemonium take the series 3-1. They're going to be playing their nemesis Avant tomorrow for the grand final on a spot at the SMITE World Championship.
An incredibly close series, and I think it does just come down to Pandemonium's experience. They were able to make adjustments based on how the game was going. We weren't able to say the same thing about Legacy. They were great when their plan was working, but once their plan stopped working, they didn't make any changes. They just kept trying to approach fights the exact same way. Again, Weave, he's blinking forward, getting these 3-man Intoxicates, but the issue is that's all Pandemonium wanted. They were just then disengaging ever so slightly. They put a wall with Kikyomiya. It did get a little bit dangerous, I think, at that last Fire Giant fight, but just the crush damage completely negated by double Sanctuaries, and after that, the fight just was over.
And both of these teams, pretty good friends with all of each other. So, I think if Legacy had to have a choice about who they wanted to go to Worlds, it'd be Pandemonium. I think if Panda had the choice, they'd say the same about Legacy.
If it wasn't them?
Yeah. If it's not me, I'd rather it be you. So, a lot of disappointment on the side of Legacy for not getting to be the team this year, but they showed a marked improvement from during the split and definitely from last LAN.
And going into next season as well, these guys now have experience at LAN, competing against the best players. They looked phenomenal overall. Just great teamwork. Obviously, still some things to work on. To be fair, though, I mean, Pandemonium looked fantastic. I mean, we only really saw one game from them not go so well.
Let's take a look at some of the stuff that Pandemonium did really well in that game. And, you know, Legacy as well performed very admirably throughout the series, but particularly in this game, it was probably the closest game of the series.
And yeah, this is actually the first time Legacy are able to hold off. This is when Legacy was just responding to Pandemonium's aggression. All players grouped up again. Weave finds the 3-man knockup into the Ama Monster, and then Oga is just doing cleanup duty here in this fight.
He picks up a nice triple kill for himself there. And now Legacy, I think they actually bait in Pandemonium here. Richard Castle picks up the the Ogre there. Shred taken down as well. No, it was a different fight. Oh, this is the outplay.
All right, so right now you could see Jingwei just holding, and then, oh yeah, just missed that. I mean, I think he still had just that half-a-second window before the Sanctuary procced, but unable to find it.
Only got a solo, gets himself a kill there. And you know, Legacy, they engaged really nicely. They had good CC combos, and they were able to secure a couple of kills in the mid game. But the later and later it went, there just wasn't enough damage coming out of the Scylla. It wasn't onto the right targets, and that's what we saw actually from Pandemonium last game.
And this was where I think Kiki lazy teleported.
Yeah, and paid for it.
and paid for it there. You can see his
Biggie's going to be giving him some words.
And look at this.
That.
See, Weave blinks in. The entire team disengages. We actually see Spirit of the Nine Winds connects onto one here.
And then after this fight, after Max is taken down as well, there's a split between the Pandemonium guys. Ro goes for the tower for some reason, while Kiki and Richard try and chase after Ogre. Ro's going to fall down here under the tower against 3 people.
And then Weave, just right before that freeze goes through, or right as it goes through, comes in, and here's the fight that doesn't go so well at the end.
Yeah, and this is where Pandemonium clean up and pretty much decide the game right here. Shred knocks up Maxon, but Max is going to be able to secure the kill. The rest of Pandas calling their targets excellently. Weave walks into the whirlwind. No chance for him to escape, and Fire Giant, and then end the game.
Just very clean coming out from them. You can see stat lines. Everyone really contributing. Right there at the end, though, Ochita, and we didn't even mention it, did have Gem of Isolation, a big factor in that Fire Giant fight. Really made it hard for Legacy to get away when the fight didn't go their way. This was actually very close. I'm a Monster would have wiped.
Yeah.
That was 3 players lined up. Would have easily been a reset. I think Ymir was, very close to either being in kill range or, being in that circle. But unfortunately, the ultimate timer just didn't match up for them.
It would have been a hell of a story for that ultimate to turn the series on their head. And then if Pandemonium were ever going to suffer a case of tilt, it would have been because of that. But it was not to be. Pandemonium had the strategies down in the end. They had the team compositions. They had the experience. Legacy, though, they can look with smiling faces towards next season. And, there's such a huge improvement between Split 2 and Split 3. Next year, who knows?
And also Avant on the other side. The day one kind of going as expected. Avant did show up, but Alpha Sydney had some really solid games. They were able to take one themselves as well. And then coming into this set, again, it was, all right, Pandemonium, the expected favorites, but Legacy doing a really good job as working as a team. Just a couple missteps there in the final moments. And honestly, if they didn't get outdrafted in game one, who knows where this set would have gone.
This has definitely been one of the most competitive finals we've seen in Oceanic Smite history. We're now going to talk to Ro on stage. He's with Sandman. Take it away.
Thanks, Hughes. Yes, I am here with Pandemonium's Ro. Firstly, congratulations. I spoke to you yesterday very briefly, and you're like, you know what? We're feeling pretty good. You look pretty good. Following that sentiment?
Yeah, I think I told you yesterday as well, is that I thought this would be the grand finals. If we win today, then I think we win it all. So I'm not surprised we dropped a game, but I'm also quite surprised that the rest of them were close. I'm looking forward to Avant tomorrow.
Talk to me about game number 3. You talk about, the game you dropped. And if we're in a scenario, potentially, where Legacy came through and were to win, a reverse sweep is a great way to sort of get momentum. So what happened in game number 3?
Game number 3, I think we were just pretty much just outdrafted. That's why we had to change pretty much everything going into the 4th game. But also that start really just threw us for a loop. But mainly we just outdrafted. The Ra was a big effect. It was something we've been practicing. By the looks of it, it was something they'd been scrimming, something they respected a lot. They were banning it as well. So once we took it away from them, I think it was just a lot easier.
Now, you guys, you especially even, have you've been involved in Smite in OC for quite a while now. You went to SWC last year with Avant-Garde. You're here with a number of the guys again. How have things changed? How has the scene changed since I spoke to you 12 months ago?
There's been tremendous growth. Take it back a year, maybe a year and a half, and I could get into a casuals and see the same people over and over and over again. But now that you queue this year, you see different people, new faces, people that And back then, everybody knew me, and it was a little weird. But now you see people that don't even know me, and even though I've been like one of the top players for a long, long time, it's like the community growth is tremendous, and I hope the competitive growth is the same into next year. Obviously, this is the most competitive split that we've had in terms of how close the teams are. We're seeing more and more orgs come in, and I hope that continues.
Have you guys had to do much since Split 2 of this year? Obviously, you came through and Avant picked that one up. This time, as you said, you're feeling really good. What's the difference? Have you changed out players? Have you just changed the way you work? What's the deal?
Yeah, so in Split 2, I was a little down on the game, so I wanted to play solo because it was a more fun role at the time for me. Jungle just wasn't my fit. But we lost that LAN, and we figured it's just best to put me back jungle. We made one roster change to put Kiki in solo and take me out of that, put me in jungle. And then we added, we added Kiki. So with Richard, Kiki, brothers obviously, and Maxon, the child prodigy, and then myself, Oceania on the main roster went last year, and then we brought Biggie onto coach as well. So we've got 3 from the last year that went to Worlds, and it's basically just I guess 2015 kind of super team.
Do you feel that the team you've got now is better than the team you had 12 months ago?
I think this team is the best team Oceania has seen.
All right, well, we'll have to see how you guys go up against Avant in tomorrow's grand final. Ladies and gents, that is it for day number 1 of the Hi-Rez Oceania Championship presented by AOC. We'll be back tomorrow morning with day number 2. We're going to start off with our best of 5 Paladins grand final, and then our SMITE grand final, another best of 5, Avant up against Pandemonium. Who will be Oceania's representative at SWC? We will find out tomorrow. We'll see you then.
With the Wrath of Terror, Swifty being the target here. Here comes Chuckles over the wall. World Weaver comes through. Laney picks up first blood across the map. KO in a lot of trouble here. There's the circle of protection. Liquid running.
Stop it.
Slicey might get caught out here. Great pull
nice
through the wall. Onto Swifty. Here comes Chuckles. Swifty getting caught out again.
Gone.
Zeus and nowhere to run. Idivine picks up the kill. Laney. World Weaver, he's chasing a target. They're looking for KO, but the Renegade taken up into the sky here in the mid lane. Slicey doing the big damage to the Ratatosker, but Idivine's here as well. Liquid Renegade. Terrace blessing on him. He tries to go up the ultimate, but KO lands on him with the Eagles rally.
Trying to do, but they're actually separated. Liquid Renegade going aggressive on the left-hand side. Divine's actually taking out Swifty.
And now Avant pressing their advantage here. They're looking to find some more kills. Gruff just running at Alpha City, trying to find someone. There's a weakening curse limits, forcing the Valkyrie restriction. I'm a monster over the wall, only finds Tori, but Tori's about 50% HP. Eagles rally from KO, Gruff's gonna get bursted, but not before Divine claims 1. Laney's got himself 2. It's only Limits left alive now, and Avant-Garde's completely turned this game around. Limits falls down, dear side for Avant-Garde. Venerable Limpet looking for Tori, who's chaining everyone, but they're just coming towards his Spirit Ball. Dunked from downtown, Divine picks up the that they need. There's a circle of protection from Idivine, just keeping his team alive, keeping them healthy. Good taunt. KO taken low here, under 50% HP. He is almost dead. Chuckles finds him with the Eagles rally. He's looking for Swifty as well. Swifty falls down to Liquid Renegade. Chuckles Chuckles picks up Tori's guys. The Titan is going to fall down. Avant-Garde look like, and they are going to take game number 3.
Dominant performance from Avant. They're going to go up 2-1 in this series, 1 game away from qualifying. Doing a really good job so far of actually diving into the back line. Strong rotations up from him. Volter is started up. The Falconol going to do a lot of damage to it, and it is picked up successfully by Alpha Sydney.
Gruff there, stunned out, knocked up by Tori Skies. Feathers very low here. Liquid Renegade from the sky. Laney picks up the kill for Avant-Garde, and now the boys in blue, they're chasing down Alpha Sydney. Tori Skies under 50% HP, knocked up by Chuckles, rooted in place by Gruff, and now he's forced away from the tower as Laney, she's taken low, being forced out by Avant. Liquid Renegade's up in the sky. He crashes down and picks up the Kukulkan in the back line of the Alpha City, desperately defending their Titan, but it's under 50% HP. It's going to go down. There's no hope now for Alpha City, but Limits, he's rewriting it very jumping down in the ring. There's the circle of protection as well. Rowe very low, he falls down. Agony picks up the first blood. Wee picks up a kill onto Keith there. He knocks up 2 members. The Cats come down. There's the cage as well. Rowe trying to help his teammate, but he ends up paying for it with his life. Kikimiro knocks up 4 with the tail whip, but Shred's zoning out the rest of Pandemonium. Max had taken low, and now he's out of the fight. Throws out the shield. Shred walls Ocheetah in. Ogre dives onto the Zeus. There's the Cats as well. Ocheetah got nowhere to run, but he pops down his ultimate as well. Ocheetah's still alive somehow, but Ogre picks up the kill. He can't even detonate the charge. Can Ocheetah Oceania. Shred low as well. He pulls himself off, but the Gold Fury's pulled. Rowe gets the kill. Maxon deals some damage before this fight begins. Rowe jumps into 3 members. The circle protection is down. Rowe doing the frontline work here. Great wall there from Shred, but down comes a lightning sword from Oceania. Agony very low. Rowe with the basic attacks takes down the mid laner of Legacy.
This is trouble for Shred as well. He's going to get picked up. Oga actually jumping. Rowe gets body blocked, but the Ymir solo picked off. It's
only got a solo up in the sky. Lord of the Afterlife used by Shred. Only got a solo looking for his target here, looking for Cheetah, but Cheetah picks up Agony, comes crashing down. Maxon picks up Shred. Weave about to fall down as well. Maxon with the double kill. Ogre flip back in. There's the Sanctuary pop, and Pandemonium targets there. 3-man stunned by Only got a solo. Weave taken very low. HS across the sky. Maxon gonna fall down, but he picks up a kill onto Weave here, and now Rowe gets a kill onto Agony, and everyone on Legacy is falling down. It's only HS left alive.
Just look at that. I mean, there was 2 players on almost full health there. The Chain Lightning basically finished them off. Zeus doing so much work. HS the last one, and it's going to be a DSI. But the Impale going to secure first blood. Maybe Shred actually trying to get away. HS actually secures first blood onto Maxon.
The pin is there for Rowe, maybe, if he can find it. Hey, Shred juking beautifully. Crush comes through from Machida. Gonna secure the kill. Feather step onto Kiki Mio. Taken low. Belly flop onto Kiki. HS has got...
This could be dangerous.
No escape. Pop by Richard Castle. Managed to pull and weave. Armor Monster comes down onto the Barkers. Shred in the backline. Just chasing down Achida. Weave very low. There's the Thorns. Agony with the snipe. Richard Castle's forced out. It's only Kiki Omiro defending. Nowhere for him to run as well. Great Sikkim there from Ochida. Only good at solo though. Gets himself another kill. The tier 1 tower is going to fall down. Ochida,
they're hanging around.
Very dangerous spot for Ochida.
And he's going to get picked up. Shred finds him. 1 remaining. And it's only Richard Castle left alive. 4 kills to Legacy. And then Half-Life.
Kiki needs to get in there. He's the only one with a rat. There's the looking in the waters. Legacy taken. Iron Monster comes through as well. No escape. Pop by Richard Castle. Kiki forced to get out. Desert Fury from Maxon as well. Kiki's going to fall down to Shred. Maxon jumps over the wall, but he's pulled back in by Ogre.
And here comes the Raw Sipes as well. 1 shot, and it is going to be HS on his 7th kill of this game. 16 to 6.
Take it very low. Iron Monster just barely off the mark. Ogre looking for Rowe. He manages to get the kill onto the Willix, but Ogre's in a spot now. Maxon takes a lot of damage. Spirit of the Nine wins off the mark, and now Maxon's in trouble.
Pull back in. There's 3 players. 1 to the sky. Weave finds the kill. HS burning.
Split pushing the tier 2 tower on the right.
They're not waiting.
Down. No, he's leaving it now. Team Pandemonium looking to book themselves a ticket to the grand final here. Legacy Esports defending desperately. There comes the Whirlwind. Typhoon through as well. Knocks up 2. Spirit of the Nine wins. This is the Titan falling down. Kiki Amir, Shards of Ice trying to get it. Ochida picks up Ogre. There's nothing left that Legacy can do. Pandemonium defending desperately, but not enough. Agony at the end, trying for the desperation.
Welcome, hero, to the 2017 SMITE Odyssey. A mysterious evil threatens the battleground of the gods. To defeat it, the gods must embark on a new odyssey, where we'll encounter new, exciting challenges and unearth a myriad of treasures on our way to the 2017 SMITE World Championship. This odyssey will journey through each Pantheon's realm, revealing new quests for you to overcome. By completing the quests or by purchasing items in the odyssey, you'll earn odyssey points and gain levels in the event. Unlock odyssey chest rolls and limited bonus items, and upon reaching odyssey level 21, the ultimate odyssey reward will be yours. The Tier 5 skin, Demon Anubis. Now Demon Anubis will join the hallowed ranks of Archon Thanatos and Ragnarok Force X Thor. And like those limited skins, Demon Anubis will never be available again once this odyssey ends. Will you answer the call? Will you undertake this perilous journey? Rise, hero. The odyssey begins.